Chapter 1. Qingyun. The Qingyun mountain range looms majestically, standing as a formidable sentinel in the central plains. Nestled within its valleys flows the great river Hongshuan, while the bustling town of Heiyang City lies to the south, a strategic stronghold that commands a vital geographical position. Spanning 100 miles, the Qingyun Mountains are a tapestry of undulating peaks, with the highest reaching 7 summits that pierce the clouds. On ordinary days, one can only behold the white mist enveloping the mountainsides, obscuring the true visage of their lofty summits. The mountains are adorned with dense forests, cascading waterfalls, and wondrous rock formations, home to rare and exotic creatures, creating a landscape renowned for its breathtaking beauty and perilous grandeur. Yet, even more illustrious is the cultivation sect that resides atop these mountains, the Qingyun Sect. With a history surpassing 2 millennia, the Qingyun lineage stands as a paragon of righteousness and power in both the realms of good and evil. It is said that the founding master was once a wandering fortune-teller, whose life was marked by hardship and unfulfilled aspirations, until the age of 49. While traversing the expanse of the realm, he chanced upon Qingyun Mountain and instantly recognized it as a place of extraordinary spiritual resonance, rich in the essence of heaven and earth. Without delay, he ascended the mountain, embraced the elements, and devoted himself to the paths of cultivation. It was not long before he stumbled upon a hidden cave deep within a mountain, where he discovered an ancient, nameless manuscript containing profound and esoteric teachings. Intricate yet immensely powerful. With this fortuitous encounter, the fortune-teller dedicated himself to diligent study. After 2 decades, he emerged, having achieved modest success, and though he could not dominate the world, he became a formidable force in his own right. Thus, he established the sect on Qingyun Mountain, naming it Qingyun. As the teachings of the ancient manuscript bore a resemblance to Taoist doctrines, he donned the guise of a Taoist, adopting the name Qingyun, which would lead future disciples to honor him as Qingyun Zhenren. Qingyun lived to the age of 367, during which he took 10 disciples under his wing. But on his deathbed, he imparted his final words: "In my lifetime, I have spoken and studied the art of divination, excelling particularly in geomancy. This Qingyun Mountain is a rare spiritual haven, and our sect's possession of it guarantees our future prosperity. You must not forsake it. Remember, remember." At that moment, the 10 disciples nodded in unwavering belief, and Qingyun then departed from this world. However, unbeknownst to them, fate would prove to be a cruel jester, and whether due to divine whim or the master's flawed foresight, the Qingyun Sect not only failed to flourish, but began to dwindle over the ensuing century. Among the 10 disciples, 2 perished prematurely, for fell victim to vendettas in the realm, leaving 1 crippled and another missing, thus reducing the sect to 2 remaining branches. 50 years passed, and the Qingyun Mountains suffered unprecedented natural disasters, earthquakes, torrential floods, and landslides that claimed countless lives, further extinguishing 1 lineage. The sole survivor, limited by modest talent and abilities, could not restore the glory of Qingyun, and the ancient manuscript attracted external adversaries. After numerous bloody confrontations, had it not been for the formidable protective talismans left by Qingyun, the Qingyun Sect would have surely been obliterated. It was not until 13 centuries later that circumstances began to shift. Perhaps Qingyun's divination finally bore fruit, or perhaps heaven grew weary of its jest, as at this time, from the 11th generation of Qingyun Sect, disciples emerged an extraordinary figure, Qingyun Daoren, whose brilliance eclipsed all others. Born into a humble family with the surname Yi, Qingyun was an exceptionally gifted scholar, yet he faced repeated failures in his examinations. By a stroke of fortune, he caught the attention of Wu Fangzi, the 10th generation leader of the Qingyun Sect, who took him as a closed-door disciple at the tender age of 22. After entering the realm of cultivation, Qingyun swiftly mastered the entirety of the sword techniques and doctrines imparted by Wu Fangzi within just 1 year, standing unrivaled among his peers a year later. Even Wu Fangzi could only manage a tenuous stalemate against him, relying solely on his profound cultivation. Astounded and delighted, Wu Fangzi presented an ancient scroll passed down from their ancestors for Qingyun to study independently. Thus, Qingyun retreated into the illusory moon cave on the back mountain of Tongtian Peak, where he remained in seclusion for 13 years before finally emerging. It is said that his emergence coincided with a full moon night. The moon hung high and cold, illuminating the entire Tongtian peak of Qingyun Mountain as if it were daylight. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged, and a dragon's roar echoed from the back mountain, reverberating for miles, causing all who heard it to turn pale. Then, a soft purple light shot skyward, followed by a resounding crash as the illusory moon cave opened wide. Qingye emerged with hair and beard turned white, a gentle smile adorning his face and an aura of ethereal light surrounding him. Onlookers were astonished, mistaking him for an immortal. Another year passed, and Wu Fangzi was prepared to pass on the leadership of the sect to Qingye, choosing to focus on his own cultivation, no longer involved in the mundane affairs of the sect. Upon assuming power, Qingye diligently worked to strengthen the sect, providing substantial support to his fellow disciples and meticulously selecting successors. Coupled with the insights he gleaned from the ancient scroll, he wielded an awe-inspiring power beyond comprehension. From that moment, Qingyun Sect flourished, becoming a pillar of righteousness over the course of 50 years, and 2 centuries later, it led the righteous path among various sections. Immortal Qingye lived to the venerable age of 750 before passing away. Throughout his life, he was rigorous in his selection of disciples, taking only 7, thereby distributing the 7 peaks of Qingyun among them to ensure the continuation of their lineage. The Longmen sect, residing in the main peak of Tongtian Peak at Qingyun Temple, became the focal point of the sect. This day, the disciples of Qingyun Sect number nearly 1,000, with numerous skilled practitioners among them, their reputations soaring alongside Tianyin Temple in Fengshan Valley as one of the 3 major sects of the present era. The current sect leader, Dao Xianzhenren, possesses profound abilities that transcend the mundane, marking him as a truly extraordinary figure of the age. At the foot of Qingyun Mountain, 50 miles northwest of the large city of Heong, lies a small village known as Caomiao Village. Here, over 40 families reside, embodying simplicity and sincerity. The villagers often ascend the mountain to gather firewood, exchanging it with Qingyun Sect for a modest livelihood. The villagers frequently witness Qingyun disciples soaring through the air, performing feats of wonder, and they hold the sect in deep reverence, believing them to be immortal. Practitioners, Qingyun Sect, in turn, has always taken good care of the surrounding populace, treating the villagers kindly. On this particular day, the sky was overcast, with dark clouds hanging low, creating a suffocating atmosphere. From the vantage point of Caomiao Village, the majestic Qingyun Mountain pierced the heavens, its bizarre peaks and rocks bearing an ominous quality. However, the villagers, having dwelled here for generations, had grown accustomed to such sights, paying them little heed, especially the ignorant children. Zhang Xiaofan, if you have a guts, stand still, shouted a child from behind. The boy named Zhang Xiaofan spat derisively and replied while running, "Do you take me for a fool?" With that, he quickened his pace even further. As the chase continued, the children gradually approached the dilapidated grass hut at the eastern edge of the village. From the outside, the little hut appeared to be in a state of utter disrepair, having endured countless storms and tribulations over the years. Zhang Xiaofan was the first to rush in, but unexpectedly he stumbled as the door panel caught him off guard, and with a resounding thud, he fell flat. The group of children behind him erupted into joyous laughter, swarming him and pinning him down. The delicate-looking boy grinned and said, "I've caught you now, you have nothing to say, do you?" To his surprise, Zhang Xiaofan rolled his eyes defiantly and retorted, "That doesn't count. You ambushed me, how can that be fair?" The boy, taken aback, asked in astonishment, "When did I ambush you?" Zhang Xiaofan replied, "Oh, Lin Jingyu, do you dare to claim that door panel isn't your doing?" Lin Jingyu exclaimed loudly, "That's ridiculous." Zhang Xiaofan pursed his lips and tilted his head, displaying an unwavering resolve not to surrender. Anger surged within Lin Jingyu. He tightened his grip around Zhang Xiaofan's neck and demanded, "We agreed that if I caught you, you would admit defeat. Do you yield?" Zhang Xiaofan remained unresponsive. Lin Jingyu's face flushed with rage as he exerted more pressure, shouting, "Do you yield or not?" Zhang Xiaofan's airway was constricted, making it increasingly difficult to breathe, and his face gradually turned red. Yet, despite his tender age, he exhibited remarkable stubbornness, remaining silent. Lin Jingyu, growing ever angrier, increased his grip and repeated insistently, "Do you yield? Do you yield?" Do you yield? As the situation threatened to escalate into calamity, a voice resonated from deep within the grass hut, proclaiming, Ba, cease at once. And a bony hand shot out, extending 2 fingers that flicked Lin Jingyu's hands. Startled, Lin Jingyu felt as if struck by lightning. His body jolted, and his hands instinctively loosened. Lin Jingyu stood there, dazed, and said, Xiaofan, I'm sorry. I don't know how. Zhang Xiaofan shook his head, his breathing gradually returning to normal, and asked, It's fine. By the way, who are you? The other children followed his gaze and beheld an elderly monk standing within the temple, his face lined with wrinkles, adorned in tattered robes, and his entire being appeared unkempt. Yet he clutched a string of jade prayer beads that were remarkably clear and radiant, emitting a soft azure glow. Curiously, among the uniformly sized, translucent jade beads, there was one bead that was neither jade nor stone, a deep purple hue, dull and lifeless. Chapter 2. The Enigma. The old monk remained silent, scrutinizing the 2 children intently, his gaze lingering a moment longer on Lin Jingyu, pondering, such potential, yet why is his temperament so extreme? At that moment, Zhang Xiaofan took a step forward and inquired, Excuse me, who are you? I've never seen you before. The village of Saomiao lay near Qingyun Gate, where Taoism was revered and Buddhist disciples were a rare sight, prompting Zhang Xiaofan's question. The old monk glanced at him, a faint smile gracing his lips, and replied, Young benefactor, during a life-threatening moment, all you needed to do was admit defeat. Why persist so stubbornly? Had it not been for my intervention, you would have likely lost your life in vain. Zhang Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback, reflecting that the old monk had a point. Yet, in the face of danger, he found himself at a loss for words, standing there in a daze. Lin Jingyu shot a glare at the old monk, grasping Zhang Xiaofan's hand. Xiaofan, this peculiar old monk is quite strange, let us ignore him. With that, he pulled him outside, followed closely by several children who evidently regarded him as their leader. As night deepened, a thunderous roar erupted, the wind swirling ominously, and dark clouds churned on the horizon. The tempest approached, bringing with it an air of foreboding. The old monk remained seated in the humble grass hut, eyes fixed on the distant Qingyun mountain, which had become a mere blur against the encroaching darkness. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the howling winds and the rumble of thunder. What a fierce storm! A flash of lightning split the sky, illuminating the solitary grass hut. In that fleeting moment, the old monk stood at the entrance, his expression grave, gazing upward, his brows furrowing deeper with concern. From the west, an ominous black mist had risen, thick as ink, roiling incessantly. The old monk stared intently at this dark mass. Suddenly, the black mist coiled and ascended, hurtling towards the village and directly toward the grass hut. It moved with alarming speed, and in an instant, the monk discerned a small figure entwined within it. It was Lin Jingyu, the child he had encountered earlier. The old monk's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he sprang into action, his frail form soaring into the heart of the black mist. From within the darkness, a voice, tinged with surprise, echoed, Eh? A series of muffled thuds ensued, and the black mist abruptly halted, swirling ominously above the grass hut. The old monk descended slowly, cradling Lin Jingyu under his arm, though a piece of his robe had been torn away in the struggle. In the dim light, Lin Jingyu's eyes were tightly shut, his breathing steady. It was unclear whether he had fallen asleep or lost consciousness. The old monk did not release him, but instead gazed defiantly at the swirling black mist and spoke, Your skills are profound. Why do you target an innocent child? Surely, such actions tarnish your dignity. A hoarse voice emanated from the mist. And who are you to meddle in my affairs? The old monk remained silent for a moment before stating, This is the vicinity of Qingyun Mountain. Should the Qingyun Sect discover your nefarious deeds here, you may find your future quite troublesome. The voice scoffed dismissively. What is the Qingyun Sect but a congregation of many? You old bald head should refrain from speaking so freely. Hand over the child if you know what's good for you. The old monk clasped his hands together in prayer. Ba, a monk's heart is filled with compassion. I cannot allow this child to fall victim to your wickedness. The voice grew angrier. You insolent fool. Are you courting death? As the words escaped, a flash of deep crimson light flickered within the swirling black mist. In an instant, a chilling wind swept through the area, suffused with an eerie aura. Poison blood banner. The old monk's face contorted with fury. You vile creature, you dare to cultivate such malevolent and inhumane sorcery. Today, I shall not let you go unpunished. A hoarse voice let out a chilling laugh, yet offered no reply. Suddenly, a shrill whistle pierced the air, and a crimson glow intensified as a foul stench enveloped the surroundings. A timber-long red banner slowly unfurled from the sky. At this moment, the wailing of spirits grew increasingly mournful, as if countless vengeful souls were lamenting through the night, accompanied by the faint sound of cracking bones, sending shivers down one's spine. Despicable bald one, prepare to meet your demise. A voice emerged from the black mist, and from the blood-red banner, a grotesque visage materialized, bearing 3 triangular eyes and sharp fangs. As the bones clattered ominously, all 4 eyes of the fiendish face suddenly opened wide. With a deafening roar, it transformed into a corporeal entity, surging forth from the banner, imbued with an overwhelming aura of bloodlust, aimed directly at the old monk. The old monk's expression darkened with fury, acutely aware that the potency of this toxic blood banner was directly proportional to the number of innocents sacrificed during its cultivation to achieve such formidable power. It was likely that the blood of over 300 individuals had been offered in tribute. This wicked individual was utterly devoid of compassion. As the malevolent spirit lunged towards him, the old monk did not relinquish the child Lin Jingyu nestled under his arm. Instead, he raised his left hand, adorned with jade prayer beads, and traced a circle in the air before him. With a single hand, he formed the Buddhist lion seal, his fingers curling and stretching, emitting a faint golden radiance from his fingertips. In an instant, a golden barrier materialized before him, its brilliance clashing with the approaching specter in midair. Such trivial tricks, attempting to deceive. Just as he began to utter the word deceive, a violent tremor coursed through his body. He suddenly felt a sharp bite on his wrist, where he held Lin Jingyu. A wave of tingling numbness spreading throughout him. Darkness clouded his vision, and the golden barrier began to waver precariously. At that moment, the malevolent spirit underwent a peculiar transformation. From its 4 eyes, a massive blood-red eye opened in the center of its forehead with a chilling crack. A gust of rancid wind surged forth, amplifying its menacing presence. With a horrifying shriek, a flash of crimson light surged past, shattering the golden barrier and crashing heavily into the old monk's chest. The old monk was hurled backward, and Lin Jingyu fell to the ground, accompanied by several sickening thuds, likely signaling the shattering of his ribs. Moments later, his frail body slammed against the wall of the grass-thatched hut, creating a thunderous crash that sent dust swirling as an entire section of the wall collapsed. The figure shrouded in black mist erupted in raucous laughter, exuding supreme arrogance. The old monk staggered to his feet. A warm sensation surged in his throat, and he could not contain a spurt of hot blood that stained his monk's robe crimson. Dazzling golden stars danced before his eyes. His entire body throbbed with pain, and the numbing sensation drew perilously close to his heart. He struggled to regain his composure, his gaze drifting to Lin Jingyu, still unconscious on the ground. To his astonishment, a colorful centipede gradually emerged from the child's collar, its size akin to a palm. Most intriguingly, its tail forked into 7 segments, resembling 7 distinct tails, each displaying a different vibrant hue, beautiful yet laced with an unsettling aura. 7-tailed centipede. The old monk's utterance resembled a faint groan. His face grew increasingly shadowed, blood continuously trickling from the corners of his mouth, seemingly on the brink of collapse, yet he stubbornly resisted the urge to fall. Gazing at the swirling dark energy above, he declared, "You have unleashed this most vile poison upon that child, deliberately concealing your strength, waiting for the opportune moment to strike me. You are indeed targeting me, are you not?" The figure shrouded in darkness let out a chilling laugh, replying, "Indeed, I have come specifically for you, you bald monk. Were it not for that, your cultivation in the Buddhist teachings of Tian'an Temple would have made you a formidable opponent. Now, hand over the blood-devouring pearl, and I shall provide you with the antidote for the 7-tailed centipede, sparing your life." A bitter smile crossed Pu Zhi's face as he retorted, "It is ironic that I bear the character Zhi in my name, and yet I failed to foresee your greed for the blood-devouring pearl. In your crafting of this vile poison, his expression hardened, and he resolutely declared, to expect me to relinquish such a treacherous item is sheer folly. Furious, the figure in darkness spat, "Then go meet your Buddha." With a flash of crimson light, the poisonous blood banner fluttered in the wind, accompanied by the wails of the damned, as a colossal specter re-emerged, swirling momentarily in the air before charging towards Pu Zhi. With a commanding shout, Pu Zhi's robes billowed without wind, his previously frail form seeming to swell significantly. With great force in his left hand, a sharp crack resonated as the string of jade prayer beads shattered, the translucent beads swirling around him, glowing with a verdant light, while one deep purple bead fell straight down. Turning his palm, Pu Zhi grasped the deep purple bead, his hands forming the water bottle seal as his eyes widened. A golden aura flickered about him as he enunciated Om Mani Padme Hum, the six-syllable great bright mantra. The tone of the figure in darkness grew markedly serious. As Pu Zhi uttered the final syllable, all the jade prayer beads erupted in radiant brilliance. That very moment, the malevolent spirit conjured by the dark figure lunged forward, a wave of noxious odor assaulting him. Yet upon contact with the jade's green light, it dissipated into nothingness, unable to advance, resulting in a stalemate in midair. Despite this, Pu Zhi's body swayed, the seven-tailed centipede being the most potent poison in the world, proving difficult to withstand even for one with his centuries of cultivation. Nevertheless, a faint smile, tinged with resolve, graced his shadowy face. With a lion-like roar, Pu Zhi's voice reverberated across the expanse. The jade prayer beads, infused with Buddhist power, shone even brighter, and suddenly one bead shattered with a pop, transforming into the character Buddha midair, hurtling toward the ghostly figure's face. The specter let out a wailing cry, staggering back several steps, its crimson aura visibly diminished, evidently wounded. The figure in darkness seethed, "Cursed bald monk." Just as he prepared to retaliate, the moment passed too quickly, and in an instant, 7 or 8 beads transformed into true Buddhist mantras, striking the ghostly entity. The creature howled in agony, retreating in fear, and when the 9th jade bead struck, it emitted a final, anguished wail, its eyes bursting simultaneously, bones cracking, and, with a thunderous crash, it fell to the ground, writhing for a moment before becoming still, gradually dissolving into a foul puddle of blood. Meanwhile, Pu Zhi suddenly gasped, spitting out a copious amount of blood, now dark as night. A piercing scream echoed from the entrance of the grass temple at this critical moment of the duel between the two formidable figures. Both Pu Zhi and the malevolent figure were taken aback. As the dark energy in the sky stirred, Pu Zhi's gaze instinctively darted towards the entrance, revealing a child, Zhang Xiaofan, who appeared inexplicably before the temple, standing in a daze as he beheld the extraordinary spectacle within. The figure cloaked in darkness emitted a cold snort, and without any visible motion, the seven-tailed centipede that had been crawling on Lin Jingyu suddenly flicked its tail and soared into the air, darting towards Zhang Xiaofan with the swiftness of lightning. Pu Zhi's brows furrowed, and with a pointed finger, a jade prayer bead surged forward. The seven-tailed centipede, seemingly sensing the impending danger, chose not to resist. It flicked its tail and ascended like wings, disappearing into the dark energy, leaving no trace behind. With a sinister tone, the figure in the black mist remarked, "Indeed worthy of being one of the 4 great monks of Tianyin Temple. Even severely injured, you managed to overcome my poisoned blood corpse king. But after enduring that blow from the corpse king and succumbing to the poison of the seven-tailed centipede, how much longer can you last? It would be wise to hand over the blood-devouring pearl to me." At that moment, black blood began to trickle from the corners of Pu Zhi's eyes. With a grim smile, he rasped, "Even if this old monk meets his demise today, I shall eliminate you." Vile creature, the furious roar erupted from the dark energy, catching the figure off guard. The sounds of crashing echoed, and amidst a flash of azure light, the black energy dispersed, dissolving into nothingness. Descending slowly from air was a tall, slender figure, shrouded tightly in black robes, obscuring their features and age, save for a pair of eyes gleaming with ferocity, and a long sword bound to their back. Purge murmured, with such mastery, "Why do you dare not reveal yourself?" The figure in black glared with a fierce glint in their eyes, retorting, "Bald donkey, today you shall die without a grave." With that, they swiftly drew the long sword from their back with a resounding whoosh, revealing a blade as clear as autumn water, bright yet not blinding, emanating a faint, ethereal glow. What a splendid sword! Purge couldn't help but exclaim. The figure in black let out a low grunt, gripping the sword with a decisive grip, stepping in a calculated manner, and with a sudden thrust of the sword towards the heavens. Intoned, from the 9 heavens, transform into divine thunder. With the radiant might of the heavens, I summon it with this blade. In the blink of an eye, the clouds in the sky began to churn incessantly, thunder rumbling ominously, and flashes of lightning danced at the edges of the dark clouds as the atmosphere grew ominously tense and wild winds surged. The true art of the divine, sword-summoning thunder. Purge's complexion turned ashen, a wave of astonishment washing over him, accompanied by a thread of despair and a flicker of inexplicable fervor. "You are indeed from the Qingyun Sect." Chapter 3. Grand aspirations in the eyes of Zhang Xiaofan. The clouds above, be they white or black, had never appeared as ominously close to the ground as the dark clouds of this night. The thunder resonated with an intensity he had never before experienced, and the lightning was so blinding that it rendered him nearly incapable of looking directly at it. It felt as though the very heavens were on the verge of collapsing. He stood there in a daze, observing the black-clad figure and the old monk in the grass hut, their gazes locked in a fierce confrontation, poised to engage in a contest of power. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, causing his ears to ring. At which moment, he beheld a dazzling bolt of lightning streak across the horizon, striking the long sword of the dark figure. In an instant, the man's garments billowed dramatically, his eyes wide with astonishment, as if he were about to burst apart. Within the grass hut, illuminated by the fierce brilliance of the lightning, it was as bright as day. The lightning, blooming at the tip of the sword in the darkness of night, was so breathtakingly beautiful that Zhang Xiaofan held his breath, while a peculiar fervor rekindled in the eyes of Purge. Was this the extraordinary power of the Taoist arts? A commanding shout erupted from the dark figure, and with a swift motion of his left hand, he unleashed a torrent of energy. The sword imbued with electric brilliance hurtling towards Purge. Along its path, vegetation and stones quaked and scattered, leaving a deep, searing mark along the way. Purge retreated 3 steps, withdrawing his hand seals, his palms pressed together in solemnity, emanating a faint golden light as he murmured, "Compassion of the Buddha." With a resounding crack, the last 7 jade prayer beads before him shattered completely, coalescing into a colossal character for Buddha 3 feet in front of him, its golden radiance blinding and impossible to gaze upon. In the next heartbeat, the electric brilliance collided with the character, creating a moment of profound intensity. Zhang Xiaofan was suddenly struck by a fierce palpitation of his heart, as if the very blood coursing through his veins had reversed its flow in an instant. His limbs became weak, and breath eluded him, leaving him with the sensation that, in that fleeting moment, the wind ceased, the thunder quieted, and the entire world came to a standstill. Then, as if compelled by an unseen force, he was propelled backward, and before fear could take root in his mind, he beheld a radiant light, a resplendent golden brilliance, far surpassing the sun in the heavens. The entire grass hut shattered into fragments, with the 2 duelists at its center sending debris flying in all directions, including upward into the sky. His heart felt hollow, and all he could perceive was the sharp sound of the wind rushing past his ears. A sense of terror gripped him, and instinctively he wished to curl up. But his will was powerless, leaving him to drift toward the unknown. A thought flickered in his mind. Am I to perish? A wave of intense dread washed over him. Cold sweat coated his body, and he trembled slightly. How does one confront death when it stands before them? He succumbed to unconsciousness, falling into a deep slumber. Purge approached slowly, his steps faltering, cradling Zhang Xiaofan and lunging you beneath his arm. Upon reaching a slightly cleaner patch of ground, he gently set the 2 children down, only to be overwhelmed by excruciating pain coursing through his body, as if he might shatter entirely. Unable to hold himself upright any longer, he collapsed in a weary heap. Looking down at his chest, he noticed through the charred remnants of his monk's robe that a dark mist was gradually encircling him, leaving only a small area over his heart untouched by its encroachment. He offered a bitter smile and reached into his bosom, his hand trembling violently. After a considerable struggle, he finally extracted a red pill, roughly the size of a fingertip. flat and unassuming. Puji sighed deeply and murmured, "I never imagined the ghostly physician's words would ring true. I am indeed fated to consume this 3 days to death pill." After a moment's hesitation, he nodded resolutely and swallowed the pill. Raising his gaze, he looked toward the distant mountains. Finally, rain began to fall from the sky. Qingyun Mountain loomed amidst the wind and rain, shrouded in an aura of mystery. The Taoist arts, truly remarkable, wield divine powers from the heavens. If only they could be harmonized with the teachings of the Buddha, complementing each other to unravel the enigma of immortality. Alas, the cultivation of Dao Xianzhenren far surpasses my own, yet he remains, like my 3 senior brothers, unable to set aside his prejudices and relinquish his status. A sudden tightening in his heart compelled him to worry for the 2 children. Earlier, he had drawn upon his true essence, utilizing the profound power of the Dazhan Prajna from the Tianyin Temple, harnessing the strength of the sacred jade prayer beads to summon formidable force against the malevolent sword technique of the sinister figure, forcing him to retreat in fear. However, with his severely injured body having endured a blow from the extraordinary Taoist arts, he was now utterly depleted, with even the last thread of hope extinguished. Presently, he was merely clinging to life through the ghostly physician's miraculous 3 days to death pill, extending his lifespan by a mere 3 days, though the fiend had suffered grievous wounds. His foundation remained unscathed. After my departure, he would undoubtedly return to eliminate witnesses. At that time, not only would the lives of these 2 children be in peril, but the entire village might also face dire consequences. What, then, is to be done? In a tumult of confusion, Puji found himself beset by despair. Despite his profound cultivation and mastery of the path, the knowledge of his impending demise unsettled his spirit. Furthermore, he was deeply troubled by the fate of innocent lives. For the malevolent figure before him appeared to hold significant status within the Qingyun Sect. Should he rashly ascend the mountain in search of aid? It would likely result in more harm than good. Yet, the greatest sorrow that weighed upon him was the realization that his lifelong aspiration remained unfulfilled. As one of the 4 esteemed monks of the Tianyin Temple, revered across the land, he held that understanding the enigma of life and death was of utmost importance, surpassing even his esteemed position. However, he had long awakened to the truth that no amount of diligent practice in the Buddhist arts could unveil the mystery. After decades of contemplation, he had finally conceived an unprecedented approach. In the present world, the 3 teachings of Buddhism, Taoism, and demonology flourished, each reaching remarkable heights in their respective disciplines. The reputation of the demon sect was notorious, known for its cruel and malevolent practices. Conversely, the profound and intricate arts of Taoism complemented Buddhism perfectly. He believed that if they could unite in study, they might transcend their impasse. Yet, to his utter astonishment, his 3 elder brothers, who were usually broad-minded, unanimously opposed his idea, deeming it heretical and persistently urging him to reconsider. Unwilling to concede, he sought out prominent Taoist sects, visiting Qingyun Mountain multiple times, only to be met with polite refusals from the sect's leader, Dao Xianzhenren. Reflecting on this, a bitter smile escaped his lips, tinged with self-mockery. With only 3 days left to live, he pondered the futility of seeking immortality. Was he not merely tormenting himself? Yet, despite his open-mindedness, the sight of the 2 children lying helplessly on the ground weighed heavily on his heart. At a loss for a better plan, he glanced around and spotted a nearby pine tree, which could provide some shelter from the elements, albeit insufficient. Gritting his teeth, he lifted the 2 children and made his way toward it. Upon finally reaching the tree, he carefully set the children down and, utterly fatigued, collapsed against the trunk, gasping for breath. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere pawns, he uttered, the ancient Taoist adage escaping his lips with a hint of anguish and indignation. The sky loomed dark as ink, enveloping the earth in shadows. Dense, oppressive clouds gathered overhead, and fine raindrops fell from the heavens, chilling him to the core as the cold wind bit at his face. Suddenly, Puji trembled, murmuring, Qingyun disciples, Qingyun disciples. His thoughts raced, as if grasping at a fleeting insight, one that threatened to slip away in an instant. Within moments, he was drenched in cold sweat. Yet, inexplicably, a fervor ignited anew in his eyes. He threw his head back and laughed, his mirth tinged with a hint of madness. Marvelous, truly marvelous, though my time is short. If I can impart the sacred Buddhist teachings to one individual and guide them to join the Qingyun Sect to study Taoist arts, it would be a double victory, saving their lives while fulfilling my own aspirations. The historical divide between Buddhism and Taoism had always been profound. Who would have thought that a young boy, raised beneath the shadow of Qingyun Mountain, could harbor the essence of the Buddhist teachings. As long as one possesses knowledge from two schools of thought, one can undoubtedly transcend the age-old enigma of immortality. If that were the case, what regrets would I have in death? With a decisive thought, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. His cheeks flushed, and his eyes were tinged with red. Instinctively, he glanced at Lin Jingyu and reached out his hand. However, midway through the motion, he halted, pondering the gravity of the matter. The current sects harbored intense prejudices, and any hint of apprenticing under another would be an egregious taboo. Should this become known, the consequences would be fatal. Lin Jingyu, being exceptionally gifted, would surely attract the attention of the Qingyun Sect if taken under their wing. At his tender age, he might struggle to conceal such a monumental secret. Contemplating this, he shifted his gaze to Zhang Xiaofan, recalling the latter's stubborn demeanor when faced with death earlier that day. Nodding slightly, he remarked, "Even if your aptitude is somewhat lacking, it matters not. Your future will depend on your own fortune." With that, he hesitated no longer and gently patted Zhang Xiaofan a few times. Using the remnants of his Buddhist power to awaken him, Zhang Xiaofan gradually awoke, his vision blurred, and a persistent buzzing echoed in his ears. After a considerable time, he regained his senses and, upon focusing, was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. Before him sat the old monk, his body marred by numerous wounds. The left side appeared as if it had been scorched, grotesquely withered, while his face was shrouded in a heavy pallor of despair. Yet, inexplicably, the old monk bore an expression of excitement, his eyes sparkling with joy. Additionally, he noticed his companion, Lin Jingyu, lying nearby, unconscious. What are you doing?" Zhang Xiaofan stammered after a prolonged silence. The monk offered no response, instead scrutinizing him intently, and countered, "Young benefactor, amidst such fierce winds and torrential rains, what brings you, a mere child, to this desolate place?" Zhang Xiaofan paused for a moment and said, "I saw you standing in the temple this evening." Later, noticing the impending rain and the dilapidated condition of this place, "I thought it would be quite cold, so I brought you some food." Puji's lips twitched slightly as he joined his palms together, exclaiming, "Well done, well done. All things are interconnected by fate, predetermined by destiny. The compassion of Buddha is boundless." Zhang Xiaofan inquired, "What did you say?" Puji smiled and replied, "I am saying, young benefactor, that we share a fateful connection. If that is the case, I possess a method of cultivation. Would you be willing to learn it?" Zhang Xiaofan inquired, "What exactly is a method?" Puji paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. He extended his withered hand and gently ruffled Shang's hair, saying, "It is not something tangible. Rather, it teaches you various techniques of breath control and vocalization. Once you have mastered it, you must promise me a few things, all right?" Zhang Xiaofan, though somewhat perplexed, replied, "Please, go on." Puji then said, "You must never speak of this matter to anyone, not even to those closest to you. Can you promise me that?" Zhang Xiaofan nodded, saying, "Understood. I shall not speak even at the cost of my life." Puji's heart trembled as he observed the young boy's resolute expression, despite his tender age. The relentless rain fell around them, sharp as blades and cold as frost, soaking his delicate visage, rendering it somewhat haggard. Suddenly, Puji inhaled deeply, lowering his gaze and refraining from further observation. "Nonetheless," he continued, "moreover, you must practice this technique daily, but it must be done in solitude, under the cover of night. Lastly, unless faced with a life and death situation, you must never employ this art, for dire consequences will surely follow." With that, he reopened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Zhang Xiaofan, and inquired, "Are you capable of this?" Zhang Xiaofan hesitated for a moment, tilting his head slightly and scratching it. A look of confusion etched across his face. Yet, in the end, he nodded emphatically. Puji offered a faint smile, choosing not to say more, and proceeded to impart to him a set of incantations. This collection of verses, though not excessively lengthy, approximately 1,000 characters, was intricate and profound. Zhang Xiaofan devoted all his energy, laboring for 3 full hours before he could commit it to memory. Once Puji was assured that he had fully internalized the teachings, he let out a sigh of relief, his expression revealing profound fatigue. He gazed at Zhang Xiaofan, an unmistakable tenderness glimmering in his eyes, and said, "In my lifetime of cultivation, I have never entertained the thought of taking on a disciple. Yet, unexpectedly, at the brink of death, I find a bond of master and apprentice with you. You should be aware of my name." He paused momentarily before continuing, "My Dharma name is Puji, and I am a monk of the Tianyin Temple." "Ah, child, are you familiar with the Tianyin Temple?" Zhang Xiaofan pondered for a moment and shook his head. Puji chuckled in silence, remarking, "What a child you are." Then, recalling something, he reached into his bosom and retrieved a deep purple orb. After scrutinizing it for several moments, he handed it to Zhang Xiaofan, saying, "You should carefully keep this orb hidden from prying eyes. When the time is right and you find a secluded valley or a precipice, simply cast it down. Furthermore, the name I just entrusted to you must remain a secret, never to be spoken of in the presence of others." Zhang Xiaofan took the bead and replied, "I understand." Puji gently patted his head and said, "Our fates are intertwined in such a profound way. Who knows if we shall meet again in the next life? My child, kneel before me and bow 3 times. Calling me master." Zhang Xiaofan glanced at Puji, only to find that he had retracted his smile, his expression now solemn. Nodding in agreement, he called out, "Master," and then knelt down, bowing his head 3 times with great reverence. Just as he finished his bows and was about to lift his head, he heard Puji let out a soft laugh, yet within that laughter lingered a profound sorrow and an unwavering resolve. Zhang Xiaofan was about to lift his head to look at him when he suddenly felt a sharp clap on his back. Instantly, darkness enveloped him, and he fell into unconsciousness once more. Chapter 4. A startling transformation at dawn. The rain at last ceased. Water droplets clung to the trees, shimmering like jewels as they quietly slid from the edges of the leaves, cascading down. The breeze carried them through the air in graceful arcs, landing gently on Zhang Xiaofan's face. The chill stirred him from his slumber. Instinctively, he opened his eyes and was about to call out, "Master." Yet the surroundings were deserted, with only Lin Jingyu lying beside him, lost in a deep dream. It felt as though he had merely experienced a dream. However, the distant ruins of the grass hut and the sleeping companion beside him affirmed the reality of the situation. He lingered in thought for a moment, then shook his head and approached Lin Jingyu, giving him a firm push. Lin Jingyu mumbled a few words in his sleep, gradually awakening, rubbing his eyes. Before he could utter a word, a wave of coldness washed over him, prompting an involuntary shiver. As he opened his eyes, he saw that he and Zhang Xiaofan were both drenched, lying beneath a pine tree in the wilderness. Bewildered, he exclaimed, "Wasn't I sleeping at home? How did we end up here?" Lin Jingyu was beset by a multitude of questions, yet the chill around him was undeniable. Nodding in acknowledgement, he rose and hurried alongside Zhang Xiaofan towards the village. Before they reached the village entrance, both sensed that something was amiss. Typically, at this hour, the villagers would be up and about, but today the silence was profound, with not a soul in sight. Furthermore, with the morning breeze came an unsettling scent of blood. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's apprehension, and quickened their pace towards the village. It wasn't long before they arrived at the village's threshold. Looking down the main road, they beheld a horrifying scene in the central clearing of Tsaomiao village. Over 40 households, comprising more than 200 men, women, and children, lay lifeless on the ground. Their bodies stiffened and blood flowing like rivers, flies swarming, the stench of death assaulting their senses. Upon witnessing this dreadful sight, Lin Jingyu and Zhang Xiaofan cried out in terror, fainting from shock. Time passed, though it felt uncertain, until Zhang Xiaofan abruptly awoke, sitting upright and gasping for air, his hands trembling slightly. The nightmare that had plagued him was filled with grotesque faces, blood, and bones. Regaining his composure, he surveyed his surroundings, discovering that he was in a simple guest room. 2 small windows allowed light to filter in, illuminating the modest and clean furnishings consisting of a few pinewood tables and chairs alongside a kettle and cups. Occupying half of the room was a large Kong with 4 sleeping spaces. Besides the one he occupied, the bedding beside him was disheveled, as if recently disturbed. The other 2 sleeping areas were neatly made, the covers meticulously arranged. Above the 4 sleeping spaces, a banner hung on the wall, emblazoned with a single character, Dao. It appeared to be an ordinary guest room, perhaps belonging to a humble inn or a shared space for disciples seeking to learn from a master. Zhang Xiaofan sat for a moment, and suddenly an uncontrollable thought surged within him. Perhaps everything from last night was merely a nightmare? Perhaps I have been asleep here all along. Maybe if I step out of this room, my mother will, as usual, scold me with a smile, saying, "You little sloth." He slowly descended from the bed, donned his shoes, and walked step by step toward the door. The door was slightly ajar. A gentle breeze wafted through the crack, cool and refreshing. As he approached, his small hands clenched tighter. His heart raced, and he held his breath. Soon, he stood at the threshold, resting his hand on the door. In that fleeting moment, the wooden door felt as heavy as a mountain, as solid as iron. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself, and with a swift motion, he pulled open the door. Bright light flooded in, causing him to squint. The warm, gentle rays of sunlight enveloped him, imparting a faint warmth. Yet, his heart plummeted into an icy abyss. Outside was a small courtyard, adorned with a few pines and cypresses, clusters of grass, and several fragrant little flowers blooming peacefully. In front of the door lay a corridor leading out of the courtyard, just 4 feet from the entrance. A few steps connected the yard and the corridor. At the corner of the steps sat a solitary child, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought, utterly motionless. Perhaps startled by the sound of the opening door, the child hesitated for a moment before slowly turning his head. Lin Jingyu. Zhang Xiaofan stood there, mouth agape, his mind awash with countless questions, yet the words lingered unspoken on his lips. He yearned to cry out, but a heavy weight in his heart rendered him silent. 2 streams of tears silently cascaded down his cheeks. The 2 children exchanged a wordless gaze, lost in their thoughts. From an unknown distance, the serene melody of birdsong floated through the air, beneath a vast blue sky adorned with a few wispy clouds. Zhang Xiaofan sat on the opposite side of the steps, his head lowered as he gazed at the stone-paved path within the small courtyard. A profound silence enveloped the courtyard. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, until Lin Jingyu slowly spoke. I awoke before you. At that time, there were still a few people in the room. I inquired of them, and they informed me that this place is the Tongdian peak of Qingyun Mountain. Zhang Xiaofan murmured, Qingyun Mountain. Lin Jingyu replied, I heard them say that a few disciples from the Qingyun Sect, passing by, saw the village and, as he spoke, his voice faltered with emotion. He reached up to rub his eyes vigorously, took a deep breath, and continued. Later, they found the 2 of us behind the village and brought us up the mountain. Zhang Xiaofan's lips curled slightly, yet he did not raise his gaze. He inquired, What shall we do from now on, Jingyu? Lin Jingyu shook his head, sorrowfully responding, I do not know. Zhang Xiaofan was about to speak when suddenly a foreign voice echoed from the corridor behind. Ah, you have all awakened. Both turned to look. And there stood a young Taoist priest clad in a blue robe, exuding an air of vigor. He swiftly approached and said, just in time, Several of the esteemed masters wish to meet you and pose some inquiries. Please accompany me at once. Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu exchanged a glance, rising to their feet. Lin Jingyu spoke, Yes, please lead us, esteemed elder. The young Taoist glanced at Lin Jingyu, nodded slightly, and said, Follow me. Without further ado, the sheer scale of the place revealed itself. This modest courtyard likely housed no fewer than 100 chambers, indicating the multitude of Qingyun disciples. After walking for quite some time, they finally reached the end of the corridor, where a towering white wall stood before them, featuring a grand entrance with 2 thick wooden doors, soaring to a height of 10 zhang. One could scarcely fathom how such colossal timber had been procured. The young Taoist, seemingly indifferent, appeared desensitized from frequent comings and goings, his expression as impassive as stone, as he strode directly through the entrance. Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu hurriedly followed. The moment they stepped through the grand doors, both children held their breath, their eyes wide with disbelief at the spectacle before them. It was as if they had stepped into a legendary paradise. A vast plaza spread out before them, its surface paved with gleaming white jade, shimmering so brilliantly that it instilled a sense of insignificance within them. In the distance, fluffy white clouds floated like gossamer, hovering just above their heads. At the center of the plaza, every several zhang, stood a massive bronze cauldron, arranged in 3 rows of 3, meticulously positioned. Wisps of fragrant smoke occasionally curled upward from within, delicate yet persistent. Sensing the wonder in the hearts of the 2 children, the young Taoist allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, letting them marvel for a moment before urging them onward. This is the Sea of Clouds, one of the 6 scenic wonders of Qingyun, and there is even more splendid sight ahead, he remarked as he walked, unable to contain his curiosity. Lin Jingyu inquired, What is it? The young Taoist gestured ahead, saying, The Rainbow Bridge. With eager anticipation, the 2 gazed into the distance, where at the far end of the plaza, obscured by a misty veil of clouds, something glimmered enticingly. They quickened their pace, drawn closer by the sound of flowing water, occasionally interrupted by strange, thunderous noises that seemed to emanate from nowhere. As they approached, the clouds, like gentle celestial maidens, embraced them, gradually unfurling their ethereal veil to reveal a clearer visage. At the end of the plaza lay a stone bridge, without supports or pillars, soaring gracefully into the sky. One end anchored to the plaza while the other stretched upward into the depths of the white clouds, resembling a dragon leaping into the heavens. Exuding an air of solitary grandeur, the soft sound of water could be heard, and as sunlight cascaded down, the entire bridge radiated a spectrum of colors, akin to a rainbow descending from the sky, resplendent, and breathtakingly beautiful. Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu were left utterly astonished. The young Taoist smiled and said, "Follow me." With that, he stepped onto the stone bridge ahead of them. Once they set foot on the bridge, the two realized that water cascaded down on both sides, crystal clear and pristine, while the central portion remained untouched by a single drop. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting its glow upon the bridge. And as it refracted through the flowing water, a splendid rainbow emerged. Observing their mesmerized expressions, the Taoist cautioned, "Be wary. Beneath this bridge lies an unfathomable abyss. Should you happen to fall, there would be no place for your remains." Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu were both startled, quickly regaining their composure and treading carefully. The rainbow bridge was exceedingly high and long. As the trio traversed its expanse, they felt as if the surrounding white clouds gradually sank beneath their feet, giving the impression that they were ascending ever higher. The peculiar sound ahead continued to resonate. After walking for a while, the clouds began to thin, and they unexpectedly emerged from the sea of clouds, their surroundings suddenly illuminated. The vast sky appeared washed clean, its blue hue almost transparent. The heavens stretched infinitely around them. Below lay a boundless sea of clouds, gently rising and falling, which instantly broadened their chests and minds. Directly ahead stood the majestic jade-clear palace at the peak of the heavenly reach summit. The verdant mountains embraced the palace, which majestically towered atop the peak, surrounded by swirling mists. Occasionally, several auspicious cranes would soar overhead, their long cries echoing as they circled, evoking a sense of reverence akin to a celestial realm. At this moment, the rainbow bridge ceased its ascent, arching gracefully through the air and landing beside a serene emerald pool at the foot of the palace. Simultaneously, the faint sounds of Taoist chants emanated from within the jade-clear palace, exuding an ethereal aura. The strange noise also grew increasingly pronounced. The trio descended from the rainbow bridge, arriving at the pool's edge, where a broad stone staircase ascended directly to the grand entrance of the jade-clear palace. The pool's waters shimmered a deep green, tranquil as a mirror, reflecting the figures and mountains clearly. As they ascended the stone steps and approached the grand doors, a sudden roar erupted from the depths of the pool, resembling thunder, the very sound they had heard earlier. Gazing ahead, they beheld a colossal whirlpool suddenly form in the center of the pool. Moments later, a massive wave surged forth, and a gigantic figure leaped out, showering them with cascading water. The young Taoist seemed to have anticipated this, deftly drawing back with his left hand and gracefully floating backward over to Zhang, pausing midair. However, the two children had no chance to escape, and were instantly drenched, resembling drowned rats. Yet, they remained oblivious to their own predicament, staring blankly at the colossal creature that had emerged before them. Towering over 5 zhang, it bore the head of a dragon and the body of a lion, its scales glistening in the sunlight, fierce and intimidating. The beast shook its body, sending another spray of water in their direction. Then, as if noticing something, it extended its massive head towards the staircase. Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu beheld a creature whose head was significantly larger than both of theirs combined. Under the sunlight, its sharp teeth were distinctly visible. As it drew nearer, an overwhelming sense of fear gripped their hearts, prompting them to huddle closely together, their hearts racing uncontrollably. The beast cast a glance their way, snorted with a resounding sound, and its large eyes seemed to rotate, as if it were pondering something. Then, it disregarded the three entirely, swaying as it ambled to one side, where it lay down beside the pond, yawned lazily, and rested its head to bask in the sun. Drifting off to sleep, the young Taoist gestured for the still frightened pair to proceed, stating, "The Spirit Lord is an ancient beast captured by our sect's Master Qingyun a millennium ago, known as the Water Qilin. In those times, Master Qingyun expanded the Qingyun Sect, vanquishing demons and evil, and this creature played a significant role. Today, it serves as our Qingyun Sect's guardian spirit." Reverently referred to as the Spirit Lord, after the three paid their respects, they continued onward. Ascending the lofty stone steps, they soon glimpsed a golden plaque inscribed with the words Yuqing Hall. Upon arriving before the magnificent hall, they found the doors wide open, allowing ample light to flood in, illuminating the altars dedicated to the three pure ones, the primordial heavenly venerable, the spiritual treasure heavenly venerable, and the moral heavenly venerable, all exuding an air of solemnity. Within the hall stood several dozen individuals, both Taoists and lay people, evidently disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Before them were 7 grand sandalwood chairs, 3 on each side, with an additional one positioned centrally at the front, occupied by 6 individuals, leaving the last chair on the right conspicuously vacant. Chapter 5. Entering the sect at this moment. The assembly within the hall was engaged in conversation, seemingly discussing something significant. The young Taoist who had escorted Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu stood outside. Adjusting his robe and respectfully announced, "Master, esteemed uncles, I am Changjian, here to present these two juniors." Before he could finish his sentence, a piercing scream unexpectedly reverberated through the sacred hall, interrupting him. "Ghost! Evil ghost! A ghost!" Changjian was taken aback. But Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu were even more startled. Although the voice was shrill and jarring, it was strikingly familiar. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xiaofan rushed into the hall, calling out loudly, Uncle Wang, is that you?" His voice, tinged with urgency and a hint of desperation, elicited a sympathetic response from those present. In the corner of the hall, behind the crowd, a middle-aged man, clad as a woodcutter, was curled up tightly, hands clutching his head, trembling uncontrollably. From the gaps between his fingers, the haunting words "ghost, ghost" could still be heard. Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu, who had followed him in, immediately recognized that the person was a woodcutter from Tsaomiao village, surnamed Wang, the second in his family. He was known for his kindness, always wearing a warm smile, and he treated the group of children exceptionally well. Whenever he ventured into the mountains to gather firewood, he would often bring back wild fruits to share with the children. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xiaofan rushed forward, hastening to his Uncle Wang's side. He grasped the man's shoulders firmly and exclaimed, "Uncle Wang, what on earth has transpired? Why has every villager perished? And what of my mother and father? What has become of them? Speak." Upon hearing Zhang Xiaofan's frantic inquiries, Uncle Wang seemed momentarily stirred, refraining from mentioning the dreadful specter. He slowly raised his gaze, fixing it upon the young man before him. In the grand hall, the attendees were immediately struck by a profound sense of unease, falling into an eerie silence. Even those seated could not suppress their rising trepidation, and several stood to observe the unfolding scene. Yet, Uncle Wang's eyes were rimmed with crimson, reflecting an overwhelming mixture of fear and confusion. He scrutinized Zhang Xiaofan for a long moment, but remained silent, his brow furrowed as if grappling with an insurmountable conundrum. At that moment, a member of the Qingyun Sect could no longer contain himself and took a step forward, poised to speak, only to be discreetly restrained by a companion beside him. Zhang Xiaofan noticed that his Uncle Wang remained unresponsive, staring blankly at him, which filled him with great anxiety. He exclaimed, "Uncle Wang, what is the matter with you?" Unexpectedly, at the sound of his loud call, Uncle Wang trembled violently, a look of terror overtaking his face. In a sudden panic, he rolled and crawled away, clutching his head with both hands, curling up into a ball, and repeatedly lamenting, "Ghost, ghost, ghost." Zhang Xiaofan's mind echoed with a sudden jolt, leaving him momentarily speechless. Lin Jingyu, a year his senior and possessing a more meticulous disposition, cast a glance at the individuals within the grand hall. He observed that all present were clad in the attire of the Qingyun Sect, a mix of both men and women, encompassing both the Taoist and the mundane. The majority bore arms, predominantly wielding long swords. Among them, 6 individuals seated prominently exuded an extraordinary presence, standing apart from the rest. Among these 6, 3 were of Taoist and 3 of worldly origins, with the one seated at the center donning a deep green robe, radiating an ethereal grace akin to that of a celestial being. His eyes shimmered with warmth and clarity. He was none other than the illustrious Dao Xianjunren, the master of the Qingyun Sect. Without further ado, Lin Jingyu grasped Zhang Xiaofan's hand and hurried to the front of these 6 figures. He knelt before Dao Xianjunren, repeatedly bowing his head in earnest supplication. Dao Xianjunren regarded the 2 of them with a discerning gaze, letting out a soft sigh as he spoke. "Poor children, rise." Yet, Lin Jingyu remained on his knees, gazing up at this transcendent figure, his voice filled with sorrow as he implored, "Revered master, we are but young and naive, suddenly thrust into this calamity, utterly at a loss for what to do. You, with your boundless wisdom and foresight, please, we beseech you to take our plight to heart." Zhang Xiaofan was not as eloquent as he could have been, and at that moment, his mind was a chaotic whirlwind. He echoed, "Indeed, Grandmaster, you must take charge." Upon hearing this, smiles involuntarily graced the faces of the crowd. Zhang Xiaofan, in his youthful naivety, was oblivious to the gravity of the situation, yet soon, all eyes shifted towards Lin Jingyu. Despite his tender age and the tumultuous circumstances he faced, standing before the renowned Dao Xianjunren, he spoke with remarkable clarity and composure, far surpassing the ordinary demeanor of a child, let alone the ignorant Zhang Xiaofan, who regarded Dao Xian as a celestial being. The tragedy at Qiao village was an unprecedented calamity for the Qingyun Sect, an occurrence unheard of in a millennium, and it unfolded right at the sect's doorstep, sending ripples of shock throughout. Upon receiving the report, Dao Xianjunren was consumed by a mix of astonishment and fury, prompting him to summon the other 6 sect leaders for a discussion. At this moment, aside from Master Xueqi of the Shaozhu Peak, the leaders of the other 5 peaks were present. Those capable of assuming the leadership of the 7 peaks of Qingyun were undoubtedly the elite figures within the sect. And indeed, these top-tier individuals were among the most exceptional practitioners of cultivation in the world. Each person in attendance possessed keen insight, internally exclaiming, "What a magnificent gem!" Lin Jingyu nodded and stated, "Yes, the disciple shall speak candidly. Please, Grandmaster, proceed with your inquiries." Dao Xianjunren nodded in response and inquired, "How did you manage to escape this calamity?" With a furrowed brow, he then turned his gaze towards Zhang Xiaofan, asking, "You were the one who awoke him. What of your own circumstances?" Zhang Xiaofan pondered for a moment and said, "I cannot fathom how I ended up there. Upon awakening, I found Jingyu beside me, and I roused him." Dao Xianjunren and the other esteemed leaders exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a sense of bewilderment. If a formidable being had come to their aid, why would they only rescue these 2 children? Conversely, if not, then it was utterly inexplicable. After a brief contemplation, Dao Xianjunren remarked, "So, it appears you are entirely unaware of the events from last night." In unison, the 2 replied, "Indeed." Dao Xianjunren sighed deeply and called out, "Song Darren, disciple at your service." A robust and imposing disciple of Qingyun responded, dressed in the attire of a layman. He had been positioned behind a short and stout individual, evidently a student of that man. Dao Xianjunren addressed him, "You were the first to discover the situation in Samyao village. Please recount the events of that day." Lin Jingyu trembled slightly and, in a quivering voice, asked, "Esteemed brother, have you conducted a head count?" Song Darren, with a glimmer of sympathy in his eyes, replied, "I located a fellow disciple who routinely traded firewood with your village. He is quite familiar with the villagers' circumstances. After his identification and our own tally, we have determined that Samyao village, consisting of 42 households, totaled 247 individuals. Except for the 3 of you, all have perished." Despite having sensed a foreboding in his heart, upon hearing the unequivocal words of Song Darren, Lin Jingyu and Zhang Xiaofan could not help but feel darkness engulf them. Nearly succumbing to unconsciousness, Dao Xianjunren gently sighed, waved his left hand, and from within his sleeve, a small red orb flew forth, rolling upon the foreheads of Zhang and Lin, imparting a refreshing essence that permeated their beings. Strangely, the tension within them seemed to ease, and overwhelmed by exhaustion, they succumbed to slumber upon the grand hall's floor. Dao Xianjunren gestured, and the standing disciples bowed in unison before gradually exiting. Within the hall, only the 6 of them remained. At this juncture, the stout individual spoke, "Master, while you have temporarily calmed them with the calming pearl, what is your plan for their disposition upon awakening?" Dao Xianjunren pondered for a moment and turned to the Taoist seated first on his left, inquiring, "Song Song, what are your thoughts?" Song Song Taoist, tall and dignified, was the foremost disciple of the Longsho Peak lineage of Qingyun Sect. In the sect, aside from Dao Xianjunren, it was Song Song's lineage that held the greatest prominence. Known for his stern demeanor, Song Song not only managed his own disciples but also oversaw the punitive matters of the entire Qingyun Sect. While the disciples of Qingyun held great admiration for Master Dao Xianjunren, they harbored an even greater fear of the unyielding Song Song. After a moment of contemplation, Song Song Taoist furrowed his brows and finally stated, "There are numerous uncertainties surrounding this matter. I fear we cannot ascertain the truth in haste. However, the villagers of Samyao have always been simple and earnest. We must not neglect the orphans they leave behind. I propose we take these 2 under our wing." Dao Xianjunren nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, I share the same sentiment. These children, orphaned and vulnerable, require our care. For many years, I have refrained from accepting disciples, and I wonder which of my junior brothers might be willing to take them under their wing." At that moment, the stout and short figure, Tian Bai, the head of the Dazhu Peak lineage of the Qingyun Sect, spoke up, "Master, in my opinion, it is unwise to allow both of them to be taken in by the same mentor. Their backgrounds are similar, and if they remain together, the constant reminders of their past may breed lingering resentment, which could prove detrimental in the future." Dao Xian, the revered master, pondered for a moment and replied, "You raise a valid point, Tian. These 2 young souls have endured significant upheaval at such a tender age. We must endeavor to alleviate their grievances. It is indeed inappropriate for them to dwell in the same household. He then turned his gaze to the assembled brethren. The other 5 sect leaders, led by Zhang Xiaofan, simultaneously directed their attention towards Lin Jingyu, their eyes glimmering with interest, yet none acknowledged the presence of Zhang Xiaofan, who stood to the side. In the realm of cultivation, talent is of utmost importance, and the notion of a prodigy surpassing centuries of practice is a common belief. The members of the Qingyun Sect are particularly attuned to this truth. In the past, when the sect faced dire straits, it was a singularly extraordinary figure, the Qingyun Patriarch. Despite his youth, who transcended the wisdom of ancient texts and surpassed the achievements of his predecessors, he revitalized the once diminutive Qingyun Sect, transforming it into a flourishing and dynamic force, ultimately becoming a leader among righteous practitioners. Moreover, while esteemed mentors are indeed rare, so too are disciples of exceptional talent. Lin Jingyu, endowed with remarkable potential and superior aptitude, did not go unnoticed by the heads of the various sections. After a brief silence, Tian Bai cleared his throat and said, Master, you are aware that our Dazhu Peak lineage has always been sparse in numbers. Allow me to take one of them under my care this time. As he raised his hand to indicate Lin Jingyu, he was preempted by the head of Chaoyang Peak, Shang Zhengyang, who swiftly stood in front of him and addressed Dao Xian. Master, from the moment I laid eyes on this child, I felt an inexplicable connection. As if we share a fateful bond. Perhaps he should join my sect. The Qingyun Sect boasts a rich history, and while its factions maintain a facade of cordiality, an underlying sense of rivalry persists. Observing Lin Jingyu's exceptional talent, none could predict whether he might become the next Qingyun Patriarch. Furthermore, enrolling him would merely add a disciple to one's ranks, denying others the opportunity. Ordinarily, under Dao Xian's esteemed authority, no one would dare to contest. Yet given his own declaration of not accepting disciples, such a fortuitous opportunity could not be overlooked. As Shang Zhengliang's words fell into silence, Tianyun Daorun, the head of the Luoxia Peak, interjected, Shang, you already have 200 disciples, each claiming a fateful connection with you. Your abundance of ties is excessive. Shang Zhengliang's face flushed with embarrassment, readying to respond when Tian Bai interjected, Brother Tianyun speaks true. In terms of disciple count, you all have no fewer than 100. Whereas my Dazhu Peak lineage comprises merely 7 members, it hardly seems fitting. Perhaps. At that moment, Sangsong Daoren interrupted, stating, Tian, these 2 children have suffered greatly. What we must provide them is the finest care, rather than concern ourselves with the numbers in our ranks. After speaking, he turned to Dao Xianzhenren and clasped his hands, saying, Senior brother, this child indeed possesses admirable potential. Please allow me to take him under my wing. I shall devote myself to his education, ensuring he flourishes and honors the souls of the departed from Chao Miao village. Dao Xianzhenren pondered for a moment, while Tian Bui and Shangzhang Liang felt a sense of foreboding. As anticipated, after a brief interval, Dao Xianzhenren remarked, There is merit in what Brother Song Song has said. Let him indeed join your sect. Song Song smiled faintly and replied, Thank you, senior brother. The onlookers, having known Song Song for a long time, recognized that his rare smile reflected profound joy, which incited their quiet annoyance. However, with Dao Xianzhenren's decree and the formidable strength of Song Song's lineage, they could only stifle their discontent. Dao Xian paused before continuing, as for this other individual. Only Song Song, basking in triumph, cast a cold glance at the others, though his eyes sparkled with mirth. Dao Xianzhenren, feeling somewhat awkward yet composed, would not voice any disparaging remarks regarding the child's perceived lack of aptitude. Instead, a thought crossed his mind, and he promptly identified a suitable candidate. Tian Shidi. Dao Xianzhenren's smile appeared exceptionally benevolent at that moment. Tian Buyi's heart raced as he sprang up, ready to speak. But Dao Xianzhenren preempted him, stating, The matter concerning Chao Miao village was first discovered by your disciple, Song Darun. It seems this child shares a significant connection with your Dazhu Feng lineage. You might as well take him under your wing. Song Song and the others rose in unison, affirming, Indeed. Dao Xianzhenren nodded, coughed a few times, and, avoiding a glance at Tian Bui, quickly made his way into the rear hall. Once his figure disappeared from the grand hall, a resounding laughter erupted from the Yuqing hall of the Qingyun Sect. Song Darin, a disciple of Dazhu Feng, had been patiently waiting outside the Yuqing hall. Finally, when his mentors emerged, he approached them only to find Master Tian Bui cradling the sleeping Zhang Xiaofan, which left him momentarily taken aback. Master, what has happened? Upon seeing him, Tian Bui felt a surge of irritation and exclaimed, "What is this? Are you daft? Hurry and take him." Song Daren promptly took the still slumbering Zhang Xiaofan into his arms. Tian Bui, seething with anger, caught sight of Shang Zhangliang, Tian Yun, and others, who were stifling their laughter, further inciting his vexation. He admonished Song Daren loudly, "Hurry up! Why are you dawdling there?" With that, he disregarded everything else, waved his right hand in the air, and a crimson glow flickered as a long red sword materialized, which he then propelled forward with a swift motion. Slicing through the air, Song Daren, momentarily perplexed, began to comprehend that he had gained a new junior disciple. He glanced down at the unconscious Zhang Xiaofan and could not help but muse, "Little junior brother, I still do not know your name." Zhang Xiaofan remained in a deep slumber, oblivious to the fact that his fate had taken an unforeseen turn. Chapter 6. Taking a Master. Zhang Xiaofan awoke languidly, momentarily stunned, before gradually rising to a seated position. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave, flooding his mind. It felt akin to a nightmare. "You have awakened. That is a relief," came a voice from the doorway as an individual stepped inside. Zhang Xiaofan raised his gaze and recognized Song Daren, whom he had encountered atop Tongtian Peak. The man was tall and possessed a rugged appearance. In his current state of mind, for reasons unknown, seeing this familiar figure evoked a sense of warmth within him. "Brother Song," Zhang Xiaofan called out. Though Song Daren was a robust man, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of compassion at that moment. Approaching the bedside, he gently patted Zhang Xiaofan's head and spoke softly, "Little junior brother, there is no need to be sorrowful. From now on, we shall be as one family." Zhang Xiaofan paused for a moment and inquired, "What family?" Song Daren smiled and recounted how Tian Bai had accepted him as a disciple. Naturally, he was unaware of the minor dispute that had occurred among the elders of the Qingyun Sect in the Yuling Palace on that day at Tongtian Peak. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofan felt momentarily bewildered. In the eyes of someone like him, a humble peasant, the Qingyun Sect appeared to be akin to celestial beings, and he had never dared to dream that one day he might have the opportunity to join their ranks. However, the price required for such an endeavor was not one he was willing to pay. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately realized that overthinking would yield no benefit. He called out, "Senior brother Song." Song Daren smiled and nodded, saying, "Very well, my junior brother. You have slept for an entire day and night. You must be quite hungry, I presume?" Zhang Xiaofan initially felt indifferent, but upon his mention, his stomach suddenly grumbled twice. Song Daren chuckled and said, "Come, junior brother, let us first partake in some food. Meanwhile, I shall share with you some insights regarding our sect, and afterward, we shall pay our respects to master and mistress, as well as to our esteemed senior brothers." Zhang Xiaofan nodded, rose from the bed, and then realized that the room he was in bore a striking resemblance to the living quarters of the Qingyun disciples atop Tongtian Peak, though it appeared to be even more spacious. Zhang Xiaofan followed Song Daren as they made their way to the kitchen. From his words, he learned that the lineage of Dazhu Peak has been traced back to the fourth disciple of the esteemed Qingye patriarch, Zhang Tong, continuing down to the present sixth generation under the care of Tian Bai. The situation has remained unchanged, with the sect's numbers dwindling. Among the elder generation, aside from the esteemed leader Tian Bai, there exists only another elder, Su Ru, who is also Tian Bai's wife. They have a daughter, Tian Linger, who is 13 this year, 2 years Zhang Xiaofan senior, thus earning him the title of a true junior disciple in this context. Among Tian Bai's disciples, Song Daren holds the position of the eldest brother, followed in order by Wu Dai, Zheng Dali, Hidaji, Lv Daxin, and Du Bishu. Zhang Xiaofan diligently recalled, "Oh, Da Yi senior brother, Da Li senior brother, Da Ji senior brother, Da Xian senior brother, Da Shu senior brother." Song Daren chuckled, "It is senior brother Du Bishu." Zhang Xiaofan paused for a moment, realizing this, and could not help but inquire, "What makes this sixth senior brother so different?" Song Daren replied, "Originally, he was indeed called Da Shu. But why not call him a few more times and see for yourself?" Zhang Xiaofan murmured, "Du Dashu, Du Dashu, Du Daxu." Realization dawned upon him, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Song Daren also laughed, saying, "You've caught on." In truth, the master doesn't mind much, but the mistress was quite irked. After calling out several times, she remarked that junior brother Du showed a lack of respect towards his elders and threatened to teach him a lesson, which frightened junior brother Du half to death, prompting him to hastily request that the master and mistress rename him. Thus, the mistress bestowed upon him the name Du Bishu. Now, take a moment to pronounce that name properly a few times. Zhang Xiaofan whispered, Du Bishu, Du Bishu. One who gambles is bound to lose. A chuckle escaped him, bending him over with laughter. Song Darren, already intent on alleviating his sorrow, felt a surge of joy upon witnessing Zhang Xiaofan's delight. He remarked, "Before entering the sect, our sixth junior brother had a notorious penchant for gambling. However, by a twist of fate, he was guided by our master to ascend the mountain. Though he no longer gambles for money, he still relishes in wagering with others for the thrill. This action by our master's wife serves as a cautionary reminder." Zhang Xiaofan, with the innocence of youth, found his spirits lifted and his sorrow diminished. Observing his elder brother's warmth, the fear and trepidation regarding the future gradually subsided. After a meal in the kitchen, Song Darren led Zhang Xiaofan to the tranquil hall of the main temple at Dazhu Peak. At this moment, the members of the Qingyun Sect gathered within the hall, which featured red brick flooring, red-tiled roofs, and stone pillars. The large hall displayed a grand Tai Chi symbol intricately carved into the ground, exuding an air of simplicity. In front of the hall stood two chairs occupied by two individuals. One was Tian Bai, and the other a serene and graceful matron, appearing to be in her 30s. Radiating elegance, beside her stood a young girl, her delicate features complemented by sparkling eyes that glimmered with vivacity, evoking a sense of endearment. The other 5 male disciples stood in a line at the lower end, varying in height and build, all eyes now fixed upon Zhang Xiaofan. Song Darren approached the front of the hall and respectfully announced, "Master, Mistress, I have brought the junior disciple." Tian Bai let out a slight grunt, displaying a hint of impatience, while the beautiful matron, Su Ru, regarded Zhang Xiaofan with interest and suggested, "Darren, he has slept for a day and a night. He must be quite hungry. Please take him to eat something first." Su Ru nodded at Tian Bai and fell silent. Tian Bai, with another cold grunt, declared, "Let us begin." Zhang Xiaofan, perplexed, heard Song Darren whispering behind him, "Junior brother, quickly kneel and bow to pay your respects to the master." Zhang Xiaofan immediately knelt down, bowing his head repeatedly in a rhythmic manner, producing a sound that resonated heavily and distinctly. Amused, the young girl Tian Ling could not help but burst into laughter. Su Ru smiled and said, "Good child, 9 bows are sufficient." Zhang Xiaofan let out a soft sound, finally pausing to lift his head. The crowd noticed a flush on his forehead and couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, in Tian Bai's eyes, Zhang Xiaofan appeared exceedingly foolish. The mere thought of teaching such a simpleton made his already considerable head seem to swell even further. Very well, let it be so, Tian Bai thought. His mood quite dismal. He waved his hand and said, "Darren, you shall take him under your wing for the time being. The rules and regulations of our sect, along with the fundamental teachings, you shall impart to him." Song Darren replied affirmatively, yet hesitated, adding, "But, Master, I am still quite young. The coursework for a novice disciple." Before anyone could speak after Tian Bai departed, the young girl Tian Lingo had already darted in front of Zhang Xiaofan, scrutinizing him with keen eyes. Zhang Xiaofan found himself captivated by her lovely, lotus-like face, and though she was still quite young, she was already a budding beauty. During his time in Saomya village, he had never encountered such a stunning girl of his age, causing his cheeks to redden. "Ha!" Tian Lingo exclaimed, as though she had discovered a treasure. Pointing at Zhang Xiaofan and laughing heartily, "Senior brother, look, he blushes upon seeing me." The hall erupted in laughter, and Zhang Xiaofan's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Su Ru approached, scolding playfully, "Linger, do not bully your junior brother." Tian Linger made a playful face, showing no regard for her mother's words, and stood tall, addressing Zhang Xiaofan, "Hey, you should call me senior sister." Zhang Xiaofan felt a surge of anger within. Yet upon gazing at the enchanting figure of Tian Lingo before him, with her bright eyes and radiant smile, he found himself momentarily lost in confusion. Unable to restrain himself from calling out, "Senior sister," Tian Linger, who had always ranked last at Dazhu Peak, was overjoyed to discover that she now had a junior disciple even younger than herself. Instantly, she adopted an air of seniority and said, "Be good, little junior brother. You must listen to your senior sister from now on." Zhang Xiaofan responded softly with a yes. Su Ru gently pulled her daughter closer and cautioned, "Do not misbehave." She then turned to Song Darren, saying, "Darren, the junior disciple is still quite young. The tasks may prove to be somewhat challenging for him, so please take extra care." Song Darren replied respectfully, "Understood." Meanwhile, the other 5 disciples stood together, giggling and casting furtive glances, clearly reveling in the impending misfortune. At that moment, Su Ru suddenly made a peculiar motion, as if stretching her limbs, turning her head in a full circle, which was a stark departure from her usual poised demeanor. In an instant, the laughter of the disciples at Daju Peak ceased, leaving them dumbfounded, their faces reflecting a harbinger of doom. Clearing her throat, Suru addressed them. "You all, Madam Master," came the urgent exclamation from Song Darren, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Suru furrowed her brow and asked, "What is it?" The other 5 junior brothers echoed in unison, "Eldest brother, what are you planning to do?" Song Darren hastily replied, "Madam Master, the junior disciple has just joined. At the behest of our master, I am tasked with imparting the rules and regulations of our sect along with the foundational practices. I must attend to this immediately." After a moment of contemplation, Suru nodded in agreement. "That is reasonable. You may proceed." "What?" the remaining 5 junior brothers exclaimed in unison. Song Darren let out an awkward chuckle, and without further ado, he stepped forward, scooping up Zhang Xiaofan. Before the latter could voice a question, he promptly made his way outside, declaring, "Junior brother, let me find a quiet place to first teach you the sect's rules." Tianlinga followed behind with a smile, thoroughly amused, when suddenly someone shouted from the back, "Eldest brother, you are shameless. Coward." Zhang Xiaofan listened, utterly perplexed, pondering how his senior brother's teachings on the sect's rules had led to being labeled a coward. As he contemplated this, he suddenly heard Suru's sharp reprimand. Her voice clear and melodious, like ice shattering upon snow. Silence. Instantly, the hall fell into complete stillness. Suru continued, "You inept individuals. The moment I seek to challenge your cultivation, you cower in such a disgraceful manner. In merely 5 years, we shall face the Qingyun Sect's Centennial 7 Veins Martial Assembly. The last time, you nearly drove both me and your master to the brink of despair. If you do not exert yourselves this time, how shall we endure the shame before our peers? Come forth, 5 of you, at once." Song Darren sprinted faster, his strides long and rapid, heading straight towards the back mountain as he exited the hall. Zhang Xiaofan clung to his shoulder, the trees on either side blurring past with astonishing speed. Behind them, Tianlinger, at an unknown moment, summoned a crimson jade, its entire form radiating a faint amber hue, almost translucent, emanating waves of red mist, clearly a celestial treasure. At that moment, Tianlinger leisurely stood upon the red ribbon, casually forming a guiding gesture with her hand, and the crimson jade ribbon lifted her into the air, trailing closely behind Song Darren. Zhang Xiaofan had never witnessed such extraordinary phenomena. In his astonishment, he beheld Tianlinger gliding gracefully through the air, exuding an unparalleled elegance, which instantly stirred within him a profound sense of envy. Observing the emotions reflected in his eyes, Tianlinga felt an immense sense of pride. She urged her silk ribbon forward, drawing closer to Zhang Xiaofan, and walked alongside him, saying, "What do you think? Am I not impressive?" Zhang Xiaofan nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Indeed. Indeed. Senior sister, you are truly remarkable, to be able to run so swiftly even while standing on the red cloth." Tianlinger was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the implication of his words. Angered, she scoffed, yet could not suppress a laugh, calling him a big fool. Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback, only to hear Song Darren ahead chuckling, "Junior brother, what nonsense are you spouting? The amber silk is a renowned magical treasure cultivated by our master's wife in her youth, possessing unparalleled utility and immense power. Even within our esteemed Qingyun Sect, it stands as a celebrated celestial artifact, not merely some trivial red cloth." With that, he burst into hearty laughter. Zhang Xiaofan's face flushed crimson as he discreetly cast a glance at Tianlinger, who regarded him with a cheerful smile, revealing 2 charming dimples on her cheeks. After a brief period of energetic running, the trio arrived at a gentle slope on the back mountain, where Song Darren came to a halt and gently set Zhang Xiaofan down. Tianlinger alighted gracefully, her hand gestures prompting the amber-hued silk ribbon to coil around her waist as if imbued with a life of its own, resembling a striking crimson belt. Pointing towards the expanse of bamboo grove, Song Darren addressed Zhang Xiaofan, "Junior brother. It is the custom of our Zhu Peak lineage that newly inducted disciples must come here daily to harvest bamboo. Given your tender age, for the first 3 months, you may cut down just 1 stalk each day, with the choice of thickness left to your discretion." When Zhang Xiaofan first heard about the introductory task, he thought it would be a formidable challenge that required Song Darren to assist Suru. However, to his surprise, it turned out to be merely the mundane task of chopping firewood. Born in the humble village of Caomiao and raised in a farming household, he had occasionally accompanied adults to the mountains to gather wood. His heart lightened, and a smile graced his face as he said, "Senior brother, I've chopped wood before, so there's no need for concern." Song Daren's face flushed, and disregarding her, he turned to Zhang Xiaofan and instructed, "Junior brother, remember this well, the foremost rule of our sect is to respect our teachers." In truth, the Qingyun Sect's Daju Peak lineage, led by the indolent Tianbais, was notorious for its laxity in disciplining disciples. After imparting the teachings of the path, he often turned a blind eye, allowing his students to practice at their own pace. However, his wife, Su Ru, was inherently strong-willed and had a penchant for martial pursuits. In her youth, she was quite renowned and enjoyed great acclaim. After marrying Tianbai, she had tempered her character significantly, yet she often found herself restless. Furthermore, her students lacked ambition, and after several generations of the sect's traditional martial arts competition, the disciples of Daju Peak faced repeated defeats. Except for the occasional victory by senior brother Song Daren, the rest consistently returned with dismal results, becoming the subject of ridicule within the Qingyun Sect. Suru, fiercely competitive, could hardly tolerate such disgrace. Thus, she frequently took it upon herself to instruct her husband Tianbai's disciples. Despite her delicate appearance, her temperament was quite fiery, and with her formidable skills, she often left her students in a state of disarray, bruised and battered, leading them to fear her beauty far more than they did their short and portly men. As the day waned and the sun dipped below the horizon, a splendid sunset illuminated Daju Peak. The pair slowly approached the mountain, while distant barking of dogs mingled with the pitiful cries of some unfortunate souls. In Chapter 7, titled The Beginning, evening descended, and darkness enveloped the sky. The only places remaining were the Tai Chi cave for practice and the kitchen and dining hall. At this time, the disciples gathered in the dining hall, where the responsible elder, Du Bishu, brought forth plate after plate of dishes, predominantly vegetarian, with only a few meat options. The disciples took their seats along the right side of the long table, with Song Daren at the head and Zhang Xiaofan humbly at the end. At the table's head and opposite, there were a large chair and two smaller ones, evidently prepared for Tianbai's family. Du Bishu appeared quite youthful, with a slender, sharp face, large triangular eyes, and a lively demeanor that exuded cleverness. Once seated, he observed Zhang Xiaofan and smiled. "Junior brother, what is your name?" Zhang Xiaofan earnestly introduced himself, stating, "I am Zhang Xiaofan." Du Bishu nodded in acknowledgement and gestured towards himself, saying, "I am your sixth senior brother, Du Bishu." Zhang Xiaofan respectfully called out, "Senior brother Lu." Du Bishu cleared his throat, patted his shoulder, and with a smile said, "Wait a moment. You shall sample your elder brother's culinary skills." Zhang Xiaofan, captivated by the enticing aroma wafting from the table laden with delectable dishes, could not help but swallow hard. Nodding vigorously, Du Bishu suddenly chuckled, his laughter laced with a hint of ambiguity, and gestured towards the entrance of the hall, saying, "Junior brother, how about we place a wager? Master, mistress, and our junior sister will be entering from that very spot shortly." Zhang Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback as everyone else turned their heads towards him, their faces adorned with smiles. Sitting atop Du Bishu, the fifth brother, Lv Dashin, chuckled. "Sixth brother, has your gambling habit resurfaced?" Beside him, the slender and astute Hidaji added with a grin, "Has it been so long since you've tasted victory that you resort to deceiving children?" "Oh, come now." Du Bishu waved his hands dismissively, ignoring the banter. And with a beaming smile directed at Zhang Xiaofan, he said, "Junior apprentice, can you guess which one of our master and his two companions will be the first to step through this doorway? Since you are new to our ranks, I shall let you guess first. Do not claim that your senior is taking advantage of you." From a distance, the second brother, Wu Dei, called out loudly, "Junior apprentice, if this is a wager, you should first inquire what the stakes are for winning and losing." Du Bishu scoffed, "Are you all afraid I might renege on my word? My reputation as Du Bishu, known throughout the realm for my integrity in gambling, is at stake." The crowd erupted in laughter. "You have never won. Should you make the correct guess, I shall assist you in cutting bamboo for 10 days. If you lose, however, you shall wash my dishes for 10 days. What say you?" Laughter ensued once more, and Song Daren mockingly scolded, "Such lack of ambition." Zhang Xiaofan observed the amiable smiles and warm demeanor of his senior brothers, feeling a wave of warmth wash over him as they did not regard him as an outsider. He replied, "Good." Du Bishu slapped his thigh, instantly radiating vitality and exuberance, and inquired, "Junior brother, who do you think will enter first, master, mistress, or our junior sister?" All eyes turned to Zhang Xiaofan, who pondered that since Qingyun Sect places great importance on respecting their teachers, it was likely that Master Tianbai would be the first to arrive. He boldly declared, "I guess Master will certainly be the first to enter." Laughter erupted among the group, with El Daxin shaking his head, saying, "Who would have thought that today? I would truly be outwitted by the sixth brother." Du Bishu, thoroughly amused, looked at the bewildered Zhang Xiaofan and cheerfully remarked, "Junior brother, let me tell you. It is actually our junior sister who always rushes in first every time. Ha ha, you can help me wash the dishes later." Zhang Xiaofan scratched his head and couldn't help but chuckle, nodding in agreement. Indeed, sixth brother. The third in rank, the stout and short Zheng Dali, laughed. "Sixth? How can you be so bold?" Du Bishu rolled his eyes and remarked, "What are you saying, third? I neither coerced nor compelled anyone. We all accepted the wager willingly. Didn't we, junior brother?" Zhang Xiaofan nodded slightly, when he suddenly heard Song Darren announce, "The master has arrived." The expressions of the crowd shifted, and they all stood up, facing the entrance to welcome their mentor. Moments later, the stout figure of Tian Bai appeared at the doorway, followed by nothingness. He had come alone. The assembly was momentarily taken aback, and Du Bishu could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Master, where are the mistress and junior sister?" The group was astonished, but after a brief pause, some could not help but chuckle at the sight of Tian Bai swaying as he entered. Zhang Xiaofan wore an awkward expression, torn between laughter and restraint, while Du Bishu stood there, wide-eyed in disbelief. Tian Bai settled into his large chair and waved his hand, instructing, "Let us dine." Only then did the disciples take their seats, each casting a knowing glance at Du Bishu. Tian Bai glanced at Zhang Xiaofan and turned to Song Darren, inquiring, "Have you explained the rules and precepts to him?" Song Darren nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed. I have conveyed to the junior brother the 12 rules and 20 precepts. As for the foundational cultivation techniques, I deemed it prudent to wait until tomorrow to formally impart them, considering that the junior brother appears somewhat fatigued on his first day." Tian Bai nodded in agreement and addressed Zhang Xiaofan, seventh disciple. Zhang Xiaofan had yet to come to his senses when Du Bishu nudged him, prompting him to realize that his master was calling for him. He quickly stood up and replied, "Disciple is here." Tian Bai shook his head, his faith in this slow-witted disciple diminishing further. He said, "You shall follow your senior brother for now. Remember to study diligently. The path to enlightenment is boundless, and perseverance serves as your vessel. Even if your innate talent is lacking, with unwavering determination and hard work, it is not impossible for you to achieve mastery. Do you understand?" Zhang Xiaofan, as if commanded by a royal decree, respectfully replied, "Yes." Tian Bai waved his hand dismissively. "Time to eat." Zhang Xiaofan, being young and diminutive in stature, sat upon a chair with a large bowl in hand. The dishes placed further away were beyond his reach. However, his kind-hearted companion, Du Bishu, graciously assisted him by serving several times, chuckling softly, "Junior brother, do indulge yourself." His demeanor suggested he was entirely unfazed by the lost wager, exemplifying his admirable sportsmanship. Zhang Xiaofan felt a surge of gratitude within him, nodding repeatedly. After a moment of eating, he discreetly inquired, "Sixth senior brother?" Du Bishu turned his head and replied, "What is it?" Zhang Xiaofan inquired, "Does the master's wife still have her family?" In his young heart, he perceived the disciples of the Qingyun Sect as celestial beings, devoid of any mundane attachments. Zhang Xiaofan exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" Suddenly, a chopstick struck Du Bishu's forehead with considerable force, leaving a red mark. Both were startled and turned to see Tian Bai, his face etched with anger, missing one of his chopsticks. Du Bishu turned to Zhang Xiaofan and stuck out his tongue, prompting the two to lower their heads and eat fervently. At that moment, Song Darren inquired of Tian Bai, "Master, during the gathering summoned by the headmaster, why has only Uncle Xueqi not attended?" Tian Bai snorted, picked up another pair of chopsticks, and replied, "It's simply that old Taoist nun feigning illness, sending word to the headmaster that she is unable to attend due to headaches and fever." The headmaster foolishly believed her. "Humph, had she come today, even if I couldn't secure anything good, I wouldn't have left empty-handed." The fourth disciple, Hidaji, cleared his throat and quietly remarked, "Master, Uncle Xueqi's sect never accepts male disciples." Tian Bai paused, shook his head, and added, "And your master-mistress?" Upon hearing that Xueqi had any ailment, immediately rushed over to check on her, making it seem as if the sky were falling. Truly ridiculous. The disciples exchanged glances, their faces brightening with amusement. After a moment's hesitation, Song Darren cautiously asked, "Master, how long do you think the mistress will stay with Uncle Xueqi?" Sighs of disappointment arose among the disciples. Observing their expressions, Tian Bai snorted again and directed his gaze at Song Darren. "Has the mistress been instructing you in your training today?" Before Song Darren could respond, the second disciple, Wu Dei, interjected, "Master, do not inquire of him. The eldest brother has shamefully fled from his duties today." Song Darren retorted angrily, "Nonsense. I was fulfilling Master S' orders to assist the junior disciple." A chorus of disapproving hisses erupted from the group. After half an hour of dining, as everyone departed, Zhang Xiaofan had intended to stay behind and help Du Bishu with the dishes. However, Du Bishu chuckled, "Junior disciple, I appreciate your kindness, but I can manage here. You won the bet against me. Rest assured, I shall help you chop bamboo tomorrow." Zhang Xiaofan felt a twinge of embarrassment and was on the verge of saying something when he heard Song Darren's voice exclaim, "Lao Lu, do not assist him." As soon as the words left his lips, Song Darren entered the room and addressed Zhang Xiaofan, saying, "Junior apprentice, come, I shall escort you to your chamber." Zhang Xiaofan nodded, but Du Bishu interjected, "Elder brother, what are you saying?" Song Darren remarked, "The junior brother has just begun his training. It is imperative that he establishes a solid foundation. Now is not the time for idleness." Du Bishu scratched his head and replied, "You have a point. Very well. Junior brother, consider this an obligation I owe you. In the future, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. Is that agreeable?" Zhang Xiaofan said. "Sixth brother, perhaps we should just let it go, after all." Du Bishu's expression turned serious as he declared with righteous indignation, "What are you saying? Am I the kind of person who cannot distinguish right from wrong or discern loyalty from treachery? Having promised you, I am bound to fulfill it. Otherwise, I would only provide fodder for ridicule from my esteemed brothers." Zhang Xiaofan nodded. Yet he remained perplexed about the connection between this matter and the distinction between right and wrong, as well as the unwavering loyalty that was being discussed. Song Darren took Zhang Xiaofan's hand and said, "Little junior brother, come, I shall escort you to your new room." As they stepped out of the kitchen, the sky had darkened significantly, and a luminous moon began to rise slowly, hanging gracefully in the eastern sky. They passed by the entrance of the quiet hall, and Zhang Xiaofan glanced inside, only to find that all the lights had been extinguished, leaving it shrouded in darkness, with only the moonlight spilling onto the hall, imparting a rather eerie ambience. Zhang Xiaofan shook his head. Song Darren smiled and said, "This is it. How can we, as men, fear solitude? Come, let us step inside." With that, he led Zhang Xiaofan into the building. Zhang Xiaofan gazed upon this unfamiliar yet soon-to-be familiar abode, a quaint courtyard. With a verdant pine tree on the left and 5 or 6 slender bamboos on the right, standing 2 or 3 men high. The path within the courtyard was paved with small pebbles, bordered by lush lawns. As the night breeze wafted through, the leaves and bamboo branches swayed gently, releasing a subtle fragrance of fresh grass, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Song Darren opened the door, stepped inside, and illuminated the room, saying, "Junior brother, do come in." Zhang Xiaofan entered the room and beheld a setting that mirrored the simplicity and modesty of Song Darren's dwelling. The furnishings consisted solely of a table, chairs, and a bed, with little else to be found. Song Darren remarked, "Today, I have tidied up this place for you. You may stay here for the time being. Life in the mountains is austere, and given your youth, you may feel a sense of solitude. However, as practitioners of the way, we must endure various trials. Henceforth, you shall tend to your own daily needs." Zhang Xiaofan replied, "Understood, senior brother." Zhang Xiaofan acknowledged with a nod and accompanied his senior brother to the door. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, "Senior brother, why is it that now, just as darkness descends, none of the other brothers have ventured out?" Song Darren chuckled and replied, "You see, we have been immersed in our studies on this great bamboo peak for several decades at the very least. Rarely do we venture outside, and thus, we are thoroughly acquainted with every nook and cranny of this place. Consequently, we find little motivation to roam about. For instance, the 4th brother delights in reading. The 2nd brother enjoys humming tunes, and the more diligent among us, like the 3rd brother, remain engaged in their cultivation indoors. Generally, we do not emerge." Zhang Xiaofan finally comprehended the situation. Song Darren, with a gentle smile, affectionately ruffled his hair and offered a few more words of advice before turning to leave. He sat on the bed for quite a while, his breathing gradually calming and his eyes slowly adjusting to the darkness. He noticed the window slightly ajar, allowing a faint beam of moonlight to stream in, casting a silvery glow upon the green brick floor, reminiscent of frost and snow. Zhang Xiaofan found himself rising to his feet and making his way to the door. With a soft creak, he pulled it open and stepped outside. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, save for the faint sound of insects chirping from an unknown distance. One note, then 2, soft and gentle. The moonlight cascaded like water, bathing him in its luminous glow. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, where countless stars twinkled and the moon hung resplendently in the sky. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. How was Jingyu faring? Was he also unable to find solace in slumber? He murmured softly to himself, letting out a sigh, and was about to retreat into his room when, quite suddenly, he felt a lightness in his chest, and an object tumbled out from his close-fitting garment, clattering to the ground. Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback as he bent down to pick up a deep purple, dull orb. The sphere bore a small hole at its center, evidently the same one that Puji had threaded onto the jade prayer beads. In the tumultuous days he had endured, he had long forgotten this object, only now recalling Puji's instruction to dispose of it. At this thought, a sudden pang of sorrow washed over him. His parents had left him nothing. And although his bond with Puji was tenuous, a single night spent together had forged a connection akin to that of family. This unsightly orb was the sole memento Puji left him. Zhang Xiaofan gazed for quite a while, and an unexpected fondness began to blossom within him. Yet, recalling that this was the only memento left by Puji, he found it truly difficult to part with it. After much contemplation, he untied a red string from around his neck, which his parents had fastened to bless him with longevity and safety. While most families would adorn themselves with gold medals or silver locks, his humble household could only afford a simple red string as a substitute. Thus, his first day at Qingyun Sect came to an end. Chapter 8. Passing on the art Zhang Xiaofan. A sweet yet thunderous voice echoed, jolting him from his dream. As he opened his eyes, he was startled to see a wide mouth filled with sharp teeth looming before him, prompting him to scream in fright. Ah! A burst of laughter erupted from behind. Zhang Xiaofan finally managed to calm his mind, only to realize that before him lay a large yellow dog, standing nearly half a person's height, adorned with a coat of lustrous golden fur, sprawled across his bed. Behind the yellow dog, Tian, dressed in a form-fitting red outfit, was doubled over with laughter. Zhang Xiaofan furtively cast a glance at the formidable dog, noting its imposing stature, sharp fangs, and a long tongue lolling out, exuding an air of ferocity. He had never encountered such a gigantic canine before, and a twinge of fear gripped his heart. Yet, upon seeing Tian Linger's cheerful smile, he murmured, "Senior sister, what is it?" With a warm smile, Tian Linger initially responded, but her expression suddenly turned serious. Furrowing her brow, she exclaimed loudly, "Daylight has already broken, and you still inquire about what it is. Hurry and rise. We shall ascend the mountain together to gather bamboo." Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback and inquired curiously, "Are you also going?" Zhang Xiaofan hurriedly responded, cautiously maneuvering around the large dog, descending from the opposite corner of the bed, and clumsily donning his attire. Tian Lingo called out, "Catch," as she tossed a hatchet in his direction. Zhang Xiaofan grasped the ordinary hatchet with both hands, finding it surprisingly weighty. Once prepared, he turned to Tian Linger and inquired, "Shall we summon the senior brother to accompany us?" Tian Linger shot him a withering glance and replied, "Did you not hear me say that only the novice disciples are tasked with such duties? It is just you and I who shall venture forth to gather bamboo. Come along." With a flick of her wrist, Zhang Xiaofan observed as the large yellow dog on the bed sprang to its feet, leaping down and wagging its tail. It barked twice at Zhang, bared its teeth in a mock display of ferocity, and then dashed out. Thus, the trio, 2 humans and 1 dog, made their way towards the rear mountain of the Great Bamboo Peak. The previous day, Zhang Xiaofan had been carried by Song Darren to the hillside, and he felt they had arrived in no time. The path seemed easy to traverse. However, today, as he walked alone, he realized that they had covered only half the distance, and the incline was becoming increasingly steep, the journey proving far longer than he had anticipated. In contrast, Tian Linger, who today had not utilized her amber silk, moved with remarkable ease, her petite red figure flitting gracefully along the large yellow dog was even more exuberant, darting ahead and then retreating, occasionally vanishing into the thicket by the roadside, seemingly engaged in some mischief. After a while, the rustling of grass and leaves indicated its return from another direction, appearing lively and animated. After traversing for another half an hour, Zhang Xiaofan found himself panting heavily, his legs weary and aching, utterly fatigued. Observing his plight from ahead, Tian Linger huffed and remarked, "Truly useless. Let us pause and rest." Zhang Xiaofan promptly nodded, settling himself down with a thud, gasping for breath, while the large yellow dog had vanished without a trace, leaving one to wonder where it had scurried off to. Zhang Xiaofan gasped for a considerable time before gradually regaining his composure. Seated upon the mountain path, He looked down to behold the majestic Dazhu Peak standing tall, its neighboring mountains appearing diminutive in comparison, evoking a sense of proud superiority. Senior sister, I have a question I wish to pose, though I am uncertain. Upon hearing his somewhat timid words, Tianlinger turned her gaze toward him, a wave of satisfaction swelling within her. Instinctively, she adjusted her hair, adopting a serious demeanor, and replied earnestly, "Inquire away. Why do we consider chopping bamboo as part of our studies? I had thought that our studies primarily pertained to the cultivation of Taoist techniques." Tianlinger scoffed lightly and responded, "What do you understand? For practitioners of the mystical arts, the physical form is of utmost importance. My mother has said that without a sound body, even the most profound techniques are arduous to master. Our Qingyun Sect, rooted in Taoism, places great emphasis on nurturing health and vitality. When the cultivation of Taoist practices reaches profound depths, the body becomes even more critical. Take, for instance, one of the supreme techniques of our Qingyun Sect, the divine sword thunder control technique." Zhang Xiaofan shuddered, his countenance undergoing a dramatic transformation. Tianlinger inquired, "What troubles you?" She shot him a disapproving glance and continued, "Of course it is formidable. This is one of the unparalleled skills of our Qingyun Sect, attainable by only a select few. My father has conveyed that to wield this true technique, one must channel their essence, supplemented by divine weapons, to summon the celestial thunder from the heavens. Its resplendent might is truly unmatched, rendering all adversaries powerless." Zhang Xiaofan sighed and said, "Indeed." Tianlingo continued, "Consider this. Although there are true mantras for protection, the sheer might of the heavenly thunder is formidable. A mere mortal, upon contact, would be instantly reduced to ashes. The practitioner may possess deep cultivation, yet if their physical condition is lacking, they may very well find themselves struck down by the divine thunder before they can even act, rendering any notions of triumph non-existent." She cast a glance at Zhang Xiaofan and added, "Thus, my father assigns you this task for your own benefit, and yet you still appear so reluctant." Having said that, she picked up a chopping knife and, with swift steps, began to ascend the mountain, surprisingly quick. Tianlinger watched his retreating figure and smiled softly before following him. After considerable effort, they finally reached the small hillock, and Zhang Xiaofan was already panting heavily. Before the bamboo grove, a large yellow dog, having seemingly taken residence there, lay in wait. Upon noticing their approach, it barked a few times but did not rise, merely turning its head away. Zhang Xiaofan paused for a moment and exclaimed, "How fast? Are you referring to De Huang?" Tianlinger approached from behind, her face unflushed and her breath steady. Zhang Xiaofan pointed at the large dog and inquired, "Is its name De Huang?" Tianlinger replied, "Indeed, do not underestimate it. It is quite formidable." Zhang Xiaofan murmured, "Indeed, just by its substantial size, one can tell it has been nurtured for at least 20 years. Tianlinger retorted, "Not at all." Zhang Xiaofan pondered, "It has not even been 2 decades. De Huang has truly grown remarkably." At that moment, De Huang barked fiercely at Zhang Xiaofan. Tianlingo interjected, "I meant, how could it have been such a short time? Let me calculate. If I recall correctly, De Huang was already here when the 4th senior brother arrived, which would mean 70 years. No. The 3rd senior brother mentioned that De Huang was also present when he came, so that would make it 97 years. Suddenly, she exclaimed, startling Zhang Xiaofan, who quickly inquired, "What is it?" Tianlingo replied, "Indeed, De Huang has lived for many, many years. It has gained sentience and understands the formidable nature of my mother, fearing her lethal touch, and thus has made a hasty retreat. Impressive, isn't it?" By this time, they had reached the bamboo grove. Zhang Xiaofan remarked to Tianlinger, "Senior sister, when I first arrived at Tongtian Peak, I saw a creature far larger than De Huang, which the eldest senior brother referred to as the water Qilin. Is De Huang also a spirit beast akin to it?" As Tianlinger entered the bamboo grove, she shook her head and said, "No, the spirit sovereign is an ancient, extraordinary beast, a primordial spiritual entity, far surpassing De Huang. They cannot be compared. This is the spot. For the next 3 months, you need only cut 1 vine each day," Tianlinger stated with utmost seriousness. "Only 1 vine of such slenderness?" Zhang Xiaofan asked in astonishment. Tianlinger huffed, "You can try cutting it." Giggling, she bent over in laughter and after a while, said laboriously, "You may cut here. I must attend to my own studies now." With that, she turned around with a smile and departed. Zhang Xiaofan hurriedly inquired, "Senior sister, what are you doing?" Tianlinger responded with impatience, "I am assisting you in cutting." Zhang Xiaofan shook his head vigorously, panting as he said, "No need. Thank you." senior sister. However, this is my assignment, and I shall complete it myself. Tianlinger huffed, pointing at the sun, and remarked, "Do you even realize what time it is now?" Zhang Xiaofan, with a stubborn disposition, gritted his teeth and declared, "I shall chop until nightfall." "Fool!" Tianlinger suddenly interjected, hands on her hips, scolding him fiercely. Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback, momentarily speechless, staring blankly at his senior sister. With an imposing presence reminiscent of her mother, Tianlingo admonished, "Do you not consider the time? Have you no regard for others? If you intend to toil until night, must I accompany you until dusk as well? If you truly wish to prove yourself, you ought to exert yourself daily, devising every means possible to complete your tasks within 2 hours, rather than uttering nonsensical claims about working until dark." As soon as she finished speaking, she swung her blade, and with a series of sharp sounds chop, 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 the bamboo fell to the ground, leaving Zhang Xiaofan in a daze. Song Darren, with a hint of a smile, remarked, "So, little junior brother, are you weary?" Zhang Xiaofan forced a smile and shook his head. Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback and inquired, "Is there still homework this afternoon?" Upon witnessing his considerable reaction, Song Darren paused momentarily, then quickly realized his mistake and replied with a smile, "Ah, I misspoke. This afternoon is reserved for the disciples of our sect to practice their teachings. Starting today, I shall impart to you some fundamental principles of our doctrine." Zhang Xiaofan finally exhaled, his heart a tumult of astonishment and delight. He quietly inquired, "Eldest senior brother, are those Taoist techniques truly formidable and difficult to master?" Song Darren responded with a smile, "When one's cultivation reaches profound depths, it indeed becomes exceedingly powerful. As for the difficulty of learning, it depends on each individual's aptitude and comprehension. However, even if one's innate talent is somewhat lacking, it is of little consequence. You heard Master say last night, the Tao is boundless and diligence is the vessel. As long as you are willing to persevere and cultivate diligently, no matter how challenging it may seem, you will surely succeed." Zhang Xiaofan nodded vigorously. One day during lunch, Tianbai inquired about Zhang Xiaofan's academic progress, while Tianlinger embellished her criticism of him, leaving Zhang Xiaofan's face flushed with embarrassment, unable to raise his gaze. Listening to his daughter's words, Tianbai shook his head repeatedly and, with a mere wave of his hand, uttered 2 words, "Time to eat." Though Tianbai was reluctant to chastise Zhang Xiaofan, the latter perceived his master's concern deeply. He felt that, despite his shortcomings, his master refrained from reprimanding him, displaying an extraordinary generosity that is seldom found in this world. Overwhelmed with a sense of shame, he dared not say much, instead silently vowing to diligently cultivate his skills in order to repay his master's kindness. Zhang Xiaofan nodded repeatedly, his heart swelling with excitement. Song Darren's expression became serious as he solemnly declared, "There is another matter of utmost importance that I must bring to your attention. Our sect's extraordinary techniques are profoundly intricate and wondrous, attracting the attention of malevolent spirits and demonic entities. You must take a solemn oath that upon mastering these skills, you shall never divulge them to anyone outside of our sect." Zhang Xiaofan felt a flicker of emotion, a moment of daze, yet he quickly regained his composure. A resolute expression adorned his youthful visage as he declared, "Yes, by the heavens above, I, Zhang Xiaofan, vow that should I ever divulge the secrets of the Qingyun Sect's teachings, I shall be struck by 5 thunders, leaving me without a place to rest in death." Song Darren smiled and nodded, inviting him to take a seat at the table. He began by instructing him on the art of meditation and contemplation, then provided a brief overview of the human meridians and the flow of vital energy. Finally, he imparted to him the foundational cultivation method of the Tai Chi Xianqing Dao. The Tai Chi Xianqing Dao is the essence of the myriad extraordinary techniques of the Qingyun Sect, conceived by the enigmatic Qingyun from an ancient, unnamed scroll over 2 millennia ago. This knowledge has been meticulously refined by generations of masters within the sect, evolving into an unparalleled path of profound mystery and cosmic creation. The Tai Chi Xianqing Dao encompasses 3 realms, Yuqing, Shangqing, and Taiqing. Among the disciples of the Qingyun Sect, which nearly numbers 1,000, many brilliant minds find themselves unable to transcend the Yuqing realm throughout their lifetimes. Nevertheless, even reaching the pinnacle of Yuqing represents a rarity in the world. Within the Qingyun Sect, although the number of those who can progress from the Yuqing to the Shangqing realm is led by the sect leader, Dao Xianjunren, it barely exceeds 10 individuals. Yet, these few constitute one of the most formidable sects in contemporary cultivation. As for the legendary supreme realm of Taiqing, it is said that only the extraordinary talent, Qingye Zushi, has ever achieved it. In Chapter 9, Buddha and Tao, as Song Darren took on the role of a mentor, he observed Zhang Xiaofan propping his chin in fascination, which ignited his enthusiasm for discourse. He elaborated. The process of cultivating the Tai Chi Xianqing Tao transitions from simplicity to complexity. Most individuals can attain the first layer of the Yuqing realm within their first year. However, as one progresses, the challenges become increasingly formidable. Typically, it takes an average person 5 years to reach the second layer, while the third layer serves as a watershed. Those with lesser aptitude may find themselves stagnating here for a lifetime, while those of better talent may require 50 to 60 years of diligent practice. Zhang Xiaofan was left speechless, while Song Darren smiled faintly and continued to elaborate. The primary cultivation methods of the Taiji Xianqing Dao were largely imparted by the third level. Thereafter, advancement was primarily contingent upon one's innate talent and self-directed practice. Experienced mentors might offer guidance, yet such insights were often mere personal anecdotes, intended to assist disciples in avoiding unnecessary detours, albeit those detours could span centuries. Upon reaching the fourth level of the Yuqing realm in the Taiji Xianqing Dao, one would grasp the fundamental essence of myriad techniques, enabling the simultaneous study of other extraordinary arts and the cultivation of one's unique magical artifacts. The lore surrounding these artifacts is extensive, with celestial deities in myth often wielding their own sublime weapons, imbued with unparalleled power. Those who cultivate the Tao wield these artifacts to command the forces of creation, exhibiting great potency, some able to traverse the skies with swiftness akin to lightning, while others could shake the heavens and rend the earth, obliterating mountains and redirecting rivers. The materials of magical artifacts are diverse and peculiar. Yet one immutable truth prevails. The nature of the material directly influences the artifact's strength after cultivation. Should one attempt to wield a divine sword with mundane iron, the weapon would turn to ashes alongside its wielder before it could even strike an adversary. As for the Qingyun Sect, it is noteworthy that the revered Qingye patriarch once acquired the ancient sword Zhu Xian within the illusory moon cave and wielded it with unmatched prowess across the realm, leaving few rivals. Consequently, many disciples, inspired by his legacy, primarily focused on cultivating celestial swords. After a millennium, the emergence of sword heroes became so prevalent that it almost transformed into an unspoken tradition within the sect, leading to the possibility of renaming it as the Qingyun Sword Sect. However, it is essential to mention Tianbai, the foremost disciple of Zhu Xian. Although he himself practiced swordsmanship and possessed the renowned protective artifact Qiliang, he inexplicably showed no inclination to encourage his disciples to pursue celestial swords. Rather, he often urged them to explore alternative magical artifacts, a stance that sparked considerable debate within Qingyun Sect. Yet, as there was no formal prohibition against his approach, and given the relatively modest talents and numbers of his disciples, they acquiesced to his unconventional methods. Among the disciples of Zhu Xian, the eldest brother Song Darren had attained the deepest level of cultivation, reaching the fifth level of the I Ching realm. Following him was the fourth elder Hidaji, who had achieved the fourth level. Although his entry into the sect was more recent than that of Wu Dai and Zhang Dali, his intelligence distinguished him, allowing him to surpass others in advancement. As for the second elder Wu Dai, the third elder Zhang Dali, the fifth elder El Daxin, and the sixth elder Du Bishu, they struggled at the third level of the I Ching realm. In contrast, the youngest sister Tianling exceptionally gifted, had received diligent instruction from her parents. Although she only commenced her bamboo cutting practice at the age of 10, she had already been studying the Taiji Xianqing Dao for several years. Remarkably, by the age of 13, she reached the fourth level of the I Ching realm, enabling her to command magical artifacts, making her one of the most precocious children in the Qingyun Sect. Deeply cherished by her parents and adored by her mentors, Suru even gifted her the renowned amber silk for her protection. "How impressive is my senior sister!" Zhang Xiaofan exclaimed, unable to restrain his admiration upon hearing this. Song Darren smiled and remarked, "Indeed. My dear junior sister possesses remarkable intelligence and an extraordinary aptitude for the path of cultivation. Whatever teachings our master and mistress impart to her, she comprehends instantaneously, her innate talent far surpassing that of us elder brothers. Presently, she is merely at the beginning of her journey, lacking in experience. Given her achievements will undoubtedly be boundless, eclipsing our own. The legacy of Dazu Feng will flourish through her." As he spoke, his eyes shimmered with hope, clearly displaying his fondness for this charming and delicate junior sister. Subsequently, Song Darren shared with Zhang Xiaofan several important considerations to heed during their cultivation journey. Finally, he adopted a serious tone and said, "Junior brother, there is one last matter I must convey in our school of cultivation. It is paramount to progress steadily and with grounded diligence. Should one succumb to greed and haste, it is likely that insatiable desires will lead to calamity. Whether one succeeds or fails is ultimately predestined. There is no need to force it. Unlike the malevolent spirits and heretical practices, which pursue quick results out of unfulfilled desires and often meet with divine retribution, evoking pity and sorrow. Exercise caution." Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback and hurriedly replied, "Yes, senior brother, I understand." Song Darren nodded, rose to his feet, and said, "Let us proceed in this manner for now. The Taiji cave is located in the back mountain, and only those disciples who have cultivated the Taiji Xianqing Dao to the 3rd level or beyond may enter for their training. Until then, you should practice in your own room. It is quite tranquil here, and master and mistress seldom visit. You must exert yourself diligently." Zhang Xiaofan rose to his feet and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior brother." Song Darren responded with a gentle smile, ruffled his hair, and turned to leave. He took a deep breath, calming himself, and slowly approached the bed, adopting the meditative posture taught by Song Darren. Closing his eyes, he mentally revisited the foundational teachings of the 1st level of the Taiji Shuqing Dao's Yuqing realm. Just as he was about to commence his practice, a sudden realization struck him, and he opened his eyes wide, exclaiming, "This cannot be right." The 1st level of the Yuqing realm that Song Darren imparted was, in essence, the most rudimentary practice within the Taiji Shuqing Dao, focused solely on one concept: cultivating qi. A practitioner, sitting in stillness, must liberate their mind from all distractions and worries, drawing in the celestial energies to circulate within their body through the great circulation, thereby harmonizing with the universe and gaining insights into its creation. If one could guide the spiritual energy through 3 complete circulations within, their meridians would solidify, allowing them to ascend to higher realms of cultivation. This practice, refined over millennia in Taoist tradition, left no room for doubt or error. Yet, at this moment, Zhang Xiaofan's heart was tumultuous, akin to a tempest. Shaken by the conflicting teachings he had encountered that day, the discord stemmed from the teachings given to him by Master Puji, which were starkly opposed to those of Song Darren. On the eve of the tragic incident in Kaomayakan, Master Puji had explicitly instructed him that, during the process of cultivation and qi refinement, it was imperative to sever all ties with the external world to realize one's true nature. This notion echoed the profound wisdom found in the Heart Sutra. All phenomena are empty in nature, neither born nor extinguished, neither impure nor pure, neither increasing nor decreasing. Thus, in emptiness, there is no form, no sensation, thought, action, or consciousness, no eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, or mind, no color, sound, fragrance, taste, or touch. No realm of sight, nor even the realm of consciousness, no ignorance, nor the end of ignorance, no aging and death, nor the end of aging and death. No path to the cessation of suffering, no wisdom, nor attainment. Such intricate and esoteric principles were beyond Zhang Xiaofan's current comprehension. However, he could discern the fundamental disparity between the 2 paths of practice, leaving him in a state of confusion and uncertainty. Unbeknownst to him, while the Taiji Shuqing Dao represented the pinnacle of Taoist teachings, the profound mantra bestowed by Master Puji embodied the highest tenets of Buddhism. These 2 distinct philosophies and their divergent approaches to cultivation trace back to their very origins. Buddhism emphasizes the principle of non-attachment, nurturing the mind without clinging to any phenomena, asserting that all dharmas are inseparable from one's true nature. It further articulates, what a surprise that one's true nature is inherently pure. What a surprise that one's true nature is devoid of birth and death. What a surprise that one's true nature is complete in itself. What a surprise that one's true nature is unshakable. What a surprise that one's true nature can give rise to all phenomena. The essence of Buddhist cultivation lies in the realization of oneself, illuminating the 5 aggregates, and through this understanding, one can manifest boundless wisdom. The philosophies of Buddhism and Taoism are profoundly different, leading to practices that are inherently opposed. Yet, for millennia, each has kept its secrets, shrouded in obscurity. At this moment, however, a humble disciple of the Qingyun Sect, Zhang Xiaofan, found himself bewildered by this conundrum. Which path, he pondered, is the true one? He was not an inherently astute individual, hailing from a humble farming background and possessing little experience or decisiveness due to his youth. Contemplating such a significant matter left him in a futile whirlwind of thought, ultimately yielding no discernible conclusion. In the end, Zhang Xiaofan consoled himself, reasoning that since Master Purge had not addressed such a scenario initially, he might as well cultivate both paths simultaneously. With that, he ceased his ponderings and felt a wave of relief wash over him, returning to his bed to meditate and practice the Tai Chi Xinqing Dao. However, what seemed simple in thought proved to be an entirely different reality in practice. The Tai Chi Xinqing Dao required him to open all 7 apertures of his body, inviting the celestial energies of the universe to flow through his meridians, thereby strengthening his foundational vitality and internal pathways. Conversely, the great Brahman Prajna demanded an immersion into a state of stillness, sealing off all mental faculties and perceiving oneself as a microcosm, allowing the true essence to flourish and solidify. These two methods were starkly opposed, leaving Zhang Xiaofan in a state of profound frustration. For the following 3 months, he diligently ascended the mountain daily, undeterred by rain or shine, to gather bamboo, while earnestly practicing both disciplines. Yet, just as he began to make minor progress in the Tai Chi Xinqing Dao, with his apertures starting to open and spiritual energy entering his body, the demands of the great Brahman Prajna compelled him to forcibly close these very apertures, plunging him back into a state of stillness, rendering his previous efforts. 3 months later, one day, Tianbai, suddenly intrigued, came to assess Zhang Xiaofan's progress in his cultivation. To his dismay, upon inquiry and testing, he nearly lost his temper. In a common discourse, it was understood that an ordinary person practicing the Tai Chi Xinqing Dao, at its most rudimentary level, should achieve some minor success within 3 months, being able to initially draw the celestial energy into their body and circulate it through 3 to 5 cycles. To his astonishment, Zhang Xiaofan's lack of aptitude was indeed unprecedented. After 3 months of diligent practice, he was still unable to control his apertures with any degree of ease, let alone draw spiritual energy into his body or circulate it through even a single cycle. Tianbai's eyes widened in disbelief. His face contorted in anger as he fixated on Zhang Xiaofan, while the surrounding disciples looked on with sympathetic expressions, yet dared not speak. Originally, Song Darren had intended to defend Zhang Xiaofan, but witnessing his disciples' dismal state, he felt a deep sense of embarrassment and remained silent. As for Tianling, she stood nearby, amusedly observing the unfolding debacle. Zhang Xiaofan knelt before Tianbai, his face flushed with shame, feeling utterly humiliated. He thought to himself that no matter how harshly his master scolded him, it was entirely deserved. However, after a prolonged silence, the surrounding senior disciples remained mute, and even Tianbai uttered not a word. Confused, he cautiously lifted his gaze, only to find Tianbai's expression transformed from anger to profound disappointment. Embodying the adage, there is no greater sorrow than a heart that has died. With a flick of his sleeve, Tianbai rose, shook his head, and, without a single word, shuffled towards the back hall. The other disciples exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the situation. Song Darren, who had been with Tianbai the longest, sensed his master's thoughts and surmised that he might have given up on this junior disciple. Over the past 3 months, aside from his training, Zhang Xiaofan had been industriously assisting others during his free time. His honest nature endeared him to many. In the solitude of the mountains, even the usually spoiled Tian Lingo found herself with a companion of similar age, and despite her frequent reprimands, she secretly felt a measure of joy. Song Darren furrowed his brow and stepped forward to help Zhang Xiaofan to his feet, saying, "Junior disciple, master is merely momentarily vexed. It is nothing of great concern. As long as you diligently practice, you will eventually earn his approval." Zhang Xiaofan felt a profound sense of shame, nodding repeatedly as he resolved to exert himself even more diligently. From that moment onward, Tianbai ceased to inquire about Zhang Xiaofan's progress. Initially, Song Darren would ask him about his studies a few times, but as time passed, Zhang Xiaofan's advancement remained painfully stagnant. Ultimately, even Song Darren lost hope and ceased to question him. Zhang Xiaofan was not particularly concerned about his own abilities, fully aware of his mediocre talent. Though he occasionally pondered whether his dual cultivation methods contributed to this, each time the thought crossed his mind, he would recall the voice and visage of Master Purge, which ignited a fervor within him, propelling him to persevere. Despite the arduous journey, his stubborn and tenacious nature allowed him to endure. He resided in practicing the Tai Chi Xinqing Dao during the day, and late at night, he would engage in the Defan Prajna. Time passed slowly and imperceptibly, and before he knew it, 3 years had elapsed. During this period, Zhang Xiaofan also set a record for the Qingyun Sect. Albeit a dismal one, he took an entire 3 years, 3 times the duration of an ordinary person, to complete the first layer of cultivation in the Yuqing realm of the Tai Chi Xinjiang Dao. He gained the ability to control the meridians in his body freely, drawing the celestial essence into his being to circulate through 36 celestial cycles. However, unbeknownst to everyone, through his practice of the Defan Prajna, he had also made significant strides in internal energy control, laying a solid foundation. One evening, when Zhang Xiaofan timidly announced his achievement during dinner, the disciples of the Dazhu Peak in the Qingyun Sect were left dumbfounded, as if witnessing a millennium-old iron tree blossom. They soon erupted into laughter, with Song Darren joyously lifting the now considerably grown Zhang Xiaofan and tossing him into the air several times, reveling in the moment. Meanwhile, sitting at the front, Tianbai cast a cold glance and scoffed softly, muttering, "Fool." Over the course of these 3 years, Zhang Xiaofan had matured into a 14-year-old youth. His daily bamboo cutting had rendered him robust, and although he was 2 years younger than his senior sister Tianling he had grown to a comparable height. Tianling transitioning from a 13-year-old girl to a 16-year-old maiden, had blossomed into a beauty of remarkable charm, her laughter and words enchanting beyond measure. Always perceiving her 6 senior brothers as too old and serious, she preferred the company of her somewhat dim-witted junior brother. And their bond had grown exceedingly close over the years. Nevertheless, she had always held the upper hand. Zhang Xiaofan recognized her superiority. And although she often directed him with authority, she was invariably the first to defend him whenever her brothers teased him. The mountain abode was serene yet lonely. Zhang Xiaofan had inquired a few times with Tianbai and Song Darren regarding the tragedy in Saomiao village, but the investigation yielded no leads. As time wore on, he gradually became more indifferent to the matter. On one particular morning, Zhang Xiaofan, as was customary, took up his axe and ventured alone towards the back mountain. Tianling had completed her bamboo cutting tasks 2 years prior and no longer accompanied him. So for the past 2 years, he had primarily ascended the mountain alone. However, Tianling occasionally visited him for leisure. A month ago, he had finally mastered the first layer of the Tai Chi Xinjiang Dao in the Yuqing realm, after which Song Darren imparted the secrets of the second layer to him. He practiced for a month. Although it was considerably more profound than the first layer, he sensed, for some reason, that it was paradoxically easier. For instance, while the first layer required him to control his entire body as meridians, which took him 3 years to achieve a minor success, the second layer demanded the transformation of energy into essence, allowing the celestial energy he drew into his body to transmute into vital essence within his meridians. According to Master Burr, this challenge surpasses the first layer by more than tenfold. However, Zhang Xiaofan found it surprisingly effortless. The root of this ease seems to be connected to the Great Prajna. Over the past 3 years, he has diligently practiced the Great Prajna without interruption, allowing his internal energy to mature significantly. The essence of his vitality is intertwined with this internal energy, and with the foundation built over those 3 years, Zhang Xiaofan made remarkable progress. Yet, he remained skeptical of his own abilities. While others required only a year of practice, he felt he needed 3. Thus, he dismissed his rapid advancement as mere illusion. Regardless, he continued his daily practice without concern, as no one came to disturb or question him. Chapter 10, The Silent Valley. Zhang Xiaofan ascended the mountain, arriving at the bamboo grove that felt so familiar. The mountains were lush and verdant, rising in layers, and as the mountain breezed, the sea of bamboo undulated like the waves of an ocean, an awe-inspiring sight that instantly broadened his heart. He inhaled deeply the crisp air of the mountains, stretched his limbs, and ventured into the bamboo forest wielding a hatchet. The destination he sought now differed vastly from the time he first arrived 3 years prior. He was now venturing into the innermost depths of the grove, where towering bamboos stood tall, their resilience unmatched. In the early morning, a delicate mist floated through the forest like gossamer, and on either side of the narrow path, the green bamboo leaves glistened with dewdrops, exquisite and translucent. After a moment of reflection, a faint smile graced his lips as he surveyed his surroundings and called out loudly, "Sister, is that you?" Zhang Xiaofan paused momentarily. For in the past 3 years, he had never encountered a monkey in the bamboo grove. The great bamboo peak was predominantly covered in bamboo, with only a secluded valley at the mountain's base housing a cluster of pines and cypresses. It appeared that the monkey resided there, yet today, it inexplicably ventured up the mountain. The great bamboo peak rose steeply and perilously. Although it did not soar as high as the heavenly peak, it nonetheless pierced the clouds, offering little in the way of a path for ascent from the base. Most disciples of the Qingyun Sect traversed the air. Zhang Xiaofan, with his rudimentary cultivation, spent his days chopping bamboo and had often listened to his senior brothers discuss the dense, enigmatic forests of pines and cypresses in the deep valley behind the great bamboo peak, a place rarely trodden by human feet. In bygone days, the ancestors of the great bamboo peak lineage had also sent sword wielders to explore that valley, but it merely revealed itself as an untouched forest, devoid of anything extraordinary, albeit teeming with ferocious beasts and venomous insects, which, however, never ventured out of the valley, ensuring a long-standing peace. As he pondered this, he suddenly noticed the monkey raise its hand, causing his heart to leap. He hastily moved aside, and indeed, another pine cone fell, and had he not dodged, he would have suffered. The gray monkey, upon witnessing his evasion, screeched twice, its face contorted in anger, as if reproaching Zhang Xiaofan for his act of avoidance. Zhang Xiaofan made a grimace at the monkey, choosing to disregard it as he walked away, pondering how rare it was for a creature to derive pleasure from throwing objects at others. Truly a foolish beast. After taking a few steps, he suddenly heard a whoosh behind him. Unable to dodge in time, a hard pine cone struck the back of his head with considerable force. In that moment, darkness enveloped his vision, and he could not help but cry out. Zhang Xiaofan, unable to contend with the mischievous monkey, felt a surge of frustration within him. He drew forth his machete and struck the bamboo with fervor. The monkey, unafraid, observed him with keen interest as it perched upon the bamboo. Zhang Xiaofan, filled with rage, disregarded whether the monkey comprehended his words and shouted, "If you have the courage, come down." The gray monkey scratched its head, tilting it in contemplation for quite a while, seemingly unable to grasp the concept of courage. Instead, it burst into uproarious laughter, making silly faces at Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan was infuriated beyond measure, yet utterly helpless. On this particular day, he barely managed to complete his tasks, but was subjected to 7 or 8 blows to the head from that monkey, causing him immense pain. Zhang Xiaofan, consumed by rage, descended the mountain with a heart full of resentment, disregarding the monkey. However, the monkey became infatuated with its waiting in the bamboo grove each morning. As soon as Zhang Xiaofan arrived to chop bamboo, the creature delighted in hurling objects at him, relishing the sight of his vexation. One evening, just before dinner, Tianlingo pulled Zhang Xiaofan aside and discreetly inquired, "Xiaofan, what has happened to your head?" For several consecutive days, Zhang Xiaofan found himself tormented by that gray monkey, suffering from bruises on his head, causing him considerable pain. However, feeling embarrassed at being toyed with by a mere monkey, he refrained from confiding in anyone. When his senior sister inquired about his condition, he hesitated momentarily before finally revealing the truth. Tianlinger pouted her red lips and couldn't help but laugh, her cheeks revealing 2 charming dimples, truly enchanting. Zhang Xiaofan felt as if he were the subject of her jest, and an inexplicable warmth crept over his face, prompting him to lower his gaze. Tianlinger, with a carefree demeanor, gave Zhang Xiaofan a hearty pat on the shoulder and said, "Do not worry, little junior brother. These past few days, my master has instructed me to immerse myself in the Tai Chi cave for practice and preparation for the 7 Pulse Martial Arts Conference in 2 years. I did not expect you to fall victim to a monkey's mischief. Fear not, for tomorrow I shall accompany you up the mountain to teach that naughty monkey." Her tone, somewhat reminiscent of an adult soothing a child, was familiar to Zhang Xiaofan, who could only manage a wry smile in response. The following morning, Tianlinger indeed rose early and set off toward the back mountain with Zhang Xiaofan. A gentle breeze wafted through the mountains as she donned a striking red garment, reminiscent of the first time they ventured up the mountain together to gather bamboo. She frolicked ahead, while Zhang Xiaofan trailed behind, captivated by the sight of the beautiful girl before him, resembling a drifting red cloud, gracefully gliding through the mountains. With the mountain wind, a faint, delicate fragrance seemed to linger in the air. In that moment, his heart was filled with a fleeting sense of longing, a wish that they could continue walking together like this forever. Zhang Xiaofan awoke, his face flushed with embarrassment, and he dared not dwell further on his thoughts. He hastily quickened his pace to catch up. Upon reaching the bamboo grove, Tianlinger turned to Zhang Xiaofan and said, "Xiaofan, you should enter alone first. I will follow closely behind." Zhang Xiaofan nodded, brandishing the hatchet as he ventured inside. After taking a few steps, he suddenly recalled the need to caution Tianlingo to be wary. He turned to look back, but her figure had already vanished. For a moment, he stood there, a sense of inexplicable bewilderment washing over him. Shaking his head to dismiss such trivial thoughts, he pressed on deeper into the bamboo grove. Upon reaching his destination, the forest enveloped him in a profound silence. Zhang Xiaofan surveyed his surroundings, only to find the gray-haired monkey conspicuously absent. He mused to himself, pondering whether that monkey had gained a semblance of sentience and, foreseeing his arrival with assistance, had chosen to stay away. Suddenly, a familiar shrill cry echoed from above. Piercing the stillness, Zhang Xiaofan instinctively leaped aside, but felt a sharp pain atop his head. He had been struck squarely by a pine cone, and the discomfort was undeniable. Raising his gaze, he spotted the gray monkey, as usual, hanging upside down from a bamboo branch, laughing incessantly. A wave of joy surged within him, and he jumped up, pointing at the monkey and laughing heartily. "Aha, you have finally arrived." Though his voice was not loud, the monkey was startled, pondering how this usually irate human, who would erupt in fury when struck, seemed instead to be in high spirits today. Could it be that after being pelted for several days, he had developed an addiction to it, finding discomfort in the absence of such blows and deriving joy from the pain? At that moment, a flash of red darted through the bamboo grove as Tian Linger descended gracefully upon a carpet of amber silk, soaring through the air with the swiftness of lightning. Her fingers curled like claws, aimed at the monkey. However, the clever creature, with a quick glance, immediately sensed the danger. It released its tail from the bamboo branch and plummeted to the ground. Tian Lingo had calculated the monkey's escape routes with precision. Yet she had not anticipated that it would drop down, leaving her momentarily stunned as she grasped at empty air. Zhang Xiaofan moved stealthily underground, only to see the monkey in midair stretch its arms, grasping a bamboo pole with ease. It immediately ascended without hesitation, seemingly aware of the formidable red-clad woman above. The monkey began to sway and leap, darting from one bamboo stalk to another in a desperate bid for escape. Driven by her competitive spirit, Tian Linger shouted from the air, "Pursue!" With a flick of her left hand, the amber silk ribbon shot forth, while Zhang Xiaofan took off running, his strides long and determined. The trio, a man and a monkey, raced forward with fervor, accompanied by the high-pitched cries of the gray monkey. They had been in pursuit for an indeterminate time, and Zhang Xiaofan, feeling his breath become labored and fatigue creeping in, surmised they had ventured far. Yet, before him lay an endless expanse of verdant bamboo forest, layers upon layers seeming to converge ahead. He suddenly caught sight of a gray shadow flickering in the distance, plummeting straight down. Elated, he felt a surge of energy and charged forward, but at that moment, Tian Lingo abruptly called out, "Be careful." As Zhang Xiaofan witnessed the gray monkey plummet downwards, it once again employed its old trick, grasping a branch and swinging gracefully, thereby dissipating its downward momentum and fleeing forward. Just as he felt a surge of anxiety, a sound slicing through the air reached his ears. He looked up to see Tian Linger, her crimson attire billowing, soaring through the sky, extending a hand as delicate as jade towards him, exclaiming, "Come up." Zhang Xiaofan, without a moment's hesitation, reached out to grasp Tian Linger. With a vigorous pull, she drew him onto the amber-hued silk, which momentarily sank under their combined weight, only to swiftly revert to its original form. This was the first time Zhang Xiaofan found himself in such a predicament, feeling utterly at a loss. Tian Lingo pulled him behind her and chided, "Hold onto my waist, quickly." Zhang Xiaofan, following her instructions, embraced Tian Lingo, who, in her eagerness, led him swiftly into the air with the crimson silks. The red shadows flitted past as the two soared upon the amber-hued ribbons, plunging into the depths of the valley in pursuit of the elusive gray monkey. The wind howled fiercely, and Zhang Xiaofan could barely keep his eyes. The very sensation of the silks beneath his feet, soft yet unnervingly precarious, made him feel as though he might tumble into the abyss at any moment. A wave of trepidation washed over him, prompting him to hold Tian Linger even tighter. The sight of her flowing crimson attire resembled clouds, and her silhouette was as ethereal as a celestial maiden, exquisite and imbued with a delicate fragrance that wafted into his senses, filling him with joy and a sincere desire for time to stand still. Unbeknownst to Tian Linger, the young boy behind her was lost in peculiar thoughts, his heart tethered to the gray monkey ahead. Accustomed to the affection and praise of her parents and elder brothers, her pride would not permit her to accept the notion of not being able to catch a mere monkey. Thus, amid the shadows of the valley, the gray figure darted ahead, with the crimson shadow in hot pursuit, weaving and bounding in a spirited chase. After pursuing for nearly half an hour, the gray monkey, of an unknown breed, showed no signs of fatigue and continued to flee with remarkable speed. Yet, Tian Linger, having grown accustomed to navigating the forest during their relentless chase, found herself drawing ever closer. The gray monkey fled deeper into the secluded valley, and as Zhang Xiaofan peered ahead from behind Tianlinger, he noticed the trees thinning out, allowing light to filter through, revealing a clearing that seemed to harbor the sound of flowing water. The gray monkey's cries grew increasingly frantic, seemingly astonished that these two persistent figures had not relented after such a long pursuit. With no retreat, it was compelled to flee forward with all its might. Before long, the surroundings brightened suddenly, revealing an open expanse strewn with fragmented stones, at the center of which lay a small azure pond, its waters rippling gently toward the west. Upon reaching this spot, the gray monkey hesitated momentarily, but the sound of their approach was upon it in an instant, leaving it no choice but to descend to the ground and continue its flight. Strangely, however, its pace had slowed considerably, no longer resembling a frantic escape, but rather akin to a leisurely stroll. Even so, it persisted, inching forward step by step. Zhang Xiaofan observed the scene with a puzzled heart. However, Tianlinger, preoccupied with swiftly dodging obstacles while keeping a vigilant eye on the monkey's movements, was unable to ponder over such complexities. As she spotted the gray monkey before her, a wave of delight surged within her. With a commanding shout, she propelled herself forward, charging into the open space in pursuit of the creature. Just as she was about to seize the monkey, an unexpected jolt reverberated through Zhang Xiaofan's mind, causing his body to sway involuntarily. A wave of nausea surged from his very core, overwhelming him momentarily. In that instant of confusion, a sudden warmth enveloped his chest, radiating throughout, safeguarding his heart's pulse, and subsequently alleviating the queasiness that had beset him. Zhang Xiaofan instinctively glanced at his chest, sensing that the warmth emanated from the deep purple orb bestowed upon him by Purge. At that very moment, Tianlingo ahead of him trembled twice, her body growing weak, and she unexpectedly fell. The two of them were suspended in midair. As soon as Tianlinger lost control, the amber silk halted abruptly, and they both plummeted from the sky. Zhang Xiaofan tumbled several times underground, feeling intense pain. However, he could not afford to dwell on it. Before he even stood up, he urgently called out, Senior sister, are you all right?" Before him lay Tianlinger, collapsed and motionless, her face ashen, cold sweat beading on her forehead. She had already lost consciousness. Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback, surmising that it was likely related to the peculiar sensation he had just experienced. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rose and hurried to Tianlinger's side, shaking her and calling her name multiple times, yet she remained unresponsive. Zhang Xiaofan glanced around once more, noticing that within a radius of 3 zhang from the serene pool of emerald water, not a single blade of grass dared to grow. However, beyond that boundary, the woods flourished abundantly. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed the waves of nausea that threatened to overwhelm him, hoisting Tianlingo onto his back while simultaneously retrieving the amber-hued silk that lay abandoned nearby. As he ventured forth, the seemingly trivial distance of merely 1 or 2 zhang became a formidable challenge under the relentless assault of his queasiness. After what felt like an arduous struggle, he finally emerged beyond the 3 zhang mark, finding respite beneath the shelter of a grand pine tree, where the nauseating sensation promptly vanished without a trace. Zhang Xiaofan gently set down Tianlinger, panting heavily as he directed his gaze towards the pond. There, the gray monkey remained motionless, its face contorted in anguish, looking towards him with a profound expression of desperation. Zhang Xiaofan furrowed his brow. Ultimately unable to resist the urge, he stood up and ventured further inside. After taking just a few steps, that nauseating sensation reemerged, accompanied by a resurgence of warmth in his chest, countering the discomfort he felt. Zhang Xiaofan slowly approached the monkey, already drenched in sweat. The gray monkey remained motionless beside him, seemingly overwhelmed and gasping for breath. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xiaofan bent down to lift the monkey, turning to walk outward. At that moment, the gray monkey was remarkably obedient, quietly nestled in his embrace. After a considerable effort, they emerged into the open. Reaching the still unconscious Tianlinger, and the nauseating sensation dissipated, Zhang Xiaofan set the gray monkey down and collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. The gray monkey, too, sighed in relief, lying on the ground with its eyes darting about, yet it did not flee, merely gazing at Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan unfastened his garment and carefully examined the bead bound with a crimson cord. He observed that its originally deep purple exterior had transformed into a delicate lavender hue. Within, the azure energy seemed to have experienced some form of stimulation, spiraling at a remarkable velocity, tenfold faster than before, incessantly colliding with the... As in times past, each impact of the azure energy elicited the emergence of Buddhist incantations that served as a protective barrier, The warmth that had just rescued Zhang Xiaofan emanated from these very incantations. However, he distinctly noted that, in comparison to his initial discovery 3 years prior, the Buddhist incantations had diminished considerably in both size and luminosity. Chapter 11. The anomaly. After observing for a moment, he mimicked Tianlinger's gestures and called out, "Rise." The amber silk lay motionless, akin to a lifeless serpent, unresponsive to his command. Meanwhile, the gray monkey beside him clutched its belly, collapsed onto the ground, and erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Zhang Xiaofan cast a glance at it, but having just endured hardships alongside the monkey, he felt a certain kinship that rendered any prior animosity utterly obsolete. He stuck out his tongue and made a face at the monkey, choosing to ignore it, and placed the amber-hued silk beside Tianlinger, his gaze subsequently shifting towards the pond nestled in the open space. The pond was modest in size, its source a mystery, likely fed by an underground spring. The water was a vibrant emerald green, its depth indiscernible from his vantage point. To the west of the pond, there was a small outlet where the water flowed forth, forming a meandering brook. In the center of the pond, a jumble of stones lay scattered, varying in size and shape, with only a portion of them visible above the water's surface. Among the stones, a black short rod jutted out at an angle, protruding about a foot above the water, while the rest remained submerged, its entirely dark hue obscuring its material and rendering it quite unappealing. Zhang Xiaofan remained unconcerned. Though he found the surroundings peculiarly unsettling, it would be wise to depart at the earliest opportunity. Meanwhile, beside him, Tianlinger, although having regained her composure, remained in a deep slumber, unresponsive to any calls. In stark contrast, the gray monkey exhibited remarkable vivacity, incessantly scratching and grooming itself. Unable to remain still for even a moment, at intervals, it darted into the woods, returning with a handful of wild fruit, tossing 2 of them to Zhang Xiaofan before plopping down on the ground and indulging in its feast with great relish. Zhang Xiaofan picked up a wild fruit and took a bite, savoring its sweetness and juiciness, which ignited his appetite. Having ascended the mountain at dawn and pursued relentlessly until now, nearly noon, he hadn't consumed a single drop of water and was quite famished. In a matter of moments, he devoured 1 fruit, and just as he reached for a second, he hesitated, gently placing it beside Tianling. After consuming the wild fruit, Zhang Xiaofan felt his hunger abate slightly, and his spirits lifted considerably. He stood up, stretching lazily, and surveyed his surroundings. Towering ancient trees loomed, and a babbling brook flowed, creating a scene of remarkable beauty, yet it was bewildering in its strangeness. At that moment, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly felt a warmth in his chest. Within moments, he heard several muffled cracking sounds, as if something were shattering. Startled, he quickly retrieved the orb from his chest, only to be taken aback by its vibrant azure glow. Within, a fierce azure energy surged like a ravenous beast, battering against the walls of the orb, while the protective incantation grew increasingly feeble, dimming rapidly, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Little did Zhang Xiaofan know that this seemingly ordinary bead was, in fact, a notorious and malevolent artifact known as the blood-sucking pearl. Its origins remained shrouded in mystery, yet it possessed a peculiar trait, an insatiable thirst for the vital essence of living beings. Should any creature venture too close, within mere moments it would be drained of its life force, leaving behind only a lifeless husk, rendering it an exceedingly fearsome and wicked object. Over a millennium ago, this pearl fell into the hands of the nefarious elder of a demonic sect, the black-hearted old man. Through its unique ability to absorb life, he refined it into a formidable treasure, achieving unparalleled dominance and slaying countless righteous individuals, earning a fearsome reputation. Thus, it became one of the 4 treasures of the demonic sect. After the demise of the black-hearted old man, the pearl vanished without a trace, lost to time. By a twist of fate, 30 years ago, the compassionate monk Puji from Tianyin Temple stumbled upon this sinister pearl in the vast western marshes, where the landscape was littered with countless bones, devoid of any living creature, a scene of utter devastation and vengeful spirits. Moved by compassion, Puji took it into his care, employing Buddhist incantations each night to subdue its malevolent power. For 3 decades, he never faltered, using the pure energy of a precious jade prayer bead to counteract the pearl's dark essence, ultimately binding the malevolence hidden from the light of day beneath layers of Buddhist power. However, during the fateful battle in Saomyao village, Puji suffered grievous injuries at the hands of a mysterious cloaked figure, nearly extinguishing his life. Although the assailant fled, wounded, Puji realized that the core of his being remained unharmed, and he anticipated the figure's relentless pursuit of the blood-sucking pearl. After consuming a deadly pill that would grant him merely 3 days of extended life, he made a desperate decision. He entrusted the perilous pearl to Zhang Xiaofan, cautioning him to keep it hidden from others and, when the opportunity arose, to cast it into a deep ravine. While this might inadvertently harm some innocent beings, it was far preferable to allowing it to fall into the hands of that wicked individual. Unbeknownst to Puji, Zhang Xiaofan, in gratitude for his kindness, chose to keep the dreadful artifact as a memento, devoid of Puji's Buddhist restraint and the purifying energy of the jade bead. The malevolent spirit within the blood-sucking pearl began to erode its bindings. However, the Buddhist wards of Tianyin Temple were not to be underestimated, though they had lost their master. They remained steadfast in their duty, successfully holding back the sinister energy for 3 long years. Yet, as time wore on, their strength began to wane, and today, it appeared that the blood-sucking pearl was on the brink of breaking free from its confines, poised to wreak havoc upon the world once more. Although Zhang Xiaofan was unaware of the many twists and turns, a sense of foreboding began to take root in his heart. During the battle at the Grass Temple, the E-character mantra had appeared numerous times when Puji clashed with the cloaked figure, and though he was still young, the memory remained etched deeply in his mind. At this moment, witnessing the increasingly perilous state of the mantra on the orb, anxiety surged within him. Resolutely, he clenched his fist around the orb and channeled his rudimentary understanding of the great Brahma Prajna into it. The two were inherently connected, and astonishingly, the E-character mantra on the bloodthirsty orb brightened significantly. Yet, before Zhang Xiaofan could even muster a smile, it rapidly dimmed once more, and an icy chill invaded his body, leaving half of him numb in an instant. Beside him, the gray monkey noticed the anguish etched across Zhang Xiaofan's face, its own countenance turning a shade of deep concern as it emitted anxious screeches. However, Zhang Xiaofan was beyond caring. He felt his vital essence surging backward, all flowing toward that peculiar orb in his right hand. His understanding of the great Brahma Prajna crumbled upon contact with the frigid, which proved to be an insurmountable adversary. His entire body convulsed with excruciating pain, and he could no longer endure it. Stumbling back a few steps, he suddenly felt a familiar wave of nausea rising within him, surging towards his internal organs. He had inadvertently stepped into that desolate space once more, but there was no warmth to defend against it. The gray monkey, frantic, screeched incessantly, yet it dared not venture into the open space again. Zhang Xiaofan's soul was lost and bewildered, feeling a tumultuous mix of cold and heat within, as if countless ants were gnawing at him, inducing a wave of nausea that he could not expel. Truly, he felt as if he were in a state worse than death. His mind grew increasingly hazy as he stumbled forward, unaware that he had strayed from the correct path, only sensing that his strength was gradually waning. His entire body trembled, his limbs felt powerless, and with a sudden weakness, he collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, he had reached the edge of a water pool, and summoning his last vestige of strength, he invoked the Tai Chi Xianxing technique, laboriously drawing some ethereal energy from the heavens and earth into his body. Once inside, it transformed into the essence of great wisdom, providing a fleeting relief from his agony, but it dissipated almost immediately. Zhang Xiaofan could not afford to dwell on this. Every little comfort was a treasure. Yet, the chilling presence was overwhelmingly potent, coupled with a bizarre feeling of nausea that threatened to upheave his very insides, surging towards his mind. Before him, golden stars danced erratically. His breath became erratic, and suddenly a sweet taste filled his throat, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of fresh blood, nearly losing consciousness. At that moment, a muffled sound echoed, and in an instant, it seemed as though the sky had darkened. The bloodthirsty pearl emitted a radiant azure light, transforming entirely into a shade of blue. A fleeting glimmer of dim golden light passed, shattering the sacred incantation of the Buddhist sect. Instantly, Zhang Xiaofan found himself enveloped in a shroud of azure energy, resembling a bloodthirsty demon reborn. However, the peculiar occurrences were far from over. Almost simultaneously with the resurgence of the azure energy, a thunderous noise erupted from the center of the water pool. Suddenly, winds began to swirl violently, and stones from the pool were ejected in all directions with a resounding crash. The emerald waters surged into turbulent waves, revolving ceaselessly around the center, forming a massive vortex. From within this whirlpool, amidst the splashes of water, an object began to emerge slowly, shrouded in dark mist. It was a short, pitch-black rod, around 2 feet in length. Neither metal nor iron, exuding a formidable aura of malevolence that struck fear into the heart. Zhang Xiaofan let out a cry. Tumbling backward as the blood-sucking pearl seemed to adhere to the palm of his hand, resisting all attempts to be freed. Within the orb, a faint crimson hue could be discerned, gradually seeping from Zhang Xiaofan's body into the gem. A piercing whistle cut through the sound of the waves, as the obsidian short rod suddenly shot forth, hurtling towards the glimmering blood-sucking pearl. Moments later, a tremendous roar erupted as the two formidable objects collided, sending Zhang Xiaofan soaring upward over 10 feet, creating a significant crater in the ground beneath him due to the sheer force of the impact. Zhang Xiaofan gasped for breath, his heart still racing with fear. Instinctively, he shook his hands, yet those two bizarre entities seemed inseparable from his very being, resisting his efforts to cast them away. The dark mist and azure light continued their relentless struggle. Zhang Xiaofan was gripped by fear, yearning to distance himself from the two monstrous entities as, summoning all his strength, he managed to rise, but before he could take a single step, a wave of dizziness engulfed him, causing him to sway unsteadily. His legs felt weak, and with a sudden tilt of his body, he collapsed once more onto the ground. Before his eyes, the azure orb and the black rod intertwined in a fierce struggle, with the dark energy seemingly gaining the upper hand. As the blood seeped from his hands, Zhang Xiaofan gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. Vivid red blood surged forth, ultimately pooling at the junction of the dark rod and the bloodthirsty orb, ceasing to flow as the azure light and dark energy continued their relentless clash. After a moment, it gradually permeated, slowly staining the area where the rod and orb met a deep crimson hue. A faint metallic scent of blood lingered in the air. With the passage of time, the crimson deepened, becoming almost vibrantly vivid, and somehow, the once warring azure light and dark energy began to dim, transforming from an aggressive conflict into a gradual fusion. It was unclear how much time had elapsed, but this peculiar transformation finally reached its conclusion. The black rod and azure orb lost all radiance, merging into one another. And with a soft crack, they fell from Zhang Xiaofan's hands, which had succumbed to unconsciousness, landing on the ground. His mind was a chaotic whirl, and he felt an excruciating pain in his head, as if even the effort to open his eyes drained him of all his remaining strength. In the midst of his confusion, a familiar yet flustered visage appeared, slowly coming into focus. Tianlinger. He managed to part his lips, whispering her name, senior sister. Tianlinger, filled with joy, exclaimed, "Xiaofan, you have awakened." Zhang Xiaofan forced a smile and said, "I am perfectly fine, senior sister." Tianlingo helped him sit up. And as Zhang Xiaofan glanced at his palm, he was astonished to find that the skin on his right hand was entirely unscathed, apart from a slight pallor. There were no signs of injury whatsoever. He was momentarily taken aback, for he distinctly recalled a surge of crimson blood pouring from his palm just moments ago. How could there be not even a trace left? Was it all merely a nightmare? Seeing him lost in thought and seemingly absent, Tianlinger felt a pang of concern and gently nudged him. Zhang Xiaofan awoke, eager to share the peculiar events that had transpired, yet he found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to articulate the bizarre occurrences. The strangeness of it all left him bewildered, and after a brief hesitation, he finally uttered, "No, it's nothing, senior sister." Relieved, Tianlinger relaxed her worries. Upon regaining consciousness, she noticed that dusk had fallen, and she was lying beneath a grand pine tree, while her junior brother lay unconscious on a clearing in the distance. Fear gripped her heart, prompting her to rush to Zhang Xiaofan's side, and fortunately, she was able to awaken him shortly thereafter. At that moment, Tianlinger surveyed their surroundings and said to Zhang Xiaofan, "Junior brother, this place seems to harbor great mysteries. We should depart at once. Tomorrow, I shall summon Mother to investigate further." Zhang Xiaofan nodded, preparing to rise. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his body, and he felt dizzy. Had it not been for Tianlingo's swift intervention, he would have surely fallen again. Observing his pallid complexion, devoid of any hint of color, Tianlinger was genuinely concerned. She cautiously assisted him in standing upright. After regaining his composure, Zhang Xiaofan glanced at his body, finding no visible wounds, and reassured her. "Senior sister, I merely feel a bit lightheaded. It is nothing serious." Zhang Xiaofan said, "Indeed." Tianlingo took a deep breath, thoroughly examining her surroundings for any abnormalities, pondering how she had fainted for no apparent reason. Subsequently, with a gesture, a flash of crimson light erupted as the amber silk darted forth with a piercing cry. Just as Tianlingo was about to approach with Zhang Xiaofan, they heard a series of squeaks emanating from nearby. Turning their heads, they discovered that a gray-furred monkey had mysteriously appeared beside them, grinning widely and holding a short, black stick approximately 2 feet long, the material of which was unknown. Only then did Tianbai feel reassured, though his expression remained furious. Zhang Xiaofan stole a glance at his master, feeling a sense of trepidation, and lowered his head to his chest. Meanwhile, the mischievous gray monkey playfully reached into Zhang Xiaofan's hair, seemingly intent on locating a few lice. Tianbai grunted, questioning, "Where have you been?" With a cheerful smile, Tianlinga replied, "Xiaofan was bullied by a monkey while cutting bamboo, so I went to catch it to vent his frustrations." "That's the very monkey." She pointed toward Zhang Xiaofan. The gray monkey perched on Zhang Xiaofan's shoulder was startled, letting out a couple of squeaks in protest before scratching its head and redirecting its attention to Zhang Xiaofan's hair. Suru shook her head and remarked, "When I found the two of them on the back mountain, I went down to check and found nothing amiss. I believe it is largely due to Lingo's insufficient cultivation. She insisted on taking both Xiaofan and another person on the amber vermilion silk to traverse the skies. And ultimately, she exhausted herself." Tianlinger, pouting in a playful manner, retorted, "Mother, what nonsense are you talking? How could my cultivation be lacking? Xiaofan, don't you agree?" Zhang Xiaofan hastily replied, "Yes, yes, yes." Tianbai shot a disdainful glance at Zhang Xiaofan and coldly remarked, "As a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, it is utterly disgraceful to be bullied by a mere monkey. If this news were to spread, it would tarnish my reputation entirely." Zhang Xiaofan's face flushed crimson, and he remained silent, his head bowed low. Suru approached, gently grasping Tianlingo's hand, and said softly, "You haven't eaten all day, have you? You must be hungry." Tianlingo stuck out her tongue and replied with a smile, "I'm so hungry, mother." Suru shot her a playful glare, leading her towards the kitchen while murmuring, "Such a small body, yet such a mischievous spirit." At this moment, Zhang Xiaofan felt a pang of hunger in his stomach. However, in the presence of Tianbai, he dared not make a sound. As he listened to Suru and Tianlingo drift further away, his master remained silent. Stealthily, he lifted his gaze, only to find the hall completely deserted. Tianbai had vanished without a trace, and it seemed that in his mind, he deemed it a futile exertion to even utter a word of reproach towards this foolish disciple. Zhang Xiaofan stood in a daze for a while, lost in thought, until the rumbling in his stomach snapped him back to reality. Instinctively reluctant to head towards the kitchen, he instead made his way to his own room. Upon returning, he closed the door behind him securely. The gray monkey on his shoulder glanced around, chirping with a sound that suggested it recognized they had arrived home. It leaped down from his shoulder, bounding joyfully to the bed, where it frolicked and playfully tossed the pillow about, clearly in high spirits. Zhang Xiaofan gazed at the gray monkey, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet it was swiftly overshadowed by his gnawing hunger. He settled at the table and poured himself a cup of tepid, overnight water from the teapot, quenching his thirst with its chill that penetrated to his very core. He sat in a daze for a while, then reached into his bosom to retrieve an object, the unsightly short rod. At this moment, the bead bestowed upon him by Puji was firmly attached to the unknown short rod, both transformed into a dark azure hue, ominous and grim, with a dark red junction that resembled congealed blood, an unsightly sight, and rather repulsive. After contemplating it for a spell, he suddenly let out a bitter laugh, forcefully flinging the short rod against the wall. It struck with a loud thud before tumbling down to a corner of the room. The gray monkey, startled, looked up at Zhang Xiaofan, puzzled by his outburst. With a sigh, Zhang Xiaofan removed his shoes, climbed into bed, and pulled the covers over his head, surrendering to sleep. The monkey scratched its head in confusion. That night, Zhang Xiaofan tossed and turned, tormented by hunger, and only succumbed to a restless slumber in the deep hours of the night. Chapter 12. Reunion. Following that inexplicable journey into the valley for the next fortnight, Zhang Xiaofan frequently experienced bouts of dizziness, a depletion of energy, and an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Quietly, he speculated that perhaps the severe blood loss he vaguely perceived during his delirium was the cause. However, upon searching his body thoroughly, he found no wounds, leaving him anxious and reluctant to inquire with his master, burying his concerns deep within. Song Darren and the others exchanged glances, speechless, until Tianlinga stepped forward, cheerfully patting his shoulder and saying, "Xiaofan, it's all right. Possessing even a fraction of my abilities is quite commendable." Zhang Xiaofan could not help but smile wryly. As dinner was served, the group at Daju Peak gathered around the dining hall. Once Tianshu and his wife took their seats, Song Darren promptly reported on Zhang Xiaofan's circumstances. Tianshu scoffed derisively, not even casting a glance at Zhang Xiaofan, while Suru, with a warm smile, remarked, Xiaofan, it has already been 3 years since you joined us at Daju Peak." Zhang Xiaofan hastily replied, Yes, master. Suru let out a gentle sigh and remarked, Ah, how swiftly time passes. It has already been 3 years. Suddenly pausing, she raised her voice to address the other 6 disciples. Do any of you share this sentiment? The disciples of Daju Peak straightened in unison and responded, Indeed. Suru snorted and continued, Now your younger junior has grown. Yet you have made not a shred of progress in these 3 years. Are you intent on driving both me and your master to despair? The group fell silent, casting their gazes toward Song Darren. Under the pressure from his fellow disciples, Song Darren mustered his courage and declared, Rest assured, Master, we shall strive to excel this time. The disbelief was palpable on Suru's face as she opened her mouth to respond, but Tianbai unexpectedly interjected, Lao Lu. Dubishu jolted, looking up in surprise, Master. Did you call for me? His face flushed, he stammered, Master, how did you see that? Suru inquired, Bishu, what is the matter? After a moment's hesitation, Dubishu whispered, I was wondering if I could make those objects move. The crowd was instantly captivated. The mastery of manipulating objects is the fundamental basis of the Qingyun Sect's magical practices, achievable only upon reaching the 4th level of the Taiji Xuanguang realm. Tianbai nodded. Though his expression remained neutral, a flicker of delight glimmering in his eyes as he asked, What happened? Dubishu replied softly, It seems to have moved a little. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, with joy alight on their faces. The 5th disciple, Lu Xueqi, joyfully patted his shoulder, beaming with pride. Across from them, Suru's face radiated delight as she exclaimed, Well done, my boy. I never expected you to rise to the occasion. When did this happen? Encouraged by the group's enthusiasm, Dubishu relaxed, saying, Just recently, a few days ago while practicing in my room. I suddenly noticed the cup on the table shift under my mental focus. I started to wonder if I had broken through to the 3rd level. He chuckled sheepishly before adding, However, I lacked confidence and dared not believe it, frequently testing it, unaware that Master had discovered my attempts. Tianbai smiled and explained, Indeed. The distinction between the 4th and 3rd levels of the Yuqing realm may be vast in effect, yet upon initial attainment, the differences are not immediately apparent. Your clever nature, though late to start, has unexpectedly led you to surpass others. Laughter erupted among the group, filled with congratulations, and amidst the merriment, Tian Lingo chimed in, 6th brother. Have you decided which magical artifact you wish to cultivate? Dubishu paused, responding, Not yet. I only just confirmed my advancement to the 4th level from Master and have not had the chance to ponder it. Suru smiled and reassured him. There is no rush. Take your time to consider it over the next few days. However, you all know your Master's temperament. He never insists you must cultivate a celestial sword. Choose what you truly desire and then seek the materials. Zhang Xiaofan stood by, filled with envy, witnessing his 6th senior brother grinning widely. He then heard Tianbai say, Old 6. Dubishu promptly interjected, Master. Tianbai continued. According to the traditions of our Qingyun Sect, disciples who have reached the 4th level of the Taiji Shenqing Dao must ascend the mountain to explore the world while seeking rare materials and spiritual objects for cultivating their treasures. As for whether you will acquire the divine artifacts that gather the essence of heaven and earth, that depends on your own fate and fortune. Prepare yourself. You shall descend the mountain in the coming days. Dubishu was momentarily taken aback, a mixture of reluctance and joy in his eyes, and he responded softly, Understood. After a brief pause, he recalled something and added, However, Master, the meals here have always been managed by the disciples, but once I leave. Beside him, El Dashin chuckled, What are you worried about? Before you entered the sect, wasn't I here? Rest assured, no one will starve. Dubishu and the others burst into laughter. Except for Tian Lingo, who remarked, 5th senior brother, how can you say that? The meals you cooked gave me nightmares when I was little. El Dashin's face flushed, and the laughter erupted once more. As the merriment subsided, Tianbai calmly declared, From now on, let Lao Qi handle the kitchen duties. Everyone was momentarily stunned, and El Dashin exclaimed, Master, he's still so young. Tianbai cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Xiaofan, who quickly assured, Master, do not worry. I often assist 6th senior brother in the kitchen and can manage. Tianbai nodded, saying no more, and waved his hand. Time to eat. 3 days later, Dubishu finished his preparations, clearly outlining the kitchen affairs, and then descended the mountain. Over the past 3 years among his senior brothers, Dubishu was with a lively disposition. Zhang Xiaofan felt a profound sense of loss as he bid farewell to his closest companion. With their departure, the atmosphere atop Daju Peak grew noticeably more desolate. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaofan embarked on his second task at Qingyun Sect, cooking. It was on that day that he prepared his first official meal, laboring diligently in the kitchen alone throughout the morning. He busied himself with washing rice and vegetables, completely absorbed in the activity until the clock struck noon. As Tian Bai and others entered the dining hall, they found the table laid out with dishes just as it had been on any other day. Zhang Xiaofan, seated at the end of the table, clasped his hands together nervously, an unmistakable tension radiating from him. As everyone settled down, Tian Bai remained silent, but Su Ru cast a glance at Zhang Xiaofan. A smile gracing her lips as she inquired, "Xiaofan, how does it feel to cook for the first time?" Zhang Xiaofan opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Tian Bai let out a grunt and said, "Let us eat." The disciples responded in unison, lifting their chopsticks to select food and placing it into their mouths. In the dining hall, an air of profound silence enveloped the room. Zhang Xiaofan felt an overwhelming tension, his heart racing as though it might leap from his throat, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He murmured, "Master, senior brothers, I haven't done well. You all." Suddenly, Tian Lingo let out an exuberant cry, unable to resist placing another slice of bamboo shoot into her mouth. Zhang Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback, observing his fellow disciples, each with beaming smiles, nodding in approval, their chopsticks flying as they praised the dish. To his astonishment, his junior brother possessed such remarkable culinary skill, impressive, indeed. It surpasses even the combined efforts of the fifth and sixth brothers, he chuckled. At that moment, even Tian Bai partook more eagerly, nodding his head with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Zhang Xiaofan felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. From that day forth, he devoted himself to the kitchen. Although he had yet to demonstrate any notable talent in his studies of Tao, he surprisingly possessed a natural gift for cooking, mastering the art without formal instruction. The dishes he prepared were delectable, far surpassing those of his peers. In his heart, the mere nod of approval from Tian Bai was the greatest joy he could imagine. Time flew by, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. The long-anticipated Seven Schools Martial Arts Day, occurring once every 60 years at Qingyun Sect, was approaching. Not only Su Ru but even Tian Bai began urging their disciples to prepare. Everyone was focused on their cultivation, leaving Zhang Xiaofan undisturbed, as no one held any expectations of him. However, Zhang Xiaofan cared little. He busied himself in the kitchen, finding unexpected delight among the pots and pans. And during his leisure, he practiced his Tao. Late into the night, he would delve into the profound teachings of the great Brahmin Prajna, leading an untroubled life. Much like his own existence, was unremarkable and plain. Since he began working in the kitchen, Xiaohui, his little gray monkey, had taken full advantage of this, often trailing behind him into the kitchen, snatching bamboo shoots and fruits, stealing bites throughout the day. After 6 months, he had surprisingly gained some weight. Yet, on the vast bamboo peak, Xiaohui still had a rival, Tian Bai's large yellow dog, De Huang, whom he had raised since childhood. As autumn gave way to winter, the weather on Bamboo Peak gradually grew colder. Except for Tian Bai and his wife, who were profoundly skilled in their cultivation and thus undeterred by the common chill, the other disciples began to don additional layers. One day, as the rare warm sun graced Bamboo Peak, Zhang Xiaofan completed his tasks in the kitchen and stepped outside. He stretched lazily, settling beside a pine tree, leaning against its trunk, and closed his eyes, savoring the warmth of the sun. After a while, just as he was drifting into a drowsy slumber, he suddenly heard several barks nearby. Opening his eyes, he saw De Huang lounging lazily in the sun, while Xiaohui stealthily approached him step by step from behind. Zhang Xiaofan was greatly astonished. De Huang frequently ventured into the kitchen to indulge in delicacies, and their camaraderie was well established. Thus, he was thoroughly aware of the dynamic between the monkey and the dog. However, it seemed as if the sun had risen from the west today, for Xiaohui unexpectedly approached De Huang. Zhang Xiaofan instantly became alert, fixating his gaze ahead. Xiaohui curled its body slightly, appearing somewhat apprehensive, yet the monkey's eyes darted about before it raised its right hand, waving it in front of De Huang. Initially indifferent, De Huang barked incessantly at Xiaohui, but soon thereafter, he sniffed the air a few times, as if detecting something intriguing. Suddenly, his canine gaze fixated on Xiaohui's hand, unblinking and motionless, ceasing his barking, with his mouth agape and tongue lolling out, while his tail wagged vigorously, signaling a gesture of goodwill. Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback, and as he gazed around, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. To his surprise, he discovered that Xiaohui was clutching a piece of meat bone, exuding an irresistible aroma that reached him even from a distance. This bone had originally been set aside for making soup, knowing well that De Huang had a particular fondness for it. After cooking it, he had carefully sealed it and placed it out of reach, only to find that Xiao Hui had stealthily pilfered a piece and had come to ingratiate himself with De Huang. In an instant, Xiao Hui shook the bone a couple of times before tossing it in front of De Huang, who was already salivating at the sight. Without hesitation, De Huang opened his mouth and seized the meat bone, gnawing on it incessantly. Observing De Huang's voracious appetite, Xiao Hui emitted a few chirps, cautiously inching closer to De Huang. After a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand towards the top of De Huang's head, devoid of any hostility. Zhang Xiaofan stared in astonishment, contemplating the remarkable cleverness of the little gray creature. It seemed that henceforth, the meat bones would need to be concealed with greater discretion. As he pondered this, a sudden sound of rushing air echoed above him. 2 beams of white light streaked in from the west. De Huang appeared startled, barking loudly at the luminous figures. However, the little gray creature gently patted De Huang's head twice, as if to offer comfort. To his surprise, it proved remarkably effective. De Huang immediately settled down in silence. Zhang Xiaofan watched as 2 beams of white light descended before the tranquil hall of the main temple. After a fleeting flicker of brilliance, 2 figures emerged. One was tall and elegant, exuding an air of grace in his flowing white robes, strikingly handsome. The other was a youth, slightly shorter, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age. Zhang Xiaofan suddenly held his breath, a forgotten sorrow slowly resurfacing from the depths of his heart. Stirred by that solitary silhouette, Jingyu? He rose to his feet, his voice hoarse as he called out. The youth trembled at the sound, swiftly turning around, his eyes wide and mouth agape as if he wished to speak, yet ultimately, 1,000 words condensed into but 2. Xiaofan. Chapter 13. A prodigy at the foot of Longzhou Peak. Under the tutelage of the esteemed Jinren Songsong, disciples Qi Hao and Lin Jingyu respectfully greeted their masters, Uncle Tian and Uncle Su. Within the quiet hall, Tian Bai and Su Ru sat in the prominent positions, while the other disciples lined up beside them. The 2 young men in white, Lin Jingyu and the dashing Qi Hao, performed their salutations to Tian Bai. Zhang Xiaofan stood at the end of the line, gazing intently at Lin Jingyu. Years had passed, and they had all matured. At that moment, Lin Jingyu turned to look at Zhang Xiaofan. Their eyes met, and Lin Jingyu offered a faint smile. A warmth surged within Zhang Xiaofan's heart, prompting him to nod in acknowledgement. Tian Bai's gaze shifted between Qi Hao and Lin Jingyu, his expression darkening. Recognizing their remarkable appearance, he discerned their superior talents compared to his own disciples in mere moments. Qi Hao needed no introduction. He was already renowned among the younger generation of Qingyun Sect. As for the younger Lin Jingyu, having just observed him wielding a sword, Tian Bai surmised that he had at least reached the 4th level of the Tai Chi Xianqing Dao within a mere 3.5 years of initiation, truly astonishing prowess. Contemplating this, Tian Bai instinctively glanced towards Zhang Xiaofan at the back, and in comparison, his mood soured. Coldly, he inquired, "What did your master send you here for?" Qi Hao inclined his body in a respectful gesture, stating, "Respected Uncle Tian, my master, Jinren Songsong, has been entrusted by Master Dao Xian to manage the various affairs related to the upcoming 7 Meridians martial arts competition in 2 years. Due to some changes, he specifically instructed me and Lin Xueqi to come and inform you." Tian Bai snorted, scrutinizing Lin Jingyu from head to toe, remarking, "He intends to demonstrate his superiority over me, does he?" Both Qi Hao and Lin Jingyu's expressions shifted. Lin Jingyu's anger flared, but Qi Hao intervened, extending a hand to restrain him, and smiled. "Uncle Tian, you jest. We are both disciples of the Qingyun Sect, and with your esteemed reputation, my master harbors no intentions of disrespect." Su Ru smiled demurely, her elegance evident as she remarked, "Speaking of which, you were quite the standout during the— If I recall correctly, you placed 2nd, didn't you? Had it not been for that talented individual from the Chongmen, you might have claimed the title of martial champion of Qingyun Sect." Qi Hao maintained his composure, responding with a smile, "Respected Aunt Su, your praise is excessive. The extraordinary talent and profound cultivation of Brother Xiao Yizai from Chongmen far surpasses mine. I accepted my defeat with grace, having nothing to say in opposition. However, regarding the upcoming 7 Meridians martial arts competition in 2 years, my master and the sect leader have made some adjustments to the rules, and I have been tasked with informing both of you." Qi Hao remarked, "My esteemed master, the venerable Songsong, believes that the intent of the 7 sects martial assembly is fundamentally to unearth and cultivate talented individuals among the disciples of each sect. To date, the Qingyun Sect boasts nearly 1,000 disciples, with a particularly abundant influx of youthful talent. many of whom possess extraordinary gifts. Given this context, the opportunity that arises once every 60 years, yielding merely 4 representatives from each sect, is indeed woefully inadequate. Thus, my master has proposed that each sect contribute 9 disciples, with the Qingyun Sect contributing an additional member, culminating in a total of 64 participants. This will allow for a traditional drawing of lots for a series of 6 rounds of competition to determine the victors, thereby alleviating the lament of overlooked talents. Tianbai exchanged a glance with Su Ru, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Although the number of disciples from the Zhu Xian sect is fewer and of lesser quality, it may seem advantageous at first glance, however. The sheer number and talent from the Chongmen's Tongtian Peak and Songsong's Longzhou Peak would significantly tilt the scales in their favor. Observing her husbandess, Suru subtly shook her head, conveying her thoughts through her gaze. Tianbai was well aware of his wife's sentiments. Since this matter had already been deliberated between the sect leader and Songsong, it had become a foregone conclusion, and arguing was futile. He coolly replied, "That is quite agreeable. I have no objections." Qihao smiled graciously and responded, "That is indeed the best course of action. Additionally, before our departure, my master instructed me to convey that my junior brother Lin is an old acquaintance of your disciple Zhang. I hope you will allow them to reminisce." Tianbai, feeling a surge of frustration, waved his hand impatiently and said, "Granted, granted." Lin Jingyu had long been restless with anticipation. Yet he refrained from expressing his impatience out of respect for his senior elder. Upon receiving the approval, he swiftly turned to approach Zhang Xiaofan, who, filled with excitement, stepped forward as well. Lin Jingyu reached his side, scrutinizing him closely. Suddenly, his eyes reddened, and with a choked voice, he remarked, "You have grown, Xiaofan." Zhang Xiaofan felt a whirlwind of emotions and nodded repeatedly, saying, "You too. By the way, do you have any news regarding the tragic incident in the village?" Lin Jingyu shook his head and replied, "I have inquired with my master numerous times over the past few years, yet there has been no progress. What about you?" Zhang Xiaofan replied with a bitter smile, "I feel the same way." Lin Jingyu grasped his hand and said, "Let us step outside to converse." Zhang Xiaofan hesitated for a moment, then turned to glance at Tianbai and Su Ru. While Tianbai ignored him, Su Ru smiled and said, "Go ahead." Zhang Xiaofan was overjoyed. He nodded at her and hurriedly exited with Lin Jingyu. In the great hall, only Qihao remained as a guest, dressed in white. He exuded an air of elegance and composure, casting a calm gaze upon the disciples of Zhu Peak. His eyes finally set. He clasped his hands and smiled. "You must be Brother Song Darren. We met during the last grand competition." At this revelation, the disciples were taken aback. Tian Lingo stood beside her mother and whispered, "Mother, did the senior brother lose to him?" Sticking out her tongue, she added, "Then he must be quite formidable." At that moment, Tianbai seemed to sense something and turned to look at Su Ru. Their eyes meeting and silently communicating the unspoken thought. How wonderful it would be if Zhu Peak had such talent among its ranks. Meanwhile, Qihao engaged in conversation with the disciples, his accomplishments in cultivation and the esteem of his mentors allowing him to traverse the world, amassing knowledge and experience. His eloquence and wit won the hearts of those around him. Even Song Darren, who had previously faced defeat at his hands, felt no animosity. Amidst the laughter, Qihao inadvertently noticed Tian Linger, who had been standing quietly behind Su Ru. His gaze was drawn to the amber ribbon entwined around her waist, and he smiled brightly, saying, "Is this young lady not the renowned Tian Lingo, Sister Tian?" Tian Lingo raised her eyebrows, asking, "How do you know of me?" Qihao replied with a gentle smile, taking a few steps closer, "Sister Tian, at merely 16 years of age, your accomplishments in the Tai Chi Xianqing Dao are already remarkable, a fact well known among our sect. I have long admired you, and seeing you today confirms your reputation." Tian Lingo blushed and retorted, "You haven't seen me in action. How can you be so sure of my reputation?" Qihao paused for a moment, then chuckled, "Sister Tian, not only are you as beautiful as a flower, but your keen mind also leaves me, your senior brother, feeling rather ashamed." As she stood before his tall and handsome figure, hearing his praise of her beauty filled Tian Lingo with a sudden sweetness, though she feigned annoyance, saying, "You speak so frivolously. How can you claim to be my senior brother without shame?" Tianbai furrowed his brow, while Su Ru interjected, "Linger, do not speak so recklessly." Qihao quickly addressed Su Ru, "Aunt Su, please do not blame my junior sister. It is I who have spoken thoughtlessly and offended her." He then paused, reached into his robe, and retrieved a small brocade box, presenting it to Tian Lingo with a smile, "Sister Tian, This cooling pearl within the box was obtained several years ago while I accompanied my master, the revered Songson, on a quest to vanquish a group of malevolent cultists. While it may not be a rare treasure, it can alleviate heat and has reputed benefits for a woman's complexion. Today, I present it to you as an apology. Tian Lingo blushed once more, and before she could respond, Su Ru interjected, Nephew Qi, this cooling pearl is indeed a precious item. Lingo cannot accept it. Please, take it back. Qi Hao smiled and said, Master Su, you may not be aware that this coolness pearl holds little significance for me. It is akin to a mere chicken rib. However, it is perfectly suited for junior sister Tian, and I consider it a small token of my regard. I hope junior sister Tian will not find it unworthy. Tian Linger glanced at Qi Hao. Her demeanor noticeably softened. She reached out to accept the small box and softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, senior brother Qi. Qi Hao appeared exceedingly pleased, his face beaming with joy as he replied, No need for thanks, no need for thanks. Junior sister, your innate talent is remarkable, and your future prospects are boundless. Although there are many gifted individuals within the Qingyun Sect, few possess qualities as extraordinary as yours, and I must concede in admiration. Tian Bai, overhearing this, displayed a smile for the first time, while Tian Lingo humbly responded, Senior brother, you flatter me. Qi Hao shook his head, saying, Not at all. I too was guided by my esteemed master to the mountain at a young age, yet my cultivation at your age was far inferior to yours. However, Tian Linger, with her youthful heart, felt a growing fondness for Qi Hao's compliments, but could not resist asking, however, what? At this moment, both Tian Bai and Su Ru turned their heads, eager to learn the meaning behind Qi Hao's however. Qi Hao continued, however, if we are to discuss innate talent, there exists someone who could rival junior sister Tian. Tian Lingo paused for a moment and inquired, Who is it? Qi Hao smiled and gestured towards the outside of the Shoujing Hall, saying, It is my junior brother, Lin, since he was taken under the wing of our master. The esteemed Songson, 3 years ago, he has made astonishing progress in a short span, demonstrating extraordinary talent in the realm of cultivation. Among the disciples of our lineage, none can compare to him. In just 3 years, he has advanced to the 4th layer of the Yuling realm, a feat unheard of in a millennium. As he spoke, Qi Hao's affection for Lin was evident. He added, Our master praises junior brother Lin incessantly, calling him a once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy, nearly comparable to the revered Qingye patron. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, startling everyone. They turned towards the source of the noise and saw Tian Bai with a grim expression, his face pale. Having forcefully broken a piece off the sturdy sandalwood armrest beside him, Qi Hao was momentarily taken aback and whispered to Su Ru, Master Su, did I say something wrong? Su Ru managed a strained smile and was about to speak when, unexpectedly, a loud shout came from outside the hall. Before the words could fade, a figure stumbled into the hall, crashing to the ground with a thud, rolling back several times, covered in dust, and looking utterly disheveled. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Zhang Xiaofan. The faces of the Big Bamboo Peak disciples changed dramatically. Tian Linger, who shared a close bond with Zhang Xiaofan, rushed forward to help him up, anxiously asking, Xiaofan, what happened to you? Zhang Xiaofan had taken quite a fall, still feeling a lingering dizziness in his head. Yet he managed to utter, No, it's nothing. I'm fine. Just then, Lin Jingyu rushed in from outside, an anxious expression on his face as he exclaimed, Xiaofan, are you all right? I lost control for a moment. Tian Lingo immediately sensed that this individual had bullied her junior brother, and her anger surged within her. Adding to her discomfort was the recent praise Qi Hao had heaped upon Lin Jingyu, implying that she fell short in comparison. Without further thought, she rose in fury and declared, On what grounds do you bully others? With a swift gesture, she summoned the shimmering amber crimson ribbon, which shot towards Lin Jingyu with a whoosh. Su Ru and Qi Hao simultaneously shouted, Stop. Yet the amber crimson ribbon was as swift as lightning, and in an instant, it reached Lin Jingyu. Though startled, Lin Jingyu remained composed. He perceived the vibrant colors before him, realizing it was a celestial artifact. Immediately, he retreated 3 steps. Pointing his left hand skyward and his right hand downward, gripping his sword with resolve, he bellowed, Rise. The sound of a dragon's roar echoed through the quiet hall, as Lin Jingyu was enveloped in azure light. In that moment, a resplendent azure sword emerged, its blade as clear as autumn water, exuding. Not only did it withstand the onslaught of the amber crimson ribbon's dazzling light, but it also cast a green hue upon the faces of everyone in the hall. Tian Bai suddenly snorted, coldly remarking, Song Song is truly generous to have bestowed the dragon-slaying sword upon him. Qi Hao, observing that Lin Jingyu was unharmed, felt relieved and smiled, saying, "My master once stated that my junior brother possesses extraordinary talent and is destined for greatness, hence it's only natural for him to receive such cultivation." Tianbai's expression darkened further. At this moment, the amber crimson ribbon and the dragon-slaying sword were locked in a stalemate. Tianlinger, her beautiful eyes wide with determination, raised her arms, her crimson attire billowing as she slowly ascended into the air. Crossing her hands at her chest, she made a gesture resembling orchid fingers and commanded, "Bind the gods." No sooner had the words left her lips than the light intensified, and the previously 3-foot-long amber crimson ribbon suddenly retreated, hovering before Tianlinger. With a crisp sound, the light surged forth, rapidly expanding and filling the entire quiet hall, overpowering the azure glow of the dragon-slaying sword. In an instant, it transformed into countless crimson ribbons that surged towards Lin Jingyu, encircling him completely, sealing him off from all escape. Su Ru stood up and shouted into the air, "Linger, do not act recklessly." Yet, before she could finish her admonition, the myriad of crimson ribbons had ensnared Lin Jingyu tightly, obscuring not only his figure but also shrouding Tianlinger, suspended in the air, behind layers upon layers of red silk. Zhang Xiaofan stood there, utterly astonished, when he suddenly heard a voice behind him exclaiming, "Amber and crimson silk, truly a name that deserves its reputation." He turned to find Qi Hao gazing intently at the scene before them, murmuring incantations with an air of complete composure. As the victory of Tianlingo seemed assured, the crowd was startled by a sharp ripping sound. A gap suddenly appeared in the layers of red silk, revealing a glimmer of azure light. Both Tianbai and Su Ru's expressions shifted dramatically. With a thunderous roar that echoed like a furious dragon, the gap expanded 100-fold, the azure light surging forth. Tearing through the silk, Lin Jingyu, embodying both man and sword, manifested a shadow of a dragon, launching himself like an arrow released from its bow, barreling toward Tianlinger with unstoppable force. The onlookers gasped in horror, yet Tianlinger, though startled, remained unperturbed. She swiftly crossed her arms before her chest, forming the Tai Chi symbol, and deftly traced a line in the air. In an instant, the layers of red silk returned to shield her, transforming into countless barriers. The sound of shattering filled the air as Lin Jingyu's dragon-slaying sword pierced through layer after layer of silk. Though his momentum slightly waned, his relentless spirit, and it appeared that the two were on the brink of determining life and death. Meanwhile, Tianlinger's complexion paled, but in the blink of an Su Ru had rushed to her side, drawing her into an embrace and retreating to Tianbai's side. Within the Hall of Silence, an eerie stillness enveloped the atmosphere. Chapter 14. Divine Powers. Tianbai rose, scrutinizing Lin Jingyu with an expression of profound displeasure, coldly remarking, "Impressive skills. A formidable bloodlust." Qi Hao whispered to Lin Jingyu, "Junior brother, quickly offer your apologies." Young and overly zealous, Lin Jingyu furrowed his brows and stepped forward, addressing Zhang Xiaofan, who stood nearby. "Xiaofan, I was in the wrong just now. I intended to test our respective skills, but I acted without restraint. My sincerest apologies." Zhang Xiaofan harbored genuine concern for his friend. Yet he could only utter, "No, it's nothing." The expressions of those from Dazhu Peak shifted dramatically, and Tianbai's anger flared within him as he suddenly stepped forward, a flush of indignation sweeping across his face. Qi Hao's countenance changed drastically. Unlike Lin Jingyu, who had only recently joined the Qingyun Sect, Qi Hao had been there for a considerable time and understood well that although Dazhu Peak's strength paled in comparison to the other 6 peaks, the leader Tianbai and his wife Su Ru possessed remarkable abilities, commanding respect that none dared to dismiss. The lofty Taoist Song Song had previously cautioned him, Tianbai may lack a broad temperament, but his cultivation is profound. Coupled with his wife Su Ru, a renowned talent within the Qingyun Sect, even the sect leader Dao Xinzhenren holds them in high regard. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, it is wise not to provoke him. However, Lin Jingyu remained completely oblivious to this. Judging by his demeanor, even if he were aware, he would likely pay it no heed. At such a tender age, his arrogance was quite pronounced, likely a result of the excessive indulgence from Taoist Song Song. Tianbai, observing his demeanor, grew even more incensed and was about to take action when, suddenly, a figure flashed by. Su Ru had appeared by her husband's side, gently grasping his arm with a faint smile gracing her lips as she softly chided, "At your age, squabbling with the younger generation is quite unbecoming." Tianbai was momentarily taken aback, halting his advance. Qi Hao quickly positioned himself in front of his junior, offering a conciliatory smile. "Master Tian, with your vast magnanimity, I implore you to overlook our youthful indiscretions for the sake of our master." Zhang Xiaofan, Witnessing Lin Jingyu's provocation of their master, felt a surge of anxiety. To him, Lin Jingyu, also an orphan from Saomyo village, resembled a brother. At that moment, seeing Qi Hao plead for Lin Jingyu, his heart warmed. And he could not help but rush forward to kneel before Tian Bai, exclaiming, "Master, it is all my fault." Upon seeing Jingyu, "No, brother Lin," riding his sword, "I wish to observe his cultivation, which prompted my actions. Everything is my responsibility." Tian Bai, already in a foul mood, suppressed his rising anger. Qi Hao was bearable, but upon seeing Zhang Xiaofan also kneeling and babbling foolishly, a nameless rage ignited within him. He shouted, "Silence, you useless fool." With a flick of his sleeve, Zhang Xiaofan felt a fierce wind rush toward him. Suddenly, he felt weightless, as if the air around him had, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. A powerful force then surged forth, propelling him backward, crashing against the wall of the Shoujing Hall with a resounding thud. Dazed, Zhang Xiaofan felt a wave of nausea, and a mouthful of blood erupted from his throat. Inside the Shoujing Hall, everyone was momentarily stunned. "Father!" Tian Linger was the first to cry out, rushing to support Zhang Xiaofan. Lin Jingyu nearly followed suit, and upon seeing the blood staining Zhang Xiaofan's chest, rage surged within him. If he himself had been injured, he might not have been so furious, but witnessing Zhang Xiaofan suffer such a fate for his sake was unbearable. Without hesitation, Lin Jingyu turned to Tian Bai and shouted, "Short and stout, what are you doing?" As he spoke, the Zhanlong sword seemed to resonate with its master's emotions, emanating a brilliant azure light once more. Tian Bai's brows furrowed in anger, likely infuriated by the term short and stout. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. "Junior brother, be careful," Qi Hao called out urgently. Lin Jingyu, already on high alert, raised the Zhanlong sword before him, enveloping himself in its protective azure aura. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Tian Bai, short and stout, appeared before him as if the fierce azure light was of no consequence. Startled, Lin Jingyu stepped back, but the Zhanlong sword remained steady, poised to defend its master. Tian Bai sneered, swiftly extending his right hand into the sword aura. A crimson glow enveloped his palm, countering the azure light, and in an instant, he seized the Zhanlong sword. Qi Hao rushed into the fray, shouting, "Uncle Tian, show some mercy." However, Tian Bai did not pursue, allowing Qi Hao to shield Lin Jingyu behind him, his gaze fixed on the Zhanlong sword in his grasp. At that moment, although most of the azure sword energy had dissipated, the Zhanlong sword seemed to possess a spirit of its own, shimmering in Tian Bai's chubby hands, struggling to break free. Casting a green hue upon half of his figure, yet it remained unable to escape. Tian Bai raised his eyes and gazed ahead, coldly stating, "While the Zhanlong sword is indeed a divine weapon of the nine heavens, it is not necessarily invincible." As soon as his words fell, he suddenly exerted force with his 5 fingers, causing the Zhanlong sword to halt as if struck with tremendous force. Moments later, the entire sword once again emanated a brilliant azure glow, dazzling and resplendent, far surpassing its radiance in Lin Jingyu's hand. Qi Hao exclaimed in disbelief, "Master Tian." With a face as cold as frost, Tian Bai refrained from further conversation, gripping the Zhanlong sword tightly in his right hand. He made a powerful downward slash towards Qi Hao and Lin Jingyu. A sharp sound of air being severed echoed through the air, and in an instant, the piercing shriek of the green radiance surged forth like a mighty pillar, towering high enough to rival 2 men, roaring through the space like a tempest unleashed. Qi Hao clenched his teeth, swiftly raising his hands to summon the sword technique, and with a resonant clang, a white celestial sword was conjured, his renowned ice blade. In the blink of an eye, the green radiance emitted by Tian Bai arrived with formidable force. Qi Hao sheltered Lin Jingyu and retreated several steps, his right hand weaving the sword technique as the ice blade flashed with a brilliant white light, exuding a chilling aura. In mere moments, he conjured 7 ice walls before them. A series of loud bangs resounded as the green radiance collided with the ice walls. However, unlike the previous encounter where Lin Jingyu's sword met the ice with a different outcome, this time the Zhanlong sword advanced with unstoppable momentum, shattering the ice walls with a thunderous crash. Ice shards flew in all directions, yet the green radiance showed no signs of diminishing. Rather, it intensified. Roaring like an enraged dragon, clawing its way toward Qi Hao. Pale-faced and cornered, Qi Hao had no means of evasion. He could only summon every ounce of his strength, his 10 fingers moving in concert as the ice blade emitted myriad beams of white light, forming a shield before him. With a resounding boom, the green radiance struck the white light. Although it did not shatter immediately, it forcefully pushed the white glow back. Qi Hao's eyes widened in desperation as he summoned all his energy, barely managing to hold the seemingly insurmountable green radiance at bay just a foot from him. At that moment, the dazzling green light flickered before him, accompanied by a chilling wind, as if he were face to face with a fearsome beast, instilling terror within him. Before he could steady himself, the overwhelming pressure of the green radiance bore down upon him relentlessly. Qi Hao struggled to maintain the integrity of the white light. But his feet could no longer support him, and he was propelled backward by the immense force. From the onset of the confrontation, Tian Bai had remained motionless. Yet the green radiance unleashed by the Zhanlong sword grew increasingly potent, pushing Qi Hao and Lin Jingyu all the way to the entrance of the quiet hall. And they continued to be forced back. Especially once they reached the open ground beyond the hall, the green radiance surged even more fiercely, carving deep trenches into the earth. As if a colossal blade had swept through, leaving a shocking mark. This astonishing green radiance surged forth from the quiet hall in an unending torrent, forcing Qi Hao and Lin Jingyu back a full 3 zhang. At this point, the white light in front of Qi Hao had been compressed to less than half a foot from his body, and he was gasping for breath. His complexion shifting from red to pale, his feet ensnared in the ground. Moments later, Qi Hao finally cried out, unable to endure any longer. The white light dissipated, and the ice blade was hurled skyward by the overwhelming force, spiraling out of control. Qi Hao and Lin Jingyu were pale, as a fierce green sword aura surged toward them in an instant, seemingly deciding their fate between life and death. Yet, it abruptly halted, suspended in midair. Qi Hao's palms were slick with sweat, and he dared not move a muscle. After a brief moment, the green light appeared to lose its control and slowly dissipated. With a sharp clang, the ice sword descended once more, plunging into the ground before them. Regaining his composure, Qi Hao promptly expressed his gratitude towards Master Tian in the direction of the quiet hall, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Master Tian, for your mercy." Lin Jingyu, witnessing the unassuming Tian Bai wield such formidable power, couldn't help but lower his head in respect. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air again, startling the two. They saw a flash of green light as something shot forth from the quiet hall. It was the dragon-slaying sword, gleaming with azure radiance, which soared through the air and landed squarely before them, embedding itself in the ground next to the ice sword, the two blades crossing each other and trembling incessantly. "Begone!" Master Tian's voice emanated calmly from within the hall, the coldness of his intent unmistakable. Qi Hao quickly acknowledged with a response, tugging at Lin Jingyu, who was still gazing into the hall. They sheathed their respective swords and hastily took to the skies. The assembled disciples, witnessing Tian Bai's wrath, dared not even breathe, particularly Zhang Xiaofan. For the first time, he beheld the marvel of Tian Bai's magical prowess, filled with admiration to the point of forgetting his chest wound. In a moment of distraction, he inadvertently aggravated the injury, causing him to wince and gasp in pain. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaofan's cry, Tian Bai turned his gaze towards him. Zhang Xiaofan clenched his teeth, enduring the discomfort and lowering his head. Tian Bai scrutinized him for a moment, but did not utter another word, instead surveying the line of disciples standing to the side. They all averted their eyes, avoiding his gaze. With a deep sigh, Tian Bai shook his head slightly, clasping his hands behind him as he walked towards the rear hall. Su Ru, standing nearby, regarded her husband's retreating figure and addressed the gathered disciples. "You may all leave now." Approaching her husband, she softly inquired, "What has caused such a great outburst today?" Tian Bai shook his head slightly, responding with a question. "Did you see clearly when Linger and Lin Jingyu engaged?" Qi Hao conjured an ice wall to block the dragon-slaying sword. Su Ru sighed. He did not summon the ice sword. Tian Bai scoffed. During the last 7-pulse tournament, Qi Hao could only rely on the power of his sword to form an ice wall. It's astonishing that in just a few decades, he has attained such a level. Turning to Su Ru, he asked, having observed closely, "What do you believe his cultivation level is?" Su Ru replied calmly. He executed his spell with composure and seemed to have ample reserves of energy. He has at least reached the 8th layer of the Jade Clear Realm. Tian Bai's lips twitched, words on the verge of being spoken, yet it was Su Ru who continued, "No one under the bamboo peak can rival him." Tian Bai cast a deep glance at his wife, then slowly turned his head to behold the grove of verdant bamboo, which, as winter approached, gradually withered and turned yellow. He found himself lost in thought for a while. After a considerable pause, he suddenly inquired, "How is the 7th one faring?" Su Ru regarded him, a faint smile gracing her lips, and replied, "What else could it be? He was beaten so badly by you, our illustrious sage, that he spat blood." Su Ru smiled and fell silent. As night fell, darkness enveloped the sky. Zhang Xiaofan's lips curled into a faint smile as he approached the table and took a seat. Though a dull ache lingered in his chest, his mind was awash with the myriad extraordinary techniques displayed during the duel between Tian Bide and the others, filling his heart with an insatiable yearning, prompting an involuntary sigh to escape his lips. Why the sudden sigh? A gentle, harmonious voice resonated. Su Ru stepped before him, placing her hand upon his shoulder, and smiled reassuringly, saying, "It's all right. Please, take your seat." Zhang Xiaofan, taken aback by the unexpected attention, dared not defy the command and sat down. Su Ru scrutinized his countenance closely, then reached out to probe his chest, nodding in affirmation as she remarked, "It's fortunate. There are no significant injuries." As she spoke, she retrieved a small white vial from her bosom, poured out a golden pill the size of a fingertip, and handed it to Zhang Xiaofan, saying, "Take this." Zhang Xiaofan hesitated for a moment before accepting and swallowing it. Shortly thereafter, he felt a warm sensation rising from his dantian, gradually spreading to his limbs and the crown of his head. A comforting warmth enveloped his entire body, and even the faint pain in his chest vanished completely. Zhang Xiaofan was both astonished and delighted. He rose to stretch his limbs, and indeed, everything was as it should be. The miraculous efficacy of the spiritual elixir was truly beyond comprehension. Overjoyed, he hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Su Ru. "Thank you, Master Mother." Su Ru smiled and nodded. She put away the small vial and took a seat on another chair, saying, "There is no need for thanks. It was your master who instructed me to bring you the Dehuang Dan." Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback and asked, "Does master no longer hold anything against me?" Su Ru glanced at him and replied with a smile, "He asked me to come and see you, so naturally, he bears no resentment. However, I wonder if you harbor any grievances towards him?" Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback and quickly replied, "That's not the case, Master Yu. I would never." Su Ru raised her hand to interrupt Zhang Xiaofan, gently saying, "Xiaofan, please allow me to speak for a moment, if you would." Zhang Xiaofan felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart and whispered, "Yes, Master." Su Ru replied, "It is indeed wrong for your master to have struck you during the day. I observed it clearly from the sidelines. He regretted his actions immediately afterward. However, his temperament." A gentle layer of compassion graced her delicate features as she continued, "He has always been one to value pride greatly. Thus, even though he feels remorse within, he would never express it. Please, do not harbor resentment towards him." Zhang Xiaofan shook his head and said, "Master, I cannot blame my teacher. I can only fault myself for being too foolish and causing him distress." Su Ru glanced at him and sighed gently. "In truth, this matter is not entirely your concern. The path of cultivation and refining is inherently dependent on one's innate talent. While diligence can compensate for shortcomings, there remains a certain disparity. Your master is well aware of this, and his worries are not rooted in this issue." Zhang Xiaofan inquired, "What troubles does my master face?" Su Ru responded with a faint smile, her brow tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Talents like Qi Hao and Lin Jingyu are rare and difficult to encounter. Yet, within the Qingyun Sect, the lineage of Dazhu Peak is gradually declining. Although your master possesses profound cultivation, he is often ridiculed by his fellow elders due to the shortcomings of his disciples. His strong-willed nature makes this burden particularly difficult for him to bear. He is deeply pained and fears that after his ascension, the Dazhu Peak lineage may never rise again, which would be a grave disappointment to our esteemed ancestors. This heavy weight rests solely upon his shoulders, and his heart is indeed filled with sorrow." Zhang Xiaofan fell silent, and Su Ru soon came to a realization. She shook her head with a wry smile and said, "What am I even saying to a mere 14-year-old child?" With that, she rose to her feet, gently patted his shoulder, and added, "It is best for you to rest early." Zhang Xiaofan replied affirmatively, "Yes, mistress, please take care." However, as he stepped through the doorway, a sudden brilliance illuminated his surroundings. There, by the flickering light of the lamp, stood a striking woman clad in red, her countenance resembling a lotus blossom and her beauty surpassing that of the most exquisite peach blossoms, utterly captivating. He gazed at her in a daze, his heart racing unexpectedly, and he softly called out, "Senior sister." In this enchanting scene, the beautiful woman was none other than Tian Linger. Upon discovering that Zhang Xiaofan had been injured, she felt a surge of concern and stealthily approached to check on him. To her surprise, she found her mother present and thus concealed herself outside the door, only revealing herself once Su Ru had departed. Observing Zhang Xiaofan, who appeared as if entranced, she could not help but chide him. "What are you standing?" Zhang Xiaofan awoke, a flush creeping across his face. Just as he sought a pretext to explain himself, he noticed Tian Lingo bowing her head. It turned out that De Huang had approached, affectionately nudging her leg with its head. Tianlinger bent down to stroke De Huang's head, and the dog extended its tongue to gently lick her jade-like hand. Suddenly, the sound of the monkey Xiaohui echoed, and both the girl and the dog turned their gaze. They saw Xiaohui scurrying behind De Huang, tugging at its large tail as if attempting to pull the dog away from Tianlinger. Sensing Tianlinger's astonished gaze, Xiaohui looked up and suddenly bared its teeth in a fierce grimace directed at her. Zhang Xiaofan recounted the incident of using a meat bone to win over Little Gray, causing Tianlinger to burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I never expected that this mischievous monkey possessed such cunning." As she spoke, her bright eyes shifted, surveying Zhang Xiaofan from head to toe, and she inquired, "By the way, after my father struck you today, are you feeling any discomfort?" Zhang Xiaofan shook his head and replied, "It's nothing, senior sister." Tianlinger, feeling quite indignant, exclaimed, "Father really ought to reconsider. Why take out his discomfort on you?" Zhang Xiaofan hurriedly replied, "No, it is my foolishness that has angered master." Tianlinger shot him a glare, causing Zhang Xiaofan to falter, his mouth agape. With a huff, Tianlinger remarked, "In truth, it has nothing to do with you. It is merely that my father, upon witnessing the exceptional talents of those two, has felt an imbalance within himself, and thus." She spoke halfway, casting a glance at Zhang Xiaofan, realizing that this could be interpreted as implying her junior brother's lack of intelligence. Consequently, she refrained from completing her thought and deftly shifted the topic, asking, "What brought my mother here just now?" Zhang Xiaofan earnestly replied, "The mistress also came to visit me and graciously bestowed upon me 2 great yellow pills, which are remarkably effective. I consumed one, and it cured me entirely." "Great yellow pills?" Tianlinger seemed taken aback. "Indeed," Zhang Xiaofan said, gazing up at her. "What is the matter?" Tianlinger scrutinized her junior disciple for a moment longer and remarked, "These are my father's prized possessions. According to my mother, they are crafted from the essence of 23 rare herbs, possessing extraordinary powers. None of the senior brothers, myself included, have had the fortune to partake in them." Zhang Xiaofan gaped in astonishment, while Tianlinger turned her eyes thoughtfully, muttering to herself, "Could it be that my father actually regards you with a different perspective? Yet, it certainly does not appear to be the case." Zhang Xiaofan remarked, "It must be the benevolence of my master, who, seeing my injury, has graciously bestowed upon me a spiritual elixir. Truly, he possesses a heart of immense generosity." Tianlinger chuckled softly, "My father, indeed, has a broad-minded disposition. Ha, never mind, I shan't dwell on that. Oh, what is the sound of rain?" Zhang Xiaofan inclined his ear and indeed heard the faint sound of rain gently pattering outside the house. Tianlinger approached the window, pushed it open, and an invigorating mountain breeze instantly swept in, carrying the coolness of raindrops, brushing against her face with a refreshing touch. Zhang Xiaofan approached and stood beside her, gazing outward. In the stillness of the dark night, rain fell from the heavens. The world was enveloped in a somber gloom. His vision was limited to the indistinct shadows of the slender bamboo swaying in the courtyard outside. The raindrops cascaded from the night sky, imparting a gentle quality to the darkness, and Zhang Xiaofan, in his youthful innocence, suddenly perceived the night as enchanting, the rain as tender. And even the crisp patter of raindrops upon the bamboo leaves resonated deeply within his soul. This transformation in perception was entirely due to the presence of a strikingly beautiful woman beside him, her head lifted, embodying a delightful blend of youthful exuberance and a hint of melancholic beauty, lost in reverie as she beheld the rain. Behind them, De Huang and Xiaohui had inexplicably settled into silence. De Huang lounged lazily on the bed, his eyes half closed, while Xiaohui, unusually tranquil, sat beside him, her hands gently sifting through his thick, soft fur. The candlelight flickered, wavering in the mountain breeze, occasionally crackling softly. "It is raining," Tianlinger suddenly murmured. Zhang Xiaofan replied softly, "Indeed." The flickering candlelight reflected in her enchanting and luminous eyes, resembling 2 gentle yet fervent flames. "Do you think this cool pearl is beautiful?" Tianlinger's gaze lingered on the softly glowing orb, as if its very sound danced in the air, akin to Zhang Xiaofan's heart, which felt hollow and he approached, summoning all his courage and exerting every ounce of strength to appear composed. Tianlinger lifted her gaze to him, and suddenly noticed that the eyes of this seemingly ordinary junior brother sparkled with an extraordinary brightness, imbued with a hint of fervor and pain. With a gentle motion, she closed the small box and asked softly, "Xiaofan, what troubles you?" Zhang Xiaofan lowered his head, fell into a moment of silence, and softly replied, "I am fine, senior sister." Zhang Xiaofan stood up in a daze. while Tianlinger took a few steps before suddenly halting, turning back with a smile. In that fleeting moment, her beauty enveloped, striking at the very core of his heart. "Look at my memory. I even forgot what I intended to do tonight," she remarked, as she produced a thin sheet of paper from her bosom, densely filled with tiny characters, and handed it to Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan took the document, and after glancing at it a few times, his expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "The Taiji Xuanqing Dao method." His senior sister, Tianlinger, shot him a disapproving look and scolded, "Why are you shouting so loudly?" Zhang Xiaofan hurriedly lowered his voice and said, "Martial sister, this is the technique from the 3rd level." "You?" Tianlinger huffed and replied, "Of course, I shall impart it to you." Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback and exclaimed, "What?" Tianlinger replied, "I am well aware that my father has always looked down upon you, and today's outburst was utterly unwarranted. Humph. He cannot even manage his own disciples and yet has the audacity to blame you. I can no longer tolerate this. Take this manual and practice in secret. When you have honed your skills to a remarkable degree, show it to my father, and let us ensure that you never endure such humiliation again." Zhang Xiaofan furrowed his brow and said, "But, senior sister, what if master and mistress find out? Would they not scold you?" Zhang Xiaofan's entire body quivered. A sudden warmth surged within his heart as he gazed upon the graceful figure of Tianlinger, rendering him utterly speechless. In that moment, his blood surged with fervor. He would not hesitate to sacrifice his life for this woman before him. Tianlinger continued, "Remember to exert yourself diligently, striving for parity with that arrogant Lin Jingyu. However, even with your efforts, you shall never surpass senior brother Qi Hao, so do not dwell on that." As she spoke, she waved her hand, imparting a final admonition, "Keep this confidential." With that, she exited the room, swiftly vanishing into the darkness. "You shall never surpass senior brother Qi Hao." Those 13 words struck Zhang Xiaofan's heart like a thunderclap. His face drained of color, and instinctively, he clutched the white paper in his hand. The mountain rain fell softly, and the world stood solemn. Who could behold the youth in the night, stepping into the rain, gazing up at the heavens? In the morning, after the rain, the damp mountain breeze carried a chill across the summit of Dazhu Peak. Zhang Xiaofan entered the familiar kitchen, igniting a fire to boil water. The crackling of the fire echoed within the hearth. The bright yellow flames danced like mischievous spirits upon the wood, illuminating his face with a warm glow. Holding a slender piece of kindling as a fire poker, he absent-mindedly stirred the flames, lost in thought. "You shall never surpass senior brother Qi Hao." This phrase echoed in his mind, recited 1,000 times over, each repetition piercing his heart anew. He understood the folly of his thoughts. His senior sister bore no malice, merely stating a universally acknowledged truth. Yet, he could not quell the relentless contemplation, as if a wild flame burned fiercely within his spirit, consuming him endlessly, until the fire seared his hand. "Ouch!" Zhang Xiaofan exclaimed, leaping back in shock. He had been so lost in thought that the fire had singed the kindling he held, causing it to scorch his hand. He cradled his injured hand, blowing on the burn, and hurried to the water barrel, immersing his hand in the cool water. A wave of icy relief washing over him. Zhang Xiaofan chuckled softly. What he truly needed at that moment was not anything but a proper fire poker. Suddenly, a series of peculiar sounds erupted at the doorway. Zhang Xiaofan recognized the voice of De Huang, though he found it perplexing that the usual woof woof had morphed into woo woo woo. Stepping outside, he couldn't help. De Huang was engaged in playful tussles with Xiao Hui, both tugging at a short black stick. One end clenched in De Huang's mouth while Xiao Hui fiercely pulled at the other end, their playful dispute resulting in the odd sounds of woo woo woo. Zhang Xiaofan stepped forward, grasping the short stick in his hand and waving it to shoo away the little gray dog and the big yellow one. However, they seemed rather reluctant, barking and yapping incessantly. Zhang Xiaofan threatened with a wave of his hand. "Go away, stop causing a ruckus here, or else you shall not be fed at noon." The big yellow dog and the little gray one exchanged glances. One let out a growl while the other made a comical face. Then, the little gray dog leaped onto the back of the big yellow one, and together they strutted away from Zhang Xiaofan with an air of disdain, causing him to feel quite exasperated. After uttering a curse at the two creatures, Zhang Xiaofan turned to enter the kitchen, only to realize that the short stick in his hand was none other than the peculiar black stick he had discovered during his journey to the valley 6 months prior. It seemed the little gray dog, in its mischievousness, had unearthed this item from a corner and brought it forth to play with the big yellow one. Zhang Xiaofan let out a sigh, suddenly struck by an idea. He hurried to the stove, using the black short rod as a fire poker, and to his astonishment, it proved remarkably adept for the task. This peculiar rod, crafted from an unknown material, was impervious to flames and did not conduct heat, remaining cool even after prolonged exposure to the fire. Zhang Xiaofan nodded repeatedly, contemplating how fortuitous this discovery was. It was a pity that the late elder of the demonic sect, the black-hearted old man, could not witness the fate of the bloodthirsty pearl. A treasured artifact of the demonic sect that he had labored to create throughout his life, now relegated to the role of a mere fire poker. Surely, he would rise from his grave in a fit of rage upon learning this. On that day at noon, the disciples of Dazhu Peak gathered in the dining hall, where Tianbai was the last to arrive. Taking his seat, he surveyed the room, and his gaze lingered momentarily on Zhang Xiaofan, who promptly lowered his head, prompting Tianbai to shift his attention elsewhere. "Did you all witness yesterday's events?" Tianbai inquired blandly. The room fell silent, with only Song Darren daring to smile and respond. Yes, Master displayed his remarkable prowess, punishing those two. Enough, Tianbai suddenly bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the hall, silencing the crowd. He continued, "What you witnessed yesterday was merely the profound cultivation of our fellow disciples from the other branches. Not to mention Shihao. Even that young lad who has only been in the sect for 3 years managed to surpass most of you and came to Dazhu Peak to cause a ruckus. Do you not understand?" The room remained quiet, save for Zhang Xiaofan, who abruptly raised his head. Tianbai coldly declared, "The martial arts gathering of the 7 branches is fast approaching. You inept individuals are to enter seclusion starting today. If you do not emerge with a semblance of skill, I shall strip the skin from your backs." Expressions of despair crossed the faces of the disciples, yet none dared utter a word. Tianlingo cautiously asked, "Father, what about me?" "You too," Tianbai interrupted decisively. Thus, time passed swiftly, and beneath the tranquil atmosphere of Dazhu Peak, an unprecedented tension loomed. All disciples diligently practiced their arts, except for a leisurely yellow dog, a mischievous gray monkey, and a bored chef. Chapter 16. Exorcising Spirits. Woof. Woof. Squeak. Squeak. The little gray monkey leapt onto the back of the large yellow dog, who, having been poised for action, dashed off with all 4 legs. Zhang Xiaofan could not keep up, watching helplessly as the little gray monkey made faces and placed a fragrant meat bone in the yellow dog's mouth. The yellow dog was overjoyed, its face lighting up in delight, had it not been for the bone clamped between its teeth. It might have laughed so hard that its teeth would fall out. However, Zhang Xiaofan prepared soup for people. And though the aging yellow dog, raised by Tianbai since childhood, was well qualified, it often received no such treatment, yearning for the delicious morsels it could not attain. After forging a friendship with the little gray monkey, the antics depicted above frequently unfolded at Dazhu Peak, continuing for 2 years. No matter how cleverly Zhang Xiaofan hid the meat bones, the combination of the yellow dog's keen nose and the gray monkey's agility ensured that this contest for the meat bones often ended in Zhang Xiaofan's defeat. For the past 2 years, unnoticed by others, Zhang Xiaofan has been diligently practicing alone. However, to his own disbelief, following the teachings of his senior brother Song Darren, he seemingly completed the 2nd layer of qi refinement in the Yuling realm in just 1 year. Doubts lingered in his heart, yet he refrained from inquiring with Tianbai. Meanwhile, Song Darren, Tianlinger, and others were engrossed in their own closed-door cultivation, leaving him with little attention. His closest companion, Du Bishu, had also descended the mountain, leaving him to conceal his concerns within. Yet, a formidable challenge soon arose before him. Tianlingo clandestinely provided him with the techniques for the 3rd layer. He was acutely aware that this act was a grave violation of the sect's regulations. Nevertheless, each night, as he stood alone in the courtyard gazing at the starry sky, he would recall a saying, "No matter how much you practice, you are still not equal to senior brother Qihao." After 10 nights of contemplation, he commenced his study of the 3rd layer's techniques. In the realm of Tai Chi Xianqing, the 1st to 3rd layers of the Yuling realm serve as the foundation for all magical arts, with increasing difficulty. Unlike the first 2 layers, which focus on qi induction and refinement, the 3rd layer's techniques emphasize the cultivation of the primordial qi. The text states, "The primordial qi of Tai Chi encompasses the 3 as one. The ultimate is within. The primordial is the beginning, operating within the 12 celestial cycles." This union of yin and yang, the essence resonates in the Z, giving rise to all things. When disciples of the Qingyun Sect reach this level of cultivation, a clear demarcation becomes evident, revealing their innate talents. Those of exceptional wisdom often surge forth like a breaking wave, seamlessly breaking through to higher realms of mastery, thereby laying a solid foundation for their journey in the immortal path. In contrast, Those of lesser aptitude frequently find themselves stagnating, with many ultimately squandering their lives in futility. Zhang Xiaofan had been apprenticed for 5 years, and these matters had been recounted to him countless times in conversations with his senior brothers. Yet, it was evident that all his seniors regarded him as belonging to a slightly inferior category. However, this realization was not born from any particular discovery, rather. It was an ordinary occurrence. He was lost in thought. The pitch-black fire stick, measuring little over a foot in length, bore only the singular orb at its tip. The sole peculiarity lay in the faint, blood-like veins that were discernible beneath its dark surface, particularly pronounced at the juncture where the short stick met the orb. It almost seemed as if these two objects were melded together by human blood. Zhang Xiaofan was utterly perplexed by the peculiar sensations enveloping him. Fortunately, he possessed a method to soothe his unnerving heart, the great prajna. This supreme Buddhist technique holds the remarkable ability to quell malevolent spirits and purify one's mind. After 5 years of diligent practice, its greatest utility lay in subduing the inexplicable emotions that had surfaced over the past 2 years. Snap! Zhang Xiaofan felt a sharp pain on his head as an object fell to the ground, revealing itself to be a pine cone. Enraged, he turned around and exclaimed, "You wretched monkey, just wait until I catch you." "Oh, it's you." "Ah, sixth senior brother." Zhang Xiaofan sprang to his feet, only to behold a figure standing at the entrance, of medium stature and possessing a sharp countenance. The person wore a broad smile and carried a small bundle upon his back. Who else could it be but the long-missed Lao Lu Du Bishu? Du Bishu scrutinized Zhang Xiaofan from head to toe, exclaiming in admiration, "Impressive. In just a few short years, you've grown to match my height." Zhang Xiaofan approached swiftly, firmly grasping Du Bishu's shoulder, and exclaimed with a smile, "Sixth senior brother, why have you been away for such an extended period? We have all missed you dearly." Zhang Xiaofan felt a surge of joy, nodding repeatedly. Du Bishu gently patted his head and suddenly whispered, "Come, accompany me to meet our master." Zhang Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Why must I accompany you?" Du Bishu, with a sorrowful expression, replied, "My master initially instructed me to allowing a year's time. However, I lingered longer than intended. Well, not merely lingered, but spent an additional 6 months in search of suitable materials to forge a magical artifact. I fear I shall incur my master's wrath. Please, accompany me." Zhang Xiaofan glared at him and said, "Then why do you insist it was to see me first? By the way, sixth senior brother, what magical artifact have you been refining?" Du Bishu chuckled awkwardly, "Of course, I came to see you first, junior brother. Come, let us go." As he spoke, he pulled Zhang Xiaofan along. After a while, De Huang, who was gnawing on a meat bone in a corner, and Xiao Hui, who was perched on his back picking lice, both heard a furious roar emanating from the quiet hall. "Unworthy individual, you have driven me to the brink of madness." During dinner, the members of the Daju Peak gathered for the first time in 2 years, seated around a table. Once everyone settled, Tianbai still wore an expression of anger. After greeting Du Bishu, the disciples could not help but quietly inquire, "Old Sixth, why does the master seem so furious upon seeing you?" Du Bishu appeared embarrassed, evading the question, while Zhang Xiaofan, sitting beside him, wore a peculiar smile but restrained his laughter. Du Bishu cautiously glanced at Tianbai, who shot him a glare, causing him to hastily lower his head. Tianbai huffed, "Old Sixth, why don't you display your artifact for everyone to see?" Du Bishu opened his mouth, hesitated, then looked towards his master's wife, Su Ru, who smiled and encouraged, "Bishu, just show it to everyone. Let them see what has riled your master." Realizing he could not delay any longer, Du Bishu reluctantly retrieved his small bundle, shook it a couple of times, and pulled out several items, placing them on the table. The onlookers stared intently, afraid of missing anything, and the dining hall fell into an extreme silence. Upon the table lay 3 objects, seemingly crafted from some sturdy wood, each about the size of half a fist, 6-sided, and entirely white, adorned with various carvings, 3 dice. Everyone stood in stunned silence, dumbfounded, until a moment later, laughter erupted. Du Bishu's face turned crimson, and Tianbai glared at him, fuming, "A rotten wood cannot be carved." At this moment, Su Ru chuckled and shook her head, "Oh, it's no big deal. Dice are just dice. After all, this artifact is for his own use." Tianbai shot a glare at his disciple and retorted to Su Ru, "How do you know he isn't using this for deceit?" Du Bishu, startled, quickly replied, "Master, mistress, I would never stoop to such despicable acts. I merely found a millennium-old Senju tree by the banks of the Red Water in the south last year. Rich in spirit, I carved these 3 dice from its essence, purely on a whim, without any ulterior motives. Tianbai's anger remained unabated. You find joy in this? Humph. While it may be acceptable for you to practice other skills, now you have produced a gambling tool. When you showcase this at the upcoming 7 Veins martial arts competition in a month, how will I hold my head high? Du Bishu dared not speak further, while Suru shook her head softly. Bai, this is something he cherishes. Do not press him. Do you still remember Master Wan? Suddenly, Tianbai was taken aback, turning to gaze at Suru, who let out a soft sigh. She addressed Du Bishu, saying, Bishu, you are aware that I have never compelled you or your master to cultivate the celestial sword as other sect brothers do. However, the significance of magical artifacts is immense, and you must exercise caution in your endeavors. Du Bishu stole a glance at Tianbai, only to find his master's expression displeased, simmering with frustration. He dared not speak further and nodded repeatedly, affirming, yes, indeed. Suru cast another glance at her husband and then addressed everyone. Time passes swiftly. Next month, the great trial of the 7 sects will take place. We shall journey together to the Tongtian Peak, where the Chaman resides. Please make your preparations in advance. At this point, her beautiful and gentle visage suddenly hardened, and she spoke with urgency. This time, do not let me and your master down. Do you understand? The disciples felt a jolt in their hearts and responded in unison, yes. Zhang Xiaofan cautiously inquired, are you suggesting that I should go as well? Suru was taken aback for a moment, casting a glance at Tianbai. A smile graced her lips as she replied, indeed. Are you not also a disciple of the Daju Peak lineage? Zhang Xiaofan was filled with exuberance, leaping with joy and exchanging high fives with the nearby Du Bishu. Completely indifferent to the distant taunts of Tianbai, who remarked that with 9 available slots, even granting one to a fool would still be a waste. However, as time passed, he grew accustomed to the company of De Huang and Xiao Hui, no longer vexed by their shared sleeping arrangements. That night, his spirits soared as he entered the room and took a seat at the table. A glance revealed De Huang lazily sprawled out, while Xiao Hui had mysteriously sneaked back from the kitchen, once again appropriating his black fire stick, playfully rubbing against De Huang. A flicker of curiosity stirred within. It seemed Xiao Hui held an unusual fascination for the fire stick. Yet, his mind was too consumed with the unexpected joy of being permitted by his master to participate in the 7-line martial arts conference to ponder further. Had De Huang and Xiao Hui turned to look at Zhang Xiaofan at that moment, they would have seen a human whose eyes shone with excitement. He gazed at the monkey and the dog, yet it appeared he was conversing with the air. Can you believe it? I actually have the opportunity to partake in the 7-line martial arts conference. It is truly splendid. My master is so magnanimous. Even if I am somewhat foolish, he still allows me to broaden my horizons. Perhaps I might even encounter Jingyu. As this thought crossed his mind, he seemed to recollect something, murmuring softly to himself. However, if I truly compete, I fear I may bring disgrace to my master. Well, whatever will be, will be. De Huang, Xiao Hui, what do you think? Zhang Xiaofan raised his gaze, only to find Xiao Hui engrossed in the fur of De Huang, meticulously picking at fleas, offering only a few calls in response to him. De Huang, even more indifferent, let his ears droop and did not spare him a glance. Damn dog! Zhang Xiaofan cursed indignantly, when suddenly darkness enveloped him as Xiao Hui abruptly swung the firewood stick at him. Startled, he swiftly dodged. The stick struck the table, bounced twice, and fell to the ground. Squeak, squeak, woof, woof. This time, the sounds of the dog and the monkey harmonized into a symphony. Zhang Xiaofan made a face at the 2 creatures and sat down in frustration. Unbeknownst to him, memories of Qi Hao's gallant figure on Daju Peak 2 years prior resurfaced in his mind. The ice solidifies into a wall. He murmured softly. While he had been untrained, he was not overly concerned. However, as he delved deeper into his cultivation these days, he acutely felt the daunting challenge of reaching Qi Hao's exalted realm, a pinnacle seemingly beyond his grasp. His thoughts drifted to that night, when Tianling sat by the lamp in this very room, her gentle yet fervent gaze piercing through him. In that moment, his heart felt as if pricked by a sharp needle. The firewood stick lay quietly on the floor, accompanied by the playful banter of the monkey and the dog. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan felt a profound kinship with the fallen stick, which, in his eyes, seemed to exude a semblance of solitude. With a sigh, he endeavored to envision himself attaining that lofty state, adopting a completely relaxed demeanor, unperturbed by the world around him. For the first time in his life, he performed the gesture that disciples of the Qingyun Sect had executed countless times. He beckoned towards the firewood stick lying on the ground. In that fleeting moment, It felt as though time itself had paused, stretching into eternity. Zhang Xiaofan exhibited a remarkable composure, devoid of any sorrow, and readily accepted his defeat. Then, he noticed a stick lying on the ground stirring slightly, as if awakening from a long slumber. Chapter 17. The Gathering that morning. The atmosphere atop Qingyun Sect's Daju Peak was jubilant, particularly among the disciples, each adorned with smiles. Although a hint of tension lingered, it was largely overshadowed by their excitement. Among the crowd, only the eldest disciple, Song Darren, along with the second, Wu Dei, the third, Zheng Dali, and the fourth, Hidaji, had participated in the previous martial assembly of the 7 sects. The fifth disciple, El Daxin, and the sixth, Du Bishu, were newcomers under Tian Bai's tutelage over the past few decades. As for the young Tian Linger and Zhang Xiaofan, they had never witnessed such a grand event, which occurred only once in a generation. At that moment, Tian Linger was particularly elated, seizing the opportunity while Tian Bai and his wife were engaged in final preparations. She eagerly bombarded the most experienced Song Darren with questions. Eldest brother, will so many fellow disciples truly attend the martial assembly? With a beaming smile, Song Darren, evidently in high spirits, replied, Indeed, the martial assembly is the grandest event of our sect, and all disciples regard it as a matter of utmost importance. Those chosen to represent their respective factions are all exceptional individuals, and the grandeur of that scene is beyond description. At this juncture, Hidaji, overhearing their conversation, approached with a mischievous glint in his eye, winking at Tian Lingo as he said, Little junior sister, you are unaware that the eldest brother has more to say. Tian Lingo exclaimed in surprise, disregarding Song Darren's astonishment, and pressed, What is it, fourth brother? With a smile, Hidaji continued, At the martial trials venue, countless disciples will observe. The victors will stand upon the stage amidst thunderous applause, their pride unmistakable. Yet, should some charming new female disciples from other factions be captivated by the eldest brother's charisma, cheering and screaming, would that not be a delightful experience in life? Upon saying this, he turned to Song Darren with a serious demeanor, asking, Eldest brother, wouldn't you agree? Suddenly, Song Darren's face flushed crimson. Tian Linger, noticing this change, was genuinely puzzled and inquired, Eldest brother, why did you suddenly turn red? Song Darren shook his head vigorously, exclaiming repeatedly, No, I have no red. He coughed lightly, only to notice that the surrounding disciples, both senior and junior, had gathered around him. The younger ones, like Du Bishu and Zhang Xiaofan, were somewhat perplexed, yet Wu Dei and Zheng Dali wore smiles on their faces. Wu Dei cheerfully remarked, Look, both second brother and third brother are here. My memory has been rather poor lately, but I seem to recall that during the last grand competition, our senior brother triumphed in 2 rounds and advanced to the third. There was a beautiful junior sister present, but alas, her name escapes me. Wu Dei quickly added, I can't quite remember either. But I believe she was from the Little Bamboo Peak, and her beauty was truly remarkable, though her name, well, Zheng Dali, grinning widely, chimed in. As for names, we've all forgotten, but we certainly remember the one who applauded the loudest and exchanged glances with senior brother that day. At this revelation, the crowd erupted in astonishment, with Tian Lingo leading the inquiry, Senior brother, which junior sister was so kind to you? Hiwei immediately interjected, That's odd. Neither second brother nor third brother know her name, yet you seem to recall it effortlessly. Speaking of which, how kind was junior sister One Min toward the group burst into laughter, and Song Darren, aware of his blunder, recognized that he could not match Hiwei. Realizing that speaking too much would lead to more mistakes, he snorted and, with a thick skin, awkwardly chuckled. Boring people. Hee. I shall see if master and mistress are ready. Tian Linger was about to press further when she noticed Song Darren slip away faster than the wind, disappearing in the blink of an eye. She seized Hiwei, her sparkling eyes brimming with excitement, and implored, Fourth brother, tell me, what does junior sister Wen Min look like? Tian Lingo shook her head. When my mother and I visited Little Bamboo Peak, we went straight to see Master Shuewei, and I hardly got to know any junior sisters. Please, do share. Hiwei replied with a smile, No need to rush. Today we are attending the Seven Veins Martial Assembly at Chamen Tong Tian Peak. You will most likely see her there. Tian Lingo exclaimed, her eyes darting as if she had an epiphany. No wonder I noticed senior brother looking so radiant this morning. It turns out he has ulterior motives. The group paused momentarily, then burst into laughter, with Tian Linger joining in. Her earlier anxiety about the Seven Veins Martial Assembly dissipating into thin air. However, as her gaze swept across the crowd, she noticed that while everyone else wore Zhang Xiaofan's expression seemed somewhat distracted despite the laughter. Seizing the opportunity while the others were engaged in jovial conversation, Tianlingo discreetly pulled Zhang Xiaofan aside and whispered, "Xiaofan, is something troubling you?" Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback for a moment, his lips twitching slightly as his right hand instinctively brushed against his chest. Ultimately, he replied, "I am fine, senior sister." Tianlingo glanced at him and directly inquired, "What is it? Show it to me." Zhang Xiaofan hesitated for a moment before revealing the object he had been holding close to his chest, presenting it to Tianlinger. Upon catching a glimpse, Tianlinger was taken aback, exclaiming, "What purpose does this dark, charred stick serve by your side?" Zhang Xiaofan observed Tianlinger, her face adorned with astonishment. Yet even with a hint of annoyance, she remained remarkably beautiful. He stammered, "Master's grace allows me to witness this. My cultivation is shallow. I possess no artifacts. Nor do I know how to use them." Tianlingo suddenly realized, but could not help bursting into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, haha, is that so? Then you intend to participate in the Seven Veins Martial Assembly with that firewood stick? For 2 millennia, Qingyun Sect has produced an eccentric 6th senior brother who refines dice artifacts, and now, unexpectedly, you have brought a mere stick. Ha ha, you are killing me with laughter." The disciples of Daju Peak, hearing Tianlingo's sudden and hearty laughter, gathered around, inquiring about the cause, and were unable to suppress their own laughter. As Zhang Xiaofan beheld the smiling faces of his joyful seniors, a wave of anger surged within him. This deep-seated fury flickered momentarily, yet its intensity nearly rendered him breathless. He lowered his head, tightly gripping the unsightly firewood stick, the familiar chill coursing through his palm. "Xiaofan." Tianlinger abruptly ceased her laughter, adopting a serious demeanor. "I must apologize." Zhang Xiaofan's body trembled as he lifted his head. Tianlinger said, "I originally intended to present you with a precious item to enhance your stature, so you would not be ridiculed by our fellow disciples when you ventured out. However, my mother has been pressing me too rigorously to cultivate lately, and I completely forgot." Zhang Xiaofan instinctively shook his head and replied, "Senior sister, your cultivation is of utmost importance. There is no need to concern yourself with me any further." Tianlingo gently patted his shoulder, smiling as she said, "Nonetheless, it is of little consequence. Everyone is already aware of your abilities. Consider this journey a valuable opportunity for enlightenment." Lowering her voice, she added, "If anyone dares to bully you, you must come to me at once. I shall immediately stand up for you." Zhang Xiaofan gazed into the affectionate eyes of his senior sister, harboring no doubts about her promises. He could sense the goodwill emanating from the conversations of those around him. Yet, what was this tumultuous emotion that surged within him? What kind of flame blazed fiercely in the depths of his heart, rendering him nearly breathless? Tianlinger, still beaming with delight, gently patted the shoulder of her beloved junior brother and whispered, "Let me tell you, there are countless delightful places atop Tongdian Peak. This time, let us sneak away and enjoy ourselves, shall we?" Before Zhang Xiaofan stood the enchanting visage of his senior sister, and suddenly he found himself unable to meet her gaze directly. Bowing his head, his heart was a tumult of sweetness and vexation. As the youthful feelings within him surged like a tide, he whispered, "Yes, senior sister." Tianlinger broke into a radiant smile, but was soon interrupted by Hidaji's announcement from behind, "Master and mistress have arrived." The crowd turned to behold Tianbai and Su Ru emerging from the Shoujing Hall. Clad in a sky-blue robe, Tianbai exuded a dignified aura worthy of respect, though his slightly shorter stature and fuller figure somewhat tempered his commanding presence. In contrast, Su Ru dazzled all with her exceptional beauty. Today, she wore a delicate green gown, adorned with a jade flower and golden hairpin. Her brows like distant mountains, and her skin as smooth and luminous as white jade. Her eyes sparkled like water, and her smiling red lips truly captivated the hearts of those present. Following closely behind the couple was Song Darren, his expression exceedingly solemn. However, upon seeing him, the younger disciples could not help but display mischievous, bemused expressions. Behind Song Darren, the large dog, Da Huang, and the monkey, Xiaowei, also made their appearance. Xiaowei, seemingly accustomed to perching atop Da Huang, spotted Zhang Xiaofan ahead and chirped excitedly before leaping down and bounding onto Zhang's shoulder. Tianbai hesitated momentarily, mumbling a few words before waving his sleeve to summon Da Huang, then gracefully soared onto the chilling sword, greeting Su Ru before taking the lead into the skies. Su Ru chuckled softly, shaking her head as she addressed the group. "You should all follow as well." After a brief pause, she turned to Song Darren, saying, "Darren, Xiaofan's cultivation is insufficient. You must guide him. Song Darren nodded in affirmation. Su Ru acknowledged him with a nod, and without any grand gestures, a soft green radiance enveloped her, seamlessly blending with her attire as she ascended towards the heavens, pursuing Tian by his crimson light. Among the disciples of Daju Peak, Wu Dai, Zheng Dali, and El Daxin had yet to reach the 4th level of cultivation and could not wield magical artifacts. Thus, Song Darren approached Zhang Xiaofan, while the others, Hidaji, Du Bishu, and Tian Linger, each took one disciple and set out on their journey. Among them, Tian Linger wielded the amber vermilion silk, while Hidaji's artifact was a Jiangshan brush, perfectly suiting his love for literature. However, the most humorous of all was the dice artifact of the 6th disciple, Du Bishu. Once activated, it emitted a bright light, the 3 dice magnifying tenfold, spinning endlessly in the air, displaying a parade of numbers. Truly, there was no gambling device quite like it in the world. El Daxin cautiously approached to examine it, a pained expression on his face as he addressed Du Bishu. Lao Lu, this contraption of yours wouldn't happen to have fallen from the sky, would it? Du Bishu raised an eyebrow, grinning cheekily. 5th brother? How about we place a bet? If it did fall from the sky, you win, and I will. El Daxin retorted. Then how could I dare to win such a bet? Du Bishu paused, realizing that is indeed true. Song Darren approached Zhang Xiaofan, smiling. Xiaofan, are you prepared? As Zhang Xiaofan was about to nod in agreement, the monkey Xiaohui perched on his shoulder suddenly let out a sharp cry, startling both of them. They observed Xiaohui alternately pointing at the sky and then at Zhang Xiaofan himself. After a moment of surprise, Zhang Xiaofan asked, "Do you wish to go as well?" Xiaohui immediately broke into a wide grin. After a brief hesitation, Zhang Xiaofan glanced at Song Darren, who pondered for a moment before smiling and saying, "Since Master has already taken De Huang along, we might as well bring Xiaohui with us too." Zhang Xiaofan felt a surge of joy and nodded in agreement. While Xiaohui was even more exuberant, Song Darren turned to the others and said, "Let us depart as well. Otherwise, we shall incur Master S wrath for our tardiness." The group responded in unison, each taking to their magical artifacts to soar into the sky. As Tian Linga was about to leave, she approached Zhang Xiaofan and cautioned him. "Be careful. Hold on tightly to your senior brother." Zhang Xiaofan nodded, saying, "Understood, senior sister." Tian Linga smiled at him, and with a flick of her hand, the amber vermilion ribbon blazed with radiant light and soared into the sky. Song Darren then summoned his treasured sword, the 10 Tigers. As the eldest disciple of the Daju Peak lineage, he wielded a sword even though his junior brothers practiced various artifacts. The 10 Tigers' sword, a striking yellow, measured 4 feet in length and 3 fingers in width, making it relatively large among celestial swords. However, its power could not be judged merely by its size. At that moment, Song Darren pulled Zhang Xiaofan up beside him, having previously experienced riding the amber vermilion ribbon with Tian Linger. Zhang Xiaofan felt the 10 Tigers dip slightly beneath him before stabilizing, and he was no longer alarmed. Yet, the little monkey, Xiaohui, seemed to sense something amiss and clutched tightly to Zhang Xiaofan's head. With a faint smile, Song Darren remarked, "Junior brother, we shall take our leave." As he spoke, he pointed his right hand skyward, and the 10 Tigers' sword emitted a low, resonant hum. The sword, which had been hovering a foot above the ground, suddenly ascended 3 feet higher, prompting Zhang Xiaofan to instinctively grasp Song Darren more tightly. At that moment, a gust of mountain wind swept through, causing the tip of the 10 Tigers' sword to tilt upward. Just as it inclined at a steep angle, Zhang Xiaofan clung tightly to Song Darren to avoid plummeting. Suddenly, with a piercing cry, the 10 Tigers shot straight upwards into the heavens. Zhang Xiaofan stood upon the celestial sword, tightly embracing Song Darren. Despite the tension coursing through him, he could not bring himself to close his eyes. He watched as the verdant peaks of Daju Mountain receded further into the distance. Suddenly, a blinding white enveloped him. He had pierced through a thick layer of clouds, rendering everything indistinct. At that moment, he found himself surrounded by an expanse of misty clouds, with a fierce wind howling incessantly, stinging his face. Zhang Xiaofan trembled slightly, caught between nervousness and exhilaration. To soar amidst the azure skies and fluffy clouds was a dream of extraordinary magnitude. The vast sea of clouds stretched endlessly. And just as Zhang Xiaofan's emotions began to settle, he was met with yet another marvel. The 10 Tigers' sword erupted from the cloud sea with a sharp, piercing wail. The sky was as clear as crystal as the 10 Tigers' sword ascended, reaching an altitude of nearly 300 zhang above the boundless clouds below. Before Song Darren leveled the sword and directed it straight towards the peak that pierced the heavens. Zhang Xiaofan held his breath, gazing into the distance. Beneath the boundless azure sky, amidst the majestic peaks, countless beams of vibrant light danced and twirled. The closer he approached the Tongtian peak, the more concentrated these luminous rays became. Zhang Xiaofan recognized the artifacts utilized by the disciples of Qingyun Sect, each adorned in a spectrum of colors corresponding to the 5 elements, creating a mesmerizing display. The radiant lights resembled a cascade of colorful stones, surging towards the mountain peak in a breathtaking spectacle. Alongside the Tin Tiger's sword, they swiftly merged into this vibrant torrent. Amidst the howling winds, Song Darren descended with Zhang Xiaofan upon a vast plaza. Upon landing, the monkey, Xiaohui, eagerly leaped from Zhang Xiaofan's shoulder, frolicking about the plaza in sheer delight. Unperturbed, Zhang Xiaofan gazed around, taking in the surroundings. White jade railings adorned the space, exuding an ethereal aura. At the center of the plaza stood 9 grand bronze cauldrons, arranged in threes. Most astonishingly, wisps of clouds billowed above, creating an illusion of walking amidst the heavens, evoking a sensation of transcendence. Zhang Xiaofan observed the scene before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity as he recalled that this was the famed Sea of Clouds, part of the 6 scenic views of Qingyun Mountain he had visited upon his arrival. 5 years had elapsed, yet this place remained unchanged, as beautiful and ethereal as ever. However, today it buzzed with a liveliness far greater than 5 years prior. The square was currently alive with activity, teeming with disciples of Qingyun Sect who had gathered for the 7 Veins martial arts tournament. From a distance, it appeared that there were no fewer than several hundred people. Most of those standing in the square donned the attire of Qingyun Sect, a mix of both the austere and the mundane, with an abundance of youth among them, radiating vigor and enthusiasm. This was a testament to the sect's dedication over the years to nurturing its younger disciples. Though hundreds occupied the square, it still felt spacious. Song Darren scanned the surroundings when suddenly a clear voice called out from afar, "Senior brother, we are over here." Song Darren and Zhang Xiaofan turned to see the group from Dazhu Peak, with the voice unmistakably belonging to Tianlinger, who was waving at them from beside a grand bronze cauldron in the center of the square. Responding with a nod, Song Darren made his way toward them alongside Zhang Xiaofan. As they walked, Zhang Xiaofan glanced around, noticing other disciples from various factions clustered in groups, all seemingly animatedly discussing something, likely filled with anticipation for the forthcoming martial contest. Upon reaching the group, Hidaji, standing behind Tianlinger, was the first to speak. "Senior brother, was your journey smooth?" With a smile, Song Darren replied, "This is not my first visit. What could possibly go amiss?" Tianlingo then looked at Zhang Xiaofan and said with a grin, "Xiaofan, how was the scenery along the way?" With a playful laugh, she patted his shoulder and added, "From now on, you should strive a bit harder. Once you refine your magical artifacts and master the art of flight, you can soar into the skies every day and enjoy the view to your heart's content." Zhang Xiaofan remained silent, yet a smile graced his lips as he nodded earnestly. Song Darren glanced around before addressing Hidaji, "Where are our master and mistress?" Nodding in acknowledgement, Song Darren beckoned his fellow disciples to gather close, lowered his voice, and remarked, "I can't help but notice that many unfamiliar faces from other sects are present. Since you've arrived here earlier, do any of you have news?" Hidaji shook his head, expressing, "I share that sentiment. It seems our fellow sects have welcomed numerous newcomers over the years." Wu Dei, the second disciple, surveyed the surroundings and commented, "Indeed, there are many newcomers, but I suspect that most of those competing on the stage tomorrow will still be the seasoned seniors, as their experience in cultivation surpasses that of the novices." Suddenly, Song Darren sighed, "Second brother, it may not be as you assume. Do you recall the young disciple Lin Jingyu who delivered a message from Longsho Peak 2 years ago?" Wu Dei paused in surprise, then fell silent. The others exchanged glances, and a complex swirl of emotions swept through Zhang Xiaofan. Joy mingled with envy, perhaps even a hint of jealousy. "What is he really?" someone coldly interjected. The group was startled to discover that it was Tianlinger who spoke, her delicate face slightly flushed, her beautiful eyes wide with indignation. "It would be one thing if he chose not to participate in this competition, but if he dares to show up, he best encounters me. I shall settle the score then." The disciples of Dazhu Peak exchanged glances. Lu Dubishu, known for his quick wit, chuckled, "Little junior sister has a point. If it happens to be so fortuitous, why don't we wager on the outcome?" Enough, interjected Lu Daxin, kicking him aside. Song Darren chuckled, about to speak, when he suddenly heard a soft cough behind him, followed by a gentle voice, "Song brother, it has been a long time." He was momentarily taken aback, as the voice resonated in his ears like celestial music. After a brief moment of dazed reflection, he turned around swiftly, only to find 5 or 6 female disciples standing behind him, clad in the attire of the Shaozhu Peak, which only accepted female disciples from the Qingyun Sect. Indeed, Hidaji and the others were prepared to enjoy the spectacle, but to their surprise, Song Darren fell into a stupor. His bewildered expression was amusing not only to his fellow disciples from Dazhu Peak, but also to the female disciples from Shaozhu Peak, who stifled their laughter. The beautiful woman standing before him blushed slightly and called softly, "Song brother." Before he could respond, the impatient Hidaji interjected, "Haha, senior sisterwoman. It has been years since our last meeting. How have you been?" Wenmin's gaze lingered on the slender figure before her for a moment before she smiled and said, "You must be Hidaji, right?" Hidaji nodded repeatedly and said, "Indeed, it is I. Sister Wen possesses an excellent memory. We met merely 60 years ago. Yet you still remember me. I am truly flattered." Wenmin smiled gently and replied, "Brother He, during the last competition, you valiantly withstood formidable foes and showcased your skills." "Naturally, I remember." Hidaji's cheeks flushed. In the previous sect competition, he had encountered a master from the Chongmin Tongtian Peak in the very first round. Despite his utmost efforts, he had been defeated. However, being astute by nature, he brushed it off with a smile, saying, "Those bygone days are best left unmentioned. My humble cultivation pales in comparison to Sister One and our senior brother." He continued, "Since the last grand competition, our senior brother has been thinking of you often." Wenmin's face turned slightly red, yet she remained silent, casting a sidelong glance at Song Darren. Meanwhile, the young disciples behind her erupted into laughter. Song Darren, a robust man, felt as awkward as a bashful youth, hastily retorting, No, I don't." "What?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a young woman behind Wenmin, who asked, "So you do not think of our sister Wenmin?" Song Darren's heart raced, and he stealthily glanced at Wenmin, who was also gazing at him, her beautiful eyes unblinking. Anxiously, he blurted out, "No, that's not it. I do think of." The laughter from the crowd, particularly the young women from the Shaozhu Peak, rang out joyously, drawing the attention of disciples from nearby sections. Once the laughter subsided, Hidaji, regaining his composure, addressed the women from Shaozhu Peak with gravity, "Sisters, what our senior brother meant is that he does not forget Sister Wenmin. But he does not think of her constantly." "What does that mean?" a disciple from Shaozhu Peak asked, laughing loudly. Hidaji glanced at the young woman and smiled. He remembers Sister Wenmin for a moment, then recalls her name again shortly after. Hence, he said he does not think of her constantly. Laughter erupted once more, and Song Darren shot a fierce glare at Hidaji, though his eyes flickered towards Wenmin, who wore a smile that suggested she bore no ill will. This brought him a quiet joy. Even as he stammered, "Sister Wen, they simply enjoy jesting. Please, do not take it to heart." Wenmin chuckled lightly, then turned to silence her giggling disciples behind her. She gazed deeply at him and asked, "So, what do you truly think?" Song Darren grimaced, stuttering I, but found no words. The sight of his flustered demeanor caused the young women to erupt in laughter once more. Wenmin shook her head, shot him a glare, and ignored him. Walking over to Tianlinger, she took her jade-like hand and examined it closely, saying, "You must be Sister Linger, am I correct?" Tianlinger replied in surprise, "Yes. How do you know me, Sister One?" Wenmin chuckled, "You often come to visit our master at Shaozhu Peak with Master Su Ru. So we have been acquainted for quite some time. After several years, you have become even more charming." Tianlingo took Wenmin's hand and replied with a smile, "Oh, how can I compare to your flower-like beauty, senior Sister One?" Then, leaning in closer, she whispered, "My senior brother is utterly infatuated with..." Wenmin cast a glance at Song Darren, who immediately broke into a silly grin. She shook her head and murmured, "That senior brother of yours is truly a blockhead." Tianlinger couldn't help but burst into laughter, feeling that meeting senior Sister Wen was long overdue. Wenmin gently pulled her along, and Tianlinger followed her into the group of women at Shaozhu Peak. They engaged in lively chatter, quickly becoming familiar with one another. As peals of laughter resonated among the women, leaving Song Darren and the others standing aside. Song Darren stood there, yearning to approach Wenmin, but unsure how to initiate a conversation, leaving him rooted in place. Not to mention others. Even Zhang Xiaofan observed this with a shake of his head. At that moment, he suddenly heard Du Baishu beside him exclaim, "Oh look, more people have arrived." Zhang Xiaofan felt a sense of bewilderment as he turned his gaze, his body suddenly trembling. In the distance, he beheld a group of over 30 individuals, each adorned in resplendent white garments, exuding an air of vitality and confidence, or rather, one might say, an undeniable arrogance. However, the foremost among them possessed an extraordinary presence, particularly the leading figure, clad in snow-white attire, strikingly handsome and effortlessly graceful. Who else could he be but Qi Hao? Qi Hao. Zhang Xiaofan fixed his gaze upon the group of individuals approaching, silently repeating their names in his mind. At that moment, his fourth senior brother, Hidaji, suddenly chuckled and remarked in a low voice, "Indeed, the Longzhou Peak faction is numerous and formidable." Qi Hao, having noticed the crowd from Dazhu Peak, promptly made his way over, followed closely by his companions. Upon reaching them, he clasped his hands in greeting and smiled at Song Darren, saying, "Brother Song, it is a pleasure to see you once more." Qi Hao continued, "Initially, I had no intention of participating. However, my master believes I still require further honing in my cultivation and has thus commanded me to take part, allowing me to secure a spot for our faction." Song Darren nodded with a smile, responding, "That is splendid. With your talents, Brother Qi, the victor of this competition shall undoubtedly be you." Qi Hao shook his head repeatedly, humbly insisting, "Not at all, Brother Song, you flatter me excessively." While the two exchanged pleasantries, Zhang Xiaofan widened his eyes, searching behind Qi Hao, and, sure enough, within a moment, he spotted Lin Jingyu standing behind Qi Hao, also scanning the surroundings, seemingly in search of something. Their eyes met, and an overwhelming joy surged within them. They stepped forward simultaneously, clasping each other's hands, as if a multitude of unspoken words lingered between them, yet remained unvoiced for the time being. After a prolonged silence, Lin Jingyu finally spoke. "Xiaofan, will you be participating in this grand competition?" Zhang Xiaofan nodded and smiled, saying, "Yes, my master has been exceedingly kind to me, graciously allowing me to participate. What about you?" Lin Jingyu replied, "I too have been granted the opportunity to take part." What is so commendable about your short master? 2 years ago, when I visited you, he treated you in such a manner." Zhang Xiaofan hurriedly replied, "No, he is not usually like that. He was simply angry that day." Lin Jingyu, cherishing the rare reunion with his childhood friend, did not wish to let such trivial discussions disrupt their spirits. He promptly shifted the topic, chuckling, "Look at you, my friend. After 2 years apart, you've grown quite tall." Zhang Xiaofan playfully punched him, chiding, "Why is it that you are allowed to grow up while I am not permitted to rise?" Lin Jingyu observed this with surprise and inquired, "What is the matter, Xiaofan?" Zhang Xiaofan shook his head, forcing a smile as he said, "It's nothing." Yet, despite his words, his gaze remained fixed on Qi Hao. At that moment, Qi Hao had approached Tian Linger and Wenmin. He greeted Tian Linger with a warm smile, asking, "Tian Jr. sister, do you remember me?" Tian Linger, who had been animatedly conversing with Wenmin and the other members of the Shaozhu Peak, suddenly blushed upon seeing Qi Hao's unexpected arrival. Her voice became softer as she replied, "Yes, senior brother Qi." From a distance, one could see a faint flush on Tian Lingo's delicate face, her large, glistening eyes appearing dreamlike at first glance. However, this enchanting visage pierced Zhang Xiaofan's heart like a dagger, inflicting a profound pain deep within. "Xiaofan, what is wrong? Why has your complexion turned so pale?" Lin Jingyu inquired, puzzled and concerned. "Are you unwell?" "No, it's nothing. I'm fine," Zhang Xiaofan murmured softly. Meanwhile, Wenmin, with her keen perception, observed Tian Lingo's demeanor and quickly deduced the situation. She then directed her attention to Qi Hao, saying, "Senior brother Qi, why do you only acknowledge junior sister Tian? Have you forgotten about the rest of us from Shaozhu Peak?" Upon hearing this, the other women behind her began to tease. And Qi Hao hastily replied, "Sister one, how could you say such a thing? I would never dare to neglect the esteemed sisters of Shaozhu Peak." Wenmin chuckled lightly and remarked, "Senior brother Qi, your participation in the Seven Veins martial gathering this time surely indicates your determination to win, correct?" A flicker of brilliance sparkled in Qi Hao's eyes as he responded, "Sister one, you performed admirably in the last grand trial, overcoming 3 challenges, only to narrowly lose to senior brother Xiaotsai from Chamen. It is indeed lamentable. After years of diligent cultivation and with Master Shui Yue's careful guidance, I trust you now aspire to claim the crown of this grand trial as the foremost expert of Shaozhu Peak." Wenmin smiled modestly, "I dare not. I could never compete with you, senior brother Qi. Moreover, I am unworthy of the title foremost expert of Shaozhu Peak." Qi Hao frowned slightly, saying, "Sister one, you are far too humble." Wenmin retorted playfully, "Not at all. My master, Master Shui, is a prodigy. I am but a dullard, unable to grasp even a fraction of her true teachings. There are other extraordinary talents among our sect's sisters, so you must tread carefully, senior brother." A spark of excitement ignited in Qi Hao's eyes, yet he maintained his smile. That would be splendid. I am eager to witness the unparalleled talents that could make Sister Wen yield. Wen Min chuckled softly, nodding in acknowledgement, and led the somewhat reluctant Tian Lingo aside. At that moment, a sharp cry suddenly echoed through the square, sounding like thunder and shaking the entire gathering. Hundreds of disciples of Qingyun looked up, only to see a streak of red light shooting down, halting above the square in an instant. A red immortal sword exuded waves of celestial energy, suspended in midair. And atop it stood a Taoist from the Tongtian Peak. He proclaimed loudly to the disciples gathered below, "Esteemed brothers, the sect master and the esteemed leaders have issued an edict. All those participating in the Seven Veins martial gathering are to proceed to the Yuqing Hall for an audience." The mountain breeze wafted gently, while the white clouds drifted ethereally. In the square, hundreds of disciples of Qingyun stirred momentarily, and one by one, they stepped forward towards the forefront of the plaza. Zhang Xiaofan had initially assumed that the disciples of profound cultivation would immediately summon their magical artifacts to take flight. However, to his surprise, the crowd appeared disinclined to do so, each person choosing to walk with humble diligence. He ambled alongside Lin Jingyu, glancing around to see Tian Linger and the charming Wen Min from Shaozhu Peak, who were walking together, their faces adorned with radiant smiles, evidently in high spirits. Behind them trailed the disciples of Dazhu Peak, including Song Darren. As for the lineage of Longzhou Peak, a handful of individuals, numbering 7 or 8, emerged from Qi Hao's group, only to meander towards another direction, exchanging greetings with several other disciples who had also ventured forth. Notably, Qi Hao called out the names of these fellow disciples with familiarity, engaging them amiably, while the others greeted him with warm smiles, suggesting a wide circle of acquaintances. Senior brother Qi is quite adept at making friends, Lin Jingyu remarked, noticing Zhang Xiaofan's gaze fixed upon Qi Hao. Moreover, his impressive cultivation and the esteemed regard held by our master, the venerable Tsang Song, grant him considerable respect within the Qingyun Sect. Zhang Xiaofan listened, his expression impassive, merely nodding slowly. As he approached the end of the square, he arrived at the Rainbow Bridge, one of the 6 scenic wonders of Qingyun. 5 years prior, he and Lin Jingyu had traversed this very spot when they were rescued to Qingyun Mountain. Now, returning to this familiar place, nostalgia stirred within him. Stepping onto the bridge, masterfully crafted as if by divine hands, he gazed at the crystal-clear waters cascading down either side, still creating a mesmerizing 7-colored rainbow. The two boys, once oblivious to the world, had now become disciples of the Qingyun Sect. At the rear of the crowd, Lin Jingyu suddenly sighed softly. 5 years have passed. Zhang Xiaofan remained silent, merely advancing forward. The scenery before him mirrored that of years past. As the rainbow bridge ascended, the white clouds gradually settled beneath his feet, while the azure sky loomed overhead, clear and pristine. "Why do you not soar upwards on your sword?" Zhang Xiaofan suddenly inquired. Lin Jingyu displayed a hint of surprise on his face and replied, "Are you not aware? We disciples are not permitted to traverse the skies near the main hall of Tongtian Peak. I have heard from senior brother Qi how that this restriction serves 2 purposes. Firstly, it is a gesture of respect towards the sect's elders, as we are required to ascend on foot to the sacred grounds of Yuqing Temple. Secondly, it is said that during the founding of our Qingyun Sect, the esteemed Qingyun ancestor established a formidable barrier atop Tongtian Peak, known as the Zhu Xian Sword Formation. Anyone who dares to fly unauthorized over Tongtian Peak will inevitably face annihilation at the hands of the Zhu Xian Sword Formation." Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback and remarked, "No wonder there are so many formidable peers, not a single one wields a sword." He then inquired, "Is the Zhu Xian Sword Formation truly formidable?" Lin Jingyu cast his gaze towards the towering peaks ahead and replied, "I have yet to witness it myself, but I imagine it is exceedingly powerful. It is said that the Zhu Xian Sword Formation was passed down from the founder of Qingyun, who further refined it a millennium ago, rendering its might unparalleled. Since then, I have not heard of anyone daring to wreak havoc upon our Qingyun Mountain." Zhang Xiaofan followed his gaze towards the majestic mountain peak, exclaiming in awe, "How impressive." As they continued their conversation while walking, they joined the throng of dozens traversing the Rainbow Bridge. Along the way, Zhang Xiaofan observed the elite young generation of Qingyun Sect. Among the more than 60 individuals, the majority were men, while the female disciples numbered only around 13 or 14, most of whom were clad in the attire of Zhang. Regardless of gender, nearly all exhibited a remarkable demeanor. The men exuded confidence, while the women radiated beauty and grace. It was a sight to behold, showcasing the promising future of the Qingyun Sect. Upon crossing the Rainbow Bridge, they arrived at the Bi Yao pool, home to the revered water Qilin, a spirit beast that the disciples of Qingyun held in high regard. Unlike 5 years prior when Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu first arrived, this ancient creature, known as the Spirit Sovereign, was not submerged in the pool but rather basking in the sun on the shore. Its languid posture bore a striking resemblance to its demeanor from 5 years ago. The disciples of Qingyun descended from the bridge, each offering their respects to the colossal beast before ascending the steps by the pool, heading towards the grand main hall of Yuqing Palace. Lin Jingyu, trailing behind with Zhang Xiaofan, quietly asked, "Do you remember our experiences when we first arrived?" Zhang Xiaofan nodded, a lingering trepidation evident in his demeanor. "I remember," he confessed, drenched from head to toe. Yet that was nothing compared to the terror I felt upon encountering such a colossal beast. A faint smile graced Lin Jingyu's lips as he replied, "Indeed. During our time in Kaomayakan, we had never witnessed anything of this magnitude. I had believed that the largest creature in existence resided in Qingyun Mountain, the bears." The others cast a few glances before turning away to continue their journey. At last, Zhang Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Lin Jingyu. Their eyes met, and they both exchanged a knowing smile. A group of several dozen individuals swiftly passed by, and as Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu descended the Rainbow Bridge, they approached the edge of the azure pool and respectfully bowed to the water Qilin. However, from the very beginning, this water Qilin appeared to be in a deep slumber, remaining utterly unresponsive to their gestures of reverence. At that moment, it was lost in a profound sleep, its snoring resonating, blissfully unaware of the 2 young disciples from Qingyun paying their respects. Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu had not anticipated that the water Qilin would respond to them. After exchanging greetings, they ascended the steps. Zhang Xiaofan remarked, "Jingyu, during your last visit to Dazhu Peak, you were in such a rush that I didn't have the opportunity to congratulate you. Who would have thought that in just a few years you have achieved such profound mastery?" Lin Jingyu smiled faintly and replied, "This is all thanks to my esteemed master, the Tsangsong Junren, and my fellow disciples' diligent guidance." At this point, his voice faltered, gradually descending into a somber tone as he continued, "In truth, during the initial years of my training, whenever I immersed myself in my studies, I was haunted by the gruesome images of the bloody corpses in Caomiao village. The anguish in my heart compelled me to strive relentlessly in my cultivation, hoping that one day I could avenge my parents and the people of the village." Zhang Xiaofan felt a pang in his heart as he reached out to pat his shoulder. Lin Jingyu composed himself, gathered his emotions, and smiled brightly, saying, "All right. Let us not dwell on the past. How has your cultivation been progressing?" Zhang Xiaofan shook his head and said, "You know I have never possessed your level of intelligence. Over the years at Dazhu Peak, my master and fellow disciples have treated me with great kindness, yet I am rather dim-witted and have made little progress in my cultivation, which makes me feel deeply apologetic towards my master and elder brother." Lin Jingyu scoffed and replied, "How can you consider yourself dull? I believe it is most likely that your short master is intentionally making things difficult for you, withholding the true teachings of the Qingyun Sect." Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback to discover that Lin Jingyu still harbored lingering resentment towards Tianbai from that dispute 2 years prior. He chuckled, "That won't be the case. My master is not the kind of person to hold grudges. But enough about me. By the way, do you still possess the dragon-slaying sword from 2 years ago?" Lin Jingyu nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "This divine sword is a treasured relic of the Longzhou Peak lineage, bestowed upon me by my esteemed master. Not only does it possess immense power, but it also embodies a spirit that greatly aids my cultivation." Zhang Xiaofan felt envious in his heart, and it was evident on his face as he replied, "That would be splendid." Lin Jingyu smiled and countered, "And what about you, Xiaofan? Do you possess any magical treasures?" Zhang Xiaofan paused for a moment, instinctively reaching into his bosom to touch the dark, heavy fire stick. A chill, faint yet palpable, coursed through his palm. "No," he murmured. "My cultivation is insufficient. I am not yet able to wield magical artifacts." Lin Jingyu, unfazed, appeared to have anticipated this outcome, offering words of comfort, "It matters not, Xiaofan. As long as you diligently pursue your cultivation, success will inevitably follow. After all, we are still young. Let us regard this as an opportunity to gain experience." Zhang Xiaofan's lips twitched slightly as he gazed at his old friend's kindly visage, listening to his gentle words, yet he felt no trace of solace. Just to gain some experience? Everyone presumed he had come merely for this purpose. Upon this realization, an inexplicable rage surged within him, akin to a fire raging deep within his heart, yet it dissipated as swiftly as it arose. He bowed his head in silence, devoid of any inclination to reproach his friend, for he recognized that he himself harbored the same belief, as if in response to his inner turmoil. The firewood stick resting in his grasp suddenly reacted, an intense chill swiftly spreading from his palm to his shoulder. Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback. Yet he soon realized that this sensation posed no threat to his body. Rather, it was refreshingly pleasant. He glanced to the side and noticed that Lin Jingyu remained completely oblivious. Just as Zhang Xiaofan exhaled in relief, a deafening roar erupted from behind them. While Zhang Xiaofan managed to endure, even Lin Jingyu, whose cultivation far surpassed his own, was similarly shaken. Both experienced a resounding ringing in their ears. It appeared that the disciples of Qingyun Sect ahead of them were also affected in the same manner. Chapter 19. Drawing lots. The water Qilin was a primordial spirit species, an ancient mythical beast. Upon unleashing its power, the sky transformed dramatically. The once azure heavens darkened in an instant, as it took its first step onto the stairs. The tranquil mountain breeze morphed into a violent gale, howling fiercely across the peak. In the nearby azure pond, the surface began to ripple, quivering before violently swirling into a deep vortex. From the depths of this whirlpool emanated a rumbling sound. Moments later, a tremendous explosion resonated, and a colossal water column surged skyward from the vortex, measuring as thick as 3 men could embrace. Solid and cohesive, it spun in midair, seemingly compelled by some unseen force, before gracefully descending before the water Qilin, shimmering like a celestial dragon, rotating elegantly in the air. At that moment, all disciples of Qingyun Sect standing on the steps, including the most accomplished Qi Hao, could no longer maintain their composure. Their faces drained of color, some even trembling slightly. The water Qilin, having served as a formidable ally to the Grandmaster of Qingye in vanquishing demons a millennium ago, revealed its true strength at this moment. Among the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the water Qilin was the epitome of water-type spiritual entities. Its ability to summon a water column of such girth and solidity, effortlessly swirling in the air without a trace of strain, demonstrated a level of spiritual power and mental focus far exceeding that of ordinary cultivators. Indeed, even among the elite of Qingyun Sect, few could achieve such prowess, whether through sheer mental force or by employing magical artifacts. In that instant, the world darkened, and storms brewed. The disciples of Qingyun Sect, witnessing the spiritual master water Qilin unleash a wrath unseen in over a millennium, were left speechless, utterly at a loss. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, the water Qilin roared incessantly, its eyes wide with fury, the intensity of its hatred growing palpable. As if sensing a profound enmity, a resolve to fight to the death, leaving no room for retreat. The massive water column, swirling before this colossal beast, accelerated rapidly. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed, and the immense water column surged forth, overwhelming the disciples on the stairs. In that pivotal moment, a voice rang out from the air, "Spirit Master, quell your fury." A figure clad in deep green seemed to materialize out of thin air, suddenly appearing between the water Qilin and the disciples of Qingyun Sect. It was none other than Dao Xian, the esteemed leader of the Qingyun Sect. After 5 years of absence, he retained his ethereal grace, untouched by time, however. His brow was furrowed in confusion at the water Qilin's unexpected aggression. The situation was dire, for behind him stood dozens of the finest young disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Ahead, a torrent of water surged, shimmering ominously, revealing the distorted silhouettes of various ferocious beasts, spirits of the monstrous creatures that the water Qilin had slain in the past, now trapped within its essence, unable to find peace. At this moment, they were being summoned by the water Qilin, amplifying its formidable presence. Even with Dao Xian's celestial abilities, he could not help but feel a pang of trepidation. As the water column loomed ever closer, Dao Xian found himself with no options for evasion. He took a deep breath and chanted, "Infinite Heaven S Venerable." Raising his hands, he formed an imaginary sphere in the air, his fingers assuming the stance of a sword, as he seemed to weave a slow yet urgent Tai Chi diagram before him. In an instant, the pattern illuminated the sky, radiating white light and auspicious energy. Consequently, Dao Xian turned swiftly, his deep green robe billowing without the aid of wind, and it floated down from him. The Tai Chi diagram, as if imbued with purpose, surged onto the robe, instantly branding it with the symbol. This deep green robe appeared to be a treasure of the celestial realm. Upon receiving the seal of the Tai Chi diagram, it expanded dramatically, growing more than tenfold and spanning the air. With a resounding crash, the water column controlled by the water Qilin collided with the enlarged robe. A cacophony of roars erupted from the water column, as if the spirits of the beast were unleashing their furious cries. The deep green robe, struck by the force of the water column, recoiled several paces, its center bulging outwards, clearly bearing the brunt of the immense pressure. The young disciples of Qingyun, who stood on the steps in a state of shock, felt an overwhelming gust of wind sweep through, causing them to lose their footing. Only a few with advanced cultivation managed to remain steady, while the majority found themselves tumbling to the sides. Expressions of dread washed over the crowd. Had it not been for Dao Xian's intervention to deflect the water Qilan's thunderous strike, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Zhang Xiaofan's complexion was pale, and he stood unsteadily, about to topple over to the side. Lin Jingyu, catching a glimpse from the corner of his eye, instinctively reached out to assist, but unexpectedly. His own body swayed, causing him to fall in the opposite direction, leaving him unable to attend to anyone else. Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback. Instinctively releasing the fire stick he had been clutching in his embrace, he desperately reached out, searching for something to support himself. Entirely unaware that the moment his hand left the fire stick, the chilling sensation vanished without a trace. In the air, Dao Xianjinren's expression turned solemn, standing ready for confrontation. Behind him, with a series of swift movements, over a dozen figures materialized, hovering in the air. Leading them was Zhang Xiaofan, accompanied by the heads of the 6 meridians and various elders, including Tianbai and Su Ru, all bearing grave expressions. At this moment, all the elite members of the Qingyun Sect had gathered here. In the face of such a formidable presence, anyone would be filled with trepidation. Yet the Water Qilan showed no sign of fear amidst the esteemed leaders and elders of the Qingyun Sect. However, under the scrutiny of the gathered gazes, the Qilan's previously furious eyes suddenly calmed, revealing a peculiar expression of confusion. The imposing water column in front of it gradually diminished, ultimately collapsing uncontrollably to the ground, creating a splash that soaked the earth. At that moment, the Water Qilan's once formidable presence diminished, yet its massive form remained intimidating as it disregarded the elders hovering in the air, fixing its gaze solely on the young disciples on the steps. It scanned them back and forth, sniffing the air, seemingly detecting no scent. After a prolonged period of this strange behavior, the Water Qilan appeared to relent, shaking its enormous head before turning away and ambling to a vacant spot, lying down and resting its head on its legs, squinting its eyes. Before long, the sound of snoring emerged. The members of the Qingyun Sect exchanged bewildered glances, astonished at the scene. The disciples responded in unison, regaining their composure and ascending. Yet, deep down, having witnessed the Water Qilan's breathtaking display moments earlier, it was unlikely that many would consider it a mere jest. Following the group, Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu entered the majestic and spacious Yuqing Hall. Standing within this grand hall, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly felt memories from the past 5 years unfolding before him. Jingyu, he whispered suddenly. What? Lin Jingyu turned to look at Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan spoke in a somber tone, saying, I suddenly recalled something. Over the past few years, have you encountered Uncle Wang Er? Zhang Xiaofan fell silent for a moment before saying, after this competition concludes, I wish to visit him. Will you accompany me? Lin Jingyu nodded in agreement, replying, Indeed, I too wish to meet him. At that moment, a sudden green shadow flickered within the grand hall, revealing Dao Xianjinren, who had swiftly entered. The gaze of all the elders of the Qingyun Sect fell upon him. Sangsong Daoren stepped forward to inquire, the spirit venerable. Dao Xian raised his hand to halt him, signaling with a glance, and Sangsong Daoren immediately understood, falling silent. Subsequently, Dao Xianjinren turned around nonchalantly and, with a warm demeanor, addressed the numerous young disciples of the Qingyun Sect present in the hall, saying, Are you all gathered? Excellent. Excellent. The disciples bowed in unison, responding, We pay our respects to the Master. A wave of astonishment rippled through the ranks of the Qingyun disciples. For the 20th generation, calculated over a century, it had been 1,200 years. Sangsong Daoren surveyed the crowd's reaction with satisfaction and continued, to this day. Under the leadership of Master Dao Xian, our Qingyun Sect flourishes and thrives, surpassing its former glory, with countless outstanding individuals among the younger generation. Therefore, after deliberations with the heads of various branches, Master has decided to increase the number of participants in the grand trial to 64, to avoid the regret of missing hidden talents. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofan could not help but glance at Tianbai, who sat beneath Dao Xianjinren, his expression impassive, yet his eyes betrayed a sense of impatience. After all, while it was claimed that the increase in participants was a consensus among the branch heads, it was, in truth, dictated by Dao Xianjinren and Sangsong Daoren. Sangsong Daoren continued, with the doubling of participants in this grand trial. There will also be some changes in the drawing process. Please observe. He gestured towards a large red wooden box placed on the right side of the hall. Square in shape, with a small opening at the top large enough for an arm to reach in. Within this red box lay 63 wax pills, each encasing a slip of paper inscribed with numbers ranging from 1 to 63. The disciples erupted into a flurry of chatter, but Sangsong Daoren paid them no heed. Adding, once the drawing is completed, the competition will proceed according to these numbers, number 1 against 64, number 2 against 63, and so forth. In the second round, the winner of number 1 and 64 will face the winner of number 2 and 63, continuing in this manner until the final battle. Do you all understand? After a moment of silence among the Qingyun disciples standing below, one voice rose above the rest. Excuse me, Uncle Sangsong, if there are clearly 64 participants, why are there only 63 wax pills? Sangsong Daoren appeared to have anticipated this question, clearing his throat before responding. The original rule for this competition stipulated that each of the 7 branches of the Qingyun Sect would contribute 9 participants, with one branch contributing an additional member. However, due to one branch sending only 8 disciples, we find ourselves one short, hence the presence of only 63. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Tian Bai, the head of the Dezhu Peak, whose face flickered with anger, yet he remained seated, unmoving. Below, the disciples of the Qingyun Sect began to murmur and chatter amongst themselves. As the clamor of the crowd gradually subsided, Master Sangsong spoke with a serious demeanor. However, this is not an insurmountable task. Among the 63 wax capsules, should any disciple draw the number 1, it would be a stroke of extraordinary fortune, for there exists no number 64 opponent, thus granting them a free pass in the first round. Upon utterance of these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Yet, being a prestigious and well-regarded sect, with strict familial teachings, this seemingly ludicrous method faced no dissent. Master Dao Xian rose, surveying, and in his esteemed position as the sect leader, silence enveloped the hall. Nodding, he declared, if that is the case, let us proceed to the drawing of lots. Within the grand hall, all eyes gravitated towards the mahogany box. First, 9 disciples from the Chamin lineage stepped forward, each approaching the box in succession to draw a wax capsule, followed by the disciples from the Longzhou Peak. Lin Jingyu acknowledged Zhang Xiaofan with a nod and stepped forth. Zhang Xiaofan cast a glance at his retreating figure before shifting his gaze towards the 7 esteemed leaders and various elders seated at the head of the hall. Among them, from Master Dao Xian down to Daoist Sangsong, Daoist Tianyan, and the respective heads of various lineages such as Shang Zhengyang and Zhang Shuchang. He had encountered them all 5 years prior. However, the female Daoist seated in the last chair on the right remained an unfamiliar face to him. Yet it was highly probable that she was the illustrious Master Xue Wei from the revered Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan frequently heard his senior brothers mention this esteemed master uncle. It is said that the Zhang Xiaofan lineage is the only branch within the Qingyun Sect that exclusively accepts female disciples. Master Xue Wei possesses profound attainments and is renowned throughout the Qingyun Sect. Moreover, the disciples emerging from Zhang Xiaofan have consistently demonstrated remarkable performances in the annual 7 Lineages martial arts tournament. Zhang Xiaofan cast several glances at Master Xue Wei, observing her appearance, which seemed to be around 30 years of age, quite similar to his master's wife, Su Ru. She possessed an oval face, delicate brows, a refined nose, and a pair of bright almond-shaped eyes that sparkled with vitality. Dressed in a moon-white Taoist robe, she exuded an air of elegance. Behind her stood not an elder, but rather a beautiful female disciple clad in snow-white attire, bearing a long sword on her back. The sword's scabbard and hilt were a radiant sky blue, shimmering subtly, unmistakably a treasure of celestial origin. As he was lost in thought, the young woman, seemingly sensing his gaze, suddenly turned her head, her eyes flashing with intensity, coldly fixing her stare upon Zhang Xiaofan. A jolt coursed through him as if struck by lightning. His eyes felt momentarily stung. Startled, he blushed slightly. Yet the woman's expression remained impassive, though a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes, prompting him to hastily lower his head. In that, someone beside him unexpectedly reached out and pulled him, and he heard Tian Ling's voice exclaim, "Xiaofan, why are you daydreaming? It's time for us to draw lots." The woman in white responded affirmatively, joining the other women from Bamboo Peak, exchanging smiles with Wen Min and the others as they approached the redwood chest to draw the last 9 wax balls. At that moment, within the grand hall, disciples eagerly examined their wax balls, While the elders seated at the head of the hall grew increasingly tense, their gazes fixed intently on their own disciples, all fervently hoping for a favorable draw. If any disciple were to draw the coveted number 1, it would be nothing short of splendid. As if echoing the sentiments of their mentors, the young disciples of Qingyun Sect began to call out, I have 26. I have 33. Hey, what about you? Oh, I'm 47. I wonder what number my opponent has. Yet, amidst the chatter, no one announced that they had drawn the precious number 1. Daoist Song furrowed his brow, cleared his throat, and proclaimed loudly, "Who has drawn the number 1 lot?" All eyes turned, and to their astonishment, they beheld Zhang Xiaofan standing amidst the crowd, holding a slip of paper, frozen in place, his gaze darting nervously towards Tian Bai as he timidly uttered. In that instant, all eyes were upon the unassuming disciple from Bamboo Peak. Tian Bai exchanged a glance with Su Ru, who offered a slight smile and nodded. The disciples from Bamboo Peak, beaming with joy, gathered around him. El Daxin gave Zhang Xiaofan's shoulder a hearty pat and laughed. "You rascal! Who would have thought you were so fortunate?" Zhang Xiaofan scratched his head and stuck out his tongue, his initial astonishment transforming into delight. Suddenly, Du Bishu, standing beside him, regrettably slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Had I known, I would have wagered on who would draw this particular number. It must be an unexpected turn of events. A sure win. Away with you." Tian Lingder scolded him, then turned to Zhang Xiaofan and said, "Since it won't benefit you to advance to the second round, why not bestow this draw upon me?" Zhang Xiaofan did not anticipate his senior sister's remark. He was momentarily taken aback, uttering a soft "oh" as he handed over the note inscribed with the numeral 1. Song Darren's expression shifted subtly as he glanced around before whispering, "Little junior sister, do not jest so recklessly." Tian Linger chuckled softly, her beauty radiant as a blooming peach blossom, her cheeks delicately tinged with a faint blush. She extended her slender fingers, akin to green onions, and gently flicked Zhang Xiaofan's forehead, saying, "Silly boy, I was merely teasing you." Zhang Xiaofan blinked and smiled. At that moment, Sangsong Daoist, one of the elders, furrowed his brow and then spoke aloud. "Well, since the drawing of lots has been completed, all disciples are to come to me shortly to report their names according to their draw numbers. The red list will be posted soon, and you shall know who your opponents are. Now, I invite the master to address us." The previously noisy disciples fell silent upon hearing that Master Dao Xian would speak. Rising from his seat, Dao Xian took measured steps toward the assembly, casting a sweeping gaze over the young disciples before he began. "Dear ones, you are the elite of the younger generation of Qingyun Sect, distinguished by your exceptional talents and qualities. In the future, it is quite likely that the esteemed positions of the sect's various branches, elders, and even my own position as master, may be held by the most outstanding among you." A wave of excitement rippled through the disciples, many of whom displayed expressions of aspiration and enthusiasm. Dao Xian offered a warm smile and continued, "Of course, to reach this level and to occupy the esteemed positions behind me, you must double your efforts." In unison, the crowd affirmed, "Yes." Dao Xian, stroking his long beard, nodded solemnly and said, "Since the founding of the sect by our ancestor Qingyun, we have always been a reputable and righteous school. Today, we stand as the leaders of the righteous path in the world of cultivation. In this era, the righteous flourish, in the malevolent retreat, allowing the world to enjoy peace. However, remnants of the demonic path remain, insidious and cruel, their hearts unquenched. In recent years, there have been signs of their resurgence. At such a time, we must uphold our righteous path and wield the sword against evil. Therefore, it is imperative that you focus on your cultivation and strengthen your resolve. As long as we remain steadfast, there shall be no openings for malevolent forces to exploit." The disciples responded in a loud chorus, "We will heed the master's teachings." Dao Xian nodded with a smile. "Good, good. Additionally, there is another matter I wish to announce, to encourage the disciples of Qingyun Sect to strive towards the path and dedicate themselves to their practice. I have conferred with the esteemed elders and have decided that starting from this 7-branch martial arts gathering, we will offer a small reward to the ultimate victor after each competition." A wave of excitement surged among the Qingyun disciples. Dao Xian looked at the youthful disciples with a smile and declared, "This time, the prize will be the mirror." "What is that?" Zhang Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback, having never heard of such an item. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he glanced at his companions, only to find Tian Lingo, Du Bishu, and others equally perplexed. Meanwhile, the more seasoned disciples, such as Qi Hao, Song Darren, and Wen Min, exhibited expressions of rare excitement and yearning. noticing that their senior brothers seemed to know something. Tianlinger and the others leaned in closer and whispered, "Senior brother, what is the mirror?" Song Darren whispered, "The mirror is a treasure passed down by our sect's 10th generation patriarch, Master Wufang. I have never seen its exact appearance, but I once heard my master speak of it. It is one of the rarest wonders of our sect, possessing tremendous power, and it harbors a remarkable ability, as long as the wielder's spiritual energy is sufficiently strong. The mirror can reflect all attacks, ensuring an invincible stance." The crowd gasped in astonishment, and Du Bishu stammered, "Then, wouldn't that make one invincible across the world?" Song Darren shrugged and replied, "In any case, I am not entirely clear on its specifics, but my master would not be mistaken. This time." He glanced at Dao Xianzhenren and lowered his voice. "It seems our sect leader and the elders have invested significantly." The expressions of those present turned peculiar. Most appeared to be swallowing their saliva discreetly, evidently tempted by the prospect of such treasures, even among practitioners of the Tao. The disciples of Qingyun collectively bowed and chanted, "Yes, sect leader Zhenren." Dao Xianzhenren nodded and said, "You may leave." The elders, some with snow-white hair and deep wrinkles, while others appeared remarkably youthful, listened to Dao Xianzhenren's words and, without further ado, exited one by one. Eventually, only the 7 heads of the Qingyun Sect remained in Yuqing Hall. Dao Xianzhenren gradually retracted the amiable smile that had adorned his face, casting his gaze over the other 6 seated individuals, and said calmly, "Well, now we are left with just the 7 of us." The head of Chaoyang Peak, Shang Zhongyang, furrowed his brow and asked, "Sect leader, do you have something to discuss with us?" Dao Xianzhenren nodded, his expression unchanging, and slowly said, "I have just visited the spirit sovereign." At this revelation, the faces of the assembly shifted dramatically. As the disciples descended the steps, passing by the Bai Shui pond, they remained apprehensive. However, this time, the water Qilin lay peacefully asleep, betraying no signs of disturbance. The sudden calm took them by surprise, and Tianlinger, standing beside him, inquired, "Xiaofan, what is the matter?" Zhang Xiaofan glanced around anxiously, exclaiming, "In my eagerness to converse with Jingyu, I completely forgot about Xiaohui. Now, I have no idea where it has wandered off to." It was then that the others realized they, too, had overlooked the presence of the little gray monkey. They began searching the vicinity, observing the misty clouds as the disciples gradually dispersed, yet there was no sign of Xiaohui. Just as worry began to set in, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly heard Tianlinger exclaim from the other side. Turning to look, he saw her beaming with joy, pointing ahead, and saying, "Look over there." The group turned their gaze and could not help but burst into laughter. There was Xiaohui, comfortably perched upon the back of a large yellow dog raised by Tianbai, chattering away and waving its little monkey paw towards Zhang Xiaofan, while the yellow dog, trotting towards them with its mouth firmly closed, was gnawing on an unknown meat bone it had procured from somewhere. Before long, the yellow dog, bearing Xiaohui, approached them. Xiaohui leaped onto Zhang Xiaofan's shoulder, and he promptly ruffled its furry head, feigning anger as he asked, "Where have you been?" Unfazed, Xiaohui grinned and pointed at the yellow dog that lay on the ground, devouring the meat bone, chattering animatedly as it gestured. Zhang Xiaofan observed for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "Where did this meat bone come from?" Upon hearing this, Xiaohui gestured once more, pointing toward a direction at the end of the square. Zhang Xiaofan glanced at Song Darren, who quickly surveyed the surroundings, his expression a mix of embarrassment and amusement. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "That is the kitchen where the disciples of the Cha Men eat." The group was taken aback and then erupted into laughter, shaking their heads. Song Darren took the lead and walked toward another area, saying, "Let us head to the resting quarters. By the way, little junior sister, since you are a girl, I've arranged for you to room with the other female disciples from Shaozhu Peak. Is that agreeable to you?" Tianlingo shook her head, smiling as she replied, "I actually wanted to chat more with sister women and also to speak a few good words for you, big brother." The group erupted in laughter, while Song Darren, blushing, pretended not to hear and strode out. The others continued their jovial banter behind him. Zhang Xiaofan, however, lingered behind, glaring at the gray monkey on his shoulder and muttering, "You mischievous monkey, if you ever sneak off again, just wait and see how I will deal with you." Xiaohui chattered twice in response, grinning widely, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Xiaofan's words, whether from misunderstanding or simply disregarding them altogether. Zhang Xiaofan scolded it a few more times and continued walking. After taking a few steps, he suddenly remembered something and turned back, shouting, "Hurry up, you lazy dog, all you do is eat." The big yellow dog, which had been lying on the ground gnawing at a meat bone, finally lifted its eyes, noticed that everyone had moved far away, and then lazily stood up. picking up the half-eaten bone and trotting after them. At the Yuqing Palace, the leaders of the 7 factions of the Qingyun Sect gathered there, their attention drawn to Dao Xianjunren. Tianyun Daoist, the leader of the Falling Sunset Peak, was the first to rise, saying, "Master, have you discerned what exactly happened to the Spirit Master just now?" Dao Xianjunren sighed and replied slowly, "I have observed closely, and the Spirit Master shows no signs of abnormality." What? Surprise spread across the faces of the other leaders. Dao Xianjunren glanced at his fellow disciples and continued, "Indeed, I have examined it repeatedly. The Spirit Master appears entirely normal. I truly cannot fathom why it suddenly exhibited such intense anger, which vanished just as swiftly." Tianbai pondered for a moment and remarked, "It seems the Spirit Master directed its attack towards a group of young disciples. Could it be that someone has provoked it?" Xueqi Master, the leader of the Bamboo Peak, interjected, "Impossible. If a disciple truly angered the Spirit Master, why would it relent after a single strike?" Xueqi, though quite beautiful, spoke with a cold tone, as if imbued with a hint of frost. Tianbai shot her a glance and fell silent. Dao Xianjunren shook his head and said, "The Spirit Master is an ancient spiritual beast, inherently sentient. For millennia, it has never exhibited such sudden aberrations. There must be a reason." He sighed lightly, admitting, "To be honest, I find myself equally perplexed. However, the Spirit Master is the guardian beast of our Qingyun Sect, of utmost significance. I originally intended to employ the sect's secret spirit communication technique to investigate, but at this point, Dao Xianjunren abruptly paused. The others, having only heard part of his statement, were left in suspense. Tianbai was the first to inquire, "Master, what is the matter?" Dao Xianjunren appeared embarrassed and said, "This spirit communication technique is merely a minor skill, yet it allows for some communication with the Spirit Master. However, just as I was about to use it, the Spirit Master unexpectedly fell asleep, leaving me with no recourse." The crowd was left speechless. Dao Xianjunren cleared his throat and said with seriousness, "There is no need to worry about this matter. Once the Spirit Master awakens, we shall deliberate further. Meanwhile, there is another issue I wish to discuss with all of you." Seeing Dao Xianjunren's grave expression, which hinted at a serious matter, everyone suppressed their smiles and sat attentively. Dao Xianjunren nodded and stated, "Indeed, I have heard that the ancient cave of 10,000 bats is a natural giant cavern, descending deep into the earth, unfathomably cold and damp, teeming with countless bats, purportedly numbering in the millions. Why would you bring up such a desolate place, my fellow disciples?" Dao Xianjunren slowly spoke. "You may not be aware that, despite the desolate appearance of the Wanfu ancient cave, it once served as a significant stronghold for the demonic sect 8 centuries ago. The cave's cold and damp environment was ideally suited for those wicked practitioners to cultivate their malevolent arts. However, following a concerted assault by righteous cultivators, the minions of the demonic sect were driven away, leaving this place in neglect." Master Xueqi coldly interjected, "What, then, is the purpose of your mention, Senior?" At this moment, her demeanor towards Dao Xian was notably unfriendly, yet those present understood that Master Xueqi's manner of speaking was consistently this way. Dao Xianjunren, unfazed, merely sighed and continued, "What you may not know, Sister Xueqi, is that 6 months ago, I received a missive from the Incense Valley, indicating that there have been signs of residual activity from the demonic sect near the Wanfu ancient cave. They sought my counsel, and after careful consideration, I instructed my second disciple, Yikai, to hastily journey to Kongsang Mountain to investigate." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang from Chaoyang Peak chuckled, "Isn't this fortuitous? Young Master Xiao Yikai is exceptionally gifted and deeply skilled. He truly stands out among the Qingyun Sect. He emerged victorious in the last 7 sects martial competition. With him on the task, what could possibly go awry?" The assembly was taken aback, and Zheng Shuchang remarked, "What do you mean?" Dao Xianjunren maintained a tranquil countenance, revealing no emotion, and stated, "According to Yikai's letter, he has captured a member of the demonic sect and, through interrogation, uncovered that the Wanfu ancient cave was once the headquarters of a faction known as the Blood Refining Hall, which was a prominent power among the 5 factions of the demonic sect. After being vanquished by our righteous predecessors, the Blood Refining Hall fell into decline, and the cave was abandoned. However, it seems that in recent years, this once diminished faction has begun to resurface, and within the Blood Refining Hall, it is rumored that a hidden treasure chamber lies concealed within the Wanfu ancient cave, containing numerous rare treasures and forbidden tomes that have yet to be discovered." At this point, the assembly grasped the gravity of the situation. Daoren Song let out a cold laugh, saying, "The wicked and the delusional. Dao Xianjunren shook his head and replied, "Regardless of the validity of this rumor, I know for certain that after that battle 8 centuries ago, the righteous cultivators did not uncover any secret treasure chambers within the Wan Fu ancient cave. While the rest may be inconsequential, if such a treasure chamber truly exists, it is likely to contain a dire artifact that we must remain vigilant against." Everyone turned their attention to Dao Xian, and Dao Ren Tianyun inquired, "Brother, what is this dire artifact you speak of that holds such significance?" Dao Xianjunren scanned the faces around him, his voice grave as he declared, "The blood-devouring pearl." The assembly was taken aback, and Dao Ren Song exclaimed, "Did not this malevolent artifact perish with the black-hearted old man?" Dao Xianjunren shook his head, "Not at all. Though the black-hearted old man is deceased, the blood-devouring pearl may very well still exist. Such a malevolent artifact is not to be trifled with, and it is conceivable that if the practitioners of the demonic sect are not sufficiently adept, they might still seek to possess it. Moreover, the unscrupulous elder hailed from the blood refinement hall of the demonic sect. Thus I surmise that the blood-devouring orb may very well be hidden within this secret cavern." Upon hearing the words of the Dao Xianjunren, the crowd fell into a thoughtful silence. After a moment, it was the cold and aloof Master Xueqi who spoke, inquiring, "What does our esteemed sect leader intend?" Tian Bui furrowed his brow and replied, "Does our esteemed sect leader mean?" A smile graced Dao Xianjunren's face as he remarked, "Indeed. This presents a rare and splendid opportunity for training. Although our Qingyun Sect boasts a multitude of talented youth, most have not ventured outside for cultivation. In these peaceful years, we have yet to confront the wicked minions of the demonic sect. With the upcoming 7 Veins Martial Assembly, I plan to dispatch the top 4 young disciples to Kongseng Mountain. This will not only impede the malevolent schemes of the demonic sect, but also serve as a valuable experience, expanding their horizons." He then retracted his smile, his expression turning grave as he continued, "Furthermore, I have heard that in recent centuries, both the Tianyin Temple and the Burning Fragrance Valley have produced several outstanding disciples of remarkable talent. If we continue to stand idly by, we risk losing our position as leaders of the righteous path in the future. Should that come to pass, I, Dao Xian, would be too ashamed to face our ancestral masters." The assembly nodded in agreement, with the elder Song first stating, "Our esteemed sect leader possesses great force." "Your words resonate profoundly." Dao Xian surveyed the assembly of elders and declared, "If that is the case, does anyone hold objections?" The gathered elders all nodded in assent. Dao Xianjunren proclaimed, "Very well, then it is settled. Accommodations have been arranged for you in the Yuqing Hall. Please proceed to rest." With that, he clapped his hands 3 times, and several disciples swiftly approached from outside. "Lead the esteemed elders to their quarters," he instructed. The disciples complied, and each elder rose, bowing respectfully to Dao Xianjunren before following. Note 1. From the Classic of Mountains and Seas, Volume 4. Eastern Mountains. The foremost of the eastern 2 classics is the mountain of Kongseng, facing the food and water to the north, gazing upon Jiwu to the east, looking towards Shaling to the south, and overlooking Minzai to the west. Chapter 21. The night the 7 Veins Martial Assembly is a grand event held once every 60 years by the Qingyun Sect, and with hundreds of people suddenly appearing atop the Tongtian Peak, accommodations became exceedingly scarce. The disciples of the Dezhu Peak could only dream of relishing the luxurious solitude of individual rooms as they had before. Except for Tianling'er, who resided with the young women of the Shaozhu Peak, the male disciples of Dezhu Peak, beginning with Song Deren, numbered 7, and were all crammed into a single room. Atop Tongtian Peak, the accommodations for Qingyun disciples have traditionally been shared among 4 per room. Presently, with 3 makeshift bedding arrangements laid on the floor, they managed to squeeze in, though the cramped conditions were inescapable. At this moment, one could hear loud complaints. "How ridiculous. They constantly boast about how splendid the sect is, yet we are now forced to squeeze 7 into 1 room. How stingy. Come now, 6th brother, cease your grievances. If the brothers of the sect hear you, it will not bode well. 2nd brother, you are comfortably resting on the bed, while I am forced to lie on this icy floor. How about we switch places? Who? Is it possible that you fell asleep so quickly? Snoring as well? Who? 4th brother, you have always been dashing and charming, endowed with exceptional talent and brilliance. Who? What on earth? Is it now fashionable to fall asleep in an instant? Oh, eldest brother, you are typically so kind-hearted. How could you possibly? Who? You, 3rd brother. Roar. The others were startled, as suddenly the wall resounded heavily. and someone next door shouted angrily, "Hey, do the people of Dazufeng snore this loudly while sleeping at night?" The room fell silent, and after a long while, someone stifled a laugh. Shortly thereafter, the previous voice seemed to recall something. "Ah, fifth brother, you what? I'm sleeping right next to you. On the floor, do you want to change places? I have no objections. Ahem, it's all fine now. Alas, this cold ground is bad enough. But it's also a bit too short, making it uncomfortable to sleep. Speaking of which, little junior brother has it good. His stature is just right. Sixth brother, how can you speak with your eyes closed? Don't you see that I have a large dog and a monkey here fighting me for the blanket? I'm the most cramped here, and you still dare to say? However, Silence, old six. Several voices in the room chimed in unison. As darkness descended upon this towering peak, a cold moon hung in the sky, casting its silvery light upon the mountain summit. Zhang Xiaofan was in a deep slumber when he suddenly felt some movement beside him. As he hazily opened his eyes, he discovered that the monkeys, Xiaohui and De Huang, were nowhere to be found. He propped himself up and glanced around, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of De Huang's yellow silhouette at the doorway, accompanied by a shadowy figure that was likely Xiaohui. Zhang Xiaofan felt a peculiar sense of curiosity. It was already deep into the night, and he wondered where this monkey and dog could possibly be heading. With a quiet resolve, he donned a garment hastily and made his way to the door. Beneath the ethereal glow of the moonlight, he beheld De Huang carrying Xiaohui, swiftly bounding towards the sea of clouds. Determined, he lifted his gaze, only to find that De Huang and Xiaohui had transformed into mere He promptly pursued them. As he raced along, he treaded carefully, ensuring that he did not disturb the other disciples in their chambers. Upon reaching the plaza near the Sea of Clouds, he found himself unable to catch sight of De Huang or Xiaohui. All that remained were the wisps of clouds drifting gracefully under the cold moonlight, resembling delicate silk and ethereal smoke, a sight of exquisite beauty. However, after a fleeting moment of admiration, he lost interest and turned his attention to the surroundings, intending to head towards the kitchen. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Deep within the Sea of Clouds, on the opposite side of the kitchen's direction, a slender figure emerged amidst the nebulous mist, advancing forward. Observing the person's trajectory, it appeared they were making their way towards the Rainbow Bridge. Zhang Xiaofan gazed in a daze at the figure in the distance, though far away. It was etched deeply into his heart, and he recognized at once that it was his senior sister, Tian Linger. The night was profound and dark. Why did she venture out alone, and where could she possibly be going? Zhang Xiaofan stood motionless, momentarily at a loss, as a torrent of thoughts surged through his mind, rendering his heart chaotic. He seemed to have an inkling of something profound, yet he steadfastly refused to acknowledge it. Turning his gaze towards the kitchen, where the golden dog and gray cat had scampered off, he steeled himself and began to walk in that direction, repeatedly admonishing himself, "Zhang Xiaofan, mind your own business. Mind your own business." After taking 7 steps, bathed in the ethereal moonlight, the solitary figure of the young man appeared particularly forlorn. He halted, raising his eyes to the heavens where a cold moon hung in the sky. It seemed his lips moved slightly, and moments later, he pivoted sharply, gritting his teeth, and sprinted towards the direction where the figure had vanished. The moonlight cast a melancholic tenderness upon his fleeting silhouette. In a brief interval, Tian Linger had disappeared into the Sea of Clouds, yet Zhang Xiaofan paid no heed to his surroundings. He continued his fervent dash towards the Rainbow Bridge. He reached the bridge, where the mountain breeze stirred the waters on either side, creating gentle ripples that reflected the moon above, cold and beautiful, but Zhang Xiaofan remained oblivious, driven solely by his urgency. Run, run, run. Even after crossing the Rainbow Bridge, he encountered no signs of life. It was not until he reached the bridge's end that a wave of disorientation washed over him. The cool moonlight illuminated the azure water at the bridge's terminus as brightly as day, revealing a beautiful figure standing at the water's edge, gazing entranced at the shimmering surface. Zhang Xiaofan suddenly felt an inexplicable fear, a sensation he could scarcely articulate. He only knew that he must not let his senior sister discover his trepidation. Casting his gaze around, he spotted a small grove near the right side of the pond, close to the Rainbow Bridge, and stealthily made his way there, concealing himself in the shadows as he secretly observed Tian Linger. This gaze seemed to stretch into eternity. Beneath the moonlight, by the azure waters, a young woman, imbued with a touch of melancholy and a hint of anticipation. With her brows gently lowered, her eyes shimmered with a faint luminescence, as if she were daydreaming of something wondrous, rendering her strikingly beautiful. The mountain breeze whispered softly, gliding over the water's surface, and as it passed by her, it held its breath, silencing itself, delicately brushing against her garments and flowing hair, accentuating her snow-like complexion. In the depths of Zhang Xiaofan's heart, an indescribable tenderness suddenly surged forth, as if that woman were the one he had longed to protect throughout his life. Despite enduring countless trials and tribulations for her sake, he remained resolute and unrepentant. At that moment, he wished for eternity to be encapsulated in this instant. Junior Sister Linger, a voice called out suddenly from the Rainbow Bridge. Tian Linger turned around in an instant, her eyes sparkling with joy, a sincere smile gracing her lips. Brother Qi, you have arrived. He struggled to turn his head. And there, descending the Rainbow Bridge with swift strides, was a striking figure. Qi Hao, with his chiseled brow and piercing gaze, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Qi Hao approached Tian Linger and spoke gently, "Apologies for my tardiness. My rowdy fellow disciples kept me awake longer than expected. I hope I haven't kept you waiting." Tian Linger felt a flicker of annoyance at first, but upon seeing Qi Hao's figure, it vanished without a trace. She shook her head and smiled. "It's all right. I haven't been here long either." Pausing, she glanced at the nearby pond and added, "But why meet here? I'm still somewhat frightened after the sudden outburst from the Lingzuan earlier today." Qi Hao chuckled. "It's no trouble at all. I heard from our master that the Lingzuan is just as usual, merely playing a jest with us younger disciples. Besides, with the day's commotion, this place is even more tranquil at night. Wouldn't you agree?" A blush crept onto Tian Linger's cheeks as she lowered her gaze. "I wonder if it is appropriate for us to meet in secret like this?" Gazing at her gentle, beautiful face, Qi Hao spoke softly. "Junior Sister Linger, ever since our first meeting 2 years ago at Daju Peak, I have been unable to forget you. My heart is consumed with longing, often robbing me of sleep, as your image fills my thoughts." Tian Lingo instinctively bit her lip, her face reddening further, yet she bore no trace of anger. Instead, a sweet sensation blossomed within her heart. Qi Hao continued, "Lingo, I..." Suddenly, Tian Lingo looked up and interjected, "Brother Qi, you may simply call me Linger." At this, she lowered her head again, softly adding, "My father and mother have always called me that." Qi Hao was overjoyed, as if struggling to believe his ears. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Really? Lingo?" Tian Lingo glanced at him and slowly retrieved a small brocade box from her bosom. Her gaze cast downwards as if gathering her courage. In a whisper, she said, "This cool pearl has been with me for the past 2 years." After uttering these words, she dared not look at Qi Hao, but after a long silence, she was puzzled by his lack of response. Stealing a glance at him, she found his eyes brimming with joy, a radiant smile illuminating his face, exuding an indescribable happiness. The two of them held each other's gaze for a long while before suddenly embracing each other. The cold moonlight bathed them, casting its glow upon the surrounding woods, yet leaving the dark corners untouched. After a moment's thought, Tian Lingo nodded in agreement. The two exchanged a glance, and suddenly, a smile blossomed on their faces. In the silence that enveloped them, Qi Hao gently took Tian Linger's hand and strolled towards the Rainbow Bridge. Under the moonlight, they resembled a pair of intimate mandarin ducks, drawing close together, and after a while, they vanished upon the bridge. The night deepened, imbued with a sense of melancholy. From the shadows of the forest, Zhang Xiaofan emerged slowly, his steps heavy as he approached the shimmering surface of the azure pool. He gazed at the water, where the cold moon's reflection danced lightly upon the ripples. An overwhelming urge to weep surged within him, yet he ultimately held back the tears. An inexplicable anguish raged like a wild beast in his heart, leaving it scarred. Despite this turmoil, he gritted his teeth in silence, facing the night alone. At that moment, the revered spirit beast of the Qingyun Sect, the gargantuan water Qilin, known as the Spirit Lord, appeared silently behind him, drawing close with its head lowered. Its enormous eyes seemed to press against Zhang Xiaofan's very being, and one could only wonder how such a massive creature could achieve this proximity. Perhaps he was so engulfed in despair that he failed to notice. However, Zhang Xiaofan's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest as he beheld the colossal form of the water Qilin before him, its fearsome fangs glimmering in the moonlight. Startled, he stumbled only to trip over a stone and fall to the ground. His attire, hastily thrown on, was disheveled, and as he wobbled, a sound echoed, a fallen object hitting the earth. Zhang Xiaofan and the water Qilin simultaneously lowered their heads, and there, nestled between them on the ground by the water's edge, lay a blackened stick, ominously referred to as a firewood stick, quietly resting. In the expansive eyes of the water Qilin, Zhang Xiaofan's pale visage and the unsightly stick were reflected. A sudden dryness seized Zhang Xiaofan's throat, and beads of cold sweat trickled down. In his heart, he desperately urged himself to flee, to run, to escape swiftly. Yet, Before the water Qilin, despite the tumult of his thoughts, his feet felt as if they were not his own, frozen and immobile. The water Qilin, however, appeared somewhat perplexed. Casting a few glances at Zhang Xiaofan, its attention seemingly captivated by the stick. The colossal creature fixated intently on the darkened firewood stick, inspecting it from above and below. Its massive head swiveling back and forth, yet it could not discern anything of significance. After a brief moment of hesitation, it cautiously extended its forepaw, gingerly prodding the ominous stick. Zhang Xiaofan stood by, utterly astonished. Although a profound fear gripped his heart, curiosity simultaneously surged. He wondered if the spirit venerable had perhaps lived for millennia and become somewhat muddled in the mind, or if it was akin to the venerable yellow dog atop Daju Peak, retaining a childlike innocence and inexplicably fascinated by a mere firewood stick. The water Qilin, its eyes reflecting deep confusion, remained undeterred. With a sudden movement of its colossal head, it cast a glance at Zhang Xiaofan. A deep yet powerful roar emanating from its cavernous maw. Zhang Xiaofan's heart raced, and in that instant, every muscle in his body tensed. Even his breath caught in his throat. To his surprise, the water Qilin merely glanced at him before returning its attention to the firewood stick. It lowered its head, bringing its nose close to the stick, sniffing intently. Zhang Xiaofan's heart continued to pound, yet witnessing the bizarre behavior of the enormous, he instinctively thought it bore a striking resemblance to the old yellow dog. Had it not been for the overwhelming tension of the moment, he might have almost laughed. After sniffing for a while, it was evident that the water Qilin had found nothing. It lifted its head and glanced around, seemingly bewildered. However, being a spirit beast of 1,000 years, after a brief contemplation, it resolved to abandon its inquiry. With a snort, it cast a fierce look at Zhang Xiaofan, nearly frightening him to death once more, before shaking its head and tail and turning to descend into the water pool. Moments later, with a splash, its massive form disappeared beneath the surface. Zhang Xiaofan, with his nerves gradually settling, slowly rose to his feet, only to realize that his garments were thoroughly drenched, not to mention the cold sweat cascading down his forehead like a torrential downpour. He approached the firewood beside him, picked it up, and examined it closely from various angles. Yet he could discern no peculiarities. Unable to contain his frustration, he exclaimed, "This is truly bizarre." Just as his words lingered in the air, a sudden splash reverberated from the side of the Bi Yao tarn, as a great surge of water erupted, and amidst the frothy white waves, he faintly glimpsed the enormous tail of the water Qilin breaking the surface. Hu. Zhang Xiaofan's breath gradually settled into tranquility. Yet an overwhelming weariness surged from the depths of his heart. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a solitary shadow trailing him beneath the moonlight. Suddenly, he lifted his head to gaze at the heavens, where a frigid expanse and a chilling moon hung high in the sky. He stared vacantly, lost in thought. As dawn broke, the others awoke. Bi Yao, rubbing his waist, exclaimed loudly, "Goodness, after a night's sleep, my back feels as if it might break. How can we compete today?" Eldashin, frowning, retorted, "Old Six, stop your incessant shouting. I too slept through the night and felt no discomfort in my back." Song Darren chimed in from the side, "Exactly, Old Six, you've been complaining all night long. Haven't you had enough? Just look at Old Five and the junior brother." They are silent. Bi Yao rolled his eyes and replied, "Old Five is tough-skinned and hardy. He wouldn't feel a thing. Just ask the junior brother and see." He paused, noticing, "Hey, junior brother, why are your eyes so bloodshot? Did you truly not sleep well last night?" Zhang Xiaofan tidied up his bedding and now sat on a chair, staring blankly out of the window, utterly unresponsive. At his feet lay De Huang, while the monkey, Xiaohui, busily rummaged through De Huang's fur, seemingly in search of lice. Bi Yao approached and gave his shoulder a firm pat. Startled, Zhang Xiaofan jumped to his feet, inadvertently alarming both De Huang and Xiaohui. He turned his head to survey the surroundings and inquired, "What's the matter?" Bi Yao furrowed his brow and said, "Xiaofan, why are you so absent-minded? Did you not sleep well last night?" Zhang Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head and replying, "No, not at all." Bi Yao inquired, "Then why are your eyes so bloodshot and red?" As Zhang Xiaofan was about to speak, Hidaji, who was passing by, interjected, "Old Six, mind your own business. It matters not if the junior disciple is unwell. After all, he has a bye today. However, if you neglect your grooming and delay the upcoming competition, you shall have no one to blame but yourself." Bi Yao suddenly came to his senses, disregarding Zhang Xiaofan's state of rest. He rushed over, completely ignoring Lu Daxin and Zhang Dali, who were washing their faces. He seized the basin and splashed water onto his face with abandon, exclaiming, "Humph. The junior disciple is fortunate. Just look at him, seemingly on the brink of death while indulging in slumber. Truly, fifth senior brother. Return the basin to me, I am out of time. Ugh, I haven't even washed up myself." Zhang Xiaofan observed his senior brothers engaged in an incessant dispute over a wash basin on the opposite side of the room, feeling a twinge of annoyance. He rose to his feet and exited. Just as he reached the doorway, Song Darren suddenly called out from behind, "Junior disciple, have you washed yet?" Zhang Xiaofan turned his head and said, "I have washed, senior brother." Song Darren nodded and replied, "That is good. You may take a stroll for now. But remember to be at the dining hall in a while for breakfast, understood?" Zhang Xiaofan responded with an acknowledgement, saying understood. As he stepped outside, the little monkey, Xiao Hui, chirped a couple of times and scampered onto his shoulder. Upon noticing Xiao Hui's departure, De Huang lazily roused himself, wagging his tail before following suit. In the corridor, Zhang Xiaofan observed the bustling figures of his fellow disciples from the various sects of Qingyun, who had just risen and were engaged in their morning routines. He strolled leisurely, unwittingly arriving at the Yuhai Square. At this hour, the sky was still early, with only a few scattered Qingyun disciples traversing the sea of clouds. A refreshing mountain breeze swept by, brushing against Zhang Xiaofan's face, imparting a faint chill, reminiscent of the previous night. Zhang Xiaofan felt a sharp pang in his heart. At 16 years of age, he found himself in the throes of youthful infatuation. Having resided on Dazhu Peak for 5 years, and spent countless days and nights in the company of the vivacious and enchanting Tianling he had long harbored deep feelings for his beautiful senior sister. However, to his dismay, he had witnessed her clandestine meeting with Qi Hao the previous night, an event that struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving his emotions in disarray. Now, his mind was a tumult of chaotic thoughts. Replaying the heart-wrenching scenes from the night before, he wandered aimlessly, as if a disembodied spirit, lost in his sorrow. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment broke through his reverie, startling Zhang Xiaofan back to reality. He turned to find a young disciple of Qingyun beside him, whose refined features and elegant robe suggested he was in his early 20s. Clutching a gilded fan adorned with depictions of mountains and rivers, the disciple approached, yet his bright, expressive eyes were fixated not on Zhang Xiaofan, but rather on the monkey perched upon his shoulder, Xiao Hui, observing it with unblinking intensity. The monkey, Xiao Hui, sensing the stranger's unwavering gaze, was incensed by the peculiar scrutiny. With a swift motion, it leapt forward, claws at the ready, nearly scratching the young man's face. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, tilting his head back just in time to narrowly avoid the attack. Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback and hastily instructed Xiao Hui to stop. He turned to gaze at the individual, who was evidently quite frightened, his hand trembling against his face as he repeatedly murmured, "That was close, that was close." Zhang Xiaofan felt a twinge of guilt within his heart and said, "Apologies, esteemed senior." However, to his surprise, the individual seemed unperturbed. Offering a faint smile and waving his hand dismissively, "It is of no consequence, it was my momentary oversight." Having forgotten that the three-eyed spirit monkey, Note 1, possesses a volatile temperament and can be prone to causing harm, Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback and said, "The three-eyed spirit monkey?" The man, astonished, replied, "What? You are not aware that this monkey is the three-eyed spirit monkey?" Zhang Xiaofan, perplexed, inquired, "What exactly is a three-eyed spirit monkey?" The individual, wide-eyed, scrutinized Zhang Xiaofan from head to toe and replied, "If you are unaware of what a three-eyed spirit monkey is, how could you possibly care for one?" Zhang Xiaofan observed his peculiar demeanor and shook his head, turning to leave. However, to his surprise, the man followed closely behind, donning a broad smile and softly uttering, "Esteemed junior brother, or rather, senior brother, Yu Zhang Xiaofan," hearing himself addressed as senior brother for the very first time. And noticing that the speaker appeared to be at least in his 20s, quickly responded, "Oh, I am unworthy of such a title. Please, do not hesitate to speak your mind." Zhang Xiaofan said, "I am Zhang Xiaofan, a disciple of Dazhu Peak. Senior brother Xingshushu, you. Uncle?" The man was taken aback, and his face flushed slightly, a hint of embarrassment coloring his smile as he replied, I did not intend to take advantage of you. My shushu refers to the book, not the familial title of uncle. This is all my father's fault. My mother originally intended to name me Hero, which would have been quite grand, but my father, noticing my childhood penchant for reading, whimsically decided on the name Shushu, resulting in a lifelong jest. Truly, what a prediction! Zhang Xiaofan could not help but chuckle, reflecting that this person's name bore a striking resemblance in meaning to that of his sixth senior brother. The earlier sorrow that had weighed upon his heart was somewhat alleviated by this individual's presence, fostering a sense of camaraderie. He remarked, "Ah, senior brother Zhang. You are quite fond of reading, I see?" Zhang Xiaofan shook his head and replied, "I do not know. I merely assumed it to be an ordinary monkey." At that moment, as if comprehending his words, the monkey perched upon his shoulder, Little Gray, suddenly let out a sharp squeal, tugging forcefully at Zhang Xiaofan's hair. The sudden pain elicited an exclamation of "Ouch, you mischievous monkey!" from him. However, in contrast, there was a glimmer of envy in Zhang Xiushu's eyes as he remarked, "Ah, truly intelligent." Zhang Xiaofan, enduring the pain, remarked, "This wretched monkey revels in striking others. Can you still claim it as intelligent?" To which Zhang Xiushu replied, "Do not be deceived by its unassuming appearance. This creature possesses a rare essence of spirit. Observe the small vertical mark between its eyes on its forehead." Zhang Xiaofan turned his head to observe closely and indeed discovered a faint vertical mark beneath the gray fur, which one could easily overlook without careful scrutiny. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Zhang Xiushu, exclaiming, "Even you can discern this at such a young age. Impressive, truly impressive." Zhang Xiushu replied with utmost seriousness, "Do not underestimate it. I once read Ancient Moge, Note 2, in the chapter on spirit, that the three-eyed spiritual monkey is a remarkable creature. In its youth, it appears no different from an ordinary monkey, but upon reaching maturity, a third eye emerges on its forehead, enhancing its spiritual awareness. It is said to possess the ability to master the 5 elemental celestial arts and can perceive events occurring miles away. The ancient saying 1,000-mile eye indeed refers to this very three-eyed spiritual monkey." Zhang Xiaofan carefully set down the monkey, Little Gray, before him, momentarily incredulous that this seemingly ordinary, albeit slightly rotund, creature, whom he had shared his life with for 2 years, could possess such significance. However, upon closer inspection, it appeared to be just an unremarkable monkey, weighing heavily in his hands, as if it had gained several pounds during their one night atop the heavenly peak. Little Gray, perplexed by the incessant gazes directed at him, began to screech in indignation. Zhang Xiaofan responded with a playful grimace and tossed him onto the back of De Huang. Startled, De Huang leapt aside, only to relax upon realizing it was merely Little Gray. The monkey then danced and pranced in front of Zhang Xiaofan, as if to assert his dominance, calling out several times before settling down against De Huang, only to soon be distracted by the lice nestled within the latter's fur. Zhang Xiaofan nodded and inquired, "What about you, senior brother Zhang?" Zhang Xiushu replied with a smile, "I too drew number 33 yesterday. I wonder what number you received. It would be quite a coincidence if we were to face each other as opponents today." Zhang Xiaofan chuckled and replied, "I am number 1. Zhang Xiushu was taken aback and said, "So you are the disciple from Daju Peak yesterday?" Zhang Xiaofan's face flushed with embarrassment as he nodded. Zhang Xiushu chuckled, "You are indeed fortunate." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "It appears that we will only meet in the final showdown, which certainly presents a considerable challenge." Zhang Xiaofan chuckled, saying, "With my humble cultivation, I was promptly eliminated in the first, the second round. So how could I dare to indulge in any illusions?" Shen Shushu stuck out his tongue and remarked, "I fear I may not even pass the first round." The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. They continued their conversation for a while until a distant voice called out, "Xiaofan, it's time to eat." Zhang Xiaofan responded from a distance, exchanged a few words with Zhang Xiushu, and then hurried over. Shortly after, Da Huang followed suit, carrying Xiaowei on his back. Upon reaching Song Darren, the two advanced together. Song Darren inquired, "Who were you conversing with just now?" He appeared taken aback and exclaimed, "Zhang Xiushu?" Zhang Xiaofan exclaimed, "What is the matter, senior brother?" Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback, momentarily speechless. After breakfast, the disciples of Qingyun Sect gathered at Yuhai Square. As he gazed around, he was met with a vast sea of people, bustling and jostling, a testament to the thriving vitality of Qingyun Sect. Zhang Xiaofan felt a flush rise to his cheeks as he discreetly glanced at his fellow disciples, while the others smiled warmly. Only his sixth senior brother, Du Bishu, continued to grumble, "It's unfair, utterly unfair." Silence. Came a gentle reprimand from the side, startling everyone. They turned to see Tianbai and Su Ru approaching with Tianlinger in tow. The disciples of Daju Peak promptly bowed in respect, exclaiming, "Master, mistress." Tianbai nodded without uttering a word, but Su Ru chided, "The competition will commence shortly. You must all strive to perform admirably, do you understand?" "Yes," the group replied in unison. Su Ru then turned her gaze toward Zhang Xiaofan, who, in that moment, was captivated by the sight of Tian Linger beside her. Today, she appeared even more radiant than usual, her spirit effervescent, and her enchanting eyes sparkled with delight, clearly reflecting her joyous mood. Zhang Xiaofan felt as though he had been pricked by a needle, and he instinctively lowered his head. "Xiaofan," Su Ru called out, noticing that her young disciple appeared somewhat unusual as she approached him. Zhang Xiaofan quickly looked up and responded, "Yes, mistress." Su Ru glanced at him and asked, "Are you all right?" Zhang Xiaofan quickly shook his head and replied, "It's nothing, mistress." Su Ru cast him another glance and said, "Xiaofan, you are quite fortunate. Today you have a bye. However, do pay close attention to the competitions of your senior brothers and sisters. Such opportunities are exceedingly rare and will be immensely beneficial for you. Do you understand?" Zhang Xiaofan nodded and replied, "Yes, master." Su Ru glanced at Tianbai, who acknowledged her with a nod before turning to descend the stage, the crowd following closely behind, gradually blending into the throng. On the grand stage, the figures of Dao Xianjunren and Song Song Daoren emerged. Dao Xian stepped forward, surveying the multitude of disciples below, and declared in a resonant voice, "The competition begins." With a graceful sweep of his sleeve, the sound of the ceremonial bell resonated once more, echoing through the heavens. Zhang Xiaofan, upon hearing the tolling, felt a surge of fervor ignite within him. Stealing a glance at Tian Linger beside him, he noticed her beaming smile and eager expression. Captivated by her charm, he found himself unable to tear his gaze away, thus missing much of what Dao Xianjunren articulated next. Song Song Daoren subsequently took the stage to utter a few more words, and another melodious chime of the bell jolted him from his reverie, making him realize that the competition had indeed commenced. With 63 participants in 8 arenas, the contest was naturally divided into 4 groups. In the first round, of the 16 competitors, only Tian Lingo from the Dazhu Peak was scheduled to compete. On the western arena, the disciples of Dazhu Peak gathered in a throng. Her opponent, a disciple from Chaoyang Peak named Shintiendo, gracefully leaped onto the stage, drawing enthusiastic cheers from the audience below. Zhang Xiaofan turned his gaze to the crowd surrounding the western arena, which was filled with over 100 spectators, predominantly disciples from Chaoyang Peak. Even the esteemed leader of Chaoyang Peak, Shang Zhongyang, was present, sporting a slight smile that indicated his high regard for Shintiendo. As Tianbai and his companions reached the arena's edge, the disciples of Dazhu Peak were swiftly enveloped by those from Chaoyang Peak, surrounded on all sides by their garb. Tianbai remained unfazed, casting a glance at the distant Shang Zhongyang, who reciprocated the look. Their eyes met, igniting a subtle spark, yet both merely exchanged faint smiles, maintaining an air of indifference. At this juncture, disciples had already prepared chairs for the 2 leaders and the elders, allowing Tianbai and Su Ru to take their seats. Tian Lingo approached her parents and said, "Father, Mother, I am going up now." Tianbai regarded his daughter and replied, "Go ahead." A tender expression graced Su Ru's face as she cautioned, "Be careful." Tian Lingo glanced up at the stage, her face lighting up with a smile, devoid of any signs of anxiety. "Just wait for my good news," she declared. With that, she turned, her smile unwavering, and with a gesture of her left hand, she invoked her spell, Rise. As her words fell, a radiant glow enveloped her, and the amber silk ribbon at her waist was summoned, lifting her lithe form into the air, soaring toward the stage like a celestial being amidst the shimmering light. Zhang Xiaofan and other disciples of Dazhu Peak encircled behind Tianbai and Su Ru, as Su Ru smiled and remarked to Tianbai, "It seems that Lingo has made significant progress in her cultivation." Tianbai smiled faintly, his countenance reflecting a quiet joy despite his silence. At that moment, Tian Linger had already soared onto the platform, standing a yard away from Shun Tiendo, and clasped her hands in salute, saying, "I request guidance from senior brother Shun." Noticing Tian Linger ascend with her treasured artifact, radiating brilliant hues and celestial energy, Shun Tiendo recognized it as the famed amber red silk, a treasure of the elder Su Ru, whom his master had advised him to approach with caution. He promptly returned the gesture, saying, "Please, Sister Tian, show mercy." With that, he took a step back, invoking a sword technique with his right hand, summoning a 3-foot celestial sword that emanated a dusty brown glow, positioning it before him. Below, Su Ru furrowed her brow and whispered to Tianbai, "This sword, like Linger's amber red silk, belongs to the earth element of the 5 elements. Now it will reveal whose cultivation is deeper." Tianbai smiled slightly, replying, In terms of earth element treasures within the Qingyun Sect, what could possibly rival your amber red silk? In my view, that celestial sword pales in comparison to your amber red silk. Suru muttered under her breath, such nonsense. At that moment, a bell tolled, signaling the official commencement of the duel between Tianlinger and Shintiendo. Clearly brimming with youthful vigor, Tianlinger pointed forward immediately after the bell ceased, and in an instant, radiant light flashed as the amber red silk surged forth like a tempest, striking towards Shintiendo with a sting of wind. Taken aback by the sudden offensive, Shintiendo hastily retreated 2 steps, and with a forceful shake of his hands, the celestial sword before him gleamed brilliantly in response. The clash of radiance, the amber glow against the dusty brown, echoed throughout the arena with a resounding bang, causing both Tianlinger and Shintiendo to shudder slightly before regaining their footing, while the 2 treasures remained locked in a stalemate in midair. Below, Tianbai frowned, and Suru exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, Shintiendo's cultivation is quite formidable." Simultaneously, the disciples of Chaoyang Peak erupted in a synchronized cheer. Excellent. The roar of over 100 voices was indeed extraordinary, overpowering the cheers from Daju Peak. Dubishu, the 6th elder, snorted, "Is it merely about the volume? This is not a shouting contest." Suddenly, Shun Tiendo's dusty brown sword surged upwards, darting down from directly above Tianlinger with the swiftness of lightning. Before it could touch the ground, Tianlinger's garments fluttered, and a fierce wind whipped around her. Only then did Suru let out a sigh of relief and softly say to Tianbai, "Linger is quite overconfident." Tianbai huffed and shook his head. With Shintiendo's strike failing to land, he redirected the sword upwards, but Tianlinger showed no sign of hesitation. The amber red silk, glowing brilliantly, instantly elongated tenfold. With a spirited cry, Tianlinger transformed the once supple silk into a formidable giant staff, standing straight in the air, one end firmly grasped in her hand. The onlookers below erupted into a chorus of astonishment, their gasps echoing throughout the arena. Tianlinger, undeterred, gracefully twirled her right hand, causing the massive staff crafted from amber and red silk to slice through the air with a resonant whoosh, striking directly at Shintiendo. Below, Tianbai and Suru both changed their expression slightly, while, in stark contrast, the head of Chaoyang Peak, Shang Zhongyang, nodded repeatedly in approval. Before the dust settled, Shintiendo's complexion paled slightly, yet he pressed on without hesitation. With a fierce roar from his throat, he leapt onto a colossal rock. Grasping the hilt of his sword with both hands, the gray-brown celestial sword blazed with brilliance and plunged into the immensely hard rock with the force of a rampaging bull. Crack, crack. A series of dull, raspy shattering sounds echoed, causing Tianlinger's countenance to change. She felt the very earth beneath her feet tremble violently. Suddenly, several thunderous booms erupted, splintering the wooden planks where she stood. Amidst the resounding chaos, countless enormous and sharp rocks erupted from the ground, mercilessly piercing the very spot where Tianlinger had stood. "Ah!" Zhang Xiaofan exclaimed in shock from below, but quickly sealed his lips. He noticed the serious expressions on Tianbai and his wife, while Suru displayed a hint of anxiety. In stark contrast, the disciples of Chaoyang Peak erupted with cheers and thunderous applause. "Shen Shixiao, well done. Truly impressive. Victory is assured." The shouts cascaded one after another, and amidst the swirling dust, visibility was nearly non-existent. Yet, standing atop the giant rock, Shintiendo showed no signs of relaxation, his eyes wide open as he meticulously scanned his surroundings. Indeed, moments later, amidst the thick dust above the colossal rock, a flash of brilliance suddenly illuminated the scene. In an instant, a radiant glow burst forth, revealing Tianlinger soaring forth like a red phoenix, with the amber and red silk swirling around her in a frenetic dance. Her expression was solemn, and her almond-shaped eyes emitted a chilling brilliance as she clasped her hands in a spell gesture. With a powerful downward sweep, the amber and red silk abruptly halted and, like a venomous serpent, pierced through the earth, burrowing into the solid rocks beneath. Shintiendo's face shifted dramatically, and without a moment's thought, he swiftly retreated. As expected, just as he vacated his previous position, the once serpent-like amber and red silk surged forth like a red dragon from the ground, the very spot where Shintiendo had stood erupting into a massive hole, sending sand and stones flying, a display of overwhelming force that instilled fear. At this juncture, Tianlinger hovered in midair, her hands forming the orchid spell, crossing over her chest as she called out, "Bind the gods." The amber and red silk halted midair with a crisp sound, instantly radiating a magnificent glow that expanded rapidly. obscuring the sky and sun. In mere moments, it multiplied beyond comprehension, darting through the air, spiraling or plunging underground only to erupt again, encircling Shintiendo tightly. The onlookers from Dazhu Peak exchanged glances, unable to contain their astonishment. 2 years prior, Tian Lingo had employed this binding technique during her duel with Lin Jingyu, and observing it today, the power of her binding spell seemed to have magnified significantly, enveloping Shintiendo in both the heavens and the earth. One could not help but wonder how he would measure up against Lin Jingyu from that time. As the incantations of Tian Lingo resonated, the amber crimson silk transformed into a colossal red orb, continually compressing inward. Within the crevices, beneath the ethereal glow, a faint grayish light could still be discerned, indicating that Shintiendo was valiantly resisting. Despite the resistance, the relentless crimson threads, though momentarily slowed, inexorably pressed inward. The audience fell into a profound silence, the disciples of Chaoyang Peak holding their breath, acutely aware of the dire consequences should one falter beneath the weight of this celestial artifact. The crimson silk had now shrunk to 6 feet in size, its brilliance overpowering the grayish glow, accompanied by the ominous sound of relentless pressure. At this juncture, the crowd could scarcely make out Shintiendo's figure. While Tian Linger remained suspended in midair, her complexion slightly flushed, her hands gripping the orchid talisman with a subtle tremor. After a brief moment, the amber crimson silk pressed inward another foot, tension mounting as the crowd struggled to breathe. Suddenly, a bizarre cry pierced the air as Shintiendo, like a fierce tiger, emerged wielding his sword to shatter the silk. Yet, his face was utterly pallid. The disciples erupted in jubilant cheers, but Shang Zhengyang, the presiding elder, closed his eyes with a sigh, while Tian Bai and his wife exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed, this was but Shun Tiendo's desperate struggle. With a swift motion, Tian Lingo pointed her right hand, and the amber crimson silk, akin to a relentless thorn, pursued him, aiming for his back. At that moment, Shintiendo seemed barely able to turn, and in a futile attempt to evade, he was gently struck from behind by the amber crimson silk, sending him tumbling forward with a resounding thud onto the ground below. The disciples' cheers abruptly ceased, falling into a stunned silence. Shang Zhengyang rose, shaking his head, and called out to the nearby disciples, "Why do you hesitate? Go assist Brother Shun." The disciples of Chaoyang Peak, shaken from their stupor, rushed forward to help Shintiendo to his feet. At this moment, Tian Lingo retracted her artifact and descended to the stage, beaming as she addressed Shintiendo. "Thank you for your mercy, Brother Shin." He met her gaze with a wry smile, replying, "Sister Tian, your prodigious talent is truly admirable." He allowed those nearby to assist him aside. Shang Zhengliang approached, casting several appreciative glances at Tian Linger, and remarked to Tian Bai and his wife, "Though your niece is young, her extraordinary aptitude and cultivation is indeed enviable." Tian Bai, flushed with pride, humbly replied, "You flatter us." Suru also chimed in, "Brother Shang, your sect is blessed with exceptional talent. Surely, even more formidable masters remain hidden." Suru shot her a playful glance, but ultimately laughed, responding, "Indeed, formidable, indeed." Tian Bai wore a broad smile, for his daughter had made a splendid debut, bringing him great pride among his peers. He affectionately patted her head, conveying his approval and delight. However, he promptly turned his head and addressed the other disciples. "From this point onward, it is your turn." With Linger leading by example ahead, you will see that the disciples from other factions are not necessarily unattainable. You must strive as well. The crowd responded in unison, "Indeed." Zhang Xiaofan joined the crowd in exuberant shouts, his voice resonating with fervor. As others dispersed to prepare for the forthcoming 8 contests, it became evident that 3 representatives from Dazhu Peak would participate. Consequently, Tian Bai and Suru separated to observe, and as Suru departed, she offered a few words of encouragement to Zhang Xiaofan, instructing him to attentively watch the events. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xiaofan resolved to seek out Tian Linger, hoping to find a platform where they could cheer for their senior brother. As he scanned the surroundings, his gaze fell upon the bustling throng ahead, where Tian Linger was briskly advancing, and just before her stood the dashing Qi Hao, smiling warmly at her. Zhang Xiaofan's heart immediately sank. Tian Linger approached Qi Hao, exchanging a few playful words with him. Qi Hao's face lit up with a radiant smile, as he whispered incessantly in Tian Linger's ear, eliciting a cascade of laughter from her. Both of them appeared utterly elated. After sharing a light-hearted conversation for a while, they set off together, seemingly in search of a competition arena to observe the contests. Zhang Xiaofan stood motionless, lost in a trance, as an overwhelming wave of profound sadness and disappointment surged within him, causing the once fervent blood to chill to the very core. Note 1. The three-eyed spirit monkey from the Chronicles of Gods and Demons, Spirit Beast chapter, originating from the western Mount Sumru, is known for its intelligence and mischievousness. Living for over a millennium, it possesses the ability to see for 1,000 miles and to command the flora, fauna, earth, and stone, serving as the protector beneath the ancient Buddha of light. Note 2. Chronicles of Gods and Demons is an ancient tome documenting the extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth. Rare treasures, exotic birds and beasts, as well as demons and deities, attributed to the ancient figure Xiaoding. Originally comprising 10 chapters, many have been lost to time, with only 4 remaining in existence. Additionally, it is noted that Xiaoding is not recorded in historical annals. However, the unofficial notes of the Nine Peaks Mountain Man, titled Record of Mountains and Rivers, mention that the ancient figure Xiao was born and passed away without record. He exhibited remarkable intelligence from a young age. Possessing an extraordinary memory, he traveled the world, visiting renowned mountains and ancient marshes, ultimately authoring the Chronicles of Gods and Demons, a work of fantastical brilliance. Hailed as the foremost marvel of literature, though much of it has regrettably been lost. Chapter 23. The Divine Sword. Brother Zhang. Suddenly, a heavy hand clapped down on Zhang Xiaofan's shoulder. At this moment, Zhang Xiaofan's entire focus was fixated on the gradually receding figure of Tianlinger, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Suddenly, he was startled, instinctively leaping aside. When he turned to look, he found himself face to face with Zhang Xiaofan, whom he had just met that morning. Zhang Xiaofan wore a broad smile. His demeanor relaxed as he surveyed Zhang Xiaofan before his gaze shifted to the monkey, Xiaohui, at his side. Noticing the exceedingly bothersome creature approaching once more, Xiaohui displayed his disdain by baring his teeth and making a grimace. He promptly leapt onto the back of De Huang, giving the dog's head a playful pat. De Huang, wide-eyed, barked twice at Zhang Xiaofan and Zhang Xiaofan before dashing away. Zhang Xiaofan chuckled reassuringly. Fear not, fear not. The three-eyed spirit monkey is remarkably clever and will not stray far. Zhang Xiaofan shrugged his shoulders and turned to speak with Zhang Xiaofan, but suddenly a thought struck him. He glanced over and saw that De Huang was indeed heading towards the kitchen, carrying Xiaohui on his back. A pang of anxiety surged within him as he exclaimed, "Ah, that mischievous monkey has gone again." Zhang Xiaofan asked curiously, "What is it?" Zhang Xiaofan cleared his throat and chuckled awkwardly, saying, No, it's nothing. By the way, senior brother Zhang, weren't you supposed to participate in the competition? How is it that you have the time to come and find me?" Zhang Xiaofan replied with a smile, "Oh, I have already finished my competition, with some leisure time on my hands. I saw you here and thought I would come by to say hello." Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback and inquired, "What? You have already finished? What was the outcome?" Zhang Xiaofan snapped his fan shut and casually brushed it against his dark hair, replying, "Well, I inadvertently won a match. Heh." Zhang Xiaofan observed his nonchalant demeanor, which bore no resemblance to someone who had just endured a fierce battle. With great caution, he inquired, "Senior brother Zhang, could it be that your cultivation is remarkably advanced?" Zhang Xiaofan let out a bitter laugh and remarked, "There are many who are far worse off than I." Conversely, Zhang Xiaofan shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "So what if there are? Regardless of my greed, I would never dare to fantasize about emerging victorious in the end. However, I must say, I am quite intrigued by your three-eyed spirit monkey. Heh, brother Zhang, why don't you let it?" Zhang Xiaofan, perceiving the cunning expression on his face, promptly exclaimed, "Senior brother Zhang, do not entertain any ill intentions towards my little gray." Zhang Xiaofan could not help but exclaim, "Are there truly so many peculiar treasures?" With a hint of pride on his face, Zhang Xiaofan replied, "Need I even mention it? I have devoted considerable effort to gather these treasures, enduring my father's reprimands in the process. Nevertheless, I have developed quite an affection for your three-eyed spirit monkey. Tell me, what do you desire? I shall procure it for you in exchange." Zhang Xiaofan shook his head and replied, "No, I keep little gray merely because it is fated to be with me. Besides, those black and white rabbits and shell-less peacocks you mentioned." Zhang Xiaofan immediately interjected, "It is a three-legged rabbit, a black and white peacock, and the one without a shell is a turtle." Zhang Xiaofan stuck out his tongue and replied, "Oh, indeed, but I have no interest in those matters, so I shall not make any changes." Zhang Xiaofan's eyes darted as he pulled Zhang Xiaofan to a secluded spot, glancing around with an enigmatic expression. In a hushed tone, he said, "Junior brother Zhang, allow me to show you something intriguing. Tell me if it piques your interest." With that, he produced a thick volume bound in blue from his robes and handed it to Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan took the book and noticed that it bore no title, and its cover was antiquated, suggesting it had been around for quite some time. Upon observing the person who had handed him the book, he appeared outwardly nonchalant, yet his keen eyes darted around with an unmistakable vigilance. What was once a handsome face now bore an oddly sinister and even somewhat lecherous expression. It seemed this tome either contained unparalleled techniques or was an exceedingly rare manuscript. Zhang Xiaofan shook his head and said, "Senior brother Zhang, such a precious book is beyond my means. Moreover, my aptitude is rather poor, rendering it useless in my hands. I do not wish to exchange it for little gray either, so please keep it." Senior sister Zhang shot him a glare and whispered, "You cannot dismiss it without even glancing at it. Just take a look, quickly now." Zhang Xiaofan observed the peculiar demeanor of his companion, which piqued his curiosity regarding the book. Upon opening it, he was momentarily stunned, his face flushing crimson. Within the thick tome, amidst a multitude of texts, were numerous illustrations, all depicting intimate embraces between men and women. It was, in fact, a collection of erotic art. This was the first time Zhang Xiaofan had encountered such material, and the exquisite artistry and lifelike character portrayals captivated him. His heart raced, and he involuntarily exclaimed, "Senior brother Zhang, how could you possibly possess such a thing?" Shoo. Zhang Shushu was taken aback and quickly snatched the book back, tucking it into his bosom. He then cautiously scanned the vicinity for any approaching fellow disciples. Shooting Zhang Xiaofan a glare as he admonished, "Keep your voice down." Zhang Xiaofan awakened to a realization, yet remained unsettled, murmuring, "Senior brother, how is it that you possess? Well, how is it that you read such literature?" Zhang Shushu, with a slight curl of his lips, replied, "And what of it? Let me tell you, this is an extraordinary tome, rumored to be a unique edition. I cannot express how much effort I expended to acquire it. I assure you, once you peruse its contents, you shall charm the flowers and capture the hearts of women far and wide. So, what do you say? Shall we trade it for your little gray?" Zhang Xiaofan immediately shook his head and said, "No." Zhang Shushu angrily retorted, "This won't do. That won't do. Pray tell, what is it that you desire?" Zhang Xiaofan earnestly replied, "I desire nothing at all." Zhang Shushu, at a loss for options, retorted, "What is wrong with you? You are as unyielding as a piece of wood." Zhang Xiaofan chuckled softly, seemingly indifferent, yet his gaze involuntarily drifted into the distance. Amidst the ethereal white clouds, a beautiful figure appeared, elusive and enchanting. Zhang Shushu, resigned, tucked away the book and swiftly reopened his fan, producing a gentle rustling sound. Suddenly, the distant chime of bells resonated, heralding the commencement of yet another contest. Zhang Shushu glanced towards that, a smile breaking across his face as he grasped Zhang Xiaofan's arm, and said, "Come, allow me to take you to witness the most popular figure amidst the Qingyun Sect in this grand competition." Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback and exclaimed, "Who could it be?" After a brief pause, his expression suddenly darkened as he inquired, "Is it Senior Brother Qi Hao from Longzhou Peak?" Zhang Shushu let out a soft sound of surprise, regarding Zhang Xiaofan with a look of curiosity. However, he shook his head and replied, "While Senior Brother Qi is indeed renowned for his cultivation, have you not heard? The individual who has garnered the most attention this time is someone else entirely." Zhang Xiaofan pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Who is it?" Zhang Shushu, seemingly having forgotten the earlier dispute in an instant, beamed with a mysterious smile and replied, "Follow me, and you shall find out." With that, he took Zhang Xiaofan by the hand and led him forward. Though Zhang Xiaofan felt compelled to follow, a burgeoning curiosity about this enigmatic figure stirred within him. Zhang Shushu guided Zhang Xiaofan directly towards the grandest of the 8 arenas, the Qiantai. As Zhang Xiaofan trailed behind, his gaze swept over the throngs of Qingyun Sect disciples below, a veritable sea of humanity, densely packed and teeming with excitement. He estimated there were at least 400 or 500 individuals gathered there, and it seemed that more than half of the Qingyun disciples present in the square had congregated at this particular arena, predominantly comprising the younger male disciples. As they approached, the cacophony of voices grew louder, filled with jubilant discussions among the Qingyun disciples. Shaozu Peak has always been renowned for its beauties. I've heard that this time, Lu Xueqi is celebrated as the most outstanding beauty in 5 centuries. One voice exclaimed, "Indeed, when I beheld her at the Yuqing Hall, she was truly a vision of unparalleled grace." Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "Ouch, who hit my head?" "Oh, it's you, Shu." An elderly man with a white beard retorted angrily, "You young rascal, as a cultivator, your heart should be as tranquil as still water. How can you be so enamored by beauty? If you were to ascend the stage, would you not be distracted by her visage and lose before even striking a blow? Indeed, Another voice chimed in. That is why I have always told the senior brother that beauty brings disaster. Our Qingyun Sect should not accept female disciples. Cough, cough. You are indeed wise and sagacious, Shu, a disciple interjected, but might your voice be a tad too loud? What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? The old man puffed up, his voice rising in indignation. No, no. The younger disciples hastily surrounded him, wearing smiles as they whispered, Shu, Master Shui. Lowering his voice, the old man huffed, humph, if it weren't for our shared sect, I would have. The disciples collectively agreed, extolling the elders' profound cultivation and magnanimous spirit, refusing to quarrel with the younger generation. Zhang Xiaofan exchanged a glance with Zhang Xiaofan, shrugging slightly. Zhang Xiaofan quietly asked, Is that person your senior sister from Shaozhou Peak? Zhang Xiaofan nodded, casting a glance towards the stage. It hasn't started yet. Soon you will understand her renown. However, alas, there are simply too many people here. As they spoke, the two meandered around, yet remained on the outskirts of the crowd. The inner area was completely packed with layers of Qingyun disciples, so tightly packed that not even a needle could be inserted. Zhang Xiaofan's curiosity intensified. It seemed this mysterious figure truly commanded a remarkable following, attracting such a multitude of Qingyun disciples. Zhang Xiaofan appeared increasingly anxious, muttering, Oh no, oh no. There are no good spots left. If only we had come to Q last night. Do you see her? It's indeed her. Zhang Xiaofan nudged Zhang Xiaofan with her elbow, signaling him to glance at the woman in blue. Zhang Xiaofan stole a few more glances at the lady and whispered, Is she the popular one you mentioned? Zhang Xiaofan appeared entranced and replied, Popularity may not be guaranteed. I have heard that Lu Xueqi has not been in the sect for long and her cultivation remains enigmatic. However, everyone agrees that when it comes to beauty, she is undoubtedly unparalleled. Zhang Xiaofan furrowed his brow and remarked, Senior brother Zhang, the way you drool appears rather lewd. Zhang Xiaofan replied, Ahem, do I really? Hiki, you must be mistaken. By the way, have you taken a look at our fellow disciples around us? Zhang Xiaofan gazed around and observed that the majority of the younger disciples from the Qingyun Sect were captivated by the enchanting beauties of Shaozhou Peak, particularly the striking figure of the woman in blue, Lu Xueqi. It appeared that these lovely maidens were accustomed to such attention, each exhibiting an air of composure. Lu Xueqi, in particular, wore a frigid expression, cold as ice, seemingly oblivious to the male disciples of her sect who stood behind her. Zhang Xiaofan swallowed hard and whispered to Zhang Xiaofan, It is no surprise. Really. Our Qingyun Sect has recently embarked on a fervent recruitment of young disciples. Just look around. There are at least 300 or 400 of our peers here. Hey, given our limited cultivation, we are naturally more susceptible to temptation. Zhang Xiaofan cast a sidelong glance at him, noticing that the once handsome features of Zhang Xiaofan now appeared to have taken on an unsettling quality. Recalling the book he had just encountered, he felt as though a lascivious word was inscribed upon Zhang Xiaofan's forehead. Zhang Xiaofan promptly turned his head, mentally appending the character wolf to Zhang Xiaofan's remark. At that moment, the previously boisterous crowd fell into an unexpected silence. Under the gaze of all present, Lu Xueqi stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Master Shui, who merely nodded in acknowledgement and said, You may proceed. Lu Xueqi responded with a soft affirmation, adjusting her robe as her right hand gently grasped the ritual gesture. Her luminous eyes gazed toward the stage. At this instant, the faint clouds that had swirled around her feet began to rapidly converge from all directions. Before long, a white cloud formation emerged beneath her, and Lu Xueqi, resembling an ethereal being, slowly ascended amidst the billowing mist, floating gracefully to the stage. As the mountain breeze swept through, the pristine clouds danced like the most delicate and exquisite silk, while Lu Xueqi's garments fluttered elegantly around her, her complexion as flawless. She appeared as a celestial maiden who had descended to the mortal realm, evoking both admiration and a sense of reverence in the hearts of onlookers. Even Master Shui, whose expression had remained impassive, now wore a faint smile. After a brief moment, a young disciple, whose presence had gone unnoticed until now, stepped onto the arena. His square face and pronounced brows gave him a distinguished appearance, though he seemed rather agitated. Upon reaching the stage, he addressed Lu Xueqi, saying, Junior Sister Lu, I am Feng Chao, a disciple from Longzhou Peak. It is truly a stroke of fortune to engage in a spar with you today. Booing erupted from the audience. Lu Xueqi, maintaining her composure, coldly replied from mid-air, Senior Brother Feng, I acknowledge your courtesy. I am Lu Xueqi, the 8th-generation disciple of Shaozhou Peak, here to seek guidance from you today. Zhang Xiaofan stood in the audience, gazing at the ethereal Lu Xueqi, who hovered in midair like a celestial being. A sudden pang of sorrow gripped his heart. Just moments ago, senior sister Lingo had similarly displayed her enchanting grace while suspended aloft. In a fleeting moment of reverie, Lu Xueqi's figure appeared to merge with that of Tianling. Meanwhile, on stage, Feng Chao continued his incessant prattle, seemingly indifferent to the passage of, as if he wished to go on forever without a contest. Fortunately, the majority of those present opposed him. Before he could utter another word, a chorus of voices, including that of Zhang Xiaofan beside Zhang Xiaofan, erupted in indignation. Shall we not commence? You lecher, chattering incessantly, just like a woman. Suddenly, the voice of a senior sister from Shaozhu Peak interjected. Ah, what are you doing? No, I assure you I meant no other intention. At that moment, the resounding chime signaling the final showdown echoed through the arena. Lu Xueqi's expression turned icy as she fixed her gaze upon Feng Chao. Under the weight of her frosty stare, Feng Chao felt a chill creep over him. Though even with her stern visage, Lu Xueqi remained stunningly beautiful. He dared not jest further. Quickly suppressing his smile, he steadied his thoughts and invoked his right hand, summoning a silver-white celestial sword into existence. Zhang Xiaofan furrowed his brow, inevitably recalling the frostbitten celestial sword wielded by Qihao. At that moment, he heard Zhang Xiaofan beside him suddenly hum softly and murmur, with Qihao as a paragon. It seems that everyone from Longzhou Peak has developed a penchant for cultivating such celestial swords. Zhang Xiaofan's gaze flickered as he surveyed his surroundings. He could see the crowd swaying, yet he could not discern Qihao's figure, let alone the one he yearned to see most deeply, yet simultaneously wished to avoid. Where had they gone? Lowering his head, a wave of sorrow swept through his heart. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan tugged at his arm, exclaiming joyfully, Xiaofan, look, it has begun. In contrast, Lu Xueqi remained expressionless, suspended in the ever-shifting clouds, observing Feng Chao as he gathered ice energy beneath her, seemingly devoid of any intent to attack. A celestial sword was sheathed in a sky-blue scabbard. Although this sword did not merge with its owner like most cultivated swords, not a single disciple of Qingyun Sect, from Feng Chao on stage to those below, dared to underestimate its might. In the realm of cultivation, spiritual treasures often merge with their masters after long periods of practice, allowing for convenient usage during combat. However, certain peculiar artifacts, due to their overwhelming spiritual essence, cannot be assimilated by the human form and must be carried by their owners. Such treasures are typically of great significance and possess immense power. The deeper the owner's cultivation, the more astonishing the force unleashed. The treasured artifact of Qingyun Sect, the ancient sword of extermination, belongs to this category. At this moment, a thin layer of ice had formed around Feng Chao within a 3-zhang radius on the platform, and disciples like Zhang Xiaofan and Zhang Xiaofan, positioned closer, felt a chill wash over them. Yet, Lu Xueqi, still hovering in the air, appeared indifferent, coldly observing Feng Chao. As Feng Chao performed a solo act before the crowd, the celestial sword danced in the air, while hundreds of eyes below fixed upon him. He felt the gaze of Lu Xueqi, which pierced deeper than the chill emanating from his sword, chilling him to the core and leaving him feeling utterly exposed. A flicker of anxiety stirred within Feng Chao. He swiftly pointed the sword with his right hand, sending the silver-white sword soaring towards Lu Xueqi, exclaiming, Junior Sister Lu, be careful. Laughter erupted from the crowd below, perceiving Feng Chao's demeanor as overly cautious, as if he feared harming Lu Xueqi. The expression of Taoist Sangsong, seated in the audience, darkened considerably, and he let out a heavy snort. This disdainful sound drew the attention of a nearby individual, who responded, What's wrong? It seems Brother Sangsong is somewhat displeased. Without turning, Taoist Sangsong replied nonchalantly, Junior Sister Shuiwe, it seems your disciples are all remarkably charming. Master Shuiwe's expression. During this duel, instead of praising her disciples' cultivation, Taoist Sangsong chose to commend the beauty of the women, clearly laced with sarcasm. Master Shuiwe, a formidable character, immediately retorted, I had no idea that the Qingyun Sect harbored such a plethora of libertines and lecherous individuals. Furious, Taoist Sangsong was about to retort when Taoist Dao Xian, sitting among them, raised his hand and smiled. Enough, enough. We are all hundreds of years old. Do you not fear losing face by quarreling in front of so many disciples? Let us focus on the competition. Both leaders let out a heavy grunt and turned their heads away. At this moment, Feng Chao's silver-white celestial sword had already shot towards the cloud of vapor beneath Lu Xueqi's feet. Lu Xueqi's expression remained cold and devoid of emotion. And without any visible movement, the cloud beneath her retreated, but Fang Chao's sword was even swifter. In the blink of an eye, it had prompting gasps and sighs from the audience below. Just as the situation became critical, Lu Xueqi flipped her hand, retrieving the treasured sword from behind her. Her face, as pale as frost, revealed no intention of drawing the blade. She merely used the azure sword to block in front of her. With a clang, Fang Chao, not daring to be negligent, saw the dazzling blue light rushing towards him and was astonished. The fact that Lu Xueqi did not even unsheath her sword incited his eye, yet he continued to channel energy into his sword, swiftly forming 3 ice walls before him that exuded a chilling aura. In midair, Lu Xueqi's bright eyes shone like stars, her black hair and garments billowing in the fierce wind, exuding an otherworldly grace that captivated all. She seemed to murmur incantations, her icy vision. As she focused her gaze, the onlookers witnessed a tremendous sound erupt from the sword, akin to a ferocious beast's roar, resonating throughout the surroundings. In an instant, the blue light surged forth, as if the sword were tearing through the heavens, forcing the clouds within a radius of several dozen feet to dissipate entirely, leaving no trace behind. Amidst the myriad beams of blue light, at the deepest point resembling the azure sky, the celestial sword hurtled towards Fang Chao with unparalleled ferocity. Fang Chao's expression grew grave, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, clearly astonished by the immense power of Lu Xueqi's blue sword. In a fleeting moment, the sword was upon him. Crack, crack, crack. In the astonished gaze of hundreds of Qingyun disciples, Fang Chao's 3 ice walls crumbled like tofu, rendered insignificant against the might of the blue sword. Startled, Fang Chao knew that, given his strength, he could have conjured more ice walls for defense. However, he had initially deemed 3 sufficient. He had not expected Lu Xueqi's cultivation to be so profound, nor the blue sword to be so unexpectedly formed, arriving at his side in an instant. In this life and death moment, Fang Chao struggled to steady his nerves, his silver-white sword glowing as he raised a white light shield before him. Moments later, Lu Xueqi's blue sword collided violently with the white shield. Boom! The thunderous sound reverberated like a tempest, a colossal and formless shockwave emanating from the clash of the 2 celestial swords, rapidly expanding outward. All the Qingyun disciples standing below felt an overwhelming gust of wind, involuntarily taking a step back, while the surrounding crowd simultaneously widened their circle. Everyone's complexion shifted, astonished by the unprecedented might of these celestial treasures. As Fang Chao slowly lifted his gaze, he pointed at Lu Xueqi, his voice inexplicably hoarse as he rasped, "You." The crowd was filled with bewilderment, uncertain of what had transpired. Suddenly, an unexpected transformation occurred. The silver-white celestial sword that had remained suspended before Fang Chao began to emit a series of muffled sounds. Then, under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, a fissure abruptly appeared on the sword's body, rapidly expanding. Moments later, the sword let out a mournful cry, shattering into 2 pieces and falling. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Everyone held their breath. The significance of a celestial sword, honed through years of cultivation, was well understood by all those present in the ethereal realm above the clouds. On the platform, Fang Chao coughed up blood, his hand clutching his chest. A look of agony etched on his face, as he could no longer endure the pain and collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Chapter 24. An unexpected turn. Immediately, several members of the Longzhou Peak lineage rushed onto the stage to assist Fang Chao, their faces twisted with fury as they glared at Lu Xueqi, their expressions filled with a desire to devour the beautiful woman. Below the stage, Taoist Song Song clenched his fists tightly, coldly stating, "Sister Shui Wei, your disciple truly possesses a ruthless heart." Having clearly won, she still had to rely on a magical artifact to ruin another celestial sword. What reasoning lies behind such actions? Master Shui Wei, her demeanor indifferent, responded coldly, "Xueqi's cultivation is still shallow, and her understanding is not profound enough to control Tianya, such a divine object. It is not a matter of great significance." As Taoist Song Song's anger surged, he was about to erupt when a hand unexpectedly landed on his shoulder. Taoist Dao Xian had approached without notice, gently patting him. Song Song glanced at him, finally managing to suppress his fury, letting out a heavy snort before striding away. Taoist Dao Xian watched Song Song's towering figure retreat and shook his head with a wry smile. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed that Master Shui Wei was. At that moment, Lu Xueqi had descended from the platform and approached Shui Wei. The latter cast a glance at her, a faint smile gracing her lips as she nodded. Lu Xueqi remained silent, offering a slight bow before standing behind Shui Wei, following her as they gracefully departed. Lost in thought, Taoist Zhang Xiaofan sighed beside him, remarking, "I never expected that Tianya, such a divine object would also come into existence. Zhang Xiaofan, perplexed, inquired, "What exactly is Tianya?" At this juncture, Zhang Xiaofan shook his head and replied, "Junior brother Xiaofan, now that Lu Xueqi possesses such a divine artifact, I fear that our hopes for success in this grand trial may be utterly dashed." Zhang Xiaofan, however, felt no disappointment. He had never harbored any illusions about his potential accomplishments. Observing the unmistakable dismay on Zhang Xiaofan's face, he found himself puzzled and inquired, "Oh, brother, did you not mention that you were not particularly interested in this grand trial? Why then do you appear so disheartened?" Zhang Xiaofan's cheeks flushed, and he replied, "Yeah, if one could truly stand on that stage and endure until the very end, it would indeed be quite impressive. Do you not agree?" Zhang Xiaofan let out a silent laugh. Zhang Xiaofan, noticing his peculiar demeanor, felt a twinge of embarrassment and playfully punched him, exclaiming, "What are you laughing at?" Before he could finish his sentence, he too burst into laughter. The two of them, still chuckling, made their way towards another arena to witness yet another contest. On that day, among the 7 disciples of Dazhu Peak competing alongside Zhang Xiaofan, there were 4 victories and 3 defeats. Song Darren, Tian Lingo, Hidaji, and Du Bishu all advanced to the next round. With the fortunate Zhang Xiaofan, 5 out of the 8 disciples from Dazhu Peak progressed, a remarkable achievement seldom seen in centuries, leaving Tian Bai beaming from ear to ear. The following day, the morning sun lazily bathed the sea of clouds, and the disciples of Qingyun Sect gathered in the plaza, just as they had the previous day, to continue observing the once-in-a-lifetime martial arts competition among the 7 peaks. The members of Dazhu Peak stood beneath the crimson notice board from the day before, where they noticed that half of the names had been removed, while next to Zhang Xiaofan's name appeared the name of his opponent for the day, Chu Yuhong. Since the dawn of the day, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Zhang Xiaofan felt an inexplicable tension rising within him. He was aware that he was primarily there to broaden his horizons. Yet he could not shake the nervousness that quickened his heartbeat and left his throat parched. He had only taken 2 bites of breakfast before losing his appetite entirely. At that moment, he quietly inquired of his elder brother, Song Darren, who stood beside him, "Elder brother, who is this Chu Yuhong? Is he formidable?" Song Darren furrowed his brow and shook his head, replying, "I am not certain. I've never heard of him before. The board indicates he is a disciple from Qingyun Peak, but I do not know his level of cultivation." At this point, Song Darren glanced at Zhang Xiaofan, noticing his apparent anxiety, and smiled reassuringly, "Junior brother, there's no need to be anxious. It's all right. I was incredibly nervous during my first major competition as well, but once you step onto the arena, everything will be fine." Zhang Xiaofan muttered, "Yes." At that moment, Du Bishu approached with a malicious grin and proposed, "Hey, esteemed senior brothers, why not place a wager on the outcome of our junior brother's upcoming contest?" "Sounds good. I bet our junior brother will lose." "Me too. Count me in for double stakes. I'll put in my share as well." Enraged, Song Darren pointed at the gathering and exclaimed, "What are you all doing? Our junior brother is about to compete, and you dare to undermine his confidence?" Zhang Xiaofan expressed his heartfelt gratitude, exclaiming, "Senior brother." Song Darren interjected, "The 6th. Du Bishu playfully stuck out his tongue, saying, "Senior brother, I was merely jesting earlier. Please do not inform master." Song Darren replied, "Regardless, since you have already wagered, I shall place 5 bets on that gamble you just proposed." Du Bishu and Zhang Xiaofan exchanged silent looks. At that moment, Tian Bai and Su Ru approached, and the disciples of Dazhu Peak welcomed them warmly. Tian Bai surveyed the group and remarked, "Your performances yesterday were commendable, but as we enter the second round today, you will be facing the elite disciples from each lineage. Exercise utmost caution." In unison, the group responded, "Understood." Su Ru cast a glance at Zhang Xiaofan, then walked over and said, "Xiaofan, today marks your first competition. Be vigilant and cautious. Do you understand?" A wave of warmth swept through Zhang Xiaofan's heart as he softly replied, "Yes, master." Su Ru nodded, intending to say more, when suddenly the sound of bells resonated, marking the official commencement of the contest. Tian Bai exchanged a glance with Su Ru, nodding in acknowledgement. "You are all aware of the venue for the competition, as it is clearly stated on the red banner. Once the contest begins, both your master and I will be observing from below the stage. Do not bring us shame," he admonished. In unison, the crowd responded affirmatively. Tian Bai nodded once more, engaging in quiet conversation with Su Ru before they departed. Meanwhile, Tian Linger, who had accompanied them, glanced around before approaching Zhang Xiaofan, causing his heart to race unexpectedly. The crowd erupted in laughter, with Song Darren chiming in, I had just offered some words of comfort to our junior disciple, yet it seems it was of little avail. It appears it will take your intervention, junior sister. With a playful huff, Tianlinger turned to Zhang Xiaofan and declared, Xiaofan, I too must compete shortly and cannot cheer for you. You must strive hard, and above all, take care. Zhang Xiaofan gazed at her exquisite visage, so near that he could perceive the gentle fragrance in her breath, akin to the delicate scent of orchids. An uncontrollable surge of emotions surged within him, causing him to nod earnestly. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself at a loss for words. Tianlinger, however, appeared not to ponder too deeply. She bestowed a fleeting smile upon Zhang Xiaofan before engaging in conversation with her fellow disciples. Moments later, the group dispersed in small clusters, evidently heading towards the arena for the competition, while those not participating went to cheer for their comrades. Yet, no one seemed to consider accompanying Zhang Xiaofan. Perhaps they all deemed him a person devoid of hope. Zhang Xiaofan stood in place, watching as his fellow disciples gradually distanced themselves. A wave of indescribable sorrow washed over him. He slowly approached the crimson notice board and scrutinized it once more. He and the disciple Chu Yuhong from Chaoyang Peak were assigned to compete at the farthest. Zhang Xiaofan let out a bitter smile and continued his journey forward. Along the way, numerous disciples of the Qingyun Sect moved about, engaged in lively conversations. Zhang Xiaofan listened as most of them discussed the results of the previous day's competition. It was widely acknowledged that several popular figures had emerged victorious with ease. And amidst their chatter, some mentioned that aside from Qi Hao, another young prodigy seemed to have surfaced from the Lu Xueqi lineage. From their descriptions, Zhang Xiaofan surmised that this was likely Lin Jingyu. However, the majority of the discourse revolved around Lu Xueqi from Shaozhu Peak. This enchanting woman, wielding the divine sword Tianya, not only possessed unexpectedly profound capabilities, but also, in front of a captivated audience, shattered her opponent's select, provoking a sense of discontent among many. Ironically, this incident only heightened her allure, drawing even more spectators eager to witness her prowess. Additionally, the long-missing Tianya captured considerable attention as countless individuals yearned to behold this artifact from the ancient battle between righteousness and evil that transpired a millennium ago, including several elders of the Qingyun Sect. As Zhang Xiaofan walked while listening, he couldn't help but recall the enchanting visage of the frost beauty, Lu Xueqi, from the previous day, shaking his head in reflection. At that moment, a familiar call resonated from ahead. Xiaofan. Instantly, a smile graced Zhang Xiaofan's face as he lifted his gaze to see Lin Jingyu striding towards him with purpose. He approached eagerly, exclaiming, I wondered why I couldn't find you. It turns out you had come here. Lin Jingyu gestured behind him, saying, I have a match today, on the can stage, so I needed to arrive early to prepare. He then scrutinized Zhang Xiaofan with a playful smile, inquiring, It seems today is your turn as well. Which stage will you be on? Zhang Xiaofan said, I am at the Jin platform, and it is about to commence. I cannot come over to cheer for you, so you must be cautious. Lin Jingyu replied with a smile, The same goes for you. By the way, why haven't your fellow disciples or elders come to watch you? Zhang Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback, forcing a smile as he said, You are well aware that my lineage is sparse in numbers, and today there are numerous contestants. Master and mistress have gone to observe the duel between senior brother and senior sister. Lin Jingyu cast a glance at him, sighed softly, and patted his shoulder. Zhang Xiaofan rallied his spirits and smiled, saying, It is of no consequence. After all, I am merely here to observe. What truly matters is that you must strive diligently, lest others claim that those of us from Tsaomiao village lack ambition. Zhang Xiaofan nodded and said, You should go quickly. Lin Jingyu turned and walked away. Zhang Xiaofan watched his figure recede into the distance and inwardly mused. If you manage to arrive in time, and I am still able to hold my ground on the stage, that would indeed be remarkable. He engaged in a bit of self-deprecation as he slowly approached the edge of the competition platform. This location was at the far east of Yinhai Plaza. And to his astonishment, there were only a handful of Qingyun disciples present, most of whom were also from the Chaoyang Peak, starkly contrasting with the grand assembly of disciples at the Qiantai under Lu Xueqi's command. Beneath the platform stood a solitary chair occupied by an elderly man with a white beard. Zhang Xiaofan regarded him for a moment, feeling a sense of familiarity. After pondering briefly, he recalled that this was the elder who had scolded the disciples for their lasciviousness the previous morning before Lu Xueqi's competition, expressing his discontent over the admission of female disciples, though he was uncertain of which sect within the Qingyun school he belonged to. During the grand trials of the 7 sects, there were a total of 8 platforms, and typically, Each platform was overseen by at least one elder from the Qingyun school to ensure that the impetuousness of the youthful disciples could be properly moderated during their spirited contests. Zhang Xiaofan approached, bowing respectfully before the elderly man with a white beard. "Master Uncle, I am Zhang Xiaofan, a disciple under the Great Bamboo Peak. Today, I shall compete on the Zhen platform." The old man turned his head, glancing at Zhang Xiaofan with indifference. "Ah, you have arrived. It is about to commence. You may ascend the stage." Zhang Xiaofan responded with a soft acknowledgement and cast a glance at the stage, only to find it deserted. It appeared that the disciple of Chaoyang Peak, Chu Yuhong, had yet to arrive. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided to heed the words of the elderly man with the white beard and ascended the steps to the platform. Meanwhile, a hushed murmur arose from the group of Chaoyang Peak disciples behind him, clearly engaged in whispers about his presence. At that moment, the morning sun had risen, and the first rays of light from Tongtian Peak gently enveloped him, bringing a hint of warmth. Standing on the stage, Zhang Xiaofan gazed towards the eastern horizon, where the newly risen sun gradually ascended, a vibrant orb of crimson, its light soft and gentle, illuminating the distant clouds with a rosy hue. In Zhang Xiaofan's heart, a wave of emotion suddenly surged forth. 5 years ago, he was but an innocent child from the countryside, oblivious to the complexities of the world. He had never envisioned that one day he would stand atop the Tongtian Peak, witnessing the sunrise. No, it was not that he lacked dreams, rather, he had no inkling that such breathtaking sunrises existed in this world. In the blink of an eye, life felt as ephemeral as drifting clouds. The mindset of a 16-year-old boy at this moment seemed to embody the sorrow of a 60-year-old man. He extended his hand, reaching into his and touched the cold firewood stick. A month prior, unbeknownst to anyone and unnoticed by all, Zhang Xiaofan was astonished to discover that he could barely manipulate this dark, unyielding stick. In that moment, he could scarcely believe his own eyes. However, after countless repetitions in the stillness of the night, driven by the force of his thoughts, the stick indeed began to move. The term manipulation of objects resonated profoundly within the teachings of the Qingyun Sect, representing a manifestation of reaching the 4th level of the Tai Chi Shanqing Dao, the realm of Yuqing. It was a phrase that every novice disciple repeated fervently throughout the years of arduous training, hoping and striving for such mastery. Zhang Xiaofan had only dared to dream of achieving this realm, yearning to earn a moment of pride before his master, hoping to elicit a smile from him. But was that truly possible? Zhang Xiaofan exerted every ounce of restraint within himself, refraining from confiding in anyone regarding the matter at hand. Meanwhile, he endeavored to employ his mental prowess to manipulate various objects, such as the pots and pans in the kitchen, yet to no avail. This failure further undermined his self-confidence. Puzzled, he could not fathom the reason behind such an inexplicable phenomenon. Suddenly, the clear and resonant sound of a bell startled Zhang Xiaofan, jolting him from his reverie. Turning his gaze, he observed that the same dozen or so disciples of Chaoyang Peak remained below, with the white-bearded elder still dozing off in his seat. However, opposite him on the stage, a man had appeared unannounced, appearing to be in his 30s, and was smiling at him. Zhang Xiaofan's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly bowed and said, "I am Zhang Xiaofan, a disciple of Dazhu Peak, seeking guidance from senior brother Chu." Chu Yuhong smiled and replied, "I am unworthy of such praise. Throughout history, there have always been exceptional talents emerging. Although you are young, Zhang Xiaofan, you stand on that platform with remarkable composure, entirely devoid of anxiety or fear, far surpassing my own demeanor in my youth. I am truly impressed." Zhang Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback and stammered, "To be honest, senior brother, I was just lost in thought a moment ago." A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience, as the dozen or so disciples from Chaoyang Peak erupted into laughter, nearly doubling over. Chu Yuhong was momentarily stunned, but ultimately could not suppress his amusement. However, sensing the inappropriateness of the situation, he quickly composed himself and said, "Junior brother Zhang is merely jesting. Ah, the time has come. I shall now seek your guidance." Zhang Xiaofan's heart raced with a surge of anxiety as he slowly uttered, "I beseech you, senior brother Chu, to show mercy." Chu Yuhong smiled without responding, his demeanor suggesting he was confident in his approach. With a swift motion of his right hand, a resounding clang echoed as a celestial sword, exuding a faint golden glow, was summoned. The sword is named Xiaoyang. Now, dear junior brother Zhang, please. Zhang Xiaofan cast a glance at the Xiaoyang sword, observing its gentle and pure yellow radiance, which invigorated his spirit from afar, suggesting that it was no ordinary artifact. He discreetly swallowed hard, feeling a warmth rise to his cheeks, Nevertheless, he ultimately reached into his robe to grasp the firewood stick and produced it. All eyes in the arena, including those of Chu Yuhong and the dozen or so disciples from Chaoyang Peak, were fixated on the dark, unassuming firewood stick. A profound silence enveloped the space. Suddenly, laughter erupted from an unknown source, shattering the tranquility. Moments later, the audience burst into a cacophony of mirth, interspersed with the voice of someone who seemed to be struggling to articulate their amusement. What on earth is that? I've always said that the people from Daju Peak are eccentric. Just yesterday, that thin fellow became a laughingstock with his dice artifact, and now today, we have someone wielding a firewood stick. Truly, this is utterly hilarious. At this moment, even Chu Yuhong on stage could no longer contain his laughter, chuckling a few times before managing to suppress it, saying, "Junior brother Zhang, this is yours, my apologies, I cannot help it." "Ah, is this truly your artifact?" Zhang Xiaofan listened to the laughter of those around him, his face flushed, rendering him speechless. He was aware that wielding this firewood stick was undeniably unseemly, destined to invite ridicule. Yet, he found himself unable to be swayed by other considerations. For deep within his heart lingered a faint, glimmering hope that this might indeed serve as a testament to his worth. Thus, in the end, he chose to bring forth the stick. However, what it ultimately yielded was nothing but disdain and mockery from others. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, and Zhang Xiaofan lowered his head, his gaze fixated solely on the black, unsightly firewood stick in his hand. Their laughter boomed, reminiscent of the raucous mirth shared by his fellow disciples before his departure. Even the beloved sister Ling, whom he cherished deeply, joined in their laughter. He bowed his head and closed his eyes. A chilling sensation seemed to echo from the depths of his being, meandering slowly. What does it feel like to be utterly alone? Is it not to face the world's indifference in solitude, to confront every sneer by oneself? Is one's blood cold or boiling? He suddenly lifted his gaze, staring ahead. At that moment, sunlight bathed his face, obscuring his expression from all. The Shaoyang immortal sword in Chu Yuhong's hand, amidst the laughter and cheers from the audience, radiated with a brilliance akin to the rising sun, resplendent and righteous. As he chanted his incantation, a sharp command echoed forth, and the Shaoyang immortal sword descended upon him with the might of the sun's rays. The heat felt as if it would scorch his skin, yet his mind wandered back to a serene night by the turquoise pool, where a beautiful woman stood at the water's edge, embracing her beloved. Ah, this 16-year-old youth groaned softly, the inexplicable pain surged within him, so profound that he entirely forgot the blinding light approaching, biting his lip until crimson blood gently dripped down, landing on the black firewood stick, intertwined with crimson threads. In the next moment, he was engulfed by that radiant, sun-like brilliance. The crowd below erupted in cheers, the disciples of Chaoyang Peak beaming with delight. Save for a sudden gasp intermingled with their laughter, which pierced the air. Zhang Xiaofan, who appeared unexpectedly, disregarded the hostile glares from dozens nearby, exclaiming in lament for his newfound friend, regretting that the tournament rules forbade assistance. Otherwise, his indignant demeanor would likely have propelled him onto the stage. Even the old man with the white beard sitting nearby seemed stirred by Zhang Xiaofan, casting a glance in his direction. On stage, the dazzling golden light mingled with the nascent rays of the sun, creating a breathtaking spectacle. A surge of pride welled within Chu Yuhong, and in that moment, he felt as if he had reached an unparalleled pinnacle in his cultivation. After triumphing over this unremarkable adversary, he would undoubtedly surge forth with vigor. Who knows? Perhaps he would ultimately claim victory. After all, today merely required 4 more victories to achieve glory. Upon reflection, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips, and the radiance of the lesser Yang sword intensified. He observed the young man ahead contorting his face in anguish amidst the searing light, even biting his own lip. Suddenly, at that moment, his heart jolted violently, as though a heavy hammer had struck within him. While none could discern Zhang Xiaofan in that instant, Chu Yuhong, standing opposite him, distinctly perceived through the brilliant glow of his lesser Yang sword that the young man had lifted his head and opened his eyes. Those blood-red orbs, brimming with a ferocious desire for slaughter, were unsettling. An intangible, frigid aura swiftly unfurled, and Chu Yuhong watched in horror as the blackened fire stick, exuding dark energy, with the orb atop glowing fiercely in emerald hues, casting its light upon Zhang Xiaofan, as if he had transformed into an entirely different being. This entire metamorphosis transpired within the radiance of the lesser Yang sword, visible only to Chu Yuhong. Overwhelmed with dread, Chu Yuhong barely had time to react before that chilling presence enveloped him beneath the brilliance of the sword. He felt an immediate wave of vertigo, his entire being engulfed in nausea. Moments later, the faint azure glow emanating from the orb illuminated him. Below the stage, Zhang Xiaofan watched anxiously as Zhang Xiaofan was enveloped in that sphere of light. He likened him to a monkey on a spit, an unexpected thought that overshadowed the more logical image of a pig being roasted. Almost unwilling to witness further, he averted his gaze. While the disciples of Chaoyang Peak erupted in applause, reveling in delight. At that very instant, a thunderous roar erupted from the stage as Chu Yuhong bellowed. And the lesser Yang sword ascended majestically, its brilliance dissipating to reveal Zhang Xiaofan's figure. Yet, remarkably, Chu Yuhong appeared gravely injured, stumbling backward. Moments later, to the astonishment of the onlookers, blood gushed from all 7 orifices of his face. Trembling, he extended his right hand to point at Zhang Xiaofan, seemingly attempting to utter something, yet words eluded him. Shortly thereafter, he swayed and collapsed to the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. A profound silence enveloped the arena, as everyone exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless. Chapter 25. Fortune. After a while, it was the elderly man with the white beard who first regained his composure. Swiftly, he leaped onto the stage and approached Chu Yuhong, examining him closely. He discovered that the young man was unscathed, showing no signs of poisoning, but rather appeared to have been severely injured by a celestial artifact, his internal organs violently shaken. He furrowed his brow, rising to his feet, and cast a scrutinizing glance at Zhang Xiaofan, inadvertently noticing the blackened fire stick tightly gripped in the young man's hand. "You have triumphed," the elderly man declared, suppressing his own doubts and speaking with calm authority. The disciples of Chaoyang Peak erupted in uproar, yet the undeniable truth left them with no words to articulate. The inexplicability of Chu Yuhong's defeat, having seemingly secured victory only to falter so abruptly with a single roar, was simply beyond their comprehension. At that moment, Zhang Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. However, upon hearing the 3 words uttered by the old man with the white beard, he rushed forward to Zhang Xiaofan's side, delivering a hearty slap on his shoulder, and exclaimed with a boisterous laugh, "Well, my boy, it turns out you have been concealing your true prowess." The pair of cold yet dark eyes suddenly sent a chill through Zhang Xiaofan's heart, prompting him to exclaim, "Xiaofan, what is the matter?" Zhang Xiaofan, wide-eyed, retorted, "Why do you ask me what is wrong? Why don't you inquire why you are unaware that you have won this match?" Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Did I actually win? I can hardly believe it." However, Zhang Xiaofan was even more startled by his reaction, her face paling momentarily. She quickly reached out to measure his forehead, saying, "Goodness, you mustn't be dazed from that burst of flames, right?" Zhang Xiaofan scratched his head, only to see several disciples from Chaoyang Peak carrying the unconscious Chu Yuhong down from the distant platform, some of them casting resentful glances in his direction. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, Zhang Xiaofan, observing Zhang Xiaofan's dazed expression, playfully tapped his head with the fan in his hand and inquired, "What are you pondering?" Zhang Xiaofan shook his head, sighed, and tucked the firewood stick into his embrace, saying, "It's nothing, let us be on our way." He then inquired, "By the way, what prompted you to come and witness my duel?" Zhang Xiaofan cast a glance at the firewood stick nestled in his embrace and replied, "The duel has yet to commence. I had some free time and decided to come watch. To my surprise, it turned out to be quite the spectacle. Oh, by the way, what do you call that 3-eyed spirit monkey of yours?" Zhang Xiaofan inquired. "Xiaohui?" Zhang Xiaofan responded, "Indeed, Xiaohui. Why haven't we seen Xiaohui today?" Zhang Xiaofan shook his head and remarked, "I haven't seen its shadow since early this morning. It is likely off playing with De Huang again." Zhang Xiaofan let out a sigh, his face etched with regret. Observing him, Zhang Xiaofan couldn't help but speculate that this fellow, who claimed to have come to witness his competition, was perhaps merely interested in catching a glimpse of Xiaohui. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted in the distance. Even from afar, the sounds were distinct and clear. Upon looking up, they beheld a throng of disciples from the Qingyun Sect gathered around the Qiatai, their astonished exclamations rising and falling like waves. Zhang Xiaofan had yet to comprehend the situation when Zhang Xiaofan exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no! Oh no! I was so engrossed in watching you that I completely forgot the most crucial matter." With that, he seized Zhang Xiaofan and dashed away. Zhang Xiaofan, bewildered, inquired as he ran, "What is happening?" With a look of regret, Zhang Xiaofan replied, "That is where Lu Xueqi is competing." Zhang Xiaofan could not help but smile. Yet a flicker of emotion stirred within his heart. He lifted his gaze to this friend, whom he had known for merely 2 days, just moments ago. Beneath the desolate arena, he found himself devoid of the presence of his senior brethren. save for this individual who stood resolutely by his side amidst the throng of disciples from Chaoyang Peak. A wave of warmth gradually blossomed within him. Thank you, Zhang Xiaofan, for coming to see me earlier. Let us hasten our departure. Zhang Xiaofan tilted her body slightly, shaking her head, and then sprinted after the swift Zhang Xiaofan, mumbling a few indistinct words. As they approached, they noticed clusters of Qingyun disciples had already dispersed, many of their expressions brimming with excitement as they engaged in fervent debates. They gazed upwards at the platform, which stood empty, yet bore the scars of battle, indicating that the contest had concluded. Clearing her throat, Zhang Xiaofan remarked, "It's just that I, have matters to attend to. By the way, what was the outcome?" Zhang Xiaofan paused momentarily before continuing. What contest remains? Who could possibly be her opponent? A tall man shook his head and replied, "Not necessarily. The divine artifact Tianya, even when not drawn from its sheath, possesses formidable power. Yet, Lu Xueqi's mastery in her cultivation truly is extraordinary." Zhang Xiaofan glanced at him, inquiring, "How do you know this?" Zhang Xiaofan cast a glance at the tall man, pondering inwardly that his name was indeed fitting. The tall senior brother remarked, "I heard it from our master." Zhang Xiaofan, taken aback, inquired, "My father?" The tall senior brother affirmed, "Yes, when you were not here just now, the master was also present." In the end, he muttered something, stating that this woman has likely cultivated the Tai Chi Xianqing Dao to the 8th level of the Yuqing realm, and it is uncertain if she has reached the 9th. Zhang Xiaofan's complexion changed, leaving him speechless for a moment, while Zhang Xiaofan found it peculiar. As Zhang Xiaofan had claimed from the very beginning that he did not care about the outcome of the competition, yet he appeared to be greatly concerned. Zhang Xiaofan, regaining his composure, laughed and said, "It's all over now. We are utterly without hope." Zhang Xiaofan truly seemed unconcerned, remarking, "If it is over, then so be it. By the way, have you not yet competed?" Zhang Xiaofan glanced into the distance and replied, "I have not yet begun, but it is time for me to head over." "What about you? Where do you intend to go?" Zhang Xiaofan pondered for a moment and said, "I must go and inform my master and mistress." Even though my victory was but a stroke of luck, Zhang Xiaofan nodded in agreement, replying, "Feel free to visit me whenever you have the time." Zhang Xiaofan nodded in acknowledgement, and the two parted ways. Suru and Tian Lingo, along with several other disciples from the Bamboo Peak, were present. Yet the eldest senior brother, Song Darren, was conspicuously absent. Zhang Xiaofan cast a glance at the group and noticed that while Tian Linger appeared well, the expressions of his senior brothers were rife with disappointment. He discreetly inquired of his companion, Dubishu, 6th senior brother, what has transpired. Dubishu glanced at Tianbai, who seemed oblivious to their conversation, and replied in a hushed tone, "Just now, apart from the eldest senior brother, we all engaged in a contest, and regrettably, only the junior sister emerged victorious. Master is quite displeased." Zhang Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what to say. Zhang Xiaofan hesitated for a moment and softly replied, "Master, I won by sheer luck." Suru responded, "Oh, it's all right. If you lost, then you lost. Consider it a learning experience." Her voice suddenly trailed off as she glanced at Zhang Xiaofan in astonishment, exclaiming, "What did you just say?" A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The people of Daju Peak gathered beneath the Kunwai platform, eagerly watching the final duel of the day featuring Song Darren. On the stage, Song Darren was locked in a fierce battle with his opponent, wielding the immense twin tiger sword, which seemed to transform into countless ferocious tigers in midair, producing earth-shaking roars as he relentlessly struck at his adversary, clearly gaining the upper hand. However, amidst the jubilant atmosphere, the crowd from Daju Peak struggled to accept the reality of Zhang Xiaofan's words. "Junior brother, are you saying that in the recent match, you were destined to lose?" "But that fellow, Chu Yuhong, suddenly fell ill, bleeding profusely and fainting?" "Yes, 4th senior brother. You, along with 2nd, 3rd, and 5th senior brothers, have asked me 22 times already. Why do you continue to inquire?" "6th senior brother, please persuade them. What I'm saying is the absolute truth." Dubishu interjected. "Junior brother, are you saying that in the recent match, you were destined to lose, but that fellow, Chu Yuhong, suddenly fell ill, bleeding profusely and fainting?" Zhang Xiaofan cradled his head, moaning, "Indeed, it is the 23rd time." Beside him, Tian Linga chided, "Why are you all pressuring him so?" Xiaofan would never lie. Yet, upon reflection, she shook her head and added, "However, Xiaofan, your luck is rather extraordinary. Could it be somewhat excessive?" It is no wonder that others find it hard to believe. Zhang Xiaofan was rendered speechless, listening to the incessant chatter of the disciples behind him. Tianbai and Suru continued to gaze at the stage. After a brief moment, Suru suddenly whispered, "What is your perspective?" Tianbai furrowed his brow and retorted, "Do you truly believe that he triumphed solely by his own merit?" Suru chuckled softly and replied, "Our disciple possesses an extraordinary amount of luck." Tianbai scoffed. With a thunderous roar, Song Darren bellowed, and the 10 tiger immortal swords surged forth, their golden brilliance illuminating the sky, almost blind, as if cleaving through mountains and slicing the seas with an unstoppable force. The opponent could no longer withstand the onslaught and was struck, spewing blood as he was propelled backward. The crowd from Daju Peak erupted in joyous cheers, and a faint smile finally grazed Tianbai's face. Tianbai was the first to turn away, while Suru smiled at her eldest disciple and followed suit. Confused, Song Darren turned to the others and inquired, "What is happening?" Tian Linger approached him and recounted the events, prompting Song Darren to turn in disbelief. Zhang Xiaofan, trembling with trepidation, said, "Senior brother, I understand that my extraordinary luck is not necessarily a good thing, but it is simply how things unfolded, and I am powerless to change it." Song Darren widened his eyes in astonishment. "Are you saying that in the recent competition you were destined to lose, yet the opponent, a fellow named Chu Yuhong, suddenly fell gravely ill and fainted, blood streaming down his face?" Zhang Xiaofan fell into despair. By the end of the day, only 16 participants remained in the martial arts competition of the 7 sects of Qingyun, which came as a surprise to many. Among them, the previously waning Daju Peak unexpectedly boasted 3 representatives, far exceeding the numbers from previous years. Regardless of internal circumstances, Tianbai was outwardly beaming with pride. His face adorned with a smile throughout the day, prompting much private discussion among the disciples. Bishu remarked, "Look at how pleased our master appears. This must be a moment of vindication for him." Wu Dei agreed. "Indeed, both the elder brother and junior sister have brought him honor." Hidaji added, "It is somewhat embarrassing to admit, but despite her youth, junior sister has outshone me, the 4th elder brother, significantly. Her future potential is boundless." Zhang Dali reminded, "Let us not forget our junior brother. He has also advanced to the 3rd round." Bishu suggested, "Shall we place bets again on our junior brother's chances of advancing further? Are you willing to wager?" Wu Dei, Hidaji, Zhang Dali, and El Dashin declared in unison, "I bet he will lose. Double the stakes." Bishu coughed. "Ah, where has our elder brother gone? And what about our junior brother and junior sister? Where have they disappeared to?" Hidaji pondered for a moment and said, "I do not know about the junior brother and junior sister, but I have an inkling regarding the elder brother." The group exchanged glances and chorused, "It must be sister women from Daju Peak." Song Darren, a tall figure, suddenly trembled inexplicably, which caught Wenmin's attention, prompting her to ask, "What is the matter with you?" Song Darren furrowed his brow and replied, "I don't know. I suddenly felt a chill." Wenmin shot him a glance and chided, "You aren't feeling guilty about something, are you?" Song Darren immediately shook his head vigorously, insisting, "No. No such thing." Wenmin's expression softened slightly, but she still huffed, "Then what brings you to the room of my junior sister from Daju Peak?" Wenmin smiled and replied, "Your junior sister is naturally beautiful and vivacious. It is only fitting that someone has already taken her out." Song Darren was taken aback and asked, "What? Who has taken her out?" Wenmin remained silent, only saying, "If you see your sister Linger, you should advise her to be cautious tomorrow." Upon mentioning Tian Linger, Song Darren no longer felt awkward speaking to Wenmin. He continued with more ease, "I know that junior sister is set to compete against your Daju Peak's junior sister, Lu Xueqi, tomorrow. Our 2 sects have always maintained a good relationship, so there should be no issues. Besides, the 7 sects competition is merely an opportunity for sparring." Wenmin regarded him and replied coolly, "Your master Su is indeed on good terms with my master, yet my master holds a decidedly unfavorable view of your master. I fear he may still be blaming your master for whisking away our master Su." Song Darren was momentarily speechless, about to respond, when he noticed Wenmin glancing around at the female disciples of Daju Peak, who had quieted down, all eyes fixed on the pair. Song Darren inquired with surprise, "What is the matter?" Wenmin gazed at him, seemingly hesitating for a moment before responding, "Brother Song, junior sister Lu is different from us. Her temperament is rather peculiar. Yet master dotes on her immensely. Once she steps onto the arena, the outcome becomes uncertain." Song Darren's expression shifted, and he asked, "What do you mean?" Wenmin closed her mouth, refraining from elaborating further. Chapter 26. Self-Respect Xiaofan. "Did you not mention searching for Xiao Hui and that large yellow dog? Why have you brought me into the kitchen?" Xing Shushu chattered incessantly as he followed Zhang Xiaofan into the kitchen. Zhang Xiaofan peered attentively into the kitchen, marveling at its vastness, which far surpassed that of the kitchen at Daju Peak. The illumination was also significantly brighter. As he observed his surroundings, he muttered, "Although I haven't seen them since early this morning, I suspect they are most likely here." Zhang Xiaofan shrugged and replied, "Impossible. What do you take the three-eyed spirit monkey for? It is a naturally gifted creature, unparalleled when compared to humans. Why do you seem to regard it as a mere thief, and a gluttonous one at that?" In the midst of Zhang Xiaofan's astonished expression, Zhang Xiaofan retrieved the little gray creature from behind a jar in the corner of the kitchen. The little gray was held aloft, squeaking incessantly, and shortly thereafter, Da Huang burst forth from behind the jar, barking loudly at the two of them. Zhang Xiaofan cast a glance at Zhang Xiaofan, who wore an expression of exasperated amusement. Cradling Xiao Hui in his arms, Zhang Xiaofan scolded Da Huang, saying, "You wretched dog, cease your barking. Do you wish to attract attention and have someone come after us?" Zhang Xiaofan cast a stern glance at the little gray monkey nestled in his arms, which responded with a silly grin, its mouth stretched wide in a playful manner. Zhang Xiaofan, observing the scene beside him, shook his head disapprovingly. The duo stealthily exited the kitchen, wary of being discovered, for the stain of scandal would be indelible. Once they had managed to distance themselves, a sigh of relief escaped their lips. Zhang Xiaofan paused for a moment, then said, "By the way, I haven't congratulated you yet on your recent victory." However, Zhang Xiaofan seemed utterly unfazed, his gaze fixated on the little gray creature nestled in Zhang Xiaofan's arms. "What does it matter? Eventually, one will fall to another's hands anyway. Why is the little gray so dirty? Have you neglected to bathe him for several days?" Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback for a moment and replied, "I have never washed it." Zhang Xiaofan appeared as though she might faint, striking her forehead with her hand as she exclaimed, "How could you treat it in such a manner?" Zhang Xiaofan felt a deep sense of skepticism, pondering to himself how this monkey, constantly climbing up and down, could possibly be clean. However, noticing Zhang Xiaofan's expression of heartache, he understood that reasoning with him on this matter was futile. With a forced chuckle, he deftly shifted the topic, saying, "By the way, did you know that in tomorrow's third round of the competition, my senior sister, Tianlinger, will be facing off against Lu Xueqi?" Zhang Xiaofan was indeed taken aback and inquired, "Your senior sister? The one who wields the amber-red silk, Tianlinger?" "Exactly," Zhang Xiaofan replied, reaching up to stroke the little gray monkey that had climbed onto his shoulder. "In recent days, Lu Xueqi has been quite formidable, and I can't help but feel concerned for my senior sister." Zhang Xiaofan nodded in agreement, remarking, "That's true, not to mention, just the presence of Lu Xueqi's Tianya is enough to intimidate anyone." Zhang Xiaofan expressed his concerns, stating, "Xiaofan, do you think my senior sister might be in danger? Just look at how Lu Xueqi shattered her opponent's celestial sword in the first match. And I've heard that the senior brother from Chamin was also gravely injured in the second round." Xiaofan shot him a disapproving glance and replied, "You're being overly anxious. I believe your senior sister possesses far greater skills than you. You should be more worried about yourself as the competition progresses. Each opponent will be more formidable than the last. According to your own words, you haven't even mastered the third layer of the Tai Chi Xuanjun and Dao Yuling realms. At that rate, you might very well be struck down by a single sword stroke. Come, give me a hug with Xiao Hui." Zhang Xiaofan hesitated for a moment before handing over the little gray creature. Zhang Xiaofan, brimming with delight, cradled it in her arms. Yet the little gray creature expressed its discontent with a series of sharp, piercing cries. Zhang Xiaofan sighed and remarked, "Indeed, you speak the truth. My senior sister possesses profound skills and captivating beauty, adored by countless admirers. How could I possibly concern myself with her?" Zhang Xiaofan, with a furrowed brow and a distressed expression, lamented, "Each of you is adorned with an abundance of magical treasures, yet I find myself utterly powerless." Zhang Xiaofan walked alongside him, sighing, "I truly envy your ability to wield magical artifacts. What does it feel like?" Xia Xiaofan shrugged and replied, "It's nothing extraordinary. After a prolonged period of cultivating the celestial sword, you naturally develop a certain resonance with the magical artifacts. With this connection, you can harness your mental and spiritual energy to command the artifacts, enabling you to traverse the heavens and the earth, cleave mountains, and part seas at your discretion." Zhang Xiaofan paused momentarily and inquired, "Isn't the sensation of resonance akin to a cool, tingling feeling?" Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofan's gaze remained fixated on Xiao Hui as he casually replied, "Not necessarily, it depends on the material of the magical artifact." Zhang Xiaofan pondered for a moment, ultimately shaking his head to relinquish the fanciful thoughts swirling in his mind. He remarked, "Xiaofan, you mentioned that divine artifact, Tianya. It must have been an impressive spectacle to create it, don't you think? Shushu regarded Zhang Xiaofan with a puzzled glance and replied, "How would I know? This is my first encounter with such a legendary artifact." As she spoke, she lowered her gaze to the small gray creature, disregarding its furious expression, and affectionately stroked its fur, adding, "However, when it comes to resonance, I have read in ancient texts that true treasures capable of forging a connection with a cultivator's heart are not merely these so-called divine curiosities." Zhang Xiaofan exclaimed, "What is that?" Zhang Shushu replied, "These are treasures forged from the essence of the owner's own blood. Utilizing blood as a medium, such artifacts often carry a malevolent aura. Yet they share a visceral connection with their creator. Although the texts declare these to be instruments of dark practices, and most of them are indeed malevolent entities, they can only be wielded by one who possesses the owner's blood essence. Unlike the treasures we cultivate now, which can be subdued by those with profound mastery, these artifacts remain bound to their creators." "Ah." Zhang Shushu felt a flicker of curiosity and inquired, "What is it, Xiaofan?" Zhang Xiaofan's body trembled slightly, and he managed to force a smile, saying, "No, it's nothing." Zhang Shushu glanced at him for a moment, thinking that he was merely anxious about the competition the following day. With a smile, he approached and patted him on the shoulder, reassuringly saying, "Rest assured, I have already spoken with Senior Brother Peng. During tomorrow's contest, he will not be overly harsh on you and will allow you to lose gracefully, so that you may present a satisfactory account to Master and Mistress." Zhang Xiaofan appeared somewhat distracted, yet he nodded slightly and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Oh, thank you." The two of them took a few more steps forward, while Zhang Shushu was preoccupied with admiring the little gray creature in his arms. In contrast, Zhang Xiaofan seemed lost in thought, remaining silent. After a while, the little gray creature could no longer endure Zhang Shushu's scrutinizing gaze. It let out a series of angry cries and extended its claws toward him. Zhang Shushu, having let down his guard due to the creature's earlier docility, was caught off guard by its sudden attack. This time, he could not evade it, and his previously unblemished face was marred by several scratches, causing him to involuntarily release his grip. The little gray creature, now liberated, danced with joy but did not return to Zhang Xiaofan's side. Instead, it darted across the ground, swiftly making its way toward the two individuals approaching from the opposite direction, and in a flash, it leapt onto one of them. Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback for a moment, lifting his gaze to behold a woman whose smile resembled that of a blossoming flower, standing amidst the drifting white clouds. Her garments fluttered lightly, and a red ribbon encircled her waist, exuding an unparalleled elegance. It was none other than Tian Linger. A wave of joy surged within him, and as he was about to speak, an inexplicable chill coursed through his veins, penetrating to the depths of his heart. Beside Tian Linger stood a dashing and refined young man. Who else could it be but Qihao? At that moment, Tian Linger was equally startled. Usually, Xiaohui only clung to Zhang Xiaofan. Yet today it had unexpectedly changed its demeanor and approached her affectionately, a delightful surprise indeed. In truth, she harbored a fondness for this clever and vivacious monkey. Gently stroking Xiaohui, she smiled in their direction and exclaimed, "Xiaofan, what brings you here?" Zhang Xiaofan's expression remained impassive as he softly remarked, "I am here for a stroll with a friend." Standing beside Tian Linger, Qihao cast a glance at Zhang Shushu, a smile gracing his lips as he clasped his hands in greeting. "Zhang Shidi, it is a pleasure to see you again." Tian Linger, observing the exchange, inquired with surprise, "Do you two know each other?" Zhang Shushu chuckled and replied, "Senior Brother Qi, your name resonates throughout Qingyun, and the young disciples beneath the Qingyun Sect naturally hold you in high esteem. How could I dare to be presumptuous?" Qihao laughed heartily, responding, "You flatter me too much, Zhang Shidi. I am but unworthy of such praise." Noticing a peculiar change in Zhang Xiaofan's demeanor, Tian Lingo approached him and asked, "Xiaofan, what troubles you?" Zhang Xiaofan shook his head and said, "Sister, you are to compete against Lu Xueqi from Shaozhi Peak tomorrow. Do exercise utmost caution." Tian Lingo smiled faintly, glancing at Qihao, who smiled in silence. She returned his smile and then turned back to Zhang Xiaofan, saying, "I understand. Qi Shixiang possesses profound skills and a warm heart. Having a certain affinity with me, he specially invited me to share some key points for tomorrow's competition." With a carefree demeanor, Tian Linger continued, "It's all right, Xiaofan. Father and mother have already expressed their intent to attend my match. Moreover," she cast a lingering glance at Qihao and added, "Qi Shixiang will also be there to watch my contest, with his advanced cultivation guiding me. I am certain I shall not falter." Qihao, from a distance, chuckled, "I cannot guarantee that. However, Zhang Xiaofan, standing nearby, clearly observed that Zhang Xiaofan's expression darkened swiftly, nearly devoid of any vitality, prompting her to furrow her brow. As night deepened, the cold moon hung high in the sky. Above the sea of clouds, silence reigned. A solitary figure wandered in the chill of the moonlight, aimlessly traversing through the ethereal mist. Unbeknownst to him, he had walked onto the rainbow bridge. Arriving once more at the edge of the tranquil azure pool, the water lay still as a mirror, undisturbed, reflecting the myriad stars, as if the heavens had descended into its depths. The exquisite beauty of the moment was overwhelming. He slowly turned his head, gazing towards the dark thicket by the rainbow bridge, and meandered over. The moonlight cast a somber glow upon Zhang Xiaofan's face, imbuing it with a touch of melancholy. Should he remain eternally in this shadowy corner, quietly observing the happiness of others while savoring his own sorrow? In the distance, faint footsteps were heard. Darkness quietly lurked within the small grove. At this late hour, what could the sect leader desire of us? As the voices approached, 6 figures emerged, and Zhang Xiaofan, hiding in the shadows, was taken aback. It was the 6 sect leaders from Qingyun Mountain, excluding Tong Tian Peak, with Tian Bite among them. The one speaking was Shang Zhengyang, the leader of Chaoyang Peak. Leading the procession, the elder Sangsong Daoist remarked, "I have heard that today the sect leader has employed summoning techniques to confer with the spirit sovereign. He may have made some discoveries and has summoned us to discuss. The spirit sovereign, the water Qilin, is the guardian spirit beast of Qingyun Sect, a matter of great significance." Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, their expressions grave. And moments later, they departed. After these esteemed individuals had walked far away, Zhang Xiaofan finally dared to emerge from the grove, instinctively glancing at the azure pool, which lay undisturbed as ever. It appeared the spirit sovereign had long since slumbered within its depths. His heart had felt as if pierced by needles, yet now it had turned numb, hollow, as if his very soul had scattered. Gingerly, he picked up a firewood stick, and beneath its dark azure surface, thin crimson lines were vividly visible, resembling strands of blood, intricately woven throughout the stick, even within the gem at its tip. "Is this my blood?" In his heart, Zhang Xiaofan mused quietly. The moment he heard Zhang Xiaofan's words, an overwhelming impulse surged within him to cast aside this firewood stick. However, the subsequent arrival of Qi Hao and Tian Linger delivered an even greater shock to his heart, rendering him indifferent to this so-called malevolent object. He let out a low, bitter laugh. Even if it is an evil artifact, it remains an unparalleled treasure. What luck have I to be worthy of such items? What accompanies me, if not this unsightly firewood stick? A chilling sensation gradually emanated from the stick, meandering through his body as if to offer him solace. A treasure? Zhang Xiaofan clenched his teeth, pondering his worth, questioning how he could wield a magical artifact. As he spoke further, his voice trembled with a touch of sorrow. And even the chilling aura around him seemed stirred by his grief, pulsating with a newfound vitality. Zhang Xiaofan sensed it but paid it no mind, attributing it merely to the chill brought by the mountain breeze. He slowly lifted his gaze and regarded the firewood stick in his hand. Memories of his time in the secluded valley with Tian Lingo flooding his mind, rendering the moment as if it belonged to a distant past. The crimson strands within the dark blue stick gradually began to glow, as if responding to an unseen force. By chance, Zhang Xiaofan caught sight of it, and a sudden jolt of surprise coursed through him, bringing to mind the words of Xu Shu from earlier that day. An uncontrollable surge of impulse surged within him. Closing his eyes, he felt an icy sensation envelop his entire being, devoid of any chill. In the profound silence surrounding him, he distinctly heard a ferocious roar echoing deep within his heart, reminiscent of countless vengeful souls crying out from the depths of the underworld, rising with boundless resentment. Bones, blood, howls, and the stench of carnage. Zhang Xiaofan suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. However, moments later, he held his breath. His hands lay flat, fingers either extended or curled, forming a mystical gesture. The black fire stick had now departed from his grasp, suspended in midair, emanating dark mist and brilliant azure light. Before the fire stick, a once vibrant tree stood in the small grove, now utterly withered, its branches and leaves scattered, as if some force had instantaneously drained it of all vitality. After a considerable time, he once again focused on the black fire stick in his hand, which, in that moment, appeared as it always had, dull and unremarkable, quietly resting in his palm. The following day, the 7 sects of Qingyun entered the 3rd round of their martial arts tournament. 16 disciples were evenly distributed across 8 platforms, competing simultaneously. Among the trio from Daju Peak, Zhang Xiaofan was assigned to the Qin position, while Song Darren stood at the lead position. As for Tian Linger and Lu Xueqi, Their match was set on the most prominent Qian platform. According to the words of his acquaintance, the ever-astute Zheng Xiaofan, who had befriended him in just 3 days. The arrangement of the platforms by the elder members of Qingyun was quite questionable. It was understandable, for the match between Lu Xueqi and Tian Linger garnered immense attention. Lu Xueqi, endowed with exceptional talent, had attracted throngs of spectators whenever she appeared for a contest, creating a barrier of admirers. Meanwhile, Tian Linger from Dazhu Peak had already established her reputation for precociousness within Qingyun, recently showcasing her prowess by defeating formidable opponents, capturing everyone's gaze. Her beauty rivaled that of Lu Xueqi, leading to much speculation among onlookers. Today, these two exceptional young female disciples of Qingyun, the finest in nearly a century, found themselves pitted against each other too early, evoking a sense of regret among the elders, while the younger disciples buzzed with excitement. Surrounding the Qian platform like a tightly packed barrel, both Song Darren and Zhang Xiaofan stood before Tian Bai to bid farewell. Tian Bai glanced at Song Darren and "Today, your opponent is Chang Jian from the Qingyun Sect. This individual possesses a tenacious spirit and has practiced for many years, excelling in defensive techniques that starkly contrast with your own cultivation of the immortal sword 10 tigers. Exercise caution." Song Darren respectfully replied, "Yes, master." Tian Bai then turned his gaze towards the unexpectedly silent Zhang Xiaofan, who stood with his head bowed, not uttering a word. With a furrowed brow, Tian Bai advised, "Old 7, you too should exercise caution. If things become overwhelming, it is acceptable to concede. Just be mindful of your safety." Zhang Xiaofan felt a tremor within him. Yet to those around, his inner turmoil remained imperceptible. He merely whispered, "Yes, master." Song Darren glanced into the distance and addressed Tian Bai, "Master, it is getting late. My junior brother and I shall take our leave." Tian Bai nodded in acknowledgement, while Su Ru, standing beside him, smiled and said, "Take care." Song Darren responded affirmatively and, together with Zhang Xiaofan, made their way towards the periphery of the gathering. Along the journey, he sensed a peculiar unease in his junior brother, who remained unusually reticent. Thus, he inquired, "Junior brother, why do you remain silent today? Are you feeling anxious?" With a cheerful chuckle, Song Darren added, "Do not overthink it. Do not attach too much importance to victory or defeat. Although master and mistress value their reputation, they will not hold you accountable, understand?" "Yes," Zhang Xiaofan replied. But inwardly he reflected, "They harbor no expectations of me, thus they will surely not blame me." Song Darren nodded in understanding, and at that moment, the two exited the crowd. While it had been a challenge to enter, leaving proved rather effortless. With a hearty laugh, Song Darren said, "Junior brother, we must part ways now. I wish you good fortune. May you triumph once more." Without waiting for Zhang Xiaofan's response, he erupted into laughter. Zhang Xiaofan let out a soft sigh as he made his way towards the arena where he would compete. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he suddenly found the amiable smiles of those around him utterly distasteful, perceiving them as a form of disdain directed at him. With a stoic expression, he ascended the stage, aware that everyone in the audience stood in opposition to him. This time, even Zheng Xiaofan was absent, for he too was set to compete. Yet, even if he were present, it would be expected of him to cheer for his fellow disciples from the same lineage. A surge of indescribable loneliness suddenly welled up within Zhang Xiaofan. Standing atop the elevated arena, he surveyed the countless gazes encircling him, yet not a single friend was present. What was it all for? Why must he confront the world alone, devoid of companionship? The 16-year-old boy silently cried out within, stubbornly biting his lip as he lowered his gaze. The mountain breeze gently caressed his face. At that moment, a pang of sorrow struck his heart, and he thought to himself, "Why should it matter to you whether she is hurt? Not only is master and mistress present, but even Shihao has promised to hasten to his side after swiftly dealing with his opponent. How confident, how imposing it is to treat the adversary with such disregard." Lost in these thoughts, he momentarily forgot that he too stood upon the arena, until his opponent, standing opposite him, called out for the Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan's face flushed crimson, and the audience below erupted into laughter. After exchanging pleasantries, Ping Chang smiled subtly as he appraised Zhang Xiaofan from head to toe. He then lowered his voice and said, "Junior brother Zhang, your situation has already been conveyed to me by senior brother." Zhang Xiaofan trembled slightly and, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Brother Ping, please let go and come over." Peng Chang was taken aback. After scrutinizing Zhang Xiaofan for a moment, he retracted his smile, nodded, and with a swift motion of his right hand, summoned forth a sword that radiated a crimson glow, seemingly enveloped in flames. This sword, Wu Go, is forged from a millennium of fire copper. I humbly request your guidance. Junior brother Zhang. For reasons unknown, Peng Chang's demeanor turned grave and imposing, as if he were addressing a formidable adversary on equal footing. Zhang Xiaofan sensed the intense heat approaching from a considerable distance, a fiery aura that was fierce and unyielding. In stark contrast to the gentle righteousness of Chu Yuhong's lesser yang sword from the previous day on Chaiyang Peak, imbued with a touch of dominance. Zhang Xiaofan's heart raced uncontrollably, and even the thought of the impending outcome made him tremble slightly with anxiety. Yet, he gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of willpower to maintain his composure as he retrieved the black firewood stick from within his bosom. Below the stage, a cacophony of harsh laughter erupted. Zhang Xiaofan trembled as if pricked by a needle. However, Ping Chong, standing opposite him, did not smile. Casting a glance at the blackened firewood stick, he spoke earnestly. Junior brother Zhang, please. Zhang Xiaofan gazed at his opponent, who, behind the blazing flames, resembled an ancient fire deity. He seemed transformed, the searing flames causing tendrils of smoke to waft through the air, rendering even his visage somewhat indistinct. Gripping the black staff, Zhang Xiaofan once again felt that visceral connection, as if the very essence of the weapon resonated with its master's emotions, that icy sensation boiling anew within him. The unremarkable, dark firewood staff gradually ascended from his palm, emanating an ethereal azure glow. Though it appeared unsightly and feeble, it stood defiantly in midair, confronting the formidable, all-consuming fire ahead. Embodying an indomitable spirit alongside its master, neither exhibiting a trace of retreat. A single individual, armed with a mere firewood staff, stood resolute against the entirety of the world. Below, the laughter gradually subsided, leaving the crowd in hushed anticipation, breath held in collective suspense. The fire dragon surged larger, its claws and fangs nearly enveloping the arena. From a distance, Zhang Xiaofan stood upon the stage, his garments and even the tips of his hair and eyebrows showing signs of scorching, evoking the chilling sensation of being within a furnace. Yet, the youth remained steadfast, his face etched with pain but unyielding. His eyes, though filled with trepidation, burned with fervor, as if the flames within his heart mirrored the blaze reflected in his gaze. With a deafening roar, the colossal fire dragon lunged forward, ready to consume all. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to crystallize, encapsulating the essence of a lifetime. Zhang Xiaofan let out a long, resounding howl, his fire stick glowing with a brilliant azure light as he plunged into the flames. A deafening roar echoed amidst the raging fire, overwhelming the senses. Below the stage, senior brother Gao and the others exchanged glances, and after a moment, they sighed in dismay. How could it have come to this? Chapter 27. Perseverance. The applause thundered. Beneath the Qiawei platform, it was an entirely different realm. The crowd erupted with fervent shouts, utterly captivated by the two enchanting figures on stage. The amber and crimson glow illuminated the surroundings as the endless blue radiance of the Tianya divine sword transformed the scene into an ethereal paradise, breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, even more mesmerizing were the two young women soaring through the air. This contest had persisted from the morning until now. An hour had, yet neither side had claimed victory. Particularly striking was Tian Lingo from Dazhu Peak, who, under the onslaught of Lu Xueqi's Tianya divine sword, remarkably maintained both offense and defense for so long without showing signs of defeat, leaving everyone astonished. In the audience, Tian Bai, Su Ru, Master Shuiwei, and other esteemed elders from both factions observed intently. Even the sect leader, Dao Xianjinren, sat comfortably, watching the thrilling contest with a smile, nodding frequently in satisfaction. Tian Bai, deeply connected to Su Ru, felt the tension mount, yet found solace in seeing Tian Lingo maneuver so skillfully, remaining unfazed. Casting a glance at his wife, he noticed her anxious expression and gently reassured her, "Relax, Lingo is fine." Su Ru turned to look at her husband, offering a faint smile before returning her gaze to the stage. Tian Bai shook his head slightly, suddenly sensing a stir among the disciples gathered behind them, and even further afield among other sections. Turning to investigate, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight. A narrow path had formed in the crowd, through which Zhang Xiaofan emerged slowly, his garments singed and smoking in places, his face, hands, and body marked with charred patches, an acrid scent wafting towards them. It was evident to all that each step he took was fraught with difficulty, as if he were expending all his strength to advance, yet for reasons unknown. He remained resolutely intent on moving forward. Tian Bai watched his youngest disciple approach steadily, silent. He rose from his seat, his stout frame shifting with purpose. Su Ru felt a shift in the atmosphere and cast a curious glance at her husband, soon realizing something was amiss. Following his gaze, her complexion paled, and she immediately stood as well. At that moment, more eyes turned towards this unfolding scene. Zhang Xiaofan approached Tianbai, who gazed upon this disciple he had often overlooked, observing his stubbornness that seemed to defy reason. Suddenly, an uncontrollable wave of anger surged within him, so potent that despite his efforts to suppress it, all present could discern his fury. "Seventh brother, who dares to harm you so? Is it not enough to have triumphed already?" Su Ru trembled, realizing that her husband was genuinely enraged over this once derided junior disciple, and her concern prompted her to gently pull at Tianbai. Yet, her gaze quickly returned to Zhang Xiaofan. Meanwhile, the disciples from Dazhu Peak stood in shock, utterly frozen, forgetting to assist their junior brother. On the stage, Lu Xueqi and Tianlinger were locked in a fierce battle, their magical artifacts soaring through the air, exuding an aura. Zhang Xiaofan cast a lingering glance at the platform before turning his gaze towards his master, where he beheld the anger etched upon his master's plump visage, mingled with a hint of elusive concern. Exhausted, he wearily shook his head and murmured, "No, master, I have triumphed." Upon uttering these words, a wave of dizziness coursed through his mind, and in an instant, the world around him faded into darkness as he collapsed to the ground. Succumbing, Zhang Xiaofan fell to the ground, unconscious, yet the words he uttered before succumbing left everyone on Dazhu Peak, from Tianbai to the younger disciples, in a state of shock. After a moment, Tianbai and the others regained their composure and helped Zhang Xiaofan to his feet. Su Ru furrowed her brow, but she nodded, glancing at Zhang Xiaofan, whose eyes were tightly shut, unable to conceal her growing anxiety. The others from Dazhu Peak gathered around, and Du Bishu said, "Master, I shall accompany you." Tianbai shook his head, replying, "There's no need." At that moment, even Dao Xianjunren's attention was drawn, asking, "Junior brother Tian, is this your disciple? What has happened?" Tianbai replied calmly, "He is merely inexperienced and has sustained some minor injuries. I will take him for treatment and must excuse myself." Had Zhang Xiaofan been present, he would have recognized the place as the site of the contest between Zhang Xiaofan. Suddenly, a thunderclap roared across the sky, dark clouds gathered like mountains, and the sea surged with ferocity. In an instant, the once amiable villagers transformed into lifeless corpses, and the tranquil village morphed into a hell on earth. "No," he shouted with all his might, tensing every muscle in his body. A piercing pain shot through his chest, causing him to gasp in shock, his body trembling as he awakened. "Ah, he is awake. Xiaofan is awake." A familiar voice, etched deep within his heart, rang out, tinged with concern and joy. As Zhang Xiaofan opened his eyes, he beheld Tianlinger. "Senior sister," he called out from the depths of his soul. Zhang Xiaofan gazed at her, not even blinking. How wonderful it would be if this moment could last forever. Inside the room, the people from Dazhu Peak gathered around. Tianbai stepped forward to check his pulse, nodding in affirmation. All is well now. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief, their faces illuminating with expressions of reassurance. Zhang Xiaofan glanced around and observed that everyone from Dazhu Peak was present. He found himself lying on the bed in his room, while his senior brothers stood on the ground, and Tianbai alongside Su Ru sat on the chairs in front of the bed. What happened?" Zhang Xiaofan shifted his body slightly, and, to his astonishment, found that apart from a lingering fatigue, he felt only a twinge of pain in his chest. All other areas seemed to be unharmed. He couldn't help but exclaim, "How could this be?" "I clearly," Tianbai interjected, "those charred wounds are merely superficial injuries. With the application of our sect's specially formulated healing ointment, they will mend swiftly. At present, the only significant injury is the heavy blow to your chest. Yet your bones and meridians remain unshifted and undisturbed. After a few days of rest, you shall recover." Sitting nearby, Su Ru smiled and remarked, "Xiaofan, you ought to express your gratitude to your master. Had it not been for his direct intervention, your external wounds alone would have required at least 6 months for full recovery." Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback, his heart filled with astonishment. Yet his gratitude was evident as he softly replied, "Disciple is incompetent and has burdened master." Tianbai scoffed, his expression turning frosty, and remarked, "Where lies your incompetence? At this moment, you are the most capable one on Dazhu Peak." Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback once more, perplexed by the meaning of Tianbai's. He could only reply, "Master, I am not like senior sister, nor do I compare to senior brother and the others. They far surpass me, and I dare not." As he spoke, his voice dwindled, and he observed the peculiar expressions on the faces of his senior brothers and Tian Linger standing before him. Most notably, the eldest senior brother, who appeared particularly pale today, lacked the usual vigor that characterized him, seeming almost on the verge of collapse. Su Ru let out a sigh and said, "De Xian, please bring a chair for your senior brother to sit." Lu Xian promptly complied, fetching a chair from the side and placing it next to Song Darren. Although Song Darren initially intended to decline, he swayed slightly and ultimately took a seat. Gasping for breath, Zhang Xiaofan stared in bewilderment and inquired, "Eldest senior brother, what troubles you?" Song Darren let out a wry smile, but remained silent. It was then that the fourth disciple, Hidaji, spoke up, "Junior brother, we have now reached the fourth round of the Seven Sects martial arts competition, and you are the sole representative of Daju Peak." As he spoke, he could not help but glance around the surroundings. Zhang Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly recalled something. He turned to Tian's Lingo, who was seated at the head of the bed, and said, "Senior sister, then you too." Tian's Linger's expression darkened as she softly replied, "I too have been defeated." Zhang Xiaofan observed her expression, filled with disappointment, and felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. However, at that moment, he could not afford to indulge in his thoughts. Tian Bai scrutinized Zhang Xiaofan from head to toe, his countenance darkening as he said, "Seventh brother." Zhang Xiaofan's heart skipped a beat as he sensed a subtle anger in Tian Bai's words. Noticing his master's extremely grim expression, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. "Yes, master, is there something?" Before he could finish, Tian Bai fixed his gaze upon Zhang Xiaofan and decisively asked, "How did you acquire this mastery of Taoist arts?" A resonant buzz echoed in Zhang Xiaofan's mind as he gaped, momentarily at a loss for words. He glanced around the room, observing his usually affable senior brothers, who now remained silent, their gazes laced with uncertainty. It was no surprise. A typically inept junior had suddenly achieved remarkable feats, a notion difficult for anyone to grasp in an instant. Under the piercing scrutiny of Tian Bai, beads of sweat trickled down Zhang Xiaofan's forehead. For a fleeting moment, he nearly divulged to his master that he had been clandestinely practicing a technique from another sect. Yet, as the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, he ultimately restrained himself. He was no longer the naïve youth of 5 years prior, oblivious to the ways of the world. Through conversations with his fellow disciples, he had long since learned of the illustrious reputation of the Tianyin Temple and the true identity of the emaciated monk named Puji from that fateful night. He had diligently cultivated the great Brahmin prajna technique, yet deep within, his gratitude towards Puji had never waned. "No, the disciple is foolish. My progress in cultivation has been stagnant all these years." Zhang Xiaofan lowered his head, unable to meet Tian Bai's gaze, and cautiously articulated, "Recently, I discovered I could influence certain objects, yet I could scarcely believe it myself. Hence I hesitated to report to master and mistress. I never anticipated." Tian Bai scoffed, remarking, "Who would have thought this time you would astonishingly stand out?" Zhang Xiaofan hastily replied, "No, that's not the case, master." Tian Bai, however, was not easily deceived and coldly retorted, "You claim to be able to manipulate phenomena, yet that requires at least the cultivation of the fourth layer of the Yuqing realm. I have inquired with Darren, and he has only imparted to you the techniques of the second layer. Therefore, could you enlighten this ignorant master on how you managed to bypass the third layer and descend to the fourth layer of cultivation?" As he concluded, his tone had grown exceedingly frigid, tinged with a hint of malice, causing the expressions of those present to shift dramatically. Zhang Xiaofan fell silent, enveloped in an atmosphere of profound stillness within the room. After a considerable duration, as Tian Bai's expression grew increasingly grim and the concern among the onlookers deepened, Zhang, despite his evident fatigue, silently rose to his feet. He struggled to descend from the bed and, before the assembled crowd, under the watchful gaze of Tian Linger, whose eyes sparkled with emotion, he knelt before Tian Bai. Unmoved, Tian Bai coldly inquired, "What is it?" Zhang Xiaofan lowered his head, his gaze fixated solely on the small patch of land beneath him, refraining from casting even a glance to the side. In a hushed tone, he implored, "Master, please punish me." The crowd was taken aback, and Tian Bai's face flushed with anger. Su Ru furrowed her brow and said, "Xiaofan, if you have any reservations, you need only to speak them to your master. There is no need for such drastic measures." Zhang Xiaofan knelt on the ground, utterly still. Tian Bai let out a cold, mocking laugh, his anger transforming into a sardonic amusement as he exclaimed, "Well, you truly are a tough nut to crack. I have indeed acquired a remarkable disciple." Zhang Xiaofan lay prostrate on the ground, his body trembling. And it was unclear what emotions or expressions coursed through him at that moment. Within the confines of the room, it seemed as if another presence, as breaths quickened abruptly. In a hushed tone, he lamented, "All is the disciples' fault. Please punish me, master." Bai abruptly rose, and with a sharp crack, the chair beneath him splintered into fragments on the floor. The onlookers gasped in astonishment as he glared at Zhang Xiaofan, his voice laced with fury. "It is all you're doing. Do you not realize that stealing the master's skills is a grave transgression in our Qingyun Sect? The lightest punishment is to face a wall for decades. The gravest consequence is to have your cultivation rendered void and be expelled from Qingyun. Do you understand?" Zhang Xiaofan suddenly lifted his head, gazing at Bai, who wore a countenance filled with fury yet devoid of any exaggerated expressions. A wave of despair washed over him. How could it come to this? He recalled the words of Tian Linger when she secretly imparted the incantation to him, which were far from this grim reality. The room was enveloped in a deathly silence, no one daring to utter a word. Only the anxious breaths, varying in intensity, could be heard. In that stillness, a heart grew cold and desolate, as if it were observing itself with a blend of madness and rationality. Zhang Xiaofan closed his eyes, lowering his head again. Resembling a figure steeped in hopelessness, taking a slow step towards his inevitable fate. "Disciple is unworthy. I beseech master to mete out punishment." With a deafening crash, a wave of power surged forth, sending Zhang Xiaofan tumbling backwards, crashing heavily against the wall. Dust swirled in the air as he fell to the ground, violently coughing up a mouthful of blood. The onlookers changed color, with Song Darren leading the charge to kneel, while the other disciples followed suit, pleading, "Master, please spare our junior brother." Song Darren continued, "Master, I cough. It is my failure to guide him that led to this mistake. All the blame lies with me. Please forgive him." Amidst their fervent supplications, Tian Linger stood motionless, staring blankly at Zhang Xiaofan, who lay in a corner, struggling in agony, his face devoid of color. Bai regarded the kneeling disciples and then turned his gaze to Zhang Xiaofan, his expression still seething with anger. With a disdainful huff, he swept out of the room. Suru glanced at the crowd, shook her head with a soft sigh, and instructed Song Darren and the others, "You may rise." Then, she looked towards the distant Zhang Xiaofan and added to the still ailing Song Darren, who was assisted to his feet by Hidaji, "Go tend to Xiaofan. I must see your master." "Yes, mistress," replied Song Darren and the others promptly. Suru sighed once more and exited. Within the room, the remaining disciples exchanged glances. After a moment, Tian Linger slowly approached, turning her back to the others as she lifted Zhang Xiaofan. Blood froth trickled from his lips as he lay in, yet he managed to muster a faint smile. In that fleeting moment, a cool tear fell silently into the pool of blood on his face. By now, night had deepened, and the clouds above drifted as if from a celestial realm, enchanting in their beauty. Bai stood in the square, gazing up at the heavens. The night sky was adorned with countless stars, the moon cold as frost. Behind him, familiar footsteps approached, and Suru joined his side. Looking up at the starry expanse with a gentle smile, "Do you feel better?" Bai grunted but remained silent. Suru smiled softly, "You might deceive Darren and Linger, but you cannot hide the truth from me. Your sweeping motion was likely intended to jolt the stagnant blood in Xiaofan's chest, forcing it out. Am I correct?" Bai stared at the night sky, choosing to remain taciturn. Suru shook her head and remarked, "At this age, how can one still be so obsessed with saving face?" Bai turned to glare at his wife, retorting, "You saw it yourself. That impudent lad was acting like a fool, saying, 'Master, please punish me.'" He mimicked Zhang Xiaofan's tone, fuming. Clearly it was his mistake, yet he portrays himself as the aggrieved party, while I, as his master, am the one bullying him. This is utterly absurd. "What?" Bai inquired. Suru replied calmly, "Lingo is acting rather strangely, do you not think?" Bai scoffed. Suru smiled, "You have noticed it too, haven't you? Xiaofan has remained at Daju Peak for the past 5 years without venturing out. The only knowledge he has gained is from our disciples' clandestine teachings. Lingo has always been close to Xiaofan, given our indulgence towards her. I fear she would dare to share the third level of a technique with him. Moreover, if she harbored no ulterior motives, with her usual tendency to stand up for Xiaofan, why would she remain silent this time? Who else could it be?" Bai seemed to have anticipated his wife's words, showing no surprise on his face, yet anger simmered within him as he begrudgingly stated, "Even if it is Linger's fault, look at that rascal Zhang Xiaofan. boldly contradicting me in front of so many disciples and refusing to admit his wrongdoing. It is infuriating. Su Ru chuckled softly, gently patting her husband on the shoulder. Are you not also stubbornly refusing to acknowledge your mistakes? And why blame a child? Besides, Xiaofan's actions are all for Linger. Such intentions are rare. Tianbai rolled his eyes but remained silent. He paused for a moment, then huffed. After all this effort, we finally have a talented disciple. Allowing him to face the wall would only benefit Sangsong and Shang Zhengyang. No way. Regardless of the consequences, he must continue to participate in the competition tomorrow. Su Ru smiled charmingly, her grace captivating, as she took her husband's hand, saying, I knew you were all bluster but soft-hearted at heart. Glancing at him sideways, her eyes sparkling with mirth, she teased, what is this? Now that you've become the head, are you afraid? 300 years ago, during the martial arts competition on this very Tongtian peak, you sneaked into my quarters in the dead of night, calling me here. At that time, my master, the venerable Master Zhenwu, and my senior sister, Shuiwei, were nearby, yet you showed no fear. Tianbai chuckled. Your master was over 600 years old then and had long since lost his wits, so I had no reason to fear. As for your fierce sister, I have always found her disagreeable. If she wishes to remain alone, that is her choice. I resent her for trying to hold on to you. How could I possibly fear her? Su Ru shot him a glare. You shall not speak ill of my master and sister. They have treated me with great affection. Tianbai shrugged, remaining silent. Under the moonlight, his short and stout figure quivered slightly, appearing quite comical, yet there was a hint of smugness in his expression. As if to convey that no matter how well they treated her, she ultimately chose to marry him. Su Ru observed keenly. Unable to suppress a teasing remark, you are quite the rascal. Tianbai, in high spirits, took hold of his wife's smooth, silk-like hand and strolled leisurely amidst the sea of clouds. I almost forgot a matter of importance. What is it? That insufferable boy has mistaken a firewood stick for a magical artifact and is somehow thriving with it. In my anger, I neglected to examine that object. Xiaofan is indeed practicing in secret. His knowledge of manipulating magical artifacts is likely quite limited. Perhaps it would be wise to find an opportunity to guide him? Let us see how it goes first. Last night, senior brother Zhangmin summoned us several chief disciples, revealing that after communicating with the Spirit Lord through telepathy, he sensed some ominous energy from a certain malevolent object, yet subsequently could not locate it again. What shall we do then? What can we do? If it cannot be found, it cannot be found. The Spirit Lord has lived for at least 6,000 years, and your master, at 600, has already become muddled. It is not surprising that the Spirit Lord is somewhat confused now. The following day, the sun rose as usual, and the people of Deju Peak gathered in the square, only to discover that 4 of the original 8 arenas had been dismantled, leaving the remaining 4 arranged in the cardinal directions. Du Bishu shook his head. Master had shown it to senior brother this morning. He mentioned that during yesterday's contest, the match between him and the archery master of the Changmin was excessively fierce, with one focusing on offense and the other on defense. Their relentless struggle resulted in mutual injury, damaging their meridians, which may significantly impede their. Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback and exclaimed, if even the elder brother cannot prevail against him, then my match with brother Changjin today would surely result in my utter defeat. Du Bishu rolled his eyes and replied, if we were to follow the usual reasoning, that would indeed be the case. However, it is worth noting that during your previous matches, the majority of your fellow disciples wagered on your loss. Zhang Xiaofan found himself at a loss for words and consequently fell silent. Beneath the largest arena in the north, a throng of people gathered. It was evident that Lu Xueqi was engaged in a contest there today. Tianbai cast a glance in that direction and snorted disdainfully. He harbored no fondness for the individual who had bested his daughter. Thus, he led his disciples toward the western arena. As if noticing Zhang Xiaofan's searching gaze, Zhang Xiaofan, as they brushed past each other, suddenly remarked, Brother Ping is not here. He is recuperating at his residence. Zhang Xiaofan managed a faint smile. Yet he noticed that Zhang Xiaofan's expression was grave, with a gaze that seemed chillingly cold. Unable to help himself, he instinctively recoiled. At that moment, Tianbai spoke. Greetings, senior brother Zhang. Zhang Xiaofan's expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed, what? Brother Peng is injured so severely? Uncle Zhang Chang's eyes flickered with a momentary flash of anger. However, he found himself unable to unleash his ire upon the younger generation, and could only manage a cold smile. He turned to Tianbai and remarked, Brother Tian, you have truly raised a remarkable disciple. Initially, Tianbai furrowed his brow, feeling that Zhang Xiaofan was rather inept with his words. Yet, upon hearing Uncle Zheng Chang's insinuation, which bore an air of mockery, Tianbai, known for his strong-willed and protective nature, immediately responded with a smile, saying, "Not at all, Brother Zheng, you flatter me. Xiaofan, come here and pay your respects to Uncle Zheng." Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback, while Zhang Shuchan's expression changed dramatically. With a flick of his sleeve, he coldly declared, "No need for that." Having said this, he turned and left. Zhang Shushu glanced at Zhang Xiaofan and remarked indifferently, "I must admit, I had not perceived your hidden depths. I foolishly sought mercy from Brother Ping, only to unwittingly bring about his misfortune." Zhang Xiaofan felt a surge of urgency in his heart and replied, "I did not." Zhang Xiaofan paused momentarily, yet senior brother Gao had already departed. Zhang Xiaofan inhaled sharply and quietly remarked to his senior brother beside him, "With so many people here, that brother Chang Jian must be quite formidable, right?" The crowd erupted in laughter, and he Daji, with utmost seriousness, responded, "There is no doubt about Brother Chang's profound abilities. Yet I believe most of these individuals have come to see you, my junior apprentice." Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback and exclaimed, What could this possibly mean?" Hidaiji chuckled softly and replied, "As of today, only 8 individuals remain in the 7 factions martial arts competition, and you, without a doubt, are the most unexpected contender. Who wouldn't be curious to see how many mouths or hands you possess?" Zhang Xiaofan stood in silence. Tianbai, accompanied by the crowd, approached the platform. Along the way, upon recognizing their affiliation with the Great Bamboo Peak, the gathering parted to grant them passage. Tianbai surveyed the surroundings and noticed a considerable number of disciples from the Qingyun Sect among the onlookers. Presumably, their presence was spurred by the participation of Qingyun's Chang Jian in the competition today. However, he observed the conspicuous absence of Qingyun elders. And the esteemed leader of Qingyun Sect, Dao Xianzhenren, was also missing. Furrowing his brow, Tianbai leaned towards Su Ru and whispered, "Why hasn't the sect leader arrived? Are there any other disciples from Qingyun competing?" Su Ru shook her head and replied, "No, this year, for reasons unknown. The talents among the Qingyun disciples have been rather lackluster. Only Chang Jian remains." After a moment's contemplation, Tianbai made his way to the center of the platform, where 5 or 6 chairs were positioned, yet only an elderly man with a white beard occupied one of them. Upon seeing Tianbai and his companions approach, the old man rose to his feet. Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback, recognizing that the elderly man with a white beard was the same individual who had sat in the audience during the competition with Chu Yuhong 2 days prior. The old man evidently remembered Zhang Xiaofan as well, casting a brief glance in his direction before addressing Tianbai, saying, "Brother Tian, I did not expect that your disciple would prove to be such a talent this year." Tianbai seemed to have a cordial relationship with the elder. Chuckling lightly as he replied, "Brother Fan, you flatter me. Please, have a seat." Instantaneously, hundreds of gazes within the hall shifted to rest upon Zhang Xiaofan. Never before had he been the focus of so many eyes, and a wave of warmth flushed his face as he responded with a simple, "Yes." Turning away, he dared not glance back, proceeding toward the stage. However, after taking only a few steps, he was halted by Su Ru, leaving Zhang Xiaofan somewhat astonished as he inquired, "Aunt, what is it?" Su Ru smiled gently, yet there was a hint of concern in her expression as she asked, "Does your injury still hurt?" Zhang Xiaofan shook his head and replied, "My master has treated me personally, and I am nearly recovered." However, Su Ru also shook her head and said, "External injuries are manageable, but internal healing does not occur so swiftly. Xiaofan, the Chang Jin you are to spar with today is formidable. Even your senior brother has fallen to him. Although your senior brother mentioned that even in victory, it would not come easily, I fear that with your incomplete cultivation, you may not fare well. Do not push yourself too hard. If you find it difficult, concede without hesitation. Above all, do not take unnecessary risks and sustain further injuries. Do you understand?" Zhang Xiaofan felt a warmth in his heart, but did not nod. Instead, he murmured, "Master, will be angry." Su Ru smiled and shook her head, saying, "Silly child, rest assured and go. Your master cares for you more than you can imagine." A resounding echo reverberated in Zhang Xiaofan's mind as he swiftly turned his gaze toward Tianbai. However, he found Tianbai engaged in jovial conversation with the white-bearded elder surnamed Fan. Not sparing a glance, Su Ru gently patted his head and urged him to proceed. His mind was a tumult of confusion throughout his life, from his initiation into Qingyun. Tianbai had seemed akin to a deity in his eyes, despite Tianbai's consistently harsh treatment towards him. Earning his master's approval had always been Zhang Xiaofan's most fervent aspiration. At this moment, hearing his master's wife utter such words, he found himself momentarily unable to comprehend their significance. He pondered on the stage for a considerable time, while the audience below buzzed with speculation. After a while, even Zhang Xiaofan sensed something amiss. His opponent had yet to arrive. The white-bearded elder's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched on his face as he pressed for confirmation. Is it true? The disciple cast a resentful glance at the stage before reluctantly nodding. In an instant, the elder's visage turned ashen, despair washing over him as he collapsed back into his seat. Tian Bai, observing the scene, expressed his bewilderment, inquiring, "Brother Fan, what has transpired?" The elder cast a weary look at him, sighed deeply, and mustered his spirits to stand once more, declaring, "The disciple Changjian from the Longmen Sect, having sustained severe injuries in yesterday's contest, is unable to rise and has forfeited today's competition." A profound silence enveloped the stage and audience alike. Moments later, a cacophony erupted among the crowd. Although the disciples of Qingyun were predominantly cultivators, many could not restrain their coarse exclamations. However, the disciples of the Dazhu Peak exhibited peculiar expressions, exchanging glances filled with astonishment, and after a prolonged silence, they began to shake their heads in bittersweet resignation. As the crowd behind them transformed through myriad expressions and voices surged around them, Tian Bai and Su Ru rose slowly, gazing at their dazed young disciple on stage. Su Ru smiled gently and whispered to Tian Bai, "I have always said, your little disciple possesses an extraordinary stroke of luck." Tian Bai could only respond with a silent, rueful smile. That day, Zhang Xiaofan navigated through the peculiar gazes of those around him, with nearly every Qingyun disciple passing by casting him lingering glances, as though he were a rare and exotic beast. Meanwhile, by day's end, the results of the competition were announced. Zhang Xiaofan had the fortune to share the honor of being among the top four alongside Qi Hao, Lu Xueqi, and Zhang Xiaofan. On the arena, the four stood side by side, with the esteemed master Dao Xian and the head of Longsho Peak, Daoist Song Song, positioned before them. A smile still graced Dao Xian's face, revealing no dissatisfaction regarding the unexpected downfall of the Longmen disciples during this grand trial. Below, nearly 1,000 members of Qingyun gathered, with the foremost seats occupied by the elders of each lineage. Su Ru observed the stage and remarked softly to Tian Bai, "Xiaofan appears somewhat tense." Tian Bai grunted in acknowledgement, choosing not to respond. Under the collective gaze of the assembly, how could he fail to notice what his wife had observed? Among the four standing on stage, Qi Hao exuded nonchalance, Lu Xueqi was as frigid as ice, and Zhang Xiaofan stood with a subtle smile. While Zhang Xiaofan remained rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed on the ground, his hands seemingly uncertain of their placement, embodying an awkwardness that was palpable. Master Dao Xian cast a glance at the four individuals, a faint smile gracing his lips. He turned to address the audience below, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, as of today, the top four disciples of the Seven Sects martial arts competition have been determined. They are endowed with exceptional talents and profound understanding of the Tao. Truly the elite of our Qingyun sect, entrusted with the vital responsibility of furthering the glory of our esteemed sect." However, before he could finish his statement, an unexpected chuckle erupted from the crowd below, followed shortly by a wave of laughter among the disciples of Qingyun. Master Dao Xian furrowed his brow, instinctively casting a sidelong glance at the youngest among the four, Zhang Xiaofan, and shook his head slightly. Meanwhile, the laughter continued, transforming the previously solemn atmosphere into a somewhat ridiculous scene. The elder, Daoist Song Song, darkened his expression, stepped forward, and with a gaze as sharp as a blade, surveyed the audience below. Instantly, the laughter diminished, extinguished wherever his gaze fell. In a short while, tranquility returned to the scene. Having presided over Qingyun Sect's discipline for many years, Daoist Song Song wielded authority that surpassed even that of Master Dao Xian. Once the commotion had completely subsided, Daoist Song Song stepped back and addressed Master Dao Xian, "Master, please." Master Dao Xian smiled in response. "I have little left to say. Song Song, the floor is yours." As Song Song continued to speak, the attention of the audience was riveted upon him. It was only at this moment that Zhang Xiaofan felt a sense of relief. The multitude of scrutinizing gazes had nearly left him breathless. "Why are you sweating so profusely?" Suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan whispered beside him. Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback. Ever since his unexpected victory over Peng Chang yesterday, Zhang Xiaofan had maintained a frosty demeanor in his presence. He did not anticipate that Zhang would take the initiative to converse with him, although they had only known each other for 3 days. Zhang had already regarded him as one of his close friends. At that moment, he covertly cast a glance at Zhang Xiaofan, only to find him standing earnestly beside him. His gaze fixed ahead with a smile gracing his lips, as if their previous exchange had never occurred. Fool, don't turn around. Zhang Xiaofan's expression remained unchanged. Yet his lips moved slightly as he muttered, "Is it not enough that you've caused me to receive a severe reprimand from my father?" Zhang Xiaofan felt a pang of guilt and swiftly averted his gaze, murmuring, "I am terribly sorry." At that moment, alas, is Brother Peng all right? Though Brother Peng was gravely injured, he was not in dire straits. A few days of rest would suffice for his recovery. Otherwise, would I have let this matter rest? However, I must admit, I did not anticipate your profound depth. I have inquired about Brother Peng, and despite his defeat, he spoke highly of you, stating that he exerted all his effort in his spellcasting, leaving no room for leniency. Therefore, you need not dwell on it. Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback once more, but soon remarked, "As for the matter of being reproached by your father, it was merely the folly of Senior Brother Gao and his companions, who carelessly divulged the words I had spoken on your behalf to Senior Brother Peng. Although Senior Brother Peng defended me, I still received a scolding from my father. I would not have behaved in such a manner before you. Shushu, I truly apologize. It is merely a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning, and I have long been accustomed to his reprimands. However, your fortune seems quite remarkable. Nonetheless, I advise you to exercise caution. During the upcoming contest against the enchanting beauty from Shaozhou Peak, beware of being struck down by Tianyao with a single stroke." Zhang Xiaofan, with a grim expression, murmured, "I too wish we could compete." His words trailed off, and both he and Zhang Xiaofan simultaneously felt a chill in their hearts. Unable to resist glancing towards their side, there stood Lu Xueqi, her icy gaze fixed upon the two of them, seemingly unaware of when it had fallen upon them. Zhang Xiaofan was instantly rendered speechless, while Zhang Xiaofan also inhaled sharply, both refraining from further conversation and feigning a demeanor of earnest attentiveness as they listened to the admonitions of the elder Song on the platform. After an arduous wait, Elder Song concluded his discourse, and the assembly began to disperse, preparing for the upcoming competition the following day. As Zhang Xiaofan and Zhang Xiaofan descended from the stage, they still felt a chill lingering behind them, causing Zhang Xiaofan to inwardly marvel. He pondered whether Lu Xueqi hailed from the frigid expanses of the extreme north. For a mere glance from her sent shivers down the spine. Tian Linger acknowledged softly and, as she departed, bestowed a smile upon Zhang Xiaofan. Chapter 29. Enigmatic Arts. The night deepened once more. Zhang Xiaofan tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep, while his companion, the monkey Xiaohui, widened his eyes and blinked curiously at him. Meanwhile, the other disciples were already lost in deep slumber, including De Huang, who lay sprawled on the ground, soundly asleep. The moonlight poured in through the window, casting a silvery glow upon the floor, resembling frost and snow. Zhang Xiaofan quietly rose, and Little Gray immediately darted into his embrace. Holding it close, he gently patted its head as he stepped outside. The corridor was serene, devoid of any human presence. He couldn't help but smirk at his predicament. Ever since arriving at Tongtian Peak, he had scarcely enjoyed a single peaceful night's sleep. The thought of the impending contest with Lu Xueqi filled him with an indescribable anxiety. Just then, the monkey in his arms, Little Gray, shifted restlessly. Zhang Xiaofan glanced down, and under the moonlight, he noticed Little Gray's bright eyes fixated on a shadowy figure ahead. In the darkness, it seemed as though a silhouette had fleetingly passed by. Zhang Xiaofan felt a stirring in his heart and decided to follow. The figure ran at a leisurely pace, and with each stride, their shoulders seemed to tremble, reminiscent of someone weeping. From a distance, Zhang Xiaofan recognized it was Tian Linger, which only deepened his curiosity. Observing his senior sister in tears evoked a sense of inexplicable sorrow within him. Tian Lingo dashed to the edge of the arena amidst the sea of clouds. Glancing around to ensure no one was present, she seemed unable to contain herself any longer and crouched down, weeping openly. Zhang Xiaofan had never witnessed his senior sister in such profound sorrow. A wave of bewilderment washed over him as he slowly approached her side and softly called out, "Senior sister, you." Tian Lingo was startled, jumping up and turning around. Upon realizing it was Zhang Xiaofan, she felt a sense of relief. Yet, her heart ached anew, and she could not restrain herself from throwing herself into Zhang Xiaofan's embrace, weeping loudly upon his shoulder. Zhang Xiaofan's body became instantly rigid, as if petrified, leaving him utterly motionless. Zhang Xiaofan stood there, gazing into the distance. despite the countless thoughts swirling in his heart. Urging him to embrace the woman before him, he ultimately refrained. Perhaps, if he truly embraced her, his life would irrevocably change. At that moment, Tianling'e withdrew from his shoulder, leaving Zhang Xiaofan engulfed in a profound emptiness, faintly sensing that he had lost something precious. His shoulder had already become dampened by tears. Tianling'e rubbed her reddened eyes, and, upon noticing the tear-soaked shoulder of Zhang Xiaofan, felt a flush of embarrassment. "I apologize, Xiaofan." Zhang Xiaofan shook his head and inquired gently, "Senior sister, what troubles you?" Just as Tianling'e was about to respond, a faint squeak emanated from beneath her feet. Looking down, she discovered that Xiaohui had followed her. Silently, she bent down and cradled Xiaohui in her arms. "Never before, Xiaofan, never before," she lamented. Standing beneath the moonlight that cast a somber glow upon her exquisite yet sorrowful visage. "My father and mother have never scolded me in such a manner." Witnessing the beauty marred by anguish on her face, Zhang Xiaofan felt a profound, tearing pain within his heart. As if her sorrow was a burden he had inflicted upon her. He steadied his emotions and softly asked, "Senior sister, what is amiss? Why did master and mistress scold you?" Tianling'e hesitated for a moment, raising her gaze to meet Zhang Xiaofan's. Throughout her life, he had been her closest companion, second only to her parents. At that moment, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. When did this junior brother begin to treat her with such tenderness? Yet, this thought was ephemeral, for her heart was engulfed in sorrow. Finally, she spoke to Zhang Xiaofan, her voice trembling with, "It is all for the sake of Brother Qihao." Zhang Xiaofan's complexion turned pale in an instant, and he involuntarily clenched his fists, gripping them so tightly that his nails dug painfully into his palms. "Are you unaware?" Once Tianling'e broached the subject, she let down her guard completely around this junior disciple. Yet, within, Zhang Xiaofan fervently cried out, I know, I have known all along." The moonlight fell coldly, casting its glow upon the world. "My senior brother Qihao and I share a mutual affection. I confess to them that I truly like him." Tianling'e calmed slightly, yet remained oblivious to the fact that with each word she uttered, Zhang Xiaofan's complexion drained a little more of its color. "However, my father berated me loudly, claiming I was being unreasonable, and even my mother, who had always been tender towards me, altered her demeanor, siding with my father." "How could this be, Xiaofan?" Zhang Xiaofan lowered his head, concealing his face from Tianling'e, and murmured, "How could master and mistress know?" In the midst of her emotional turmoil, Tianling'e remained oblivious to the subtle inconsistencies and oddities in Zhang Xiaofan's words. Her lips quivered, and she felt on the brink of tears once more. "I never imagined it at first. It was only later that I learned it was my fellow disciple. When men from Shaoju Peak, who informed Uncle Shuiwei, and he, in turn, conveyed it to my mother. I have always been so close to Wenmin and the others, having cautioned them repeatedly, yet they still let it slip. I. Her eyes brimmed with tears, and at last, Zhang Xiaofan spoke in a hushed tone, "Perhaps master and mistress are acting in your best interest. They're your parents and would never wish you harm." Tianling'e wiped away the tears that had gathered at the corners of her eyes and exclaimed, "What do they understand? They are only concerned with the sect's reputation, fixated on the fact that Brother Qihao is the favored disciple of Master Song Song from Longzhou Peak. They only care that if I were to be with Brother Qihao, they would lose face in the Qingyun Sect. They have never truly considered my happiness." With a blend of sorrow, anger, and determination, she declared, "What do their concerns about reputation amount to in comparison to my happiness? I genuinely question whether they value their own pride more than they value me as their daughter." Zhang Xiaofan abruptly raised his head, gazing at this suddenly unfamiliar scene. What a profoundly sorrowful expression it was, filled with uncertainty and helplessness, akin to a fledgling bird bereft of its parents, standing alone amidst the tempest. Her grief intertwined with a hint of trepidation, piercing his very soul like a blade. Zhang Xiaofan was almost instantly defeated by that gaze, a profound sorrow welling up within him. Were it possible for him to bear the weight of the moment's anguish for this woman, he would willingly shoulder any hardship. He found himself at a loss for words, merely whispering, "Senior sister, I want to be with him," Tianling'e declared resolutely. Her words directed not only at Zhang Xiaofan but also at her own heart and the absent Tianbai and his wife. "I must be with senior brother Qihao. We have sworn our eternal vows, no matter how fiercely my parents oppose us or how long it takes, even until the seas run dry and the rocks crumble. We shall be together." She gazed up at the night sky, making her vow to the luminous moon. The cool moonlight bathed her in its glow, rendering her as beautiful as a lily blooming sorrowfully in the night, captivating all who beheld her, causing them to forget the desolate shadow that lingered beside her. Standing atop the platform, the warm rays of the rising sun enveloped Zhang Xiaofan, warming his body yet failing to soothe his heart. He stood expressionless on the arena, facing the ethereal beauty of Lu Xueqi, whose disdain was unmistakably evident in her frosty demeanor. In the square, it was common knowledge that he had advanced to the top 4 more by luck than by skill. Behind her, the Tianya exuded a faint blue glow. Zhang Xiaofan gazed at the legendary artifact, pondering whether he would soon face it directly. Above the sea of clouds, only 2 grand arenas remained, yet, judging by the number of onlookers among the Qingyun disciples, the crowd gathered to witness the duel between Qi Hao and Zhang Xiaofan paled in comparison to the throngs captivated by the formidable Lu Xueqi and the fortuitous Zhang Xiaofan. Among the elders, including the sect leader Dao Xianzhenren, the majority were seated beneath this very arena. However, as the crowd erupted in cheers upon Lu Xueqi's ascent to the stage, the prevailing sentiment quickly shifted to speculation about Zhang Xiaofan's imminent defeat, expected to occur within a breath or a fleeting moment. Below the platform, Tianbai furrowed his brow, though he was well aware of Zhang Xiaofan's foundation. The scornful comments from those behind him still unsettled him. Beside him, Suru scanned the crowd for her daughter, following a heated argument the previous night. When Tianlingo had run off in tears, she had vanished by morning. As a mother, she instinctively knew her headstrong daughter had likely gone to the arena where Qi Hao was competing. Shaking her head, although she cherished her only daughter dearly, she found herself siding entirely with her husband this time. Perhaps it was a maternal instinct, for she always felt that those from Longzhou Peak were not to be trusted. Suru frowned slightly and remarked to Tianbai, "Xiaofan's demeanor today seems rather off. He appears lifeless." Tianbai replied nonchalantly, "He is merely nervous." It is not surprising for a child who has not seen much of the world. Suru fell silent, choosing not to speak further. Astute as Lu Xueqi was, she swiftly discerned that her opponent's gaze was fixated upon her, yet the hollowness in his eyes revealed that his thoughts lay elsewhere, entirely disregarding her presence. This was, without a doubt, a novel experience for her, as a flicker of astonishment seemed to glimmer in her eyes. With resolve, Lu Xueqi straightened her posture and inhaled deeply. If she could triumph in just 2 more matches, her aspirations and those of her esteemed mentor would be realized. Behind her, the azure light of Tianya began to illuminate gradually. "Disciple of Shaozhou Peak, Lu Xueqi, seeks your guidance." At this proclamation, Lu Xueqi's expression shifted, and the audience of Qingyun disciples erupted in astonishment. This was the first individual to display such blatant disrespect towards Lu Xueqi. Tianbai and Suru exchanged glances, both sensing that this young disciple was indeed behaving rather unusually today. Zhang Xiaofan slowly turned his head, his visage ashen, and spoke softly, "I am Zhang Xiaofan from Dazhu Peak. I implore you, senior sister, to show no mercy." Lu Xueqi was taken aback. Although such words are often mere formalities before a contest, there was something peculiar about Zhang Xiaofan. Who would utter such a plea for leniency? It sounded almost like mockery. Yet his demeanor suggested otherwise. Nonetheless, Lu Xueqi, being the esteemed disciple of Master Xue Wei, remained resolute, her expression unwavering. She refrained from further commentary and, with a gesture of her right hand, summoned the Tianya that gradually ascended behind her. Zhang Xiaofan gazed at the deepening and enlarging blue radiance that enveloped him, casting a cerulean hue upon his form, yet he felt no trace of anxiety. Instead, a subtle anticipation stirred within the depths of his heart. He withdrew the unsightly black firewood stick, which drew a chorus of laughter from the audience, compared to the majestic and noble Tianya. The firewood stick resembled a grotesque worm upon the ground. At that moment, it was akin to a lifeless insect, steeped in despair. A chilling sensation coursed through his entire being once more, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, the firewood stick seemed to possess a peculiar vitality today, its icy aura swirling with an unprecedented swiftness. Zhang Xiaofan sensed that had he not felt an intrinsic connection to the stick, had he not been gripping it tightly, it might have charged towards Lu Xueqi on its own accord. No, it was not directed at Lu Xueqi, but rather at Tianya, as if they were 2 bitter foes, steeped in animosity. At that moment, Lu Xueqi's expression shifted unexpectedly. The brilliance of Tianya was overwhelming, and she too appeared somewhat perplexed. However, Zhang Xiaofan had no desire to ponder further. He fixated on the enchanting woman bathed in blue light, and suddenly realized she resembled his senior sister, albeit with a cold, piercing gaze fixed upon him. On the stage, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. Both Zhang Xiaofan and Lu Xueqi remained motionless, merely locking eyes with one another. The audience erupted in astonishment, murmuring amongst themselves. Lu Xueqi was jolted awake. The Tianya, which had always resonated with her spirit, exhibited an unusual stir, prompting her curiosity. Yet when she probed with her mental energy, she found nothing amiss, although there seemed to be an undercurrent of eagerness emanating from Tianya. Feeling the multitude of curious gazes from the crowd, Lu Xueqi furrowed her brow, steadied herself, and with a disdainful snort, dismissed all distracting thoughts from her mind. With a sharp command, the blue light of Tianya surged forth, ascending skyward, yet it remained sheathed. Since the commencement of the Seven Veins martial arts competition, Tianya had become the focal point of attention, and thus far, Lu Xueqi had vanquished all opponents without unsheathing her divine sword, prompting speculation as to who could compel her to draw it. At that moment, everyone surmised that only during the final confrontation, perhaps against the formidable Qi Hao of Longzhou Peak, would such a feat be achieved. The blue light illuminated Zhang Xiaofan's face, yet it revealed no discernible emotion. The black firewood stick emitted a faint azure glow, gently departing from his palm and hovering before him. Despite having examined the stick previously, the disciples of Dazhu Peak, along with the majority of onlookers, witnessed Zhang Xiaofan casting a spell for the first time. Bishu grunted, remarking, "Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that 2 years ago, my clumsy junior brother would suddenly transform into a natural prodigy." On the stage, Lu Xueqi's expression turned grave. Her spell was gripped with unwavering resolve as the radiant Tianya, glowing with resplendence, suddenly pivoted in midair, darting towards Zhang Xiaofan with the swiftness of lightning, exuding a formidable momentum akin to cleaving mountains and parting seas. The fire stick surged forward, its azure glow colliding with the resplendent blue light in midair, exuding an aura of unwavering defiance. In an instant, the people of Dazhu Peak rose to their feet, with the impatient among them, like Bishu, exclaiming in astonishment. The might of Tianya was so immense that it left everyone utterly astounded. Lu Xueqi's expression was as cold as frost, and without any hesitation. The blue light flickered as Tianya descended mercilessly from above. At that moment, a thick black mist suddenly enveloped the fire stick, particularly at its tip, where the azure light surged brilliantly. Zhang Xiaofan, blood staining the corner of his mouth, slowly rose, his pallid visage marred by a hint of ferocity in his bloodshot eyes. In the blink of an eye, the fire stick surged once more towards Tianya amidst the swirling black mist and azure light. Upon contact, the two artifacts repelled each other, causing a great shock to both Lu Xueqi and Zhang Xiaofan, who stood at a distance. In the air, the blue light flickered while the azure glow shone radiantly, weaving through the sky. Where they passed, the once formidable wooden platforms splintered like mere paper, accompanied by thunderous booms that echoed like claps of lightning, deafening all present. The nearly 1,000 onlookers from Qingyun Sect were left pale. Since the commencement of the grand competition, no contest had ever begun with such fervor, nor had any scene been as magnificent as today's. In mere moments, the vast arena was nearly dismantled by the overwhelming power of these two extraordinary artifacts. Nevertheless, Zhang Xiaofan felt an indescribable bitterness within. The might of Tianya surpassed all his expectations, with every clash sending tremors through his entire being. Were it not for his early training in the Tai Chi Qianqing sect and the secret cultivation of the great Prajna Dharma from the Tianjin temple, which fortified his meridians and provided him with protective energy, he would have long since succumbed to bloodshed and defeat. Yet, as he gazed ahead, Lu Xueqi appeared unaffected. Under her control, the blue light of Tianya grew ever more brilliant and imposing, gradually suppressing the azure glow and black mist of the fire stick. While Zhang Xiaofan lamented his plight, Lu Xueqi was equally astonished. The unassuming fire stick possessed a spiritual energy capable of matching Tianya, and it seemed to have an almost insatiable pull, continually drawing upon her internal spiritual essence and vitality. Had her foundation not been solid, she feared she might have succumbed to the tumultuous surge of her own blood. Realizing this, Lu Xueqi felt a surge of anger and urgency. From the course of their battle, she instinctively sensed that her opponent's cultivation in the Tai Chi Qianqing sect was rather lacking, far inferior to her own. Yet, for reasons unknown, this peculiar artifact wielded such formidable power that even Tianya could only maintain a superficial upper hand. With a determined clench of her teeth, her delicate face turned grave, and her garments billowed despite the absence of wind. After a heavy clash in midair between Tianya and the fire stick, Zhang Xiaofan trembled violently, causing the fire stick to momentarily slow. At this moment, Zhang Xiaofan had long forgotten all matters external to himself. He was acutely aware of the profound connection he shared with the fiery staff before him, a bond that felt increasingly visceral. It was as if the staff were a living entity, brimming with excitement, and an inexplicable surge of malevolence surged through his mind. Suspended in midair, he let out a long, resounding howl that reverberated across the landscape, causing the heavens to change their hue. A black and azure light shot up towards the sky. As a tempest roared to life, and the clouds churned violently. Suddenly, a flash of blue light appeared, accompanied by a piercing shriek that grew from inaudible to deafening, drowning out all other sounds. At this moment, myriad beams of blue light converged into a colossal pillar, descending with such force that it seemed poised to cleave the Qingyun mountain range in twain. Zhang Xiaofan's visage contorted, his features and orifices suddenly oozing crimson in that fleeting moment. Yet, despite the grotesque spectacle, his countenance bore no trace of fear. His gaze was resolute as he reached for the burning rod. In an instant, an ethereal azure light and sinister darkness coalesced in his grasp, surging forth to confront the descending blue beam. Around him, the youthful disciples of Qingyun held their breath, their eyes wide with astonishment. Their previous disdain for Zhang Xiaofan utterly vanquished. Even among the elder council, expression shifted to one of grave concern. This contest had escalated into a life-and-death struggle. Strangely, no one intervened. Below, Master Xueqi abruptly rose. In the tumultuous air, all that reached Zhang Xiaofan's ears was the howling wind, his vision obscured by the vivid crimson that nearly blinded him. Had he been able to hear the exclamations from the crowd, he would have caught the alarmed cries from those on Daju Peak. Suru's lips drained of color as she watched her almost bloody disciple suspended in midair, urgently whispering to Tianbai, "Please, let Xiaofan concede. Quickly, let him concede." Tianbai trembled slightly, fixated on the scene above, and slowly shook his head. Pain had become an alien sensation to Zhang Xiaofan. Amidst the chaos, a thought flickered in his mind. He suddenly pondered, if I were to perish, would my senior sister come to see me? Would she forget me in the years to come, living a life of happiness? He wiped the blood from his eyes. And water. Lu Xueqi felt an excruciating pain coursing through her body, her vital energy clashing violently within her veins as if striving to break free. Rushing towards the grotesque demon within the terrifying azure light and dark mist. This was a moment of life and death. This was an eternal instant. The beautiful woman stood defiantly against the howling winds, refusing to yield even an inch to the slicing gales. She raised her head towards the heavens. Suddenly, the wind ceased. Suspended in the air, the world fell silent, frozen in that very moment. Lu Xueqi turned her hand and drew the Tianya divine sword. Instantly, the enveloping blue light dissipated and contracted, as if a great dragon were drawing water into the blade, which gleamed like autumn waters. At Tongdian Peak, an eerie stillness enveloped the scene. The legendary Tianya had finally been unsheathed. Lu Xueqi's face was as cold as frost, her grip firm on the sword. As she executed a series of 7 steps in midair, the sword thrust upward with fervor. In that fleeting moment, her countenance lost all vestiges of color, and she chanted, "9 heavens' mystical abode, transform into divine thunder. Radiant celestial might, I summon with this sword." In an instant, the once clear sky darkened, ominous clouds roiling forth from the horizon. Thunder echoing as bolts of lightning danced at the edges of the darkening sky, racing through the heavens with an air of foreboding. The gale rushed towards Zhang Xiaofan, and he slightly parted his lips, for this scene felt eerily reminiscent of a distant memory long past. Above the ground, from the esteemed Dao Xianjinren to the venerable elders of each sect, all stood in a state of astonished disbelief, their gazes fixed upon Master Shu. After a prolonged silence, Tianbai spoke with a husky voice. "What an exceptional disciple you have taught." Yet, Master Xueqi paid no heed to the crowd. For the first time, a hint of concern flickered across her usually indifferent visage as she gazed at the 2 figures in the sky. Observing the pallor of her female disciple's face, it was evident that, despite her strenuous efforts to unleash such extraordinary prowess, her body trembled, and her complexion turned ashen. She was evidently straining beyond her limits. In the heavens, the thunder rumbled with increasing urgency. Zhang Xiaofan distinctly felt that. From the moment the Tianya sword was drawn, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from the flaming staff in his grasp, as if the artifact, intimately connected to his very being, was roaring from the depths of his soul. It seemed as though it had awaited this moment for a millennium. The sky darkened further. Ominous clouds loomed overhead, and a vast vortex slowly emerged amidst the thick cloud cover. Chapter 30, Doubt like a passage to the underworld. The immense whirlpool hung in the firmament, an abyss of impenetrable darkness that resembled a terrifying maw of a demon from the depths, poised to devour all existence. The fierce winds howled, sweeping away the remnants of clouds, while thunder rumbled, and lightning danced with wild abandon. Zhang Xiaofan soared forward, his fire stick radiating a striking azure light, standing out prominently against the vast expanse of dark clouds. Lu Xueqi gazed at the figure enveloped in the azure glow rushing towards her, her jade-like face paling significantly. The Divine Sword of Thunder Control is an unparalleled technique within Taoist celestial arts, capable of invoking the might of heaven and earth through a mortal vessel. One can imagine the immense pressure Lu Xueqi was currently enduring. The Tianya, an extraordinary divine weapon, was indeed an ideal tool for executing the Divine Sword of Thunder Control. However, in comparison, Lu Xueqi's own cultivation of Taoist arts was insufficient. At this moment, she felt as if an infinite force surged from the dark clouds above, crashing into her body like tumultuous waves, while externally, she appeared unchanged. Yet internally, her vital energy churned violently, nearly overwhelming her. Had it not been for the Tianya persistently siphoning off the oncoming colossal force, Lu Xueqi feared she would have long since succumbed. The wind howled and thunder roared as she stood suspended in midair, momentarily believing herself to be a frail blade of grass in the tempest. In the next instant, she recalled her master Xue Yu's words when imparting this extraordinary technique. Xueqi, your innate talent is unparalleled in my lifetime. However, the power of this technique is immense, and its backlash is equally formidable. Your practice in the Tao is still in its infancy. Though you can barely grasp it, you must never wield it carelessly, lest you invite catastrophe. Boom. A thunderous clap echoed from the heavens above Mount Tongdian, and everyone felt the ground beneath them tremble gently, as if the ancient thunder god had been roused from slumber and was roaring in wrath. Instantly, everyone's countenance changed. At this moment, Zhang Xiaofan stood merely 2 zhang away from Lu Xueqi. Observing the formidable aura, anyone could discern that once Lu Xueqi completed her incantation, he would likely be reduced to nothingness. Yet, he suddenly felt an intense constriction throughout his body, as if he had collided with an invisible barrier, rendering him unable to advance further. In an instant, Zhang Xiaofan's countenance turned ashen. The Divine Sword of Thunder Control was one of the extraordinary techniques of the Qingyun Sect, a marvel of sorcery that naturally enveloped the practitioner in an imperceptible protective shield during its enactment, rendering Zhang Xiaofan incapable of advancing. The brilliance of the fire stick intensified, yet it could no longer advance a step further. Perhaps in terms of spiritual power, Zhang Xiaofan's fire stick was not inferior to the Tianya sword. But in terms of technique, the disparity was vast. He was merely channeling his own spiritual energy to enhance the fire stick's potency, which could not compare to the supreme sorcery that had been meticulously refined by generations of Qingyun Sect ancestors over centuries. Yet, in that moment of despair, as the colossal vortex in the sky whirled more violently, thunder roared, and the Tianya sword's radiance grew ever brighter. Just as this unparalleled celestial art was on the verge of completion, Lu Xueqi suddenly trembled. Her originally snow-white face turned crimson in an instant, and with a gasp, she expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, which nearly transformed into a mist before her. The Tianya sword wavered, as if it were unstable. Lu Xueqi gritted her silver teeth, closed her eyes, and concentrated every ounce of her spirit and strength upon the Tianya. Moments later, the light of the Tianya stabilized and even surpassed its former brilliance. Dazzling and resplendent, impossible to gaze upon. Amidst the dark clouds, a tremendous sound erupted, and at the heart of the immense vortex, a glimmer of light seemed to materialize. As countless bolts of lightning converged, subtly aiming towards the Tianya sword in Lu Xueqi's grasp. However, despair gripped Lu Xueqi's heart as a piercing wail pierced the wind. She devoted all her strength to safeguarding the Tianya, yet she could no longer attend to the protective shield surrounding her. Overjoyed, Zhang Xiaofan transformed with the fire stick into a column of azure light, streaking across the sky towards the beautiful woman swaying in the wind. Had everything culminated here? A sudden tranquility washed over her heart, and in that fleeting moment, she thought with a faint sense of acceptance. In that moment, that brief moment, the world fell silent, suspended in time. Everything stood still, save for her, standing amidst the wind, her garments billowing, dark hair swirling. As she opened her closed eyes and gazed upon the rushing azure light ahead, that instant felt like eternity. Zhang Xiaofan beheld her, captivated by the depths of her gaze. She stood alone amidst the tempest, serene in the face of nature's formidable might, her countenance slightly pale. Yet her eyes revealed a glimmer of sorrow intertwined with a hint of trepidation. The wind howled and the rain poured, casting a desolate atmosphere over the world. As he and this enchanting woman exchanged silent glances, whose eyes were those, filled with such melancholy and desolation, reminiscent of a heart wounded by love just last night. That pain, it penetrated deep into the marrow, resonating within the very essence of the soul. Profoundly, profoundly. Is it you, the one enamored with another? Do you unwaveringly cherish him throughout your days? Zhang Xiaofan suddenly smiled, tinged with a sorrowful resignation, reminiscent of the previous night. The fire stick merged into the radiance of the Tianya divine sword, rendering their figures indistinguishable from one another, as the brilliance of the fire stick abruptly waned. At that moment, a colossal thunderclap echoed through the heavens, as an immense pillar of lightning descended from the sky, striking the Tianya. The entire cosmos seemed to join in a celestial chorus as deities and spirits sang in unison. A magnificent beam of light erupted from the Tianya, exuding an earth-shattering force, hurtling towards Zhang Xiaofan. In this critical juncture, the fire stick soared into the air, shielding its master. In the next instant, Zhang Xiaofan was engulfed by the light. Time stretched on. Time stretched on. Time stretched on. The dark clouds dispersed, and the brilliance faded. People stared blankly at the sky, observing the youth who clutched a black fire stick tightly, resembling a stone battered and scarred from relentless torment, plummeting downwards. He did not meet the ground. Tian Bai appeared beneath him like a specter, catching him deftly. Tian Bai's expression was grave as he swiftly pried open Zhang Xiaofan's unresponsive mouth, producing a small vial from his robe, heedless of the quantity, pouring yellow pills directly into Zhang Xiaofan's mouth. Su Ru and the others from the Daju Peak followed suit without hesitation. At that moment, the pale-faced Lu Xueqi descended, immediately surrounded by the jubilant crowd of Shaozhu Peak. Amidst the throngs of her fellow disciples, she silently lifted her gaze towards the receding crimson glow in the sky, lost in thought. It was as if he had slumbered in darkness for a millennium, yearning to awaken yet unable to open his eyes, utterly alone in the boundless abyss of night. He chose to wander through this darkness and solitude, yet found no path but the shadows. Thus, he felt a profound rage, a blazing fire consuming his, and vowed to the 9 nether demon god. Even if his body and soul were to turn to ashes, he would ignite this flicker of light, willing to sacrifice everything in this world, burying them alongside him. The ancient grudge within him burned fiercely, as defiant as ever. Zhang Xiaofan gradually opened his eyes. A gentle light flooded his vision, and the familiar scent of his abode lingered in the air of the room. It seemed that no one was present. He slowly sat up, intending to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead, when a sudden, excruciating pain seized his shoulder, chest, and abdomen, causing him to gasp sharply, his face paling in response. Remaining seated on the bed, he dared not move. After a considerable while, the piercing pain gradually subsided. It must have been afternoon. The door stood slightly ajar, and the 2 windows were propped open, revealing the verdant grass and bamboo in the courtyard beyond. His faithful companions, Xiao Hui and the ever-loyal De Huang, were nowhere to be seen. Perhaps they had found a bone to gnaw on? He chuckled softly to himself in the emptiness of the room. Just then, with a creak, the door swung open, and the graceful and beautiful Su. Upon seeing her, Zhang Xiaofan attempted to rise, calling out Shizhang, but before he could fully stand, pain contorted his face once more. Su Ru quickly approached and sat by the bedside, speaking softly, "Do not move, Xiaofan." As Zhang Xiaofan felt the pain subside slightly, he turned to Su Ru and said, "Disciple was unaware that you had arrived, master." Su Ru shot him a reproachful glance and replied, "You have already lost half your life. And yet you still have the presence of mind to remember this. Enough of the idle chatter, sit properly." Zhang Xiaofan offered a wry smile. While Su Ru examined him thoroughly, she nodded and remarked, "Your external injuries have nearly healed, but the internal damage to your meridians is quite severe. It is imperative that you rest and recuperate in tranquility." Zhang Xiaofan replied, "Indeed, I have brought shame upon my master and mistress." Su Ru interjected, "On the contrary, you have brought great honor to your master. For nearly 3 centuries, apart from the initial 7 sects martial assembly attended by your master, there has been no disciple from the Daju Peak as outstanding as you." Zhang Xiaofan's face flushed with embarrassment as he lowered his head and said, "Well, that is merely the good fortune of a disciple." Su Ru smiled gently and patted his shoulder. Zhang Xiaofan then recalled and asked, "Has the competition concluded? Was it senior sister Lu who emerged victorious?" Su Ru shook her head slightly and replied, "No, it was Qi Hao from Longzhou Peak." Zhang Xiaofan felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow in his heart and softly murmured, "So it is senior brother Qi. He is truly formidable, having even defeated senior sister Lu, who possesses the Tianya." Upon hearing her words, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly recalled and glanced around, yet he could not find that unsightly black firewood stick. Su Ru, observing his expression, replied nonchalantly, That magical artifact of yours has been taken by your master. Zhang Xiaofan paused momentarily and softly replied, yes. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired further, what about master? Su Ru answered, you were in a coma for 5 days and nights, and only last night did your condition stabilize. Early this morning, the sect leader from Tongtian Peak sent a message requesting your master to pay a visit. He should be at Tongtian Peak at this moment. Zhang Xiaofan slowly nodded, feeling an indescribable emotion within his heart. He believed there should be no problem, yet during these past 2 years, the firewood staff had departed from him for the first time, leaving him with a lingering sense of loss. Su Ru glanced at him, and a peculiar expression flickered in her eyes, but she still said, you have just awakened. Do not overexert yourself. It is essential that you rest. I have instructed them to refrain from disturbing you, and your meals will be delivered by Bi Yao. Zhang Xiaofan expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, Master's wife. To which Su Ru turned around and inquired, what? Zhang Xiaofan gazed at her, seemingly hesitating for a moment before speaking, mistress. May I inquire if you are aware of the outcome of lynching you from Longzhou Peak in this competition? At that time, I was at Tongtian Peak and truly had no opportunity to seek him out for clarity. Su Ru glanced at him once more and replied, he reached the top 8. Yet unfortunately fell to his fellow disciple, Qi Hao. Zhang Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback and said, so he also. Thank you, Master's wife. Su Ru gently shook her head and replied, you should rest now. With that, she turned and walked out. Zhang Xiaofan slowly reclined, gazing at the ceiling of the room, remaining silent. At the summit of Qingyun Mountain, within the Jade Clear Palace, Dao Xianzhenren sat in the center, accompanied by the 6 leaders of the various factions. No one else occupied the grand hall. An air of silence enveloped the gathering, with Dao Xianzhenren bowing his head, idly toying with a black fire stick in his hands. Tian Shidi, he broke the silence. What is your perspective on this matter? Tian Bai pondered for a moment before replying. When Zhang Xiaofan first ascended the mountain, he possessed none of this. It is likely that he stumbled upon this treasure through fortuitous circumstances over the years. Song Darin coldly interjected, this staff can rival the Tianya, and is undoubtedly a divine weapon, yet throughout the world, I have never heard of such an artifact. Tian Bai's expression darkened, retorting, the vastness of the Shenzhou is immeasurable. Who can say how many extraordinary treasures remain undiscovered? You and I are merely frogs at the bottom of a well. Song Darin's face flashed with anger, but before he could respond, Master Shui Wei of Shaozhufeng coldly remarked, we may indeed be frogs at the bottom of a well, yet this black staff exudes a malevolent aura when wielded, clearly marking it as a sinister object. I wonder why Brother Tian cannot see this. Dao Xianzhenren furrowed his brow, saying, Tian Shidi, you must not speak, and how can you accuse yourself of being a demon of the evil sect? Tian Bai scoffed, turning away, choosing to remain silent. Dao Xianzhenren sighed, placing the fire stick on the nearby tea table, stating, I have summoned you all today to discuss 2 matters. Firstly, the peculiar artifact in Zhang Xiaofan's possession, whose origins are shrouded in mystery yet possesses formidable power. Secondly, our prior deliberation to dispatch 4 disciples to investigate the ancient cave of Wanfu on Kongsang Mountain. While there are no objections from the others regarding the 3 disciples, it is only Zhang Xiaofan who is. The more Tian Bai listened, the angrier he became. Although he had been puzzled by Zhang Xiaofan's sudden surge in cultivation and harbored suspicions about the fire stick, he was incensed by the scrutiny directed at his own disciple in the Jade Clear Palace. Rising abruptly, he declared loudly, Master Zhenren, what course do you intend to pursue? Dao Xianzhenren's expression darkened. Tian Shidi, there is indeed something strange about this matter. As the leader of our sect, I will handle it impartially. You need not worry. Tian Bai's anger lingered, yet after observing Dao Xianzhenren's demeanor and hearing the gentle counsel of Uncle Zhang beside him, he ultimately resumed his seat. Dao Xianzhenren continued, everyone, you have all seen this staff. Its exterior appears unremarkable, yet it harbors a hidden malevolence. What is most concerning is that none of us, despite our cultivation, can wield it, while it seems that only a junior disciple of merely the 4th level of the Jade Clear realm can utilize it. What reasoning lies behind this? The assembly, including Tian Bai, fell silent. They were all esteemed cultivators, fully aware of the implications, yet none wished to voice their thoughts. Finally, Dao Xianzhenren spoke, in my estimation, this black staff is most likely a product of blood refinement. Despite being psychologically prepared, the esteemed attendees could not help but exhibit a slight change in expression. The so-called blood refinement technique entails the infusion of one's own essence into the creation of treasures. This extraordinary art, fraught with perilous and enigmatic methods. Demands materials of the highest rarity, nearly impossible to procure. The process of forging is exceedingly dangerous. A moment's inattention may result in the vengeful backlash of the artifact's malevolent essence, leading to a death most excruciating. Naturally, should one succeed, the resulting treasure would possess unparalleled might. Furthermore, it is intrinsically linked to the blood and spirit of its creator, rendering it unusable by anyone else unless they share the bloodline of the forger. However, due to its sanguine origins, such artifacts often carry a sinister aura. The lore of this blood refinement technique is said to have originated from ancient demon gods, passed down through generations among the practitioners of dark arts. Yet there are few documented instances of renowned blood-refined artifacts, likely due to the inherent dangers that even those within the demonic sects dare not undertake lightly. Yet now, such a treasure has appeared in the possession of a young disciple from the Qingyun Sect. Dao Xian gazed intently at Tianbai, whose complexion had turned ashen, slowly rising. He spoke, "Senior brother, you may have a point, but I must assert that Zhang Xiaofan is merely 16. How could he possibly comprehend this blood refinement technique? Furthermore, since his arrival at the mountain 5 years ago, he has never descended and came here with nothing. From where would he acquire such elusive materials?" The cold pine Taoist interjected coldly, "Perhaps he is a cunning infiltrator sent by the demonic sect to undermine our Qingyun Sect. It would not be surprising." Tianbai, incensed, retorted, "If he truly possessed such guile, how could he dare to wield this artifact in the presence of nearly 1,000 spectators during the 7 Factions tournament? Moreover, if he is indeed a spy of the demonic sect, then your disciple Lin Jingyu must also be suspect." The cold pine Taoist, feeling pricked by the accusation, stood up in anger, exclaiming, "What do you mean? Jingyu cannot be compared to your foolish apprentice." Tianbai's face darkened further. With a scoff, he glanced sideways and remarked, "Indeed, my disciple may be foolish, but I have heard he has made it into the top 4. I wonder what rank your prodigy Lin Jingyu has achieved this time?" The cold pine was furious. He was merely unfortunate to face his senior brother Qi Hao. Otherwise, how could he have failed to place in the top 4? At this point, he sneered, "In any case, he lacks the extraordinary luck of certain individuals who advanced merely by virtue of others conceding." Tianbai thundered, "Is his match against Lu Xueqi merely a matter of luck?" The cold pine Taoist responded, "Indeed, it is precisely because it was not luck that he lost. He suffered a crushing defeat, nearly losing his life." Tianbai, increasingly enraged, struggled with his words, for he was not as eloquent as the cold pine, yet his fury surged within him, causing his face to redden. "What do you want? Do you wish to see whether my reputation is merely a fade?" The cold pine Taoist showed no intention of retreating, rising proudly to declare, "Then I shall witness the prowess of your scarlet radiant sword, Tian brother." Without uttering another word, Tianbai stepped forward, his right hand grasping the sword formula. In the air within the grand hall suddenly felt as though it had solidified. "Impudence!" With a resounding crash, Dao Xianjinren slammed his palm onto the tea table beside him, his face contorted with rage as he rose to his feet. "Have you too taken my position as the sect leader for granted? Having held the esteemed position of sect leader for nearly 3 centuries, Dao Xian was both revered and respected. Though typically amiable, his fury startled both Tianbai and Song Daoren, leaving them shaken. They promptly retreated, murmuring, "Yes, Master Dao Xian, please calm your anger." After a moment, Dao Xian's anger began to subside as he regarded the assembled elders. He took a deep breath and said, "Tian Shidi." Stepping forward, Tianbai replied, "Yes, Master Dao Xian." Dao Xian fixed his gaze upon him, stating, "Regardless of the circumstances, this black staff has an unusual origin. If it is indeed an artifact of the demonic sect, we cannot allow Zhang Xiaofan to remain affiliated with them. Do you understand?" Tianbai lowered his head slightly, remaining silent for a long while before finally responding, "I understand." His face flushed with conflicting emotions, he suddenly stomped his foot heavily, nodded without uttering another word, and turned to leave. Outside, a sharp whistle signaled his departure on a flying sword. In the main hall, Zhang Shuchang addressed Dao Xianjinren, "Master Dao Xian. It is rare for a talent to emerge from Tianbai's lineage at Dazhu Peak, and with this incident, he must be feeling quite discontented. Please do not take it to heart." Dao Xian sighed and shook his head. "I assure you, I harbor no ill will. I know Tian Shidi's character well and trust him." At this moment, as if recalling something, he turned to Master Shuiwei of Shaozhu Peak and inquired, "Shuiwei Shimi, I have been concerned about your female disciple, Lu Xueqi." Shuiwei replied coolly, "Thank you for your concern, Master. Xueqi's health has largely returned. Had it not been for the peculiar individual and artifact under Tianbai's tutelage draining her energy during the competition, she would not have been defeated by others. Song Song's expression shifted, but Dao Xianzhenren quickly interjected. Let bygones be bygones. There is no need to dwell on it. Song Song and Shui Wei exchanged glances. Turning away, Dao Xian observed their interaction, sighing internally as his gaze fell upon the tea table, where the unattractive black staff lay quietly. In another scene, De Huang lay on the ground, squinting with contentment, his tail occasionally wagging, while the monkey, Xiao Hui, lounged on his bed, fixated on Zhang Xiaofan, whose face appeared haggard. Zhang Xiaofan glared at the creature, irritated. What are you staring at? Naturally, Xiao Hui could not respond in human language, but instead emitted a few chirps. Its monkey face displayed an expression that, rather than concern for its injured master, conveyed a sense of gleeful mischief. Zhang Xiaofan felt a surge of annoyance and impatiently exclaimed, Go away, step aside. At that moment, footsteps echoed, and before the door could fully open, Zhang Xiaofan, with a smile, remarked, Sixth senior brother. Why are you delivering food so early today? His voice abruptly trailed off as he beheld the short and stout figure of Tianbai slowly shuffling through the doorway. Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback. During these past days, Suru had insisted that he focus solely on his recuperation. The other senior brothers, including Tian Linger, had only visited him once, while Du Bishu had been the sole provider of his meals. It was entirely unexpected for Tianbai to make a sudden appearance. He sat on the bed in a daze for a moment, then suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly got up, intending to perform a deep bow. Tianbai, with a heavy heart and a countenance fluctuating between gloom and brightness, waved his hand and said, Enough. Zhang Xiaofan responded with a sound, rising to stand aside. Watching as Tianbai approached and took a seat at the table, not daring to breathe a word, Tianbai cast a glance at his disciple. Judging by the earlier reaction, it was evident that this young apprentice bore no semblance to a prodigy endowed with profound depth and brilliance. He appeared to be somewhat inferior to the average person. Yet, oddly enough, Tianbai shook his head, let out a sigh, and said, Seventh. Come and take a seat. Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback yet again. Throughout their acquaintance, Tianbai had always regarded him with a stern demeanor, but today, his tone was unexpectedly gentle, leaving Zhang incredulous. After a brief moment, as he observed Zhang's bewildered expression, Tianbai felt a surge of irritation and said with mild anger, Do I need to invite you to sit down? His reprimand carried significant authority, and in an instant, Zhang was reminded of his master's imposing presence, prompting him to obediently take a seat. Observing Zhang's reaction, Tianbai paused for a moment, gazed at him again, and then let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head. How is your health? He inquired. It has been over a month since the 7 Meridians martial arts competition. It appears you have nearly recovered. I have a few questions to ask you now. Zhang Xiaofan's heart sank as he sensed that the fears he had harbored for so long had finally come to fruition. Yet, faced with the situation, he could only respond, Yes, master, please speak. Tianbai spoke slowly. How did you come by that black staff? Zhang Xiaofan's heart skipped a beat, and he found himself involuntarily gazing at Tianbai. He observed that Tianbai was also fixated on him, although his expression remained neutral. His eyes sparkled with a piercing intensity, exuding an aura of authority that was both formidable and unyielding. In that moment, Zhang Xiaofan's mind raced with a myriad of thoughts, rendering him momentarily speechless. Tianbai's countenance darkened, his expression growing exceedingly grim as he reiterated in a deep voice, Speak. Zhang Xiaofan, under his urging, found beads of sweat forming on his brow in a matter of moments. Although his experiences were limited, the peculiar incident from years past, where the blood-devouring pearl clashed with that enigmatic black staff in the depths of the valley, lingered in his mind. A bizarre occurrence steeped in malevolence and possessing the terrifying ability to siphon life essence. He had learned in conversations with his senior brothers that such matters would never be condoned by the righteous path. Should Tianbai discover the truth, the consequences would be dire indeed. Moreover, nestled deep within his heart, there resided another matter, a profound taboo. Particularly since he had come to understand that Master Puji was one of the 4 great monks of the Tianyin Temple. The very thought of the teachings he had imparted to him made him shudder. In that fleeting moment, he resolved firmly that he could never disclose anything about Puji. Not even the slightest detail. Tianbai's gaze was fixed upon him. Zhang Xiaofan, under the oppressive gaze, rose to his feet only to kneel once more. Master. Tianbai furrowed his brows, let out a disdainful snort, and coldly commanded, Speak. Zhang Xiaofan lowered his head and slowly spoke. That black rod was an inadvertent discovery I made several years ago when I ventured into the secluded valley on the back mountain with my senior sister. Tian Bai was momentarily taken aback, but soon recollected that indeed, 2 years prior, there had been such an incident where Tian Lingo inexplicably fell into a state of unconsciousness within that very valley. Suru had previously investigated but found nothing unusual, and he had also gone to take a look himself, which confirmed her findings. This matter had remained a minor enigma, but as time passed, he had nearly forgotten it. Now, it seemed likely that the cause was this black rod. However, to think that a mere black rod could render Tian Linger unconscious without any external influence suggested a formidable and sinister nature. How could Zhang Xiaofan possibly have come into possession of such a malevolent object? As Tian Bai pondered this, his doubts only deepened, and he inquired in a solemn tone, "How did you come to possess it?" Zhang Xiaofan averted his gaze, fearful of revealing the expression upon his face to Tian Bai. He was not inherently astute. And at this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, struggling to conjure a plausible excuse. Observing his hesitation, the worldly wise Tian Bai bellowed, "Speak." After uttering those words, Zhang dared not lift his head, unable to meet Tian Bai's piercing gaze. Meanwhile, Tian Bai furrowed his brow. Deep in contemplation, this young apprentice did not appear to be lying. The extraordinary artifacts and abilities he spoke of surely could not have been fabricated by him. Yet, such remarkable treasures were indeed a novelty even to him. If there were anything reminiscent of this dark staff, it would likely be the infamous blood-devouring pearl, a malevolent artifact from a millennium ago associated with the demonic sect. However, it was evident that this dark staff was unequivocally different from the blood-devouring pearl. Zhang Xiaofan responded in a hushed tone, rising to his feet while keeping his head bowed, standing to the side. Nevertheless, even so, that magical artifact is intrinsically connected to your essence. It is a creation of blood refinement. Zhang Xiaofan exclaimed, "Master, what is the essence of blood refinement?" Tian Bai paused for a moment. Then, with a hint of impatience, replied, "If you are unaware, that is of no consequence. Pay attention to my words as I inquire of you." Zhang Xiaofan immediately bowed his head and responded softly, "Yes." Tian Bai gazed at him and remarked, "Even if that black rod is an unparalleled treasure, you must, at the very least, cultivate to the 4th level of the Tai Chi Shinqing Dao Yuqing realm to wield it." Zhang Xiaofan's expression shifted dramatically. Tian Bai spoke slowly. "On that day at Tongtian Peak, I inquired of you, and today I shall ask you once more. Who, pray tell, has clandestinely imparted it to you?" Zhang Xiaofan's body trembled. He realized that he had already landed himself in significant trouble due to this unknown black rod. If one were to add the matter of secretly practicing the techniques, the punishment awaiting him would likely be unimaginable. Yet at this moment, the image of Tian Linga seemed to float before him, her youthful figure accompanying him up the mountain to chop bamboo, her gentle visage by the lonely lamp on a rainy night, and the playful banter and laughter atop the great bamboo peak. Even the faint, ethereal fragrance of her presence lingered vividly in his memory. Bit by bit, these memories surfaced in his heart. He knelt down once more, bowing his head heavily. Yet he uttered not a single word. He lay prostrate on the ground, utterly still. His body, slightly emaciated from recent injuries, bore an air of resilience. Yet it also emanated a sense of desolation. Deep within the white clouds, surrounded by celestial energy, everything appeared serene and peaceful, resembling the idyllic paradise of people's dreams. On Qingyun Mountain at Tongdian Peak, in the Yuqing Palace, the leaders of the 7 veins of Qingyun Sect gazed upon the youth kneeling in the hall. Dao Xian, the master, observed Zhang Xiaofan and could not help but recall the images of the 2 children he had rescued 5 years prior. Time had passed, and in the blink of an eye, they had grown into adulthood. He sighed softly from the depths of his heart, diverting his gaze from Zhang Xiaofan to address the other leaders. "Esteemed colleagues, what are your thoughts on Zhang Xiaofan's words just now?" The assembly fell silent for a moment, until suddenly the voice of Dao Ran Songsong broke the stillness, resolutely declaring, "This child's words are utterly untrustworthy." Zhang Xiaofan, kneeling upon the ground, shivered but did not raise his head. Dao Xian furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why are you so certain, Brother Songsong?" Songsong Daoist cast a glance at Zhang Xiaofan and replied, "The blood refinement technique is inherently sinister and malevolent. If he had not been guided by the demons of the demonic sect, how could he possess the knowledge and power to forge such a treasure? Thus, he must undoubtedly be a spy from the demonic sect. His life cannot be spared." Songsong had always held authority over the disciplinary affairs of Qingyun Sect, his voice firm and commanding. Zhang Xiaofan, hearing these words, felt the blood drain from his face, nearly gasping for breath. The others remained silent, yet Tianbai, with a composed expression, slowly remarked, "If he truly is as you say, scheming to infiltrate our Qingyun Sect, why would he deliberately reveal his abilities in front of all?" Sangsong Daoist snorted, retorting, "Demons are inherently unpredictable, their intentions inscrutable. It is no surprise that they engage in strange actions." Tianbai responded in anger. "Are you not grasping at straws, arguing with no basis?" Sangsong Daoist coldly countered, "Am I arguing without basis? Pray tell, Brother Tian, is the blood refinement technique not the domain of righteous practitioners?" Tianbai fell silent, his face flushed. At that moment, it was evident to all that he still stood by his disciple. Just as this awkward silence prevailed, a chilling voice emerged, unmistakably that of Master Xueqi from Shaozhu Peak. "May I ask, Brother Sangsong, you repeatedly claim that the blood refinement technique is sinister and malevolent. Could you elucidate how it is so?" The Taoist Sangsong opened his mouth to speak, but paused momentarily before declaring, "Is there any need to elaborate on the nefarious sorcery of the demonic sect?" Xueqi, with a cold demeanor, responded, "If that is the case, then it seems you, Brother Sangsong, are entirely ignorant of the blood refining method. How can you hastily deem it evil and seek to eliminate this youth?" Sangsong Daoist cast a penetrating gaze at Master Xueqi, his eyes sharp and commanding, and inquired, "Oh, Sister Xueqi, what do you imply?" Master Xueqi replied with composure, "Esteemed, regarding this matter, we possess limited understanding of the blood refining method. Though we have heard whispers, they are mostly speculative. If, by chance, this method were indeed as alleged, might we not mistakenly harm an innocent? Furthermore, this youth is merely 16 years old, with a clear and transparent background. To assert he is affiliated with the demonic sect seems utterly unreasonable." Sangsong Daoist narrowed his eyes, a sharp glimmer emanating from their slits, and remarked, "Sister Xueqi, why do you today uncharacteristically defend this youth so fervently? It is quite perplexing." A flicker of anger passed over Xueqi's exquisite visage as she retorted, "I am merely addressing the matter at hand. Unlike some who cannot bear to see talent emerge from a different faction within our sect. Fearing a threat to their own position, they seize upon trivialities to annihilate others, devoid of humanity. Among the 7 present, although none could rival Master Xueqi in verbal acuity." Sangsong Daoist's face turned pale with fury, and he abruptly stood. Zhenren Daoxian interjected hastily, All right. Why must we quarrel again? Please, sit down." He shook his head and turned to the others, asking, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Zhenren Daoxian stroked his beard thoughtfully and then glanced at the head of the Lu Xueqi, Daoist Tianyan. After considering Sangsong, he stated, "I concur with Brother Sangsong's approach." With an ally in his corner, Sangsong Daoist nodded in appreciation towards Daoist Tianyan. Finally, only the head of Chaoyang Peak, Shang Zhengyang, remained. He surveyed Tianbai and the others, then regarded Sangsong Daoist and Daoist Tianyan before casting a keen glance at Zhenren Daoxian. After a brief contemplation, he declared, "I believe Sister Xueqi has a valid point." Tianbai's expression relaxed, while Sangsong Daoist let out a huff. Zhenren Daoxian then nodded and said, "Since everyone has spoken, I shall not hold back." That said, he turned to the still kneeling Zhang Xiaofan, saying, "Xiaofan, you may rise now." Zhang Xiaofan's body trembled as he raised his head to glance at his esteemed masters, slowly rising to his feet. Dao Xianzhenren scrutinized him for a moment, as if attempting to discern his true nature, before addressing the other esteemed leaders, saying, "Esteemed colleagues, I too believe that Zhang Xiaofan does not resemble a member of the demonic sect. Although this black rod exudes a menacing aura, it is rather subdued. Unlike the malevolent artifacts we have encountered in the past, which are replete with murderous intent and overt ferocity." Sangsong Daoren, sensing something amiss, could not restrain himself and exclaimed, "Master, the nefarious beings of the demonic sect are perilous and treacherous. It is better to err in judgment by slaying an innocent than to let a guilty one escape." Dao Xianzhenren's expression shifted, casting a sharp glance at him as he retorted, "Sangsong, are you aware of the gravity of your words?" Realizing he had overstepped, Sangsong lowered his head in silence. Dao Xianzhenren's demeanor grew serious, yet his tone softened as he continued, "Sangsong, you have presided over the discipline of our sect for over 200 years, exhibiting fairness and integrity, which I deeply admire. However, I have observed that over the past decade, your disposition has darkened, and your propensity for violence has intensified, causing me great concern. Are you aware of this?" Sangsong Daoren replied quietly, "Yes, master." Dao Xianzhenren stated sternly, To slay an innocent rather than let the guilty escape is the creed of those who dwell in the demonic path. We, of Qingyun Sect, pride ourselves on being virtuous and upright. In the face of adversity, we must choose to spare rather than wrongly condemn, otherwise. How do we differ from those of the demonic path? Song. Although your cultivation is profound, you must still delve deeper into the principles of righteousness and comprehend the teachings of the Tao. Song Daoren raised his palm in acknowledgement, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Master. Song will heed your counsel." Dao Xianjinren's expression softened, responding, "I am glad you understand." He then turned his gaze to the assembly, who affirmed, "Whatever our master decides is the way forward." Dao Xianjinren nodded and turned to Zhang Xiaofan. "Did you hear all of this?" Zhang Xiaofan felt a surge of emotion and quickly responded, "Yes, thank you, esteemed masters and uncles." Turning to Tian Bai, his voice quivered with gratitude as he added, "Thank you, master." Tian Bai gestured dismissively with his hand, but refrained from speaking. Zhang Xiaofan extended his hand to catch it, and upon grasping it, he immediately felt a familiar and chilling aura surge through him, permeating his entire being, evoking an indescribable joy akin to a spiritual awakening. He bowed deeply to Master Dao Xian and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed master." Master Dao Xian smiled gently and clapped his hands 3 times. Instantly, a young disciple approached from behind. After issuing a few instructions, Master Dao Xian nodded, and the disciple departed. Before long, he returned, leading 3 individuals into the room. Zhang Xiaofan recognized them all. Qi Hao and Xing Shushu walked in the forefront, with Xing Shushu seizing a moment when her father Xing Shu was distracted, playfully making a face at Zhang Xiaofan. Bringing up the rear was the ethereal and strikingly beautiful woman, Lu Xueqi from the Shaozhu Peak. Together, these 3, along with Zhang Xiaofan, comprised the top 4 disciples representing the 7 sects of the Qingyun Sect in the upcoming martial arts tournament.